Chapter 1 Screaming in the School Cafeteria. In late May 2025, the student cafeteria at Kurita College. Here it is, power. Kong Wei-jie did his best to stretch his neck while waving his hand with chopsticks and shouted to Chendali. It wasn't too loud, but it didn't drown out the cacophony of the cafeteria hall where thousands of students were eating. Chendali followed the sound and looked over. Kong Wei-jie was still waving his hand at himself, his small eyes behind his black-rimmed glasses full of laughter. And then he grinned slightly, his slightly chubby face squeezing his eyes even smaller. Chendali just walked to Kong Wei-jie's side with his dinner plate, and Kong Wei-jie hurriedly picked up the duffel bag on the chair beside him. Ho, and give me a seat. Chendali placed the dinner plate on the table and sat down on the chair he had just vacated. Lunchtime is very crowded. If I don't give you a seat, you come to have no place to sit. What to do? Besides, if I don't take a seat, there are always girls sitting next to me, trying to get close to me. Kong Wei-jie reached up and pushed his glasses back, grinning. Isn't that a good thing? I'll see if a girl comes over and wants to sit here. I'll make room right away, Chendali said while smiling and lightly patting Kong Wei-jie's fleshy back. I'm all ears and no feelings, and I'm all about the holy books. Kong Wei-jie spoke in a serious tone, but his facial expression was anything but serious. You're unheard of emotionally, and all you want to do is play games, Chendali said as he looked at the cell phone that Kong Wei-jie had placed next to the dinner plate, still presenting the game screen. Just watching other people play for a while and eating. Kong Wei-jie pressed the button on the side of his cell phone and it went black. With Chendali's understanding of Kong Wei-jie, it was more than normal for a girl to get close to him like he said. Two people from the high school is the same class, and at the same time entered the local Karambi city, a university, Karambi College, or the same class, but also live in the same dormitory. You could say that we've known each other for several years. Only two people's family situation is completely different. Kong Wei-jie's family in the urban and rural areas of Sangbei City. His own family has two 5-story buildings, built like a hotel-like structure, rented to the public. To Sangbei City, a lot of migrant workers. Kong Wei-jie family's two buildings are almost all rented out. Monthly rent collection must be tens of thousands of dollars. In the third-tier city of Korabayashi, these monthly incomes are not small. So Kong Wei-jie smiling all day long, as if there is never anything to worry about. After graduation to find a job employment, basically do not think much about it. The big thing is to go home as a chartered public. Even if it is demolished in the future, the two buildings will have to give a lot of compensation plus the house. He is the only son in the family and all the family business will be his in the future. No wonder there are girls who know something about the situation and always love to get close to Kong Wei-jie. And Chendali's family situation is much worse than Kong Wei-jie. Home in the countryside more than 50 kilometers away from the city of Sangbei. Parents are farmers, farming for a living. Chendali and a sister and a younger brother. The younger sister Chen Xiaohua reading high school. Next year's college entrance exams. The younger brother Chen Dawei has just been in junior high school. As you can imagine, the Chen family is living in a tight spot. Fortunately, since Chen Dali went to college, he went to part-time odd jobs after class in the afternoon to earn himself a tuition living expenses. 3 years down the line, not only did not ask for money from the family, but also more or less transfer some money to the family to subsidize the school expenses of younger siblings. Next year Xiaohua will be the college entrance examination. Chen Dali in addition to spare time to work to earn money, but also have to try to save, so as to give his sister next year to go to college to add some money. Vigor, you can't keep eating veggies all the time. Kong Wei-jie couldn't help but ask when he saw Chen Dali take a bite of the shredded green pepper potatoes on his dinner plate. Quite tasty, Chen Dali said as he ate. You're working at night, how can you not get more nutrition? Kong Wei-jie looked at Chen Dali and said, well, it's not really that tiring. Chen Dali finished with a smile, and then another spoonful of rice to eat. Kong Wei-jie also knows that Chen Dali is trying to save some money, so that his sister can add some next year's college expenses, to help ease the burden on the family. Looking at the braised pork on his dinner plate, Kong Wei-jie took his chopsticks and picked it up and put it on Chen Dali's rice, vigorously. I can't eat that much either, so you can have a few pieces. VJ, don't give it to me. Chen Dali wanted to push away Kong Wei-jie's hand, but how could Kong Wei-jie still be very persistent and forceful? So he had to let him put the red meat on his rice. Okay, don't clip it. Seeing Kong Wei-jie clip a few more pieces of meat to his side, Chen Dali hurriedly said, it's okay, eat. Kong Wei-jie finished smilingly and ate himself. Thanks, VJ. Chen Dali thanked. Why are you being polite to me? We're not like each other. VJ, this job I'm doing now, I'm done with it. Chen Dali paused and then said, I've got another job. Starting next month, right after class in the afternoon. Got another job? Kong Wei-jie swallowed a mouthful of rice and looked up at Chen Dali and asked, going to work at a hot pot restaurant for $15 an hour. Chen Dali replied, oh, dry catering, but the night is very late to close. You do not come back our dormitory building at 10 o'clock to lock the door. Kong Weijie reminded Chen Dali. A guy I used to know from my part-time job introduced me, and I told him to make a deal with the owner that I'd leave at 9:30, and the restaurant wasn't much of a diner at that time, and it wasn't too busy. Well, that would be okay. While the two were eating and chatting, a pretty girl with a diminutive figure and a tall head walked quietly past the table where they were eating. Kong Weijie stopped eating then, his body tilted outward toward the table, his head peeking out, eyeing the girl's back. In fact, not only Kong Weijie is eating in the cafeteria hall of the students. Regardless of boys and girls, there are a lot of have stopped eating action. The eyes along with this beautiful girl and go, wow, the school beauty of art Sangbei Academy. Why did she come to the cafeteria to eat today? Kong Weijie said to himself, his eyes still following the pretty girl without moving away. Hearing Kong Weijie speak, Chen Dali raised his head to look at him and followed his gaze, twisting his head to look at the pretty girl. Who is this beautiful girl? There's still such a pretty girl in Koromoku Academy? Chen Dali turned back to Kong Weijie. Seeing that he hadn't withdrawn his gaze, Chen Dali reached out and waved his hand in front of him. Only then did Kong Weijie come back to his senses and looked at Chen Dali and said, even she you do not know? The sophomore beauty of the foreign language department, Mei Ao Shui, that face value and body, and temperament, Sangbei College deservedly school flower a lot of boys' dream goddess. Oh, haven't seen much of it in the last 2 years? Saw it for the first time today, Chen Dali said indifferently while eating. Maybe, I reckon there are always boys chasing her to invite her to eat, or bought a good meal to send her, so the goddess rarely come to the cafeteria to eat. Besides, all you do all day is sleep and eat and go to class and have odd jobs. You don't pay much attention to the people and things in school, so you feel strange. Kong Weijie was still doing analysis with Chen Dali. Listening to Kong Weijie's words, Chen Dali felt that his analysis was quite on point. What are you doing? A shrill and piercing female voice sounded not far behind Chen Dali, the decibels overshadowing the cacophony in the cafeteria hall. Chapter 2 going to hit someone? In an instant, almost everyone in the cafeteria hall, those who were eating stopped eating, those who were walking stopped walking, and all of them turned their gazes to the place where the scream was made. Mei Ao Shui stood beside a dining table. Her fair face was a little red, her willow leaf eyebrows were about to be twisted in one place, her teeth lightly biting her lips. Due to her anger, her chest was slightly undulating, further accentuating her proud peaks. A pair of beautiful big eyes, almost spitting out fire, staring dead at a burly man sitting beside the dining table. Isn't that Zhou Yuhao from our school basketball team? What did he do to Mei Ao Shui? It caused people to yell. Kong Weijie muttered to Chen Dali in a low voice. Chen Dali was still looking at Mei Ao Shui's place and didn't pick up on Kong Weijie. Pretty girl, I'm just sitting here, having a meal with you. Why are you so angry? Zhou Yuhao narrowed his eyes and spoke to Mei Ao Shui with a leathery smile. You go away. I don't know you. Mei Ao Shui said without a trace of humor. Yo, pretty girl, let's have a meal together and chat over dinner. Won't we get to know each other? Zhou Yuhao's face was piled with a frivolous smile, and as he spoke, his eyes didn't leave Mei Ao Shui's breasts. I don't want to know you. After Mei Ao Shui finished speaking, she turned around and was about to leave this table, but was blocked by Zhou Yuhao's teammate, Wei Hua Chang. Beauty, what's wrong with having dinner with our hoe? Wei Hua Chang said playfully. You go away. Mei Ao Shui reached out and tried to set aside Wei Hua Chang, who was in the way, but she was a girl after all, and although she was tall, in terms of strength, how could she compare to someone who played basketball regularly and often engaged in physical confrontation in training matches? Trying to set aside Wei Hua Chang was like an ant shaking a tree to Mei Ao Shui. Isn't that just hooliganism? This kid, Zhou Yuhao, can be said to be the hooligan of our school, relying on his height and physique. With a few teammates around him as his little brothers, he often bullies the boys and molests the girls. One of the biggest harms at Kurita Academy. There were a few students sitting at a table not far away, heads half bowed, whispering, but more people were still watching to see how Zhou Yuhao's molestation of the schoolgirl would end. What are you all looking at? Eat your food. Zhou Yuhao looked around and yelled sternly at these people who were looking at him. All the people who looked at Zhou Yuhao immediately avoided his fierce and vicious gaze. Those who turned their backs to him hurriedly turned their heads, those who faced him also hurriedly lowered their heads, and all stopped looking at him, took their chopsticks or spoons, and went back to eating. Where most of the students of Sangbei Academy were concerned, they knew that Zhou Yuhao was a ruthless man who didn't want to die in a fight. Coupled with his 1.95 m height and over 200 pounds, he was an overwhelming intimidating force on campus, no matter which boy he stood in front of. And in fact, in terms of strength, Zhou Yuhao was even more unrivaled in the school, so no one would want to mess with such a jerk. Stop looking and eat. Kong Weijie saw that Chen Dali still wanted to twist his head a little bit to look, and hurriedly reminded him in a low voice. What kind of person is this? Simply scum of the earth. Chen Dali turned back and whispered to Kong Weijie. We can't afford to mess with Zhou Yuhao. It's better to do more than less, Kong Weijie said to Chen Dali while eating. Seeing that everyone present no longer looked towards his place, Zhou Yuhao put away the fierce look on his face and narrowed his eyes, looking wistfully towards Mei Ao Shui, who had no way out, with a bad smile on his face. Pretty girl, you're just sitting down to eat with me. Why are you reacting so violently? Zhou Yuhao's smile gave Mei Ao Shui goosebumps as she looked at him. Beauty, sit down. You're standing like this. Brother is tired of looking at you. Zhou Yuhao smiled cheekily and stretched out his own big hand that was like a bear's paw, and went to pull Mei Ao Shui's delicate jade finger. Asterisk 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 off. Mei Ao Shui shook her hand and dodged Zhou Yuhao's big hand. This kid is so not a thing. Chen Dali muttered under his breath and turned his head towards Zhou Yuhao's place again. Agu. The beauty still has a little temper. Brother likes you like this. After Zhou Yuhao finished speaking, he was about to reach for Mei Ao Shui's hand again. Mei Ao Shui once again dodged Zhou Yuhao's hand and raised her eyes to the cafeteria hall. There were quite a few students who were eating and were secretly watching, but as soon as they encountered Mei Ao Shui's helpless gaze, they all immediately moved their eyes away. Chen Dali looked at Mei Ao Shui and happened to meet her gaze. To Mei Ao Shui, this was the only person who didn't avoid her eyes. The gaze that looked at Chen Dali was filled with expectation and a plea for help. In such a public place as the school cafeteria, a school ruffian was so reckless, but no one issued a righteous voice to stop such behavior, making Zhou Yuhao's stream even more unscrupulous. Chen Dali couldn't endure it. Hands pressed on the dining table and about to stand up, Chen Dali was firmly grabbed by Kong Weijie's arm. Vigor, don't mind your own business. Pissed Zhou Yuhao off. You're no match for him. Two like you won't do. Kong Weijie admonished Chen Dali in a low voice. Chen Dali didn't say anything to Kong Weijie, she just firmly pushed away Kong Weijie's hand. With a new, Chen Dali stood up. Seeing Chen Dali stand up, Kong Weijie hurriedly tugged on his arm again, trying to drag him back to his chair. Power, listen to me. Sit down. Kong Weijie's voice was not loud, but it was much more urgent than earlier. Chen Dali didn't listen to him, the sense of justice welling up inside him. How could he allow the scum of the school to fool around with the girls in public while he turned a blind eye to it? It has to be stopped. Stop! Chen Dali's loud voice rang out in the cafeteria. In an instant, the cafeteria was completely silent, and almost everyone, including Zhou Yuhao, followed the sound and turned their gazes towards Chen Dali. Chen Dali plucked away Kong Weijie's hand that was pulling his clothes and continued to Zhou Yuhao. Is it fun for you to stalk people when they don't want to sit with you at dinner? Hearing Chen Dali's stern rebuke to himself, Zhou Yuhao froze for a moment, then narrowed his hostile-filled eyes to look Chen Dali up and down. Looking at Chen Dali just wearing a very ordinary body shirt sweatpants, with a height of at most 1.75 m, and weighing in at around 130 pounds, Zhou Yuhao stood up from his seat at once. Where did the Yakuza come from? How dare he talk to me like this? Today we must give him a lesson. Let everyone present take a good look at it. There is no good fruit to eat for offending me. Otherwise, in the future, some cats and dogs will want to move the earth on the head of the Taiyao. Zhou Yuhao made up his mind, stood up, shook his head from side to side, moved his neck, pressed his two hands against each other. His knuckles made a clicking sound, spread his broad, thick shoulders backward twice, left Mei Ao Shui, and walked toward Chen Dali like a moving black tower. The cafeteria was silent as everyone looked at Zhou Yuhao, who was slowly walking towards Chen Dali. Vigorously. A good man should not be forced to run away first. Kong Weijie was lying on the table, speaking less loudly than a mosquito buzzing. Chen Dali didn't run, because Zhou Yuhao had already arrived in front of him, and the two stood face to face, with a huge contrast in height and size. To any student, this was a feeling of oppression like that of Tarzan. However, Zhou Yuhao did not see the slightest hint of panic on Chen Dali's face. Boy, the flesh is itching, isn't it? Zhou Yuhao's words just fell, then stretched out his left hand, grabbed Chen Dali's collar. Chapter 3. Who is this call from? Chen Dali wanted to push away Zhou Yuhao's hand that grabbed his collar, but the strength was not as great as the other party, so he could not break free. Kong Weijie was almost completely on the table, and the people sitting at the several tables next to Chen Dali all left their seats to hide away. At this moment, Zhou Yuhao's eyes showed a fierce light as he slowly raised his right hand. Seeing this, some of the girls no longer dared to look, and even covered their ears with their hands for fear of hearing the sound of a crisp punch to the face. Just as Zhou Yuhao's right hand was about to swing out, it was grabbed from behind. What the hell? Zhou Yuhao was so puzzled that he turned around and saw Wei Huachang tugging on his right arm. Without waiting for Zhou Yuhao to open his mouth, Wei Huachang came to his ear and whispered, "Ho, don't beat up this Yakuza here, there are too many people in the cafeteria. If someone goes to the school security office to report it, it'll be a problem. Besides, there are cameras everywhere. If they capture you beating him up and report it to the police, it'll be even more troublesome." Listening to Wei Hua Chang's words, Zhou Yuhao felt that there was some truth to it. Let go. Seeing that Zhou Yuhao was a bit hesitant, Chen Dali said loudly while vigorously breaking his hand that was gripping his collar. It's hard not to get your ass kicked, isn't it? Zhou Yuhao stared viciously at Chen Dali, who was a head shorter than himself but dared to call his bluff. His voice gritted his teeth as he spoke. Brother Hao, let's not bother with this kid here for now. Later on, when we find a chance to be in a place where no one is around, we'll give him a good beating, so he'll know how powerful your brother Hao is. Wei Huachang continued to speak in Zhou Yuhao's ear, his voice so low that almost only the two of them could hear him. Seeing that Zhou Yuhao still hasn't let go, Wei Huachang again whispered, Hao, if you're like this now, the people from the school's security office will see it in the monitoring room, and it's not likely that they'll rush over to ask some questions soon as well. **************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************he still pushed a little harder. Chen Dali was pushed to stagger back 2 or 3 steps, and if it wasn't for the fact that there was a dining table behind him blocking the way, he would have definitely sat on his but on the floor. This guy Zhou Yuhao's strength is indeed great. Flirting with a beautiful woman. Was Chen Dali in public scolding to stop? Want to beat this kid a meal, and was stopped by his own little brother. Zhou Yuhao nestled a belly of fire. The meal also do not want to eat, and want to leave the cafeteria. Chen Dali had just stood still when Zhou Yuhao had already walked in front of him. Kid, you dare to stomp your nose at me. This account is for you to keep. It's not over with you. Zhou Yuhao's eyes that were like a vicious wolf trying to eat a sheep stared at Chen Dali and finished with a ferocious tone, quickly walking towards the outside of the cafeteria. Wei Huachang followed suit and also exited the cafeteria. Yes, bravo! Watching Zhou Yuhao and the two of them walk away, among the many students in the cafeteria, there were shouts of approval and sporadic applause, all in recognition of Chen Dali's defiance of such behavior, but also casting admiring and approving gazes. Chen Dali didn't say anything, just straightened his clothes and smoothed out the creases on his body shirt that were created when he was grabbed just now. Returning to the seat he had just taken, he glanced at Kong Weijie, who was staring blankly at him, and continued to eat. VJ, hurry up and eat. You have to go to class later. Seeing that Kong Weijie was still a bit stunned, Chen Dali reminded him, but Kong Weijie still looked at Chen Dali without moving, making his eyes wide open, his eyeballs constantly fluttering to the side. What's going on here? Chen Dali followed Kong Weijie's eyes to the side. It turned out to be Mei Aoshue had come to the side at some point. Chen Dali hurriedly stood up. Thank you, Mei Aoshue said as she looked at Chen Dali sincerely. Nothing, I think I should. Chen Dali looked at Mei Aoshue's eyes, which were indeed really beautiful, with incomparably pure eyes. Chen Dali moved some of his gaze away. Talking with such a beautiful beauty up close and face to face, Chen Dali is still the first time. Is it a little embarrassed? I don't know. Anyway, the heartbeat is slightly faster. Just now when Zhou Yuhao grabbed the collar, it was not like this. That asshole, he didn't hurt you just now, did he? Mei Aoshue asked Chen Dali with concern, and also uneasily looked towards his face and body. If she was hurt by that bastard Zhou Yuhao because of relieving herself, Mei Aoshue would be uneasy inside. No, really. Looking at Mei Aoshue like this, Chen Dali even stretched out his arm to show her. That's good. I'll head back then. Thanks again. Mei Aoshue thanked Chen Dali once again and prepared to leave the cafeteria. Okay. Chen Dali had just finished speaking when he suddenly thought of something else. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Such a mess. I've already punched my meal. It's in this lunchbox. I'll go back and eat it, Mei Aoshue said, lifting the lunchbox she was carrying in her hand and showing it to Chen Dali. Oh, that's good. Chen Dali didn't know what to say, but just spoke along. I'll go home first then. Bye. After Mei Aoshue finished speaking, she smiled sweetly at Chen Dali and waved her hand. Bye-bye. Chen Dali also waved his hand and smiled mechanically. After seeing Mei Aoshue out of the cafeteria, Chen Dali sat down on a chair. You're such a log. Why don't you get a contact from her when it's such a great opportunity? Before his but could sit still, Kong Weijie opened his mouth to Chen Dali. What do I need someone's contact info for? Chen Dali said with a bland expression. To ask for a contact information. About to come out to shop and eat and watch movies. Contact. May become a boyfriend and girlfriend? After just this matter, she must have a good feeling about you. Such a good opportunity not to seize. Really anxious for you. Kong Weijie hated Chen Dali a little bit. Come on, how can you even think of that? I'm just a poor second generation from the countryside. People with such a beautiful face can still let me give a date out? Don't daydream. Don't even think about it. Chen Dali is quite self-aware. How can you conclude that you can't get an appointment without even trying? It's really a case of cowardice before the fight, so that you can die in a hurry too. Kong Weijie blankly glanced at Chen Dali. and only very close friends talk like that. After finishing their meal, the two walked out of the cafeteria together. Power. I'm telling you. As soon as Kong Weijie opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Chen Dali. Don't bring up the subject about the beautiful schoolgirl. Off the topic of her, I'd like to say, Kong Weijie wanted to say something. Want to say what? Chen vigorously pursued. Today Zhou Yuhao in the cafeteria is considered to be planted face. He will certainly not be willing to rest. This guy usually flying bossy used to. Was you in front of so many people to rebuke? The heart absolutely hold fire. Although not on the spot seizure, but maybe someday he will retaliate against you. Kong Weijie voiced his worries. Well, thanks for the reminder. VJ. Chen Dali lowered his head in agreement, pondering. These days don't care if you're on or off campus. Try not to go to places that are less crowded and secluded. Lest you let Zhou Yuhao and the others keep an eye on you. Kong Weijie once again kindly reminded Chen Dali. Yeah, I know. I'll be sure to pay attention. The two were walking and talking when Chen Dali's cell phone rang. After pulling out his cell phone, Chen Dali glanced at the screen and stopped in his tracks. Who? Seeing Chen Dali stop, Kong Weijie also stopped and casually asked. I don't know who it is. Unfamiliar number. Chapter 4 starting work 2 days early. Who the hell is this call from? Looked like it was showing a local number too. Could it be that guy Zhou Yuhao got his phone number and called him? And then say a bunch of abusive and threatening words on the phone? Unlikely. His phone number was only known to a very few people in the school. And these people did not have any interactions with Zhou Yuhao and the others. They would not know his phone number so quickly. Who could that be? You might as well answer it. It's been ringing for so long. The big deal is that it's a salesman or a wire fraud. Kong Weijie see Chen vigorously hesitate. Are a little anxious for him. Whoever you like, take it first. Hello? Chen Dali tapped the answer button on his cell phone and opened his mouth first. Hello, is this Chen Dali? A soft-sounding female voice came from the cell phone. I'm Chen Dali. Are you? Chen Dali said while thinking. Who is this? And knows my name. I'm Zhao Xinxin, the owner of Xinxin Hot Pot. Was it Zhang Xiaoyong who introduced you to work at my store? Listening to the voice on the phone, Chen Dali immediately remembered. A few days ago, he resigned from the delivery of barrels of pure water to the work of the former working acquaintance of the middle-aged man Zhang Xiaoyong to find another job for himself. He contacted the hot pot restaurant work for himself. It should be Zhang who told the hot pot restaurant his phone number, but he told himself that he would start going on June 1st. So how come the hot pot restaurant is calling at this time now? What's going on? Could it be that they don't want to use themselves anymore? Chen Dali had some doubts in his heart. Yes, it was Chang who introduced me to your place. What can I do for you? Chen Dali asked. At that time and Zhang Xiaoyong agreed. June 1st start you to my store to work. Today is a little special circumstances. A waiter family suddenly have something. Cannot come? You cannot start from this evening. Will come to my store to work? Zhao Xinxin was still a little anxious when she spoke on the phone. It turned out to be so. Is the hot pot restaurant suddenly short of manpower? Want to let Chen vigorously work that night? Quite suddenly I still have some. Chen Dali does still have some things to do. Want to take advantage of these 2 nights free. Put their own bedsheet covers clothes and so on. Wash a wash. Save the 1st of June to go to work. There will be no time to wash. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zhao Xinxin. Brother you just help out. Sister here is really busy. Just let you come over 2 days early. Zhao Xinxin spoke to Chen Dali in such a close manner, instantly drawing some distance closer. Chen Dali hesitated for a moment, thinking, anyway, we have to go in 2 days, so let's go 2 days earlier. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, Zhao Xinxin's voice came back on the phone. Oh brother, I will pay you as much as you deserve in the next 2 days, and I will not be in arrears. When Chen Dali hesitated a little, Zhao Xinxin thought that he was thinking about the wages and hurriedly added a sentence. Then, well, I'll be over there after class this afternoon. Where is this hot pot restaurant of ours? Chen Dali still doesn't know where Xinxin Hot Pot is. Didn't Zhang Xiaoyong tell you the address? Zhao Xinxin's tone sounded a bit surprised. He hasn't told me yet. He's probably thinking of waiting until the day I go on June 1st. Chen Dali felt that this should be the case. Jiadi Garden neighborhood know it, right? Divided into east and west. There is a road between the 2 neighborhoods. Xin Hot Pot is on this road. You can see it when you arrive. It's easy to find. Zhao Xinxin patiently spoke to Chen Dali. Okay, I'll be there after class this afternoon. Zhao Xinxin said this neighborhood, Chen Dali knows, from the school is not too far. Riding a bicycle 10 minutes to, then agree to go. Anyway, 2 days earlier to go does not matter. Brother, what time do you think you'll get there? Try to be early. 5:30, I think. Listening to Zhao Xinxin's question, Chen vigorously some wonder. 5:30 early enough. Now is the summer. 5:30 is still sunny. To eat hot pot diners cannot come so early. Okay, see you in a bit, bye, bye. Seeing Chandali hang up the phone, Kong Wei-jie went up and asked, what? That hot pot restaurant is letting you go tonight, huh? Listening to their conversation just now, Kong Wei-jie also basically understood the general meaning. Aha, Chandali nodded in agreement. Early enough that you don't have to wait until June 1st? Kong Wei-jie continued to ask. The boss said that there is someone in the store. Something happened at home, so he can't go today, and there is a shortage of people, so he asked me to go there today. Chandali said, go on, go to the classroom. You'll be in a hurry when it's time for the first class of the afternoon, Kong Wei-jie said as he walked. In the afternoon, when the bell rang for the end of the last class, Chandali waved at Kong Wei-jie and quickly walked out of the classroom. Seeing this, Kong Wei-jie walked over to his desk and went to gather his things. Chandali came to the storage shed in the school and rolled out his bicycle. This bicycle, or 2 years ago at about this time, Chandali bought a second-hand car in the hands of a graduating senior. Now, this bike has been with him for 2 years. He has been working in the wind and rain for 2 years. It is considered to have made a contribution. Get on your bike and head out of the school gates towards the Jardy Gardens neighborhood. Make a strong pedal car. Chen vigorously feel a little cluck feet. While riding the bike side, look down to the feet of this pair of white sneakers. These shoes have been with me longer than this bike. I bought them before going to college, and now almost 3 years later, the soles must have worn thin, or why are they a little clucky? Now is the time when the clothes change season. According to reason, Chandali should also buy himself 2 new clothes, buy a pair of new shoes. Not to say that to buy those branded, just buy a very common. They can still afford it, but when I think about it, there is still 1 year left. My sister Chen Xiaohua will take the college entrance examination. Her study is better than when I was in high school, and she will definitely get into a better college than Sangbei College by that time. I'd better save some money for Xiaohua's schooling to ease the burden of my parents. Chandali understands very well in his heart, like his own children from the bottom of the social ladder, to go to school and study well is the only chance to change their fate. Therefore, as long as her sister Xiaohua can study well, even if she finishes college and later goes to graduate school for a master's degree and doctorate, Chandali will do his best to finance her to complete her education. Thoughts in his head did not slow down Chandali's writing speed. A moment of work has come to Jardy Garden neighborhood. This road between the east and west is quite busy, bustling. Most of the stores on both sides of the road are dry catering, stir fry, hot pot, barbecue, everything. Chandali looked back and forth to both sides, searching for xin hot pot. Chapter 5 Getting Busy. This road between the neighborhoods, walked half of it. Chandali finally saw the Shinshin hot pot located on the west side of the road. Putting the bike at the door, Chandali pushed open the door and walked in. When you enter, next to the door is a counter, and behind the counter, on the entire wall, is a cabinet filled with a wide array of drinks. Behind the counter, sat a beautiful woman of about 30 years old, with fair skin and shawl hair, who was lowering her head to organize a pile of slips on the table. Chandali guessed that this should be Zhao Xinshin, the owner of the hot pot restaurant, but she was focusing on her matter at hand and did not notice Chandali's arrival. Aha! Chandali lightly coughed twice. Hearing the voice, the beauty raised her head and immediately revealed a professional smile when she saw Chandali standing in front of the counter. The beautiful woman raised her head, and only then did Chandali see that the other party was really beautiful. Large eyes and the long eyelashes. Look very god. Straight nose under the bridge. Flaming red lips delicate. Features in the white melon face is very three-dimensional, and of course has a mature charm that girls in their 20s don't have. Hello, how many are you? Have you reserved a table? Very soft, very sweet voice, coming out of a beautiful woman's mouth. Chandali was treated as if he had come to eat at a hot pot restaurant. No, I'm not here to eat. I'm here to work, Chandali hurriedly explained. Oh, you're the college student that Zhang Xiaoyong introduced to me. What's your name? The beautiful woman just called Chandali at noon, and it was only a few hours ago that she forgot the name. My name is Chandali, Chandali said hurriedly. Yes, I remember. Your name is Chandali, the pretty girl said as she stepped out from behind the counter. The beautiful woman also has a very good figure, with a thin waist and long legs, and a convex front and back. I'm Zhao Xinshin, the owner of Shinshin Hot Pot. Zhao Xinshin walked up to Chandali and introduced herself, then added, You're still in school, you're definitely younger than me, so just call me Sister Zhao. Have you worked in the restaurant industry before? Didn't do it. Chandali told the truth. Oh, it's okay if you've never done it before. It's pretty easy, Zhao Xinshin said while leading Chandali's gaze to the other waiters who were busy in the hall. What about coming in the afternoon? Is to simply clean up, wipe the tables and chairs, familiarize yourself with the table number of each table, come to the guests to eat, record what the guests order, send it to me, and then after that the guests want anything else, Come to me first and report it, and then give it to the guests to go and get it. Zhao Xinxin patiently introduced Chen Dali to him. When serving guests slices of lamb or slices of fatty beef, these meats, take them from here, Zhao Xinxin said while gently wrenching Chen Dali's shoulder, making him look across the counter where he had just sat. Chen Dali, who was being wrenched by Zhao Xinxin's shoulder, only felt a fragrance that was not too strong but not too light, coming from Zhao Xinxin's hand there, down his shoulder, and only entering his nostrils. Chen Dali is still more or less not used to such a fragrant odor. Chen Dali saw the opposite side of the counter, is a glass hut, clean glass written on the open kitchen bright stove. Inside there are 2 large freezers, a meat grinder, a tablet. In addition, in the remaining space is not big, a middle-aged man is wiping the meat grinder. This is Feng Jinxiang, the meat planer. See the little bell he has on this windowsill? When he's done shaving the meat, he rings the bell, and when you guys hear the bell in the neighborhood, you come over and ask which table it is and serve it up. Hearing Zhao Xinxin introduce herself here, Feng Jinxiang paused the work in his hands and looked up. Hello, Master Feng, Chen Dali. Chen Dali greeted politely and introduced himself. Feng Jinxiang looked at Chen Dali and didn't say anything. His face was expressionless. He just nodded his head, but the gaze that came out of his eyes was not too friendly. Sister Ping, this is the new Xiao Chen. If he doesn't understand anything, something he doesn't know where to put, you talk to him more. Zhao Xinxin spoke to a middle-aged woman who was wiping tables in the hall. Okay, no problem. The slightly chubby Zhang Ping heard her boss call out to her and immediately stopped the work at hand, turned around, and agreed with a smile on her face. Go ahead, Chen. Wait. Zhao Xinxin was just about to let Chen Dali go and start working when she called out to him again. What else is going on? Chen Dali waited in place. Zhao Xinxin came behind the counter and bent down to open the cupboard under the counter, taking out a brand new apron from it and handing it to Chen Dali. Chen Dali took the apron and unfolded it, put it around his neck, and tied the straps on both sides behind him, and looked down. The 4 words Xinxin Hot Pot stood out on his chest. Ping. Chen Dali came to Zhang Ping's side and greeted politely. Before he could say the next sentence, he was interrupted by Zhang Ping with a smile. Little Chen, how old are you? 22. False. Chen Dali answered truthfully. Yo, you're not as big as my kid. Zhang Ping was still smiling. Chen Dali had already heard the strings. This is a little bit less happy to call her Sister Ping. The implication is not as old as my children, but also call me Sister Ping? Auntie Ping, I shouted wrongly just now. Don't mind if I do. After realizing the problem, Chen Dali hastily changed his tone with a smile. Oi, Zhang Ping agreed in a somewhat elongated voice, and seemed to be very flattered by Chen Dali calling her Aunt Ping. Xiao Chen, familiarize yourself with the table numbers. Next to the west wall, from south to north, are numbers 1 to 4, in the middle of the hall, also from south to north, are numbers 5 to 8, and going north, past the corridor, are 4 elegant rooms, elegant 1 to elegant 4. Zhang Ping paused, and then added, the west side of the hallway is the restrooms and the east side of the hallway is the back kitchen, where all the ingredients except the meat, including the beer, go. Oh, okay, I'll keep that in mind, Zhang Ping said at once, and Chen Dali memorized it all. Chen, are you going to work here forever? Zhang Ping's words made Chen Dali somewhat puzzled. Yes, Chen Dali replied. I'm afraid you won't be able to do it for a few days. What Zhang Ping said made Chen Dali understand more and more. The other day, there was a college student, too, who came to work as a bellhop at night, and the guy, taller and more handsome than you, quit after 2 days. Listening to what Zhang Ping said, Chen Dali asked, is it a tiring job? If you women can do it, can't a big boy do it? Not. Zhang Ping wanted to say something and looked towards Feng Jinxiang's place. While this was going on, the hotel curtains lifted and several people came in. Welcome, how many are you? Have you made a reservation? Zhao Xinxin greeted her with a smile on her face. 5 now, 1 more in a little while, 6 in all, no table reservations. The man who came in spoke to Zhao Xinxin. Xiao Wang, take the guests to table 5. Zhao Xinxin shouted to a waiter. At this point, Chen Dali and Zhang Ping stopped talking and rushed to serve the table of guests who had just arrived with cutlery. Small ingredients, pot bases and several kinds of shabu-shabu dishes that came with the pot bases. These are not all given to finish, almost at the same time, and came to several tables of hot pot guests, or these same procedures, 5 or 6 waiters busy. It was already hot at the end of May, but there were still a lot of people coming to eat hot pot. Chen Dali was a bit puzzled. Aren't these people afraid of the heat? Several people, almost busy for more than half an hour, finally managed to cope with the peak of this wave of guests coming to dine. Guests are seated to eat on. Chen Dali, they are a few waiters also slightly idle, each person staring at a few tables. Guests and then need what to do on call. Chen Dali was keeping an eye on the tables next to the wall. ready to go over as soon as there was a call. Chan. Zhao Xinshin's voice rang out. Hearing the boss call out to him, Chen Dali turned his head towards the counter. Zhao Xinshin was waving at Chen Dali, signaling him to come over. Chapter 6 Replacing the boss for a while. Can I help you? Sister Joe, Chen Dali promised while walking towards the counter. Out of the corner of his eye, he inadvertently glanced at Feng Jinxiang, and Chen Dali saw that he was staring at himself with a gloomy face, and that look was like seeing an enemy. Chen Dali is a little confused. He is the first day to come today. Why is this meat grinder, Master Feng, so unfriendly to him? Even if his attitude was cold, the way he looked at himself, and that expression, it was as if he had dug up his ancestral grave and robbed his wife. It's better to be careful when dealing with people like that. Chen, come here. Zhao Xinshin saw Chen Dali come to the front and opened her mouth to say to him. Chen Dali saw Zhao Xinshin standing in the counter and gave away some more of the already small space, as if he wanted to let himself walk into the counter. Just come over when I tell you to come over. Seeing that Chen Dali was a bit hesitant, Zhao Xinshin reached out and pulled his arm, pulling him inside the counter. Can you use this software? It's just which table wants something, gives it to be added, and if there's a meat order, it sends the information to Master Phone, and he has a small ticket there for the shaved meat. Zhao Xinshin said to Chen Dali, who was standing beside her. Never used it, but it looks like it should be easy to learn as well. Chen Dali said. Right, you're an educated college student. You'll learn this quickly. Come on, sit here. I'll show you how to operate it. After Zhao Xinshin finished speaking, she signaled Chen Dali to sit on the chair in front of the computer monitor. Seeing that Chen Dali is still a bit at a loss for words, Zhao Xinshin smiled and said to him, you stay here for me for a while. Which table wants something? Write it down on the computer. Just now came a few acquaintances. Went to your air private room. I have to go over to say hello to them. Toast, add a dish or something. So I have to leave for a while. You first stay here to keep an eye on it for a while. So that's what happened. Listening to Zhao Xinshin's explanation, Chen Dali sat down on the chair. Zhao Xinshin bent down and instructed Chen Dali on how to operate on the computer. Her face coming up next to Chen Dali's face, almost close to it, her hand pointing to the computer screen from time to time and pressing on Chen Dali's hand, instructing him to operate the mouse. Being so close next to Zhao Xinshin, the aroma of her body drilled into Chen Dali's nostrils and surged into his mind. Chen Dali still felt a little uncomfortable all over. Look, it's pretty easy to learn. Watching Chen Dali quickly get the hang of it, Zhao Xinshin was satisfied. Before Chen Dali came, if there was this kind of situation that required Zhao Xinshin to leave for a short while, Zhao Xinshin could not let anyone keep an eye on her for a while, and couldn't even be taught to operate a computer. It must also be said that it is a college student like Chen Dali, who has a high degree of education and a strong comprehension ability, and will know it as soon as he is taught. Zhao Xinshin couldn't help but take another look at the boy with the clean and simple eyebrows. Then I'll go over there first. After Zhao Xinshin finished speaking, she was ready to leave the counter. Sister Zhao, don't go too long. I'm here. Chen Dali was just about to say don't make any mistakes when he was interrupted by Zhao Xinshin's words. I know. Be back in a minute. Zhao Xinshin said, turned around and headed for the back kitchen, supposedly to get the last bottle of beer before going to the air private room. Chen Dali looked at Zhao Xinshin's back, walking like a model walking the stage, twisting her hips. Chen Dali turned his head back, just in time to meet Feng Jinxiang's gaze. At this moment, Feng Jinxiang's eyes that looked at Chen Dali seemed to have a blazing flame in them. Chen vigorously moved away from the gaze, and glanced at the counter on another computer monitor. There are a number of subscreens, are showing XIN hot pot restaurant inside and at the door, various angles under the surveillance of the screen. Another plate of lamb for table 3. Zhang Ping came to the counter and finished talking to Chen Dali, then went to Feng Jinxiang's place to wait. Chen Dali rushed to input into the computer system. A few seconds later, in the hut where the meat was shaved, a small printed ticket came out of a locket on the windowsill that read 1 plate of lamb for table 3. Feng Jinxiang ripped off the small ticket and put it aside, lifted the freezer, took out a roll of frozen lamb, and shaved it on the meat grinder. In no time at all, it was done. So take a plate and put it on the electronic scale and start arranging the slices of shaved lamb on the plate. After weighing enough portions, Feng Jinxiang picked up the plate and handed it to Zhang Ping who was waiting here. Zhang Ping walked towards table 3 with the mutton. Table 2 would like a plate of chrysanthemum. Table 5 would like a plate of frozen tofu. A waiter kept coming to the counter to report which table wanted what, and Chen Dali methodically wrote it down on the computer. At this time, Zhao Xinshin came out from the Yetu private room. Compared to when she went just now, her cheeks were slightly flushed, and she didn't know how much wine she had drunk in the Yetu private room. Seeing Zhao Xinshin arrive at the counter, Chen Dali hurriedly got up. Sister Zhou, I've memorized which table wants something. Chen Dali walked outside the counter and said to Zhao Xinshin who had just entered the counter. Okay, Go ahead and get busy. Chun. Zhao Xinxin sat down and looked at Chen Dali and said, aha. Chen Dali turned around and left the counter. Yo, little Chen. You're really good. You can still keep an account on the computer. I can't. Chen Dali had just walked up to Zhang Ping when she opened up to herself. It's quite easy to learn. And Pim. And if you learn it, you'll soon learn it too. Chen Dali said to Zhang Ping. The boss also taught me. I just can't learn. When you get older, you learn things slowly, and you can't even learn in any way. So it seems we're just doing a job of serving dishes and cleaning tables. Zhang Ping said helplessly. The guest at table 2 is leaving. Hearing Zhang Ping say this, Chen Dali looked towards table 2. The guests at that table had indeed stood up and were picking up the cell phones, keys, cigarettes and whatnot that were on the table. The guests left table 2 and headed to the counter to check out. Zhang Ping and Chen Dali came to the table and started to clean up. The people eating at this table are so cheap. They didn't even leave a little wet wipe for their hands. They took it all. Zhang Ping swept a glance at this cup and plate table and whined. Chen Dali just cleaned up the cutlery and plates on the table without picking up on Zhang Ping's conversation. The two of them cleared table 2 in no time, and the floor around the table was swept clean, one after another. There are guests who finished eating hot pot got up and left. Chen Dali and their few waiters cleaned up in turn, except for one table where the guests had drunk quite a lot of wine and were sitting there just talking. All the other tables had already eaten and drank their fill and left. Chen Dali took out his cell phone and looked at the time. It was almost 9 o'clock. Why hasn't the boss arranged for the kitchen to cook? If we're a little late, we won't be able to get into the dormitory after dinner. Chen Dali was secretly thinking, when he heard Zhao Xinxin say, Sister Ping, tell the back kitchen to cook. There's nothing else to do, and it's time for you guys to eat. Chen Dali, this is what comes when you think of something. Just thought about how to not cook yet. The boss this sent word. I'll make dinner later and eat it quickly, and then I'll head to school at 9:30 p.m. Taking advantage of the fact that there is nothing now, Chen Dali is ready to go to the bathroom. This night is busy, and has not been relieved of a hand. After entering the bathroom, Chen Dali was just about to close the door, when suddenly, a large hand grabbed the edge of the door and stopped himself from closing it. Chapter 7 Feng Jinxiang's Little Thoughts. Chen Dali was startled, thinking, who is this? It can't be any drunken guest, right? This large hand pulled the bathroom door open with great determination and force. It was only then that Chen Dali saw that it was Feng Jinxiang, the meat planer, with half-narrowed eyes and a hostile face. Feng Jinxiang walked into the bathroom, casually closed the door, and pressed the open door safety. Master Feng, you've come to relieve yourself too? Chen Dali greeted. Feng Jinxiang did not pay attention to Chen Dali and walked straight to the squatting toilet to relieve himself. Chen Dali saw that he did not speak, and did not continue to speak, but waited for him to finish relieving himself and walked to the sink to wash his hands, and only then walked to the squatting toilet to relieve himself. Chen Dali finished relieving himself and was also ready to wash his hands, but Feng Jinxiang hadn't finished washing, so he could only wait on the sidelines first. Chen Dali. Feng Jinxiang turned off the faucet, looked up at the mirror above the sink, and shouted out Chen Dali's name in a somber tone. Listening to Feng Jinxiang's unkind voice, Chen Dali guessed that he didn't have anything good to say next, so sex also do not say. Would like to see, this Feng Jinxiang will do to himself? His first day to work in Xinxin Hot Pot, where did he offend him? And since he came, he has been angry with himself. Feng Jinxiang slowly shook the water droplets on his hands and said to Chen Dali in a conspiratorial manner, your kid is good. The first day you came here, you charmed the beautiful boss. She's always coming to you. Master Feng, I don't understand what you mean by that. I work here. It's what the boss tells me to do. After Chen Dali finished, he was about to come and wash his hands, but Feng Jinxiang had no intention of getting out of the way of the sink. Seeing that he wouldn't let go, Chen Dali prepared to go out of the bathroom and go to the kitchen faucet to wash his hands. Chen Dali. Feng Jinxiang called out to Chen Dali, who was about to go out, and said in his annoying accent again, you better stay away from the boss and keep your distance. You hear me? Or else you'll be in trouble. Saying the last few words, Feng Jinxiang was almost gritting his teeth. Chen Dali heard this, the heart of a good question. He is a poor student, although the youth, but never dare to hope in girls to fall in love. Their own conditions are here. The beautiful boss of Xinxin Hot Pot, Chen Dali did not have a single thought at all. Here, only want to work well to earn money. Do not want anything else to happen. Plus back, Zhao Xinxin looked in their own age of 10 years 8 years old. Really, if you look for a girlfriend, Chen Dali also do not like the age than their own years older. Although it is estimated that she is engaged in the catering industry is very rich, and this Feng Jinxiang even imagined himself as a person who wanted to evening a rich woman. It was really nasty. It was more or less the same for him to have such thoughts. Boring. Chen Dali lightly uttered these two words from his mouth, and was ready to open the door and leave the bathroom. Hearing Chen Dali say those two words to himself, Feng Jinxiang was like an enraged chimpanzee. As Chen Dali was about to open the door, Feng Jinxiang stepped forward and grabbed him by the collar, violently yanking him back and pinning him against the wall at once. Chen Dali was grabbed by his collar and his back was pressed tightly against the wall, unable to move. Reaching out and trying to break Feng Jinxiang's hand was futile, but he was instead choked by his large hand. "Who are you calling boring, little bastard?" Feng Jinxiang glared viciously and whispered, "You spread your hands." Chen Dali was being choked. His voice changed a bit as he spoke. His breathing was not smooth, and his face was a bit red. His hand was still trying his best to push away Feng Jinxiang's hand. "I'm telling you again, stay away from the boss. You hear me? Or I'll beat you so bad you won't be able to get out of bed for 3 days. Feng Jinxiang's face was grim as he stretched out the finger of his other hand and pointed at Chen Dali's nose in warning. Looking at Chen Dali's lack of words, Feng Jinxiang continued to choke him with one hand and slapped his face with the other hand in a not-so-gentle and not-so-heavy manner. "Do you hear me? Speak." Right after this whispered question from Feng Jinxiang, a sharp knock sounded outside the bathroom. "What are you two doing? Going in to relieve yourselves? Why haven't you come out yet?" It was the voice of the boss, Zhao Xinxin. It should be that she saw Chen Dali and Feng Jinxiang both go into the bathroom, and after a while she didn't see them come out, so she came over to ask. No one is allowed to talk to the boss about what's going on now. Although Feng Jinxiang's voice was lowered, he still spoke to Chen Dali in a menacing tone. After saying this, Feng Jinxiang let go of Chen Dali and turned around to open the bathroom door. After the door opened, Zhao Xinxin saw Feng Jinxiang, who was full of smiles. "There is water on the floor of this bathroom. It's too slippery." Just now when Xiao Chen was relieving himself he almost slipped and fell. Fortunately I was quick on my feet and held him up before he fell. This Feng Jinxiang really doesn't change his face when he talks nonsense. Looking at Zhao Xinxin's somewhat puzzled gaze, Feng Jinxiang, with a kind face, said to Chen Dali again in a concerned tone, "Right, little Chan?" Chen Dali didn't say anything. Seeing that Chen Dali didn't say anything, Zhao Xinxin felt that something was wrong and hurriedly asked, "Chen, are you okay?" Chen Dali didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so he only said against his will, "Sister Zhao, I'm fine. Is it really okay?" Zhao Xinxin asked again. "It's really fine," Chen Dali replied again. "I'm glad it's okay. The back kitchen has made the meal. Let's all go eat." After Zhao Xinxin finished, she said to Chen Dali, "Zhang Xiaoyong told me that you have to be at the school by 9:30, right?" "Aha." Chen nodded vigorously. "Then get to dinner. You'll be off work afterward. You can't be delayed getting back to your school dorm." Listening to Zhao Xinxin's words, Chen Dali said, "I'll just wash my hands." Zhao Xinxin turned around and left the bathroom doorway. Chen Dali finished washing his hands at the sink, and once he turned around, he met Feng Jinxiang's gaze again. At this moment, his gaze had long since changed from the warm and friendly gaze he had just had when Zhao Xinxin was here. The two men walked out of the bathroom, one after the other. In addition to Zhao Xinxin, everyone in the hot pot restaurant were sitting at table 8 not far from the kitchen to eat. Chen Dali also came to sit down and eat with the group. Zhao Xinxin ate there at the counter, and Feng Jinxiang didn't sit down at table 8 to eat, but went into the hut where he shaved his own meat. After lifting the two freezers and looking at them, Feng Jinxiang covered the freezers and walked straight to the counter. Chen Dali ate while looking towards Feng Jinxiang. "Boss, there's not much lamb or fat beef left. We need to stock up." Feng Jinxiang, who had walked to the counter, said as he moved towards Zhao Xinxin, "Write down here everything that should go in, and I'll make my purchases tomorrow." Zhao Xinxin was eating and signaled Feng Jinxiang to write on the paper next to her. Feng Jinxiang bent down and wrote on the paper in no time. "That's all, huh?" Zhao Xinxin glanced at the things that needed to be purchased and asked. "Aha." Feng Jinxiang responded. "You go eat soon too." Zhao Xinxin didn't look up as she ate. As Feng Jinxiang put the pen in his hand back on the counter, the back of his hand intentionally rubbed Zhao Xinxin's snow-white arm that was resting on the counter. Zhao Xinxin's arm subconsciously retracted back as Feng Jinxiang left the counter. Chen Dali took in all of this and sort of understood it a bit. Feng Jinxiang, this guy, not let himself close to the boss, so it is his own salivation boss beauty, always want to take advantage of some cheap. Therefore, once a young boy to work in the hot pot restaurant, a little close to the boss, he hated his teeth, trying to find ways to let the young boy go. It's not like he's staring at Chen Dali again. It was at this moment that the cell phone on the counter rang, and Zhao Xinxin glanced at it and frowned, her face showing displeasure. Chapter 8: The Trouble with Beauty. Zhao Xinxin didn't answer the call, letting her cell phone ring non-stop. The cell phone rang for a while and then stopped ringing, so I guess the person who called Zhao Xinxin hung up as soon as he saw that he didn't answer. Zhao Xinxin had already finished her meal, picked up the dishes and chopsticks and walked into the back kitchen, putting them into the sink where the dishes and plates were washed, and had just stepped out of the kitchen when the last table of guests, the only ones left in the store, also got up and walked towards the counter. ready to settle the bill and leave. Seeing this, Zhao Xinxin took 3 steps, walked into the counter, and gave the check with a smile. At this time, the cell phone on the counter rang again, and Zhao Xinxin glanced at it and ignored it. Beautiful. Your call. The customer who was scanning the payment code with her cell phone pointed to Zhao Xinxin's cell phone on the counter and reminded her to answer the call. Boring people, don't bother. Seeing the caller's number on her cell phone, Zhao Xinxin, who was already a little less than happy, still squeezed out a smile and answered the guest, and at the same time, reached out and scratched on the cell phone screen, hanging up the phone. You take care. Zhao Xinxin sent these last customers out of the store. I had just walked back over to the counter when my cell phone rang once more. This time, Zhao Xinxin finally picked up her cell phone without any goodwill and walked outside the store with some exasperation to answer the incoming call. The employees of the hot pot restaurant who had already finished their meal and were clearing the table looked at each other when they saw Zhao Xinxin's move. Standing outside the door of the hot pot restaurant, Zhao Xinxin held a cell phone to her ear with one hand, while the other hand kept waving randomly in the air. Since they were outside, Chen Dali and the rest of them couldn't hear what she was saying indoors at all. In short, they just looked agitated and angry. After talking for a few minutes, Zhao Xinxin hung up the phone and walked into the store, her face still with an expression of lingering anger. Seeing Chen Dali, Zhao Xinxin's expression eased a bit. Xiao Chen, it's 9:30 now. We don't have much to do here. You can get off work now. Any later and you won't be able to go back. Not only did her expression ease over, Zhao Xinxin's tone of voice when she spoke to Chen Dali also returned to that before she answered the phone. It's so quick to regulate emotions. Hey, Chen Dali agreed and began to untie the apron on his body, preparing to leave work. Just then, the cell phone that Zhao Xinxin held in her hand rang again. This time, Zhao Xinxin didn't go outside to answer the phone, but stood in place and scratched the answer button with some anger. Are you done? I can't live with you anymore. The people present, listening to Zhao Xinxin's somewhat restrained yelling like this, were all silent. Only Feng Jinxian's mouth swept past an imperceptible wry smile. What? Come to the store to see me? I'm telling you, Du Rugi, if you really dare to come to the store and mess around, I'll divorce you, Zhao Xinxin said here. The crowd only heard a little more understand. So it is Zhao Xinxin, 2 families are fighting. Chen Dali walked to the door and prepared to push it out. Already? After Zhao Xinxin finished speaking, she raised her head and looked out through the glass window, then hung up the phone, put the phone into her pants pocket and headed out. Seeing Zhao Xinxin hurrying out, Chen Dali, who had just left the door, hurriedly pulled the door open, allowing Zhao Xinxin to walk out. Chen Dali, who was pushing his bicycle, saw Zhao Xinxin not go far before meeting a man. Through the dim streetlights, Chen Dali vaguely saw that the man is tall and thin, good-looking, in line with the image of handsome men in the minds of the vast majority of women. Standing in front of this handsome man didn't make Zhao Xinxin's fire subside, but instead made her even angrier. Du Rugi, you don't go to work all day long. Even if it's not enough, you don't come to the store to help me. All you know is to go to the chess room to play mahjong all day long, and when you lose it all, you will ask me for money, and you don't care about anything at home, and you rely on me to support your family. Are you still considered a man? Do you still have the responsibility and bearing that a man should have? Zhao Xinxin could not suppress the anger in her heart, and she gave Du Rugi a barrage of verbal output. Cut the crap and give me another $2,000. Being counted down by his wife, Du Rugi's face not only did not have any shame, but shamelessly continued to ask for money. Don't even think about it, let alone $2,000, not even $2. Zhao Xinxin's face was gloomy, her hands clasped in front of her chest, her face cast to the side, not even bothering to look at Du Rugi. No? Now the hot pot restaurant has just closed for business, just in time for the business payment, and you say you don't have any money? Zhao Xinxin listened to Du Rugi's words. Understood, he called it this time, and even personally ran over, is to pinpoint the time. Know that now the store has this night's business payment, come over to ask for, and then go to the indiscriminate gambling. If you don't have cash, transfer it to me on your cell phone. Du Rugi continued to speak without any shame. Shameless? No way. Zhao Xinxin looked at Du Rugi with contempt and turned around to go back to the hot pot restaurant. Zhao Xinxin, stop right there. Zhao Xinxin didn't stop walking as if she hadn't heard Du Rugi's words. Seeing that his words didn't work, Du Rugi stepped forward and tugged on Zhao Xinxin's arm, pulling her around. What for? Zhao Xinxin let out a roar and threw her arm as hard as she could, shaking Du Rugi's hand away. Zhao Xinxin, I'm telling you, I've already saved you face by coming over now. Hurry up and turn the money over to me. Du Rugi said sternly to Zhao Xinxin, don't even think about it. Zhao Xinxin contemptuously. Du Rugi, good, don't pay me. Right, Zhao Xinxin, I'll tell you clearly, I'll still come tomorrow, but not at this time now. I'll come at 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening. Just when the hot pot restaurant comes to have customers for dinner. and I'll just fool around with the store, and no one will be able to have a good meal. Du-rugi even said such shameless words without any boundaries to his own wife. Du-rugi, are you still a human being? How can you say such words? Zhao Xinxin was so angry that her face turned red and her voice trembled a little as she spoke. Want to keep me out of trouble? That's fine. Transfer me $1,000 a day on time and I promise not to cause you any trouble. Du-rugi continued to speak shamelessly. I won't give you $1. And if you come and make a scene, I'll call the police. Zhao Xinxin said righteously. Report it, take me in. And you expect never to let me out. As soon as I'm released, I'll come to this hot pot restaurant of yours and make a mess, so that you won't be able to do business, and we'll see who's unlucky. Listening to Du-rugi's words that were both shameless and rogue, a wave of grief and anger welled up in Zhao Xinxin's heart. I was really blind in the beginning. How did I marry such an unreasonable, only gambling scum? I only blame myself for being attracted by Du-rugi's appearance at that time, and being mesmerized by his sweet words, and in the end, I didn't listen to anyone's advice and insisted on marrying him. Reality after a few years. LOL. What a slap in the face. The more Zhao Xinxin thought about it, the angrier she got. Really angry. Raised her hand and slapped it towards Du-rugi's face. Chapter 9 The Trouble with Beauty, 2. Unbeknownst to him, Du-rugi had been on guard, and just as Zhao Xinxin's slap was about to hit her face, he violently reached out and grabbed her wrist. Good you Zhao Xinxin, how dare you hit me? Du-rugi stared with a scowl on his face and gritted his teeth. Zhao Xinxin struggled hard to break free of the hand that was grabbed, but she couldn't help that her strength wasn't as strong as Du-rugi's. Seeing that her hand couldn't break free, Zhao Xinxin raised her other hand to hit Du-rugi. Unexpectedly, this hand was grabbed by Du-rugi's other hand. Before Zhao Xinxin could say anything, Du-rugi said fiercely, how dare you hit me? After saying that, the hands that were gripping both of Zhao Xinxin's wrists were violently pushed forward and loosened. Zhao Xinxin was originally wearing a pair of high heels. By Du-rugi this fierce push, even more unsteady, backward 2 steps, or did not keep the balance, the body backward, fell to the ground. A pair of hands was behind Zhao Xinxin, steadily holding her back and not letting her fall to the ground. Zhao Xinxin's 2 arms, resting on the 2 hands behind herself, stabilized her feet. After standing up, Zhao Xinxin turned back to look at the person who had held herself up at the back and didn't let herself fall flat on her face. Ha! It's him! Chen Dali! Zhao Xinxin was doubly surprised. She had thought that Chen Dali had left a long time ago. In fact, when Zhao Xinxin and Du-rugi had just started their conversation, Chen Dali had more or less heard some of it and felt that it wasn't quite right, so he didn't leave and secretly watched the developments. At that time, Chen Dali thought to himself, if this man has any excessive behavior towards Sister Zhao, he will immediately go over and pull him away, so that Sister Zhao will not be bullied. When he saw Du-rugi grabbing Zhao Xinxin's wrist, Chen Dali felt bad and hurriedly parked his bike and quickly walked towards them. Before he could get there, Du-rugi violently pushed Zhao Xinxin away. Seeing this, Chen Dali hurriedly ran 2 steps fast and came behind Zhao Xinxin, holding her in time, which didn't let her fall. Seeing that someone suddenly appeared to hold Zhao Xinxin, Du-rugi couldn't help but measure Chen Dali. Okay, Zhao Xinxin, you've raised a little white boy so quickly, not to mention, it's really useful in critical moments, Du-rugi said in a conspiratorial manner. Bah, Du-rugi you're shameless, you're sick in the head, very sick. Listening to these words that Du-rugi said to slander his innocence and put a pan on his head, Zhao Xinxin was furious. I'm an employee of the hot pot restaurant, speak with respect. Hearing what Du-rugi said, Chen Dali was also furious. Egu, 2 people are really strong together. Du-rugi continues to talk about right and wrong. What kind of a man are you, bullying your own daughter-in-law? Seeing Du-rugi speak right and wrong, Chen Dali also does not show weakness. Yo, you little white boy, putting a hat on my head. I haven't even pursued the matter yet, and you're still coming on strong? Du-rugi walked towards Chen Dali with a ferocious look on his face as he continued to say, I'll teach you a lesson today. Du-rugi, get lost. As soon as Zhao Xinxin saw that Du-rugi was going to hit Chen Dali, she hurriedly yanked his arm from the side. He could not let Chen Dali, who had come to work in the store on the first day, be dragged into it because of his own personal affairs. Ho, really looking toward your own fresh meat. When Du-rugi saw Zhao Xinxin stopping him, he said something else that wasn't yin and yang. Are you leaving or not? If not, I'm calling the police. Zhao Xinxin issued a warning to Du-rugi. Want me to leave? You want me to get out of here? Okay, transfer $2,000 to me as I just said. Otherwise, I won't leave even if the police come, and I'll tell them it's a family matter between 2 couples. Du-rugi is like a hungry mangy dog that won't stop until it gnaws on a bone. In the face of such scum, Zhao Xinxin was at her wit's end. Not 2,000, only 500. Hearing Zhao Xinxin's words, Du-rugi was obviously not satisfied. 500? Zhao Xinxin, you must give 2,000, not a penny less. Seeing that Zhao Xinxin made a compromise as usual, Du Rugi felt that he had to ask for more if he could, and if Zhao Xinxin really couldn't give so much, then giving 500 would be 500. After all, now that he was addicted to cards, his itchy heart plus itchy hands were too much to bear. Just 500. Love it or leave it. Looking at Zhao Xinxin's determined expression as she spoke, Du Rugi knew that he would be able to get 500 tonight as well. It feels like 500 would be fine. If we're lucky tonight, we'll almost have an all-nighter. Come on, 500 is 500. Hurry up and turn me around. Du Rugi was impatient. Zhao Xinxin took out her cell phone, glanced at Du Rugi in disgust, and started transferring money to him on her phone. Du Rugi looked at the cell phone in his hand and received the $500 that Zhao Xinxin transferred to him. Tell you what, Zhao Xinxin, you gave me 500 of the 2,000 I just said, and you're still short of me by 1,500. Make it up to me as soon as you can. Do you hear me? Du Rugi finished shamelessly and turned around. Get out of here, Zhao Xinxin roared, her sexy lips quivering with anger. Du Rugi didn't pay attention and didn't turn around. In his thinking, as long as he can get the money to sit at the poker table, Zhao Xinxin loved to say what to say. A typical hobgoblin who isn't afraid of boiling water. Watching Du Rugi's figure disappear into the darkness of the night, Zhao Xinxin turned to look at Chen Dali, and although she was in a very bad mood, she still squeezed out a smile. Little Chen, thank you just now. If you hadn't held me up, I would have fallen to the ground. Zhao Xinxin lifted a lock of long hair from her forehead and pursed it behind her ear as she thanked Chen Dali. It's okay, Sister Zhao. You're welcome, Chen Dali said sincerely. Today, Zhao Xinxin didn't know what to say about all that had just happened, and was momentarily speechless. Suddenly, something seemed to come to her out of nowhere. Aya, Xiao Chen, it's now 9:50, so get going, but don't go back. Zhao Xinxin raised her wrist to look at her watch and hurriedly said to Chen Dali. Hearing this, Chen Dali hurriedly said to Zhao Xinxin, then I'll go, Sister Zhao. With that, he took a few quick steps, straddled the bike, pedaled hard, and drove forward quickly. Be careful on the road, Xiao Chen. Zhao Xinxin's voice rang out. Chen Dali didn't say anything, just extended his hand and made an okay gesture. Only 10 minutes left, have to quickly steer up, otherwise it will not be able to rush back. Dormitory door if really locked. Chen vigorously is not even a building to stay. Fortunately now this time, the road vehicles and pedestrians are not much. Chen Dali this is able to pedal hard, so that the bike reached the fastest speed, almost to the school. Fast cycling Chen Dali, forehead and body using fine beads of sweat, the back of the body shirt are wet, and then after the small, tree-lined playground by the side of the road, it's time to go to the front gate of the school. In the darkness of the night, Chen Dali only cared about riding his bike, but he would not even think that behind a big tree in the small garden by the roadside, a pair of evil eyes were looking at him. Chapter 10 Dormitory Night Talk. Entered the school gate. Chen Dali rushed slowly, rushed to the boys' dormitory downstairs, bicycled to the side of a put, ran to the dormitory building door. The hostel manager on duty was about to lock the door of the dormitory building when Chen Dali jumped ahead and pushed the door open. Wait a minute, Chen Dali said as he quickly entered the building. The host turned his head to look at Chen Dali's back and said with dissatisfaction, next time you come back this late, you won't be able to get in. From now on, lock the door a few minutes earlier. Okay, got it. Thank you. Chen Dali's voice echoed in the empty hallway. Entering the dormitory building, Chen Dali was not as anxious as when he was rushing just now, and slowly walked upstairs. Just now riding a bike is also a little too hard. Now a relaxation, only to feel tired. Legs and stomach are a little swollen and numb. The body shirts worn on the body are a little cold. Chen Dali knows that sweating wet. As he went up the stairs, he took off his soaked clothes, feeling slightly more comfortable than when he was wearing them a moment ago. Arriving at his own dormitory on the third floor, Chen Dali pushed the door in. Several people in the dormitory, all lying or sitting on their own beds, all reading with their cell phones in their hands, heard the door open and looked over in unison. Vigor, you're finally back. When Kong Weijie saw Chen Dali, who came in naked, he did not lie down, sat up, and took the lead to open his mouth. Aha! Chen Dali promised and walked over to the table, picking up his own water cup and taking 2 sips of water. Sweat a lot and hydrate first. Vigorously. Just now we are still particularly anxious. Kong Weijie give you a call. You also did not answer. Really afraid that you come back late. Cannot enter the dormitory building. Classmate Lin Diching said to Chen Dali. Called me? Chen Dali put down his water cup and pulled out his cell phone to look at it. The cell phone showed 2 missed calls from Kong Weijie. I just wrote a little too fast with the wind whistling in my ears to hear it. Thank you VJ. Chen Dali thanked Kong Weijie while taking his own washing utensils and preparing to go to the bathroom to wash up. Vigorously. At that time I saw that it was almost 10 o'clock and you were still not back, so I hurriedly called you and you didn't answer. It was really urgent. Kong Weijie described what had just happened. The hot pot restaurant had a little temporary thing, so I came back late. I definitely won't come back this late in the future. Don't worry about me. Of course Chendali wouldn't say anything about the hot pot restaurant owner's rogue husband coming to cause trouble. Go wash up and come back to bed afterwards, Lin Diching said to Chendali. After a while, Chendali washed up and came back, and also washed the sweaty body shirt and walked to the dormitory balcony to dry it. After drying the clothes, Chendali climbed onto Kong Weijie's upper bunk. It's a break in the day. When I first came to the university to report, Chendali was the first person to come to this dormitory, and Kong Weijie was the last person to come to this dormitory. Kong Weijie came to the dormitory. There is only one left on the top bunk. Kong Weijie some fat, unwilling to climb on the top bunk, and then the only familiar person in the dormitory, Chendali changed. Let Chendali to sleep on the top bunk. They sleep on the bottom bunk. Dormitory lights off. Chendali lying in bed, took out his cell phone, ready to look at the news information and so on before going to sleep. Vigorously, Kong Weijie called out softly under Chendali's bunk. Chendali promised. This afternoon, after you left after class, I got out of school too. Kong Weijie said softly. Where did you play? Chendali knows that Kong Weijie does not have much to do, and when he is idle, in addition to playing on campus, he is out of the school to play. I went to the pet market for a while, and I thought it was after 5 o'clock and there weren't many people left, but I didn't realize there were still a lot of people. Listening to what Kong Weijie said, Chendali immediately asked him, what kind of pet do you want to buy again? I'm telling you, don't get one that keeps chirping, like a grasshopper or something. It's so noisy you can't rest well. I'm not planning on buying any pets. I'm just going to go around and look around, Kong Weijie whispered. Aha, Chendali answered. A short silence ensued as the two conversed. Soon, Kong Weijie opened his mouth again. Power, you know who I saw at the pet market? Who? Chendali asked. I'm not 100% sure it is, though, because I only saw a back. What Kong Weijie said made Chendali want to know even more about who exactly he was talking about. But the man's stature, his build, and the way he walks, are so much alike. I wondered to myself if my eyes were not mistaken. Kong Weijie continued to talk about what he had seen in the afternoon, but Chendali wondered more and more who he was talking about. Just tell me about the man you saw, who he really is. Chendali was getting a little anxious. Kong Weijie didn't answer Chendali, and was still saying to himself. I followed, trying to take a few quick steps to get in front of him, but the man was walking pretty fast and I never got in front of him. Still didn't say exactly who it was. Chendali didn't even want to hear it. I have been following, out of the pet market. The man got on a parked electric tricycle. The tricycle has a few bulging woven bags, and went north. I also wanted to find out what was going on. I swept a shared electric bike in the neighborhood and continued to follow. Chendali stopped asking and just quietly listened to Kong Weijie, followed all the way out of the city, and the man was still going north along Advance Street, and I didn't dare follow him any further. Listening to Kong Weijie speak here, Chendali still couldn't help but open his mouth. Forward Street is still north? Further north it's deserted. There's not even a village. So yeah, I didn't dare follow it, and I hurriedly turned around and came back. Kong Weijie said with slight regret. Dolly, is not what you say deserted. Forward to the north of the street, to the head, is not once a pharmaceutical company seems to be called What Jin Yao Biological Pharmaceutical Company Limited. As Lin Diching listened to the conversation between Kong Weijie and Chendali, he couldn't help but say something as well. Yes, there was once a Golden U company there. I forget whether it was the year before last or the year before last. That Golden U company was seized and shut down because of the quality problems of the medicines it produced, and never resumed production. Kong Weijie also remembered something about that pharmaceutical company. Lin Diching also continued. At the end of December last year, I swiped a video on my phone, taken by a drone, of the Golden U plant at the far north end of Forward Avenue. The building's in disrepair, with yellowed weeds all over the place, and it was just eerie and scary to look at. Then how come people still go there? Chendali was puzzled, and a little later, asked Kong Weijie, VJ, you still haven't said who the hell is that guy you're following? I can't say, necessarily, I just look extraordinarily similar. The answer Chendali wanted to know. Kong Weijie has not yet said. Who the hell does it look like? Come on. Chendali was a bit impatient. Power, lie down on the top bunk and hold on tight. Don't fall off the bed in shock if I say anything. Kong Weijie is still selling out. If you don't say so, go to sleep. Chendali had lost his patience. Okay, Power, I'll tell you who that guy really looks like. Chapter 11 Rain is coming. That man, looking at his back, especially looks like Joe, Jr. Joy. Kong Weijie had just finished his words in a single word when he felt the bed shaking violently. It turned out to be Chendali, who heard what Kong Weijie said in the upper bunk and violently rolled over, poking his head out of the bunk and looking down at Kong Weijie. Look at you. I just told you. Let you lie down and hold on to it, so that I don't have to tell you who it is. You reacted strongly. Let me be right. Kong Weijie leaned back and looked at Chendali's head poking out beside his bed and said calmly, "It can't be, can it? Are you looking at it wrong?" Chendali was filled with surprise, still not believing Kong Weijie's words. "I don't think it could be Zhao Xiela either. Besides, I just saw a back," Kong Weijie still said calmly. Chendali lay back down again, his thoughts seeming to return to more than a year ago. It said that after that fire was extinguished, in the ruins of the scene, the firefighters searched for a long time, but they couldn't find Zhao Xiela's remains, and they all thought that he must have been turned into ashes in the fire. So how could it be possible that he would still show up? Like you said? If that's really the case, you're living hell today. Chendali lay flat on the bed, both eyes looking at the roof, fingers crossed on his stomach, and said to Kong Weijie on the lower bunk, "I also don't think it's possible at all. I just saw a back figure and looked like it, but there are so many people who look like that under the sky. I don't think that would be Zhao Xiela at all." Kong Weijie also spoke his mind. "Who is this? What's his name? What's his name, Zhao Xiela, that you two are talking about? You two know each other?" Listening to the conversation between Kong Weijie and Chendali, Lin Diqing was also very curious and couldn't help but open his mouth to ask. "More than recognizing," Chendali said quietly. 3 years in high school together." Kong Weijie added, "Is this one gone? Just heard you say something about a big fire?" Lin Diqing asked Chendali again. "Well, died in a fire last year." Speaking of this, Chendali could not help but feel a little sad. That was classified as suicide. He locked himself in the house and lit himself on fire. Kong Weijie also knows a few things about the situation. "Hey, let's not bring up these past events and get some sleep." Chendali rolled over and whispered. Everyone stopped talking, and silence returned to the dormitory in the darkness. Only the occasional owl of a feral cat came from outside. In the next few days, Chendali, in addition to attending classes during the day, was working at Shinshin Hot Pot at night. Hot pot store work, these days down, Chendali is also more and more familiar with. More and more smooth. Moreover, I haven't seen Zhao Xinshin's rogue husband come to the hot pot restaurant to cause trouble in the past few days. Chendali gets off work at 9:30 sharp every day. Even if there are still several tables of unfinished guests in the hot pot restaurant, Zhao Xinshin lets him go back from work. Feng Jinxiang in the past few days, but also did not make any trouble with Chendali. Peacefully get along. Chendali also feels that in the hot pot store, although very busy time slightly tired, but live a very peaceful, sometimes even thinking, first so always dry, but sometimes the unrest is just beneath the calm, and at some point it surfaces. It's like this day. In the morning it was still clear and sunny, and then in the afternoon during class, the sun disappeared and was replaced by a sky full of dark clouds. The last class of the afternoon ended. The students left the classroom in 2s and 3s, and Chendali was ready to go to the hot pot restaurant. "Dolly, if you go to the hot pot restaurant, you have to bring your raincoat. Look at this day now." Seeing that Chendali was about to leave, Kong Weijie pointed to the dark cloudy sky and hurriedly reminded, "It's okay, I just looked at the weather report on my phone and it reported just cloudy skies. No rain." Chendali said to Kong Weijie with a smile, "Don't, you'd better bring your raincoat. Summer rain, it comes and goes without warning." Kong Weijie is still persuading. "Well, then I'll go back to my dorm and get my raincoat and I'll go." Since people Kong Weijie again and again for their own sake, again and again for their own good, Chendali feel that if you do not listen to persuasion, it is a little bit insensitive. So, it's better to grab a raincoat and go again, even though the cell phone reported no rain, just in case. As Kong Weijie said earlier, summer rain comes and goes without warning. Chendali returned to the dormitory to get a raincoat, got on his bike and left the campus, running to Shinshin Hot Pot. Chendali's every move had long been captured by a pair of eyes. To be exact, a pair of eyes with evil in their gaze. This has been the case for the past few days. Chendali left the campus after class and went to work at the hot pot restaurant, and has been completely tracked by this pair of eyes. Just that Chendali did not have the slightest awareness of it. Even what time he could return to school after work in the evening was clearly seen by these evil eyes hidden in the small garden not far from the school. At this moment, those evil eyes watched Chendali exit the school gate and disappear from sight. The phone was then taped to the side of the evil eye. Chendali, that Yakuza, has now left out of the school gates to go to that part-time hot pot restaurant, and I guess it's still the same as usual, passing by the small garden outside the school at around 9:45. This person who had been stalking Chendali for several days spoke of Chendali's travel time. "Good, I think we'll do it tonight, just outside the school in that small garden. Intercept that Yakuza, drag him into the small garden, and give him a good lesson. This weather today is also in our favor. If there is a strong wind and heavy rain, It can both cover up the sound and wash away some traces. A sinister talking voice came from the cell phone as well. Okay, that's settled. I'll go get ready now, the stalker said into his cell phone. There's no need for any preparation. Just a weakling like Chendali. The three of us are enough. Even any one of the three of us can do him. Ha ha ha. The words on the cell phone were followed by a cocky laugh. The business in the hot pot restaurant today was better than usual. Probably because it was cloudy and the temperature was slightly lower than usual. Many people came to eat hot pot, and there was not a single empty table in the store. Bursting at the seams. Chendali and their several waiters are also too busy to stand on their feet. In their respective responsible for the tables shuttle back and forth between the table. A moment to this table food. A moment to that table to get beer. A moment to the lack of water in the hot pot to add water. It's a lot of work. Jingle bells. Feng Jinxiang shaved 3 plates of sliced lamb and rang the small push bell on the windowsill in front of him. Chendali was closest to Feng Jinxiang's meat planing operation room, and when he heard the bell ring, he hurried over. Master Feng, which table are these 3 plates of meat from? Chendali asked Feng Jinxiang, and when he said so, he was ready to serve it over. From table 2, Feng Jinxiang replied without any good humor. When Chendali heard this, he wanted to serve the 3 plates of meat together. 1 plate in each hand. 1 plate left. Master Feng, please put the rest of this plate on my 2 plates. Chendali said sincerely to Feng Jinxiang. Be careful. Feng Jinxiang lifted up this remaining plate of mutton slices with both hands and placed it on the 2 plates of meat in Chendali's hands as he spoke. Though his mouth said to be careful, the guy's hands, hidden under the plate, were ready for a mean little maneuver. Chapter 12 being plotted against by a villain. Just as Feng Jinxiang carefully placed the plate filled with slices of mutton on top of the 2 plates of meat held in Chendali's hand, his hand, which was underneath the plate and holding it, very stealthily and very quickly pinched Chendali's back of his hand with all his might. What complete and utter, unadulterated underhanded behavior. Ah! The back of Chendali's hand ate the pain. His voice was not too loud and screamed. Both hands subconsciously shivered, and the 3 plates of mutton slices in his hands did not hold, and all of them fell to the ground. Bam! The 3 plates made a crisp clatter on the floor, and one by one, they all shattered, pieces of the white porcelain plate crumbling everywhere, and slices of lamb falling to the floor. All the diners in the hall, as well as Zhao Xinxin, and several waiters, were all attracted by the sound of plates being dropped, and all looked towards Chendali's place. Chendali stared angrily at Feng Jinxiang, and just after opening his mouth to say a word, he was rudely interrupted. I told you, you can't take these 3 plates of meat at one time, just take them in 2. But you didn't listen. Now it's good, right? Now you've fallen. If you can't take this much at one time, don't take it. You don't have the skill and still try to be strong. Feng Jinxiang blamed Chendali for all the blame in public and in full view of the public. What have your hands done in secret? You know it in your own heart. Chendali glared at Feng Jinxiang and said angrily. Seeing that the two were about to argue, Zhao Xinxin quickly stepped out from behind the counter and said to the many diners looking this way. It's okay, everyone keep eating, keep eating. After saying that, Zhao Xinxin walked over to Chendali and Feng Jinxiang and snapped. Shut up, both of you, and get this place cleaned up, neatly. After that, Zhao Xinxin said to Feng Jinxiang, hurry up and shave 3 more plates of meat and I'll bring it up to table 2. After finishing with Feng Jinxiang, Zhao Xinxin greeted Zheng Ping. Sister Ping, get a broom and dustpan and help little Chen hurry to clean this place up. Okay. Zheng Ping agreed and went to the back kitchen to bring a broom and dustpan to help Chendali clean the pieces of plates and pieces of lamb on the floor. Auntie Ping, it really wasn't me who accidentally dropped it. It was that bad seed Feng Jinxiang. He secretly pinched the back of my hand, and it was only when my hand was in pain that I dropped all the plates. While bending down to clean the floor, Chendali whispered to Zheng Ping about the cause and passage of the accident. Stop talking for a moment and clean up. Zheng Ping did not stop the cleaning work at hand while talking to Chendali. The two people quickly received the pieces of plates and pieces of lamb on the floor into the dustpan and took them away. Chendali was ready to go out through the door here in the back kitchen and throw them into the trash can. Xiao Chen, throw away the pieces of plate. Don't give all the lamb slices in one piece. I'll give you a plastic bag. You pick it out. I'll take it home and feed it to the cat. Zheng Ping whispered while taking out a plastic bag from her apron pocket and handing it to Chendali. Chendali took the plastic bag and went out through the door here in the back kitchen. In the meat grating operation room, Feng Jinxiang grated the meat while saying to Zhao Xinxin who was standing outside, Xiao Chen he can't take 3 sets, and he still has to take. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Zhao Xinxin. Stop yammering for a moment and plow through the meat. Feng Jinxiang stopped talking and quickly plowed 3 plates of meat. Zhao Xinxin served it to table 2 in 2 batches. After serving the lamb slices, Zhao Xinxin stood by table number 2 and smiled and said, I'm so sorry. The waitress accidentally dropped her plate earlier and reshaved 3 plates of meat for you. I hope it didn't interfere with your meal. It's okay, it's okay. The guests at table 2 were quite reasonable. 1. Tell the backroom to make a slat cucumber. Zhao Xinxin shouted at one of the waiters and turned to the people dining at table 2 and said, a complimentary gazpacho to clear your palate. No, you're too kind, one of the guests at table 2 said. As he was talking, Wang came over with a plate of patted cucumbers. Zhao Xinxin picked it up and placed it on the second table. Thanks, beautiful. The guests at table 2 thanked him in unison. Enjoy your meal, Zhao Xinxin said with a smile on her face and left table 2. Chen Dali returned to the back kitchen from outside and handed the plastic bag containing the slices of lamb he had picked up to Zhang Ping. Returning to the hall, Chen Dali saw that the scene was all the same. The diners at the tables were eating and drinking, joking and laughing, and the incident of dropping the plate just now was as if it had never happened. Chen Dali looked towards the meat planing operation room and inadvertently met Feng Jinxiang's gaze. This underling was filled with a gloating expression, as if he was still a little happy, his mouth humming a little song in tune of some unknown name. He glanced contemptuously at Chen Dali, and moved his gaze away. The anger in Chen Dali's heart was burning, being counted so much. It couldn't just end like this. A little bit of time passed, and one after another, the full-bodied diners settled their bills and left. After the last table of guests had left, the waiters were grasping at straws to clean up the tables with cups and plates in disarray. Zhao Xinxin stood up from behind the counter and said to Chen Dali, Xiao Chen, in the future, when you serve dishes of food and meat to guests again, be careful. If you can't take it in one trip, take it again. Oh, Sister Zhao, I know, I'll be careful next time. At this moment, Chen Dali heart, even if there are 10,000 grievances, can only first say so with the boss. He is also very clear. Said that Feng Jinxiang that guy intentionally make bad, which led to the fall of the plate. It is estimated that now there is no one will not believe. Feng Jinxiang was organizing and cleaning up in the meat planing operation room at this time, and when he heard the words Chen Dali had just said to Zhao Xinxin, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but go up, and his face was filled with smugness. Feng Jinxiang finished his work in the meat planing operation room, humming a small tune, and walked towards the restroom. After working all night, he had not yet relieved himself. Geez, which one of the guests threw up from drinking too much? It's so disgusting. There, in the restroom, came the sound of Feng Jinxiang yelling. Zhao Xinxin also frowned when she heard Feng Jinxiang shout. The hot pot restaurant often has drunken customers vomiting in the restroom, but every time, no matter which waiter is asked to clean up, they all droop and don't want to go. Who should go over to clean this time? Zhao Xinxin hasn't thought about it yet. Chen Dali opened his mouth. Sister Zhao, I'll clean it up. Listening to Chen Dali's words, Zhao Xinxin threw him an appreciative glance. Is it because you dropped 3 plates? Lost over $100 worth of lamb slices? So take it upon yourself to clean up that disgusting vomit. Zhao Xinxin's mind thought so. Chen Dali's mind was not thinking as Zhao Xinxin did. Now, Feng Jinxiang is in the restroom and will definitely wait there for whoever comes and clean up the vomit before relieving himself. During this period, basically no one would go to the restroom anymore, so Chen Dali took the initiative to say that he would clean it, because when they went to the restroom, there were only 2 people there, themselves and Feng Jinxiang. Chen Dali put one hand in his pants pocket and walked towards the restroom. Chapter 13 Evidence in hand. Chen Dali came to the restroom. Feng Jinxiang pretended to greet warmly. Yo, little Chen came to clean. Chen Dali didn't pick up the conversation, his hand reaching out from his pants pocket. Feng Jinxiang was a bit startled, thinking that Chen Dali would take something out of his pants pocket to hit himself. After all, he had done the dirty deed. To say that he was not the least bit guilty would be a lie. Seeing that Chen Dali had nothing in his hand, Feng Jinxiang's heart was much more stable. Chen Dali began to clean the vomit in the bathroom, and while working, he said to Feng Jinxiang, who was standing by the side, surname Vaughn. Now, Chen Dali felt that to call Feng Jinxiang as Master Feng again, it was all redundant. He was not worthy at all. For such a lowlife, it was quite good to directly call out to him as surname Feng. How to talk? Will you talk properly? Feng Jinxiang was very upset when he heard Chen Dali call himself this way. Don't you know what you've done? You still want me to talk to you? Chen Dali was doing his work and said to Feng Jinxiang, who was leaning against the door, in a bad mood. Feng Jinxiang did not speak immediately, but poked his body out more than halfway and saw that the rest of the hot pot restaurant was in the hall, not too close to the restroom. After making sure that his speaking voice was not heard by anyone other than Chen Dali, Feng Jinxiang opened his mouth with a wicked smile on his face. So I pinched your hand. So what? I just want you to drop your plate. I just want you to make a public spectacle of yourself. Better yet, I want the boss to dock your pay for a few more days. That would be nice. Ha ha ha. Vile. What good would that do you? Chen Dali said as he forced down his anger. If you kid knows what's good for you, then don't work at XIN Hot Pot and get out while you can. Feng Jinxiang leaned against the doorframe of the restroom and clasped his hands on his chest as he watched Chen Dali clean up while shamelessly saying, "What kind of a do-gooder are you? Still trying to get me to leave the hot pot restaurant? And let me tell you, I'm not leaving yet." Chen Dali also spoke in a tit-for-tat manner. "Not rolling, right? Then today's choking hands and dropping plates is just the beginning, and I'll have plenty of big tricks to make a fool out of you in the future." Feng Jinxiang felt that he had to find a way to get Chen Dali out of the way. With such a young, youthful hormone-filled fresh meat in the store, always hanging around in front of the gorgeous young woman boss, then Zhao Xinxin would definitely be attracted to Chen Dali, thus getting in touch with him more. From the first day Chen Dali came to the hot pot restaurant, Feng Jinxiang saw it. Zhao Xinxin again pulled Chen Dali's hand, let him sit down to learn bookkeeping, and close next to Chen Dali, hand in hand to teach him how to use the bookkeeping software. All of this, looking at Feng Jinxiang eyes straight fire. Feng Jinxiang himself was already salivating over the beautiful young woman boss Zhao Xinxin, and after learning that Zhao Xinxin's husband and wife are not on good terms and are not in a good relationship, he is even more foolish and always wants to get close to Zhao Xinxin. Before Chen Dali, the hot pot restaurant also came to a young handsome college student to work as a bellhop. Feng Jinxiang, as long as you see Zhao Xinxin to the new boy a little bit more enthusiastic, will be uncomfortable, in the end, or with some disgraceful way to make people leave and quit. Now that Chen Dali has come to work at the hot pot restaurant, Feng Jinxiang is trying to pull the same trick again. Moreover, there is no one here in the restroom right now. Feng Jinxiang felt that even if he admitted that he pinched Chen Dali's hand, causing him to drop the plate, no one would hear him when he said it, but instead, he would be able to make Chen Dali dry and unable to do anything about it. Feng Jinxiang was smug. Chen Dali also finished the job of cleaning up the vomit in the restroom. When Feng Jinxiang saw Chen Dali put down the tools in his hand, he said impatiently, "It took so long to dawdle. Get out of here. I have to relieve myself." Chen Dali scornfully glanced at Feng Jinxiang and let out a sneer. "How I dropped the plate and who caused it will be revealed in a moment." When Feng Jinxiang heard this, he felt that something was wrong, and without relieving himself, he hurriedly said to Chen Dali, "What do you boys mean by that? It doesn't mean anything. Just listen to it and it'll all make sense." Chen Dali finished, took out his cell phone from his pants pocket, tapped it, and the phone stopped recording. "You kids secretly recording?" Feng Jinxiang instantly understood when he saw the cell phone in Chen Dali's hand. Chen Dali pressed the play button, and the words that Feng Jinxiang had just said to Chen Dali came out clearly and completely from the cell phone. "Give Sister Zhao a listen to this recording, and I'm afraid it won't be me who has to leave the hot pot restaurant and walk away." Chen Dali spoke slowly and methodically. Feng Jinxiang looked at Chen Dali with a gloomy face. He never thought that Chen Dali had left this hand. He really underestimated this kid a little bit. Long before Chen Dali volunteered to clean the restroom, he put his hand into his pants pocket, and with his unparalleled familiarity with his own cell phone, his hand was in his pants pocket, and he quietly finished setting up the recording status of his cell phone. Chen Dali had already expected that in the state of only himself and Feng Jinxiang in the restroom, this underdog would take the initiative to tell the truth and purposely come to piss himself off and annoy himself, and he wanted to see himself both angry and helpless. To Feng Jinxiang's disappointment, Chen Dali did not have any anger, but instead recorded the words he said. "What do you want?" Feng Jinxiang opened his mouth and asked. Since Sister Zhao didn't say anything either, much less find me, I'm not going to play this recording to Sister Zhao. After Chen Dali finished speaking, he turned his words around and continued. "From now on, no more picking on me in the hot pot restaurant, and put away all those calculating bad intentions of yours. I'm telling you, Chen Dali, hurry up and delete this audio from your phone or you'll be in for a treat." Feng Jinxiang also pretended to be tough, trying to scare Chen Dali. Chen Dali didn't need Feng Jinxiang's set of words at all, glanced at him and didn't say anything. The corners of his mouth revealed a contemptuous sneer as he prepared to walk out of the restroom. "Stop right there." Feng Jinxiang stopped Chen Dali and forced him back to the corner of the restroom at once. Feng Jinxiang grabbed Chen Dali's collar, glared, showed his teeth, and whispered through gritted teeth, "Delete the audio when I tell you to, and don't toast it." Chen Dali didn't pay attention to Feng Jinxiang, just clutched the cell phone tightly in his hand, then pulled his voice and shouted at the outside of the restroom, "Sister Zhao." The shout was followed by the sound of footsteps, coming from far and near down the hall. The footsteps were getting closer, almost to the restroom. Feng Jinxiang stared at the calm and collected Chen Dali and loosened his hand hatefully. He didn't want Zhao Xinxin to see himself like this now, grabbing Chen Dali and roughing him up. No, this must not be shown to Zhao Xinxin. What one had to show Zhao Xinxin was hardworking, obedient, and funny, so as to win her favor, not these dark side things. The footsteps came to a stop at the restroom door. Chen Dali and Feng Jinxiang turned their heads together to look over, then froze together. Chapter 14. The storm is coming. Only to see Zhang Ping standing at the door of the restroom. looking at the two people who were a bit stunned. Chen, what are you shouting at the boss for? Zhang Ping looked at Chen Dali and opened her mouth. Oh, I think. Chen Dali glanced at Feng Jinxiang who was standing across the room, paused for a moment, and then said to Zhang Ping, I'd like to call Joe to come over and take a look at it, and if I don't think it's working anywhere, I'll clean it up again. Chen Dali did not want to play what Feng Jinxiang had just said to Zhang Ping on his cell phone. In the end, he still didn't want to make too much of a fuss, and Zhao Xinxin didn't punish himself anyway, as long as from now on, Feng Jinxiang will no longer look for his own faults, and no longer play a bad trick to count himself. Chen Dali simply does not want to put the audio in the cell phone and play it to any one person. Therefore, Chen Dali casually said this to Zhang Ping. However, at this time, Feng Jinxiang is not thinking like Chen Dali. Feng Jinxiang then wondered how he could quickly delete the audio that Chen Dali had recorded himself talking in his cell phone. If the person who just shouted over was not Zhang Ping, but Zhao Xinxin, as soon as Chen Dali played the recorded audio, it was estimated that he should have left. So, it's best to grab Chen Dali's cell phone and delete the audio of what he's saying. Look at the current situation. It is impossible. Then think of another way. Really cannot. Find a few iron friends. Outside the hot pot store less people. Stop Chen Dali. Use some unusual means, but also to achieve the purpose. In their heads, the two people were each calculating their own little thoughts, but their respective thoughts were interrupted by Zhang Ping's words. Chen, you cleaned the restroom well enough. There's not a trace of vomiting left. No need to call the boss over to see it. Listening to Zhang Ping's words, Chen Dali smiled and said, That's good, now that it's cleaned up. Just in time. I'll relieve myself first. After Zhang Ping finished speaking, she looked at Chen Dali and Feng Jinxiang, meaning, you two hurry up and get out. Chen Dali understood, and hurriedly left the restroom, heading towards the hall. What are you still standing here for? Zhang Ping looked at Feng Jinxiang, who was a bit stunned, and muttered in dissatisfaction. Chen Dali has already walked to the hall. Feng Jinxiang returned to his senses. If he goes to tell Zhao Xinxin, it will not be good. Thinking of this, he hurriedly walked towards the hall as well. Chen Dali came to the hall and saw that the counter was empty, and looking around, he did not see Zhao Xinxin. Sister Wang, where's Sister Zhao? Chen Dali asked the waiter next to him. Xiao Wang. Zhou went out as soon as she saw that the weather was bad, and I don't know what she did. Xiao Wang pointed out the window while talking to Chen Dali. Chen Dali followed Xiao Wang's hand to look out the window. Outside a gale. The trees outside the hot pot restaurant. The branches were blown back and forth swaying, and from time to time, there are some plastic bags where gusts of wind swept up in the air fluttering haphazardly. A harsh bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. The dark night sky was torn apart but quickly healed. And then, after a few brief seconds, dull thunder rumbled in, pounding the eardrums of the people. The rain had not yet fallen, but judging from the situation, it would only take a moment for it to pour down. Chen Dali looked at his cell phone. It's already more than 9 o'clock. Or, why don't you hurry back yourself while it's still raining? And anyway, all the customers who are eating in the store have left, so you shouldn't wait here for dinner, lest you can't leave even if you want to when the storm comes. Making up his mind, Chen Dali spoke to Xiao Wang and asked her to wait for Zhao Xinxin to come back and pass on the message that the weather was bad and he would leave a little earlier. Xiao Wang was full of promises. Chen Dali, this is ready to go. Suddenly saw a person walk to the hot pot restaurant door. To push the door in, Chen Dali looked. This is not Zhao Xinxin, so he hurriedly pulled open the door from the house and let her into the store. Why are you still here? If you see that the weather is bad, hurry up and leave before it starts raining and you can't go. As soon as Zhao Xinxin entered the house, she saw Chen Dali who opened the door for her and said with some surprise. Before Chen Dali could say anything, Zhao Xinxin added, Today is a special situation. No need to wait for me to come back. The people in our store, no matter who we talk to, just say it, and then hurry up when you're done. And when I come back, they'll just tell me, Thank you Sister Zhou. Listening to Zhao Xinxin's reasonable words, and thinking that he was not reprimanded or punished for dropping the dishes tonight, Chen Dali sincerely thanked Zhao Xinxin. Get a move on. Don't dilly-dally. Zhao Xinxin urged Chen Dali. I'll go then, Sister Zhao. After Chen Dali finished speaking, he opened the door and left the hot pot restaurant. Get on the bike and hurry to the school. When I was coming in the afternoon, although I listened to Kong Weijie and brought a raincoat with me, I still hoped that I would be able to make it back to school without using the raincoat. The raincoat in a plastic bag hangs on the handlebars and flaps back and forth with the amplitude of Chen's vigorous pedaling. Not good. It's dropping rain, and it's getting heavier and denser. Chen Dali hurriedly stopped his bike, took out his raincoat, put it on, and continued to move forward. The rain got heavier and heavier. A real downpour, pouring down, and it flew wildly through the strong, gusty winds. In the night, Chen Dali's eyes are a dense curtain of rain. Vision is getting blurred. The soles of the feet more and more heavy. More than just make the strength, but the car speed is getting slower and slower. What's going on? Look down. I drop a good boy. The non-motorized road is already a sea of water. They ride this bike. Has been water over less than half of the wheel. No wonder the pedal strength is not small, but the car is going very slowly. Chendali decided to find a place to avoid the rain first, and wait for a while for the rain to stop, or rain less before leaving. Looking around, I noticed a residential building on the side of the road with one of the unit's building doors still open, so I pushed my bike and walked briskly toward that unit door, pushing the bike into the building and setting it aside. Chen vigorously shook the water from his raincoat before taking it off and hitching it to the bike. Even though I was wearing a raincoat, my clothes and shoes were soaked through and uncomfortable to wear. Chen vigorously took off his body shirt and twisted it with force, surprisingly wringing out a lot of water. Took off his shoes, surprisingly also poured out water. Touching the phone, I found that this 3-year domestic product was also wet, but it did not delay normal use at all, just as if it had not been wet or wet. In Chen Dali's heart, he secretly praised such a leathery and durable domestic cell phone. It's 9:30. First send a message to Kong Wei-jie, tell him not to worry. When the wind and rain a little less, he will immediately go back. After a few minutes, Chen Dali see the wind and rain less, hurriedly put on the raincoat, pushing the bike out of the building. The water on the road was almost up to Chen Dali's knees, and it was already completely impossible to see where the road teeth were and where there was a manhole cover. Dark and gloomy days, such deep water. The bike cannot ride it, can only be careful to push, to avoid accidentally stepped on the water washed away the well cover of the well, but also to speed up the speed of the front, to catch up in the dormitory at 10 o'clock before locking the door to go back. After tripping through the water for a while, there was less standing water on the road, and it seems to be this section of the road, where the foundation is a bit higher. Chen Dali hurriedly got on his bike, pedaled hard, and drove toward the school. It was getting closer and closer to the school, and then just beyond the small, secluded playground on the side of the road, you'd be at the main entrance to the school. Suddenly, 3 black shadows sprang out of this quiet and dark little garden by the roadside, lined up across the road, blocking Chen Dali's way. Chapter 15 Sins Under the Rainy Night. Chen Dali was startled by the sudden appearance of these 3 people in front of him. The sky was already dark and it was raining. Plus these 3 people were all wearing raincoats with their brims pressed low, so Chen Dali couldn't even tell who they were. Only, the raincoat could not hide their tall and sturdy figures. What do you do? Chen Dali asked as he rushed towards the 3. The 3 people did not pay attention to Chen Dali's question, but instead surrounded Chen Dali in a zigzag formation. What do you want? Chen Dali felt a little bad. These 3 people had already surrounded themselves. The man on the right raised his head slightly, and under the brim of his raincoat revealed the pair of evil eyes that had been staring at Chen Dali for days. Immediately, these eyes looked at the tallest man in the center and spoke. How? I didn't get drenched here for nothing today. Finally, I've waited for this kid. Aha! Humph, humph, humph. The big, tall guy standing in the center answered and then let out a few sneers. Chen Dali listened to this person on the right, and then heard the voice from the mouth of this big tall man in the center, and felt more and more familiar. After a rapid memory search by his brain, Chen Dali remembered. This big tall man in the middle is the Zhou Yuhao who had molested Mei Aoshuat in the school cafeteria a few days ago, and had been chided by himself. And this one on the right side who spoke first was the one who had persuaded Zhou Yuhao to go away that day in the cafeteria, and Zhou Yuhao's teammate and little brother, Wei Huachang. This person on the left, Chen Dali did not know who it was. In fact, it is also Zhou Yuhao's basketball teammate and little brother Qiu Taiji. Qiu Taiji was usually on the team and was subservient to Zhou Yuhao. When he heard that he was asked to follow and go beat up a guy, he agreed with his ass. And this guy likes to follow Zhou Yuhao and do some bullying. Chen Dali, you Yakuza, you didn't expect it, did you? Zhou Yuhao gritted his teeth and viciously said to Chen Dali. Looking at this current situation, Chen Dali understood that Zhou Yuhao and the others, just for the matter in the cafeteria that day, were waiting here specifically to retaliate against themselves. He was alone, and they were 3, and besides, they were on the basketball team and were strong, so he couldn't resist even one of them, not to mention 3. A good man should not be forced to do so, but now he should see the opportunity to run and leave. Chen Dali, who had made up his mind, just as Wei Huachang and Qiu Taiji approached him on both sides, violently lifted the bicycle handlebars and flung himself at the 3 of them with his airborne front wheel. Zhou Yuhao and the others, startled by Chen Dali's sudden move, all of them involuntarily took a step or 2 backward to avoid being touched by the bicycle's wheels. Chen Dali took the opportunity to throw the bicycle towards Zhou Yuhao and the 3 of them, turned around and ran. Zhou Yuhao's trio dodged the bicycles and then chased after Chen Dali. Catch this kid, don't let him get away, Zhou Yuhao shouted as he chased after them. Wei Huachang chased the fastest. Over the past few days, it was he who tracked Chen Dali. in order to find out the time of Chen Dali's daily schedule, but also under a lot of hard work. Now seeing that the prey in his mouth is going to run away, how can Wei Huachang let the hard work of the past few days go to waste? Without running far, Wei Huachang caught up with Chen Dali. Wei Huachang lunged forward and grabbed Chen Dali's back. The powerful inertia caused both of them to lunge forward and fall to the ground. Chen Dali wanted to shake off Wei Huachang, but the strength was not as strong as him, and he was caught by him and could not get away. At this time, Zhou Yuhao and Xiao Taiji also arrived. The two men, one on each side, tightly grasped Chen Dali's two arms, and yanked Chen Dali, who was covered in water, up from the ground. Wei Huachang also climbed up from the ground, shook off the water on his body, took over from Zhou Yuhao, and grabbed Chen Dali's arm. "You Yakuza, how dare you run? Run, run, why don't you run?" Zhou Yuhao showed his teeth and looked at Chen Dali with a fierce face. Zhou Yuhao said, stretching out his big hand and slapping Chen Dali's face in a not so gentle and not so heavy manner. Chen Dali tilted his head to the side and slammed into Zhou Yuhao's hand that slapped his cheek. Zhou Yuhao did not expect that Chen Dali would still hit his hand. He did not even guard against it, and his knuckles were thwarted by Chen Dali's forehead, and it hurt a little. Still dying, Zhou Yuhao shook his hand to minimize the pain in his hand, while gritting his teeth. He said viciously, "Ho, beat him up. This kid just owes it." Xiao Taiji, a tiger's accomplice, clamored. Zhou Yuhao's large, bushy hand, clenched into a fist, was just about to hit Chen Dali when he was stopped by Wei Huachang extending an arm. "Ho!" Wei Huachang finished speaking and skimmed his lips towards the small playground on the side of the road. Zhou Yuhao understands that the current location is the roadside, although it is a rainy night, but it is not possible to guarantee that there will still be people or cars passing by, and it would not be good to beat Chen Dali with his hands here and be seen by people. Dragging Chen Dali deeper into the small garden, no matter how much more he was cleaned up, no one would see him. "Go!" Zhou Yuhao lowered his voice and said. Wei Huachang and Xiao Taiji held Chen Dali's arm and headed for the small garden. "What are you doing? Somebody! Somebody!" Chen Dali, who was being held up by his arms, stomped his legs and twisted his body around, trying to break free from the restraints, and at the same time, his mouth was shouting loudly, "Damn it, I'll make you yell," accompanied by Zhou Yuhao's furious shout. His fist heavily struck Chen Dali's stomach. Woo! Chen Dali's mouth let out a low sound, and he involuntarily bent down. His stomach was like a river turning over, and it was as if there was a stick stirring vigorously in his stomach. Intense pain, centered in the stomach, spreading in all directions, a fishy and salty liquid, surging upwards from the stomach until the eye of the throat. Although Chen Dali wanted to try to control the things in his throat from rippling upwards, there seemed to be an invisible force in his stomach pushing him upwards. In the end, this bottom-up liquid still rushed through his throat, entered Chen Dali's mouth, and flowed out from the corner of his mouth, down his chin, drop by drop, staining his body shirt red. Chen Dali forcefully endured the severe pain in his abdomen and slowly raised his head, staring angrily at the evil Zhou Yuhao. "What are you waiting for? Pull him inside." Zhou Yuhao pointed to the small garden and whispered to his two accomplices, Wei Huachang and Xiao Taiji, dragging Chen Dali, whose entire body was limp due to severe pain, walked into the depths of the small garden, walking behind a bush with dense foliage. Wei Huachang and Xiao Taiji threw Chen Dali to the ground and let the rain shower on him. Zhou Yuhao walked over, crouched down, grabbed Chen Dali's hair, and continued in a vicious tone, "Still want to be nosy? Do you still want to save the beauty? You don't weigh yourself either. Dare to openly go against me? Zhou Yuhao, this is what you'll get. Speak up, why don't you talk? Aren't you a good talker? Aren't you bold? Why are you mute now?" Chen Dali was pulled by his hair, his body lying in the muddy green belt, covered in mud and water, breathing hard due to the abdominal pain, his angry eyes wide open, staring at Zhou Yuhao's hideous face. "Gu, you're still not convinced, are you? Good, now I'll make you convinced." After Zhou Yuhao finished speaking, he raised his palm. Chapter 16 Speeding through the night sky. Pop! Zhou Yuhao viciously slapped Chen Dali's face. At that moment, Chen Dali's ears buzzed as if countless bees had burrowed into them, lifting their wings and vocalizing in unison. Half of his face was as if he had been stung by a hornet, hot and painful, hot and swollen. Along with this, half of his teeth were vaguely painful, and blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth again involuntarily. Pop! With another crunching sound, Zhou Yuhao smacked the other half of Chen Dali's face again. Chen Dali's ears on both sides were buzzing, and there was nothing else in his two eyes, all dazzling golden stars, jumping and flashing as far as the eye could see. "Are you convinced this time? Do you still dare to go against me? Ha!" After Zhou Yuhao viciously slapped Chen Dali twice, he released his grip on his hair and continued to ask questions. Chen Dali was in so much pain that he couldn't open his eyes, and on his entire chin, there was blood coming out of his mouth, and he couldn't say a complete sentence anymore. "Speak the up. Ho asked you a question? Wei Hua Chang and Xiao Taiji opened their mouths at about the same time, and when they saw that Chen Dali didn't speak, they raised their feet again at about the same time. Wei Hua Chan's feet, one after another, kicked at Chen Dali's legs and back. Xiao Taiji's feet ruthlessly stepped on Chen Dali's body. Zhou Yuhao stood on the sidelines, his hands clasped on his chest, coldly watching Chen Dali being beaten so badly by his two juniors. A hint of a cold smile swept across the corners of his mouth from time to time. When Wei Hua Chang just kicked Chen Dali rolled on the ground in pain, and then kicked again. Coupled with Xiao Taiji's fierce stomp, Chen Dali no longer rolled. Seeing that Chen Dali was not moving, Zhou Yuhao reached out his hand and stopped Wei Hua Chang and Xiao Taiji's movements. Zhou Yuhao just wanted to beat up Chen Dali, but he didn't want to overdo it and kill the person. In that case he would be in big trouble. Crouching down, he reached out and probed under Chen Dali's nose. Well, there's breath. Zhou Yuhao stood up, scornfully glanced at Chen Dali, who was curled up on the ground covered in mud, and made a go gesture to Wei Hua Chang and Xiao Taiji. The three of them had just taken no more than 2 steps when Zhou Yuhao returned. Lifting his foot, he stepped on Chen Dali's face, as if he was using the sole of his shoe to crush out the cigarette butts on the ground, crushing Chen Dali's face vigorously a few times, stomping his face almost completely into the rotten mud on the ground before lifting his foot contentedly. Chen Dali, this is what you get for going against me. Zhou Yuhao viciously finished his sentence, and together with his 2 accomplices, walked towards the outside of the small garden in large strides. When he passed by the bicycle that Chen Dali had thrown aside, Zhou Yuhao didn't forget to step on the wheel a few times, instantly breaking several spokes of the wheel. I don't know how long Zhou Yuhao and his 3 villains had been gone before Chen Dali struggled to slowly climb up from the muddy ground and sat leaning against a tree. It hurt to be slapped in the face. It hurt in the stomach, and there was hardly any part of his body that didn't hurt. Letting the cold rain fall on his face made the hot, swollen cheeks feel a little better, and washed away some of the mud and dirt from his face. Chen Dali reached out and touched the cell phone in his pants pocket, wanting to call the hospital emergency phone, but a look at the phone. The screen is not only broken, and the phone is about to bend into a right angle. Needless to say, it must have been Wei Hua Chang and Xiao Taiji who touched the cell phone when they kicked themselves just now. I can't make a phone call, so let's see if there's a place around here to get out of the rain. Chen Dali looked around and saw that there was a small pavilion not far away. In this small garden, it was considered the best place to avoid the rain, although his body has long been wet, but also do not want to just continue to get wet. Chen Dali held onto the tree and stood up with difficulty. No matter which leg, the slightest exertion was a piercing pain. Good in the small garden. Tree planting distance is not too far. Chen Dali on the way to the small pavilion. Walk a few steps, feel the leg pain cannot hold on. There will be a tree to help rest a little. With a short distance of more than 10 meters, Chen Dali walked for nearly 10 minutes before arriving at the small gazebo. Entering the small pavilion, finally not having to get wet, Chen Dali sat on his butt on the ground. After walking for this short while, the pain in his body hit him, and he could barely move. The dormitory is definitely not going to be able to return. Don't even think about it. It seems that tonight, one shelter will be in this small gazebo. Stormy night, the roommates see that he did not come back, will certainly also be anxious. Kong Weijie should call himself again, but the body of the phone has become a piece of junk, cannot see anything. A few more hours to ease the pain in my body, and when it's light, I'll go back to the dormitory to change into clean clothes and go to the hospital first to get checked out, hopefully without any serious injuries. Get out of the hospital, go to the police. Never let these 3 assholes get away with anything. It was late at night and the rain hadn't stopped, still clattering down. Chen Dali leaned on one of the pillars of the gazebo and closed his eyes as sleepiness gradually came. It had been a day of classes and working at a hot pot restaurant, and it was really tiring. Just when Chen Dali was hazy and half asleep, a loud bang came from the sky, shocking Chen Dali to open his eyes. Immediately afterward, a dazzling bright light cut through the dark night sky. Something's not right. Usually there's thunder after lightning. How come thunder comes first and then lightning? Chen Dali was perplexed by the strange phenomenon that had just occurred. The dazzling bright light continued in the sky and did not flash by, like a comet advancing with a long tail trailing behind it, but advancing in the wrong direction, towards the ground. What the hell is going on here? Chen Dali was a little curious, holding onto the gazebo columns to stand up, his head poking out of the gazebo, wanting to take a look at what was going on. Not good. The bolt of light was coming at him here, like a precision-guided missile. Chen Dali hurriedly retreated back to the gazebo and hid behind a standing pillar. The ray of light directly rushed towards the open space not far from the gazebo with a muffled sound, as if a landmine had exploded. Chen Dali saw that after the light landed, there was only something the size of a light bulb that slowly rose at the point of landing, but the bright light that was emitted shone so brightly that he couldn't open his eyes. It was so bright, brighter than a searchlight. It was impossible to see straight. What the hell is this? If it can emit such a bright light, it should also emit a corresponding amount of heat. But Chen Dali, who was close at hand, did not feel any change in temperature around him. It was still so cool. Chen Dali twisted his head around, unable to look at the thing emitting a dazzling light at all. It was too blinding. The glow of that glowing thing, however, slowly dimmed. Only then could Chen Dali look over. It was a round stone, glowing all over, suspended in the air more than a meter above the ground, and Chen Dali was able to look at it flatly. Seeing that its light was less blinding, Chen Dali slowly approached a little closer, curiosity driving him, still wanting to see what the hell it was. The distance is very close, only half a meter. Chen Dali wanted to touch it, but did not dare, so he bent down low, picked up a short dead branch on the ground, and tried to touch this glowing small round stone. The branch had just touched this small round stone, and it instantly erupted with dazzling light again, just like earlier, making Chen Li unable to look directly at it. Chen Dali once again twisted his head to avoid the blinding light. This small round stone, however, followed the dead tree branch in Chen Dali's hand, his arm, and came straight to Chen Dali's forehead. Chapter 17 Possession. Ah! Chen Dali cried out. The pain in his body prevented him from making a dodge and he could only fall backwards. What the hell is this thing? Is it a new type of drone? Will it explode like a bomb? If this small round stone will really explode, then he is in a predicament. It is hard to avoid a death, not by Zhou Yuhao's gang of scoundrels to death, but died on this unknown object. Chen Dali was lying on the ground, his eyes closed, but he could also feel that the dazzling light was gradually approaching him. The small round stone hovered motionless above Chen Dali's forehead, then slowly rose upwards. Chen Dali also felt himself slowly rising up as well, leaving the wet and muddy ground. What's wrong with this? Chen Dali felt as if he was a light feather being lifted by an invisible force, trying to shake his body, shaking his arms and legs, but could not change his body in the ground in a parallel state upward slowly lifting. Earth's gravity seemed to have completely failed to work on Chen Dali at this point. Chen Dali tried, opening his eyes a slit to observe. The light of that small round stone wasn't as blinding anymore. It was above Chen Dali, keeping a distance of more than a meter from Chen Dali, as if it was lifting Chen Dali off the ground. The small round stone stopped rising, and Chen Dali also stopped rising. Just like that, a small glowing round stone and a man lying flat on his back were suspended in midair. Chen Dali could move his hands and feet, but his body couldn't move as if it was invisibly fixed. After a few seconds of this pause, the small round stone slowly descended while Chen Dali slowly rose, as if running towards the same goal. What the hell is going on here? Seeing that the luminous small round stone is getting closer and closer to himself, and the brightness is gradually and rapidly increasing, Chen Dali panicked, trying to sway his body to avoid the small round stone, but to no avail. The small round stone glowed with a dazzling, eye-catching light and closed in on Chen Dali's chest. Then, like a sponge on the surface of the water, it slowly soaked up the water and finally slowly submerged into the water. The small round stone also slowly entered Chen Dali's body, and as it did so, the light gradually disappeared, and finally it entered completely, and the light was completely gone. At this moment, Chen Dali, although his eyes were still open, he was in a state of sleep, not moving at all, allowing the small round stone to enter his body. With that, Chen Dali slowly floated to the gazebo as if he was being held up underneath him, and gently landed. It was still raining, and Chen Dali was in the gazebo, as if he was resting from the rain. Power, power. Chen Dali heard someone keep calling out to him and his body kept being shaken, so he slowly opened his eyes. Into Chen Dali's eyes, is from a face full of anxiety to a face full of joy. Kong Weijie. Vigor, you're finally awake. Kong Weijie took a long breath. Chen Dali looked blankly at Kong Weijie and then looked around. It was already light and the rain had stopped at some point. Vigorously, you didn't come back last night. Can Anxious dead us? At that time we also can't get out to go to look for you. Call your phone and can't get through. Anxious, we didn't sleep all night. Dawn, dormitory door open. We will split up to look for you. Kong Weijie pauses, then adds, that's pretty lucky for me. I didn't have to go far out of the school gates before I found you. You all came out looking for me? Chen Dali was still a bit bewildered. Yeah, I'll tell Lin Diqing and the others right now that I found you, so they should stop looking and hurry back. After Kong Weijie finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and called Lin Diqing. Diqing, I've found Vigor. It's in the small garden outside the school. You guys hurry over. After Kong Weijie finished speaking, he carefully scrutinized Chen Dali up and down. Dali, did you fall down on your bike last night? There's mud all over your body and blood on your clothes. Did you fall and hurt yourself? Kong Weijie asked with concern. I didn't fall off my bike. Chen Dali said calmly. No way. I just looked at your bike. The spokes of the wheel are broken a dozen times. And you still say you didn't fall off the bike? Let's see. How bad of a fall would it have to be to fall like that? Kong Weijie simply didn't believe Chen Dali's claim that he hadn't fallen off the bike. The spokes of the wheel are broken. That wasn't a fall. It really wasn't a fall. Chen Dali emphasized again. It wasn't a fall? Is it hard to believe that someone sabotaged it? Kang Yiji made a guess. Yes, it was vandalized. Chen Dali said seriously. No way. The bike is here in the little garden. That means you rode it here. And it was raining hard last night, so who came here to mess it up for you? Kang Weijie didn't believe what Chen Dali said. What happened to me last night? You may still not believe me when I tell you. Chen Dali was ready to tell Kang Weijie about the beating he received last night. What happened last night? Tell me. Kang Weijie came to be interested in hearing Chen Dali tell how he fell off the bike. Chen Dali put last night Zhou Yuhao ganged up with Wei Huachang and Xiu Taiji to surround himself here, and then dragged himself into the depths of the small garden, violently beat himself, and stepped on the bicycle. From beginning to end, originally told Kang Weijie once again. Ha! Listening to Chen Dali, Kang Weijie opened his mouth wide in shock. Zhou Yuhao, this bastard, is he taking revenge on you because of that incident in the cafeteria the other day? Kang Weijie asked Chen Dali. Well, he said so himself. Chen Dali continued. So all that blood on your clothes is because that asshole hit you? Kang Weijie inquired anxiously. Chen Dali nodded. Then are you badly hurt? Why don't we wait for Lin Diqing to come and we'll send you to the hospital for a checkup? Kang Weijie's words were full of concern and uneasiness. It hurts all over. The slightest movement is unbearable. I can't even stand up. What's going on? Why does it not hurt anymore? Chen Dali said, about to show Kang Weijie the wounds on his body. But just when I wiggled my arm, how come I didn't feel any pain at all? What's going on here? Chen Dali himself felt that it was fishy. Power. What? Doesn't it hurt on you anymore? Kang Weijie some puzzled. This Chen Dali looked quite good In addition to the clothes on the body dirty, from where also cannot be seen his beaten and injured state Chen Dali was even more confused. After these few short hours, his injured body, could it have recovered as before? Chen Dali stood up and lifted both legs. Not only did he not feel any pain at all, instead he felt very strong and light on his legs. At this time, Lin Diqing and a few other roommates rushed over, and Kang Weijie said those words that Chen Dali had just said to Lin Diqing and the few of them again. This bastard. What a bully. Simply lawless. After hearing Kang Weijie's statement, Lin Diqing and the few of them were also unusually angry. Vigor. This can't end like this. We have to call the police. Lin Diqing said to Chen Dali with righteous indignation. Chapter 18 Good Brothers. Sensei. Kang Weijie spoke slowly. What? Not going to the police? Just let that bastard Zhou Yuhao off the hook? Lin Diqing listened to Kang Weijie's words with great confusion. Listen to me. Kang Weijie glanced at Lin Diqing, who was a little agitated, and then added, when you go to the police and say you've been assaulted, then the police will have to give an injury test, but you can't see a single injury on Vigor. There's not even a single bruise or blood, so how can you make the police believe it? Seeing Lin Diqing's thoughtful look, Kang Weijie continued, even if Zhou Yuhao and the others are summoned over, they are just dead set against admitting it, so what can they do? There is no surveillance in the garden, and Vigor is alone. Who can give proof? And if Zhou Yuhao and the three of them testify against each other and bite the bullet that they didn't hit Vigor, what can be done about the three of them? To say 1,000 words, it's just not enough evidence. Firstly, there's no surveillance. Secondly, the scene has long been washed away by the rain, so nothing can be seen. Plus several of us have stood here for quite a while, so there's even less value in surveying. The most important point is that there is no injury on Vigor although there are blood stains on the clothes. But what if Zhou Yuhao and the others said that it was Vigor himself who fell on his bicycle? Dali, speaking of which, I remember again what you said. You were beaten by Zhou Yuhao and the others, but why can't you see a single scratch on your body? After analyzing what might happen if he called the police, Kang Weijie expressed his doubts to Chen Dali. That's exactly what I'm going to tell you next. Chen Dali told the people present about last night's sky crossing a dazzling bright light, a small glowing round stone descending in front of him, and finally surprisingly integrating into his body. Everyone was listening to the clouds and thought that Chen Dali was making up a story. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Kang Weijie was the first to speak. As soon as the words fell, he also lifted up Chen Dali's body shirt that was full of sludge, carefully checking Chen Dali's chest and back to see if there were any traces of the small round stone that Chen Dali had said had been incorporated into his body. Look at your body. What traces are not even a mosquito bite bag are not. Cold and fever to play a shot. There is a needle like you said, the luminous small round stone into the body. How will not leave traces? Kang Weijie looked carefully at Chen Dali's body, never believing what he said about the glowing small round stone. What I said is true. Chen Dali also tried to make those present believe in himself, let alone a foreign stone entering your body. You'd be in pain if you had a tiny stone in your own gallbladder or in your kidneys. Looking at your current condition, it's nothing at all. Kang Weijie never believed what Chen Dali said. Seeing that these people didn't believe in themselves, Chen Dali also stopped talking. Since there's nothing going on, let's go back. Vigor, go back and hurry to take a shower and change clothes. We still have to go to class later. After Kong Weijie finished speaking, he reached out and pulled Chen Dali up. You need to get your bike fixed soon, too, so you don't delay your trip to the hot pot restaurant tonight. Kong Weijie had just finished speaking, as if he had remembered something. Power, is your cell phone okay? I called several times and you didn't answer. The cell phone is finished, Chen Dali said, pointing to the small gazebo there. Kong Weijie looked over and there was a bent and broken cell phone on the floor of the gazebo. Do not have to ask. Kong Weijie also know? This must be Zhou Yu, how those bastards do. Think again. Chen Dali family conditions are not good. He works to earn money, are not willing to spend, and then let him go to buy a new cell phone. I guess he cannot afford. But today's society without a cell phone, which line ah? Ditching, you guys, why don't you first carry Dali's bike to the repair stand to fix it? Don't delay using it. Dali hurried back to take a shower and change clothes. Kong Weijie said to Lin Ditching. No problem, it's on its way. Lin Ditching promised, and a few other roommates lifted Chen Dali's bike and left. Thank you, Ditching. I'll give you the money for the car repair later, Chen Dali said as he looked at Lin Ditching's back. It's okay, you and VJ go back first. Lin Ditching, who had already taken several steps out, turned his head and waved his hand towards Chen Dali and said, seeing that Lin Ditching and a few of them had gone away, Kong Weijie said to Chen Dali, Power, what about your cell phone? Ugh, not yet, I'll buy it when I save up. Chen Dali's answer was not what Kong Weijie expected. Dali, how can we do without a cell phone now? I have a replacement cell phone at home. If you don't mind, I'll go home at noon and bring it to you, so you can use it first. Kong Weijie was the one who first supported Lin Ditching and the others away, leaving only himself and Chen Dali to say this to Chen Dali. Several years, Kong Weijie knows that Chen Dali has a thin skin and strong self-esteem, so there are some words that can only be said to Chen Dali when there is no third person present. No, Chen Dali said to Kong Weijie as he walked back. What are you still excusing yourself from me? The cell phone I replaced last year has been sitting at home, so I'll bring it over at noon and you can use it first. You can talk about it later when you buy a new cell phone. Faced with Kong Weijie's good intentions, Chen Dali couldn't afford to push back. Thank you, VJ. Chen Dali thanked Kong Weijie. Gee, you're welcome. After Kong Weijie finished, he remembered something and said to Chen Dali, that cell phone of yours is not working. The cell phone card inside should still be fine. Don't forget to take it out. Chen Dali listened to Kong Weijie's reminder, then remembered that the cell phone card had not been taken out, and hurriedly returned to get the cell phone card. After picking up the cell phone card, Chen Dali and Kong Weijie walked back, and Chen Dali thought as he walked, is it true, as Kong Weijie said, that the police will not be able to do anything about Zhou Yu Hao's scoundrels even if they call the police because of insufficient evidence? So you got beat up for nothing? If after calling the police, Zhou Yu Hao and the others were fine and hadn't been punished, would they still look for another opportunity to take revenge on themselves? The more you think about it, the more Chen Dali is unwilling, cannot just take a beating for nothing, must find a way to return it. However, he is alone, and Zhou Yu Hao is tall and strong, and there are always one or two equally strong minions around. Trying to give that beating back is like a pipe dream. What puzzled Chen Dali even more was how those painful and unbearable injuries on his own body had disappeared without a trace. And what about the fact that one feels, now, in a better physical state than before the beating? Could this have anything to do with the little glowing round stone that had been incorporated into his body? Chapter 19 Evening Encounters. Back to the dormitory, Chen Dali took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and wanted to wash the dirty clothes. Seeing that there is not much time left, it is better to go to class first, and then wash at noon. On the way to class, I met Lin Ditching. Ditching, the bike was fixed so quickly? How much did it cost? I'll give it to you, Chen Dali said to Lin Ditching. It's not fixed yet, Dali. It takes more time to fix your bike, so I'll just leave it at the repair stand for now. After class at noon, you can pick it up. It should almost be fixed, and then you can pay the mechanic. Lin Ditching told Chen Dali about repairing the car. Oh, okay, I'll go over there after lunch and check it out. Thank you, Ditching. Chen Dali thanked Lin Ditching again. You're welcome. By the way, Dali, you know that car repair stand, right? It's just west of our school's main gate, by the fork in the road that goes to the Academy of Fine Arts. No. I used to fix bikes there. Chen Dali knew about this car repair stand that Lin Ditching was talking about. After class at noon, Kong Weijie went home to get his cell phone, and Chen Dali went to the car repair stand to get his car. When he arrived at the repair stand, Chen Dali's bike was repaired and replaced for a total of $30. Chen Dali just remembered that he had no cash on him. All on the phone. Kong Weijie went home to get a cell phone has not come back. He also cannot pay first. It was at this time that Kong Wei-jie arrived on a shared electric bike. Power. I thought you'd be out of cash to pay. I grabbed my cell phone and rushed back. Hurry up and put your phone card in. Looking at the cell phone that Kong Wei-jie handed over, Chen Dali's heart was filled with gratitude. Just take it. Vigorously. Looking at Chen Dali did not move. Kong Wei-jie thought that Chen Dali was still a little embarrassed to pick up, so he directly shoved the cell phone into Chen Dali's hands. Chen Dali looked at the cell phone that Kong Wei-jie stuffed into his hand. 80% new. Better than his own broken cell phone. Thanks. Listening to Chen Dali whispering his thanks, Kong Wei-jie was a bit displeased. Dali, can we not say those words? Chen Dali looked at Kong Wei-jie and smiled embarrassedly, took out his cell phone card on his body, installed it on his cell phone, turned it on, and paid for the car repair. Walking back and entering the school, Chen Dali saw the basketball court, and there were students playing basketball on several courts. Seeing the basketball, Chen Dali couldn't help but think of Zhou Yuhao from the school basketball team. This asshole, violently beating himself. This revenge will be remembered first. Sooner or later, it will be avenged. After class in the afternoon, Chen Dali came to Xinshin Hot Pot as usual. As usual, when it comes to the mealtime, there are several tables of dinner guests at the same time. Busy, but Chen Dali has already gotten used to it. Chen Dali finished serving shabu-shabu to a table of guests in the hall and had just returned to the back kitchen when he heard old Zhang from the back kitchen call out to him. Xiao Chen, bring this plate of shrimp sliders to Yasan's guest. As he spoke, old Zhang had already taken out a plate of shrimp sliders from the freezer and handed it to Chen Dali. These 4 elegant rooms in the back are Zhang Ping's responsibility today. Why doesn't she give it on? Maybe there are guests in these 4 rooms and Zhang Ping is too busy. Chen Dali thought as he took the shrimp sliders. Has this plate of shrimp sliders been reported at Sister Zhou's yet? Receiving the shrimp slip, Chen Dali asked Lao Zhang. Pim says it's been reported. Old Zhang said to Chen Dali. Oh. Chen Dali promised and carried the shrimp sliders towards Yasan, the first to serve up, and then go to ask Zhao's sister. Yasan wants shrimp slippers. On the account yet? If already on the account of course, it will be fine. In case if not on the account, he just let Zhao's sister on the account. It never hurts to be a little careful and cautious. As Chen Dali thought about this, he had already arrived at the entrance of Yasan, pushed the door and the cool air from the air conditioner greeted you. Wow! Chen Dali saw that this table was full of beautiful young ladies, so eye-catching. As he placed the shrimp sliders on the table, Chen Dali met the eyes of this beautiful woman sitting on his left. Chen Dali froze at once, and this beauty froze at the same time. The beauty who froze was no other than Mei Aoshui. It's you? Mei Aoshui was slightly surprised and took the lead to speak, breaking the awkwardness of the two staring blankly at each other. What a coincidence! Chen Dali responded with a smile. You, come here to work after class in the afternoon? Mei Aoshui continued to ask. Aha! Chen Dali answered succinctly. Yo, Mei Aoshui, you know this handsome guy? Who is it? Introduce us. Yeah, Mei Aoshui, how did you meet the handsome guy? Tell us about it. Mei Aoshui has a good eye. The few girls sitting next to her, seeing Mei Aoshui and Chen Dali talking, all smiled and coaxed together. Aya, stop it. This is also a student of Art Sangbei Academy. People come to work after class. Work study, Mei Aoshui said to these girls beside her. Oh, yes. The girls collected their cheeky smiles. I'll be busy. Call me if anything happens. Chen Dali spoke to Mei Aoshui. Okay, I'll catch you if something comes up. Mei Aoshui smiled and said to Chen Dali. Out of the door of Yasan, Chen Dali came to the counter, said to Zhao Xinxin Yasan private room on a plate of shrimp slippery. Zhao Xinxin busy asked. You served another plate? How many total plates of shrimp sliders did you see on Yasan's table? It's only the one disc I'm on. Chen Dali answered truthfully. Oh, that's right. Pim has already reported it. I thought you had given it another round. Hearing Zhao Xinxin say this, Chen Dali was relieved. Maybe Auntie Ping was too busy to give it on after she reported it, so old Zhang asked me to give it on. Chen Dali had just finished talking to Zhao Xinxin when he heard someone in the hall call for a waiter. I'll go over there first. After Chen Dali finished speaking, he headed towards the table that was shouting for the waiter. Zhao Xinxin looked at Chen Dali's back with an approving gaze, and thought to herself, little Chen is quite meticulous, afraid of getting it wrong. So, the staff is a little bit of a small mistake. A little bit of tolerance and generosity to them can certainly be exchanged for them to double their efforts and seriousness in their work. After being busy for a while, no table wanted anything for a while, Chen Dali stood in a corner of the hall, waiting for the call of the guests at any time. It was at this moment that there was a gentle tap on the shoulder. Chen Dali turned around and saw that it was Mei Aoshui. Can I get you anything else? You don't have to come here. Just call out for the waiter at the entrance to the Yasan. Chen Dali said with a smile. No need for anything more. That. Mei Aoshui wanted to speak. Since there is no need to order anything else, Chen Dali also did not know what she was going to say, so he did not pick up the conversation and waited for her to say it herself. What was she trying to tell herself? Could it be that because he had relieved her in the school cafeteria at the end of last month, he had run into her here today and had come over to say thank you again? Chapter 20 Carrying the Car. Thanks for that time in the school cafeteria. Not surprisingly to Chen Dali, Miao Xue did come to express her gratitude to him once again. Hi, no need to keep thanking me. It's been a long time. You're too kind. Chen Dali smiled and said to Miao Xue, that time I was so focused on thanking you that I forgot to even ask your name. Miao Xue looked at Chen Dali and said, oh, my name is Chen Dali. Chen Dali reported his name, Miao Xue. Listening to Miao Xue also say her name, Chen Dali thought to himself that he had heard Kong Weijie say it in the cafeteria that day. Can you add a WeChat friend? Miao Xue took out her cell phone as she spoke. Sure. Chen Dali also took out his cell phone. How many boys in Sangbei College wanted Miao Xue's WeChat app, but they all failed to get what they wanted. And now, the school flower of Sangbei College even took the initiative to add Chen Dali as a friend. Just after adding the tweets, the guest at table 4 in the hall was calling for a waiter. I'll go over there first. Chen Dali pointed to table 4 there. Go ahead and get busy. I should get back. After Miao Xue finished speaking, she waved her hand with Chen Dali and walked towards the Yasan private room. After not much time, the few girls who were dining at Miao Xue's and their table came out and walked towards the counter, seemingly to settle the bill and leave. Seeing Miao Xue and the girls leaving, Chen Dali came over to say hello. Have you eaten? Chen Dali wore a smile on his face. Aha! Miao Xue responded. By this time, one of the girls had finished checking out and all the girls were ready to go out. Seeing this, Chen Dali rushed over and pulled the door open for him. Thanks. A couple of the girls giggled and spoke almost simultaneously. Take care. Chen Dali escorted a few girls to the door. Bye. Miao Xue turned back and waved her hand with Chen Dali. Then a few girls crossed each other's arms and walked away with a smile. Okay, little Chen, you still know so many beautiful women. Chen Dali had just returned inside the hot pot restaurant when Zhao Xinqin came at him. Sister Zhao, these are the students from the same school. I only know one of them. Chen Dali explained to Zhao Xinqin. These girls, either one of them is pretty enough. Cindy Zhao continued. Little Chen, are you interested in that girl you know? I didn't have that in mind. Chen Dali said is indeed the truth. He was from the countryside of the ordinary people. Good school. The future can find a job. In the warehouse North City to stand on the line. Find a girlfriend to fall in love with the object. Within 2 or 3 years. Chen vigorously will not have this plan. Sister Zhao, I'll get busy first. Go on. After Chen Dali finished speaking, Zhao Xinqin replied. Leaving the counter here. Chen Dali was ready to clean up the table where the guests had left. When he turned his head, he happened to meet Feng Jinxiang's 4 eyes in the meat grating operation room across the counter. Soon, Feng Jinxiang moved his eyes away. This guy was still a little bit vain. After all, what he said was recorded by Chen Dali in his cell phone. Diners are checking out and leaving, and the back room is starting to cook dinner. After eating, Chen Dali took out his cell phone and looked at it. It was 9:35. Before Chen Dali could open his mouth and say he wanted to leave, Zhao Xinqin said it first, telling him to go back, out of the hot pot store. Riding a bicycle on the road. Chen Dali sincerely feels Zhao Xinqin this person is really good, usually as long as to 9:30, even if the store still has a table of 2 tables of guests, will let themselves go, for fear that they cannot rush back to the dormitory. The other day dropped the plate, almost did not say anything. When you meet such a good boss, the only thing you can do is work hard. Riding a bicycle just to the first intersection, Chen Dali found a car parked in the middle of the road, the car on both sides of the turn signal lights flashing, the front of the car surrounded by several people. What's going on? There's been an accident? That was the first thought that surfaced in Chen Dali's mind. Curiosity drove Chen Dali to the front of the sedan to take a look. It turned out that the sedan hit a delivery boy. The delivery boy along with his electric car were stuck to the sedan between the front and rear wheels, unable to move. Chen Dali has always been no good impression of the delivery boy, because I have seen a lot of many delivery of red lights, against the traffic, speeding, driving in the rain after the water section does not slow down, splashing others all over the sewage, but the long way to go. There are too many takeaway boys who are the unstable element on the road, the time bomb of traffic safety. Chen Dali think, this traffic accident, it is very likely that the takeaway boy ran a red light due to, because the car does not dare to run a red light. Which driver is willing to and demerit points and fines over it? Surrounded by these few people, including the limousine driver, including the mouth. Some say first call an ambulance, some say the police, some say report fire rescue. Chatter, cannot reach unity. Finally, it was the driver who said, we these people, first a piece of the car up a little bit. First of all, the delivery boy from the car out, the ambulance came, or lift the car to the hospital? Yeah, lift the car first. Lift the car first and drag the man out. Guys, hurry up. The longer the pressure, the more injured the delivery boy will be. There was always a consensus among these few people gathered around the table. 4 or 5 people stood on the side where the delivery boy was stuck, and all together they bent down and reached out to wrench on the bottom edge of the car. 1, 2, 3, lift. The driver shouted out a slogan, and the guys powered up at the same time, but the sedan barely moved, and a few of the men lifting the car deflated. Boy, don't just stand on the sidelines. Come over here and give me a hand. The driver glimpsed the side of Chendali, hurriedly greeted. Let him come over a piece of lift car. After all, more than one person will have more power. Although Chendali has no good feelings for the delivery boy, but now it is related to the rescue. The sooner the person dragged out, the sooner he can be saved. Otherwise, even if the emergency vehicle came, the person is still under the pressure of the car. The paramedics cannot be saved. By then you have to lift the car and drag the person first, then follow the group to lift the car. Chendali felt that although there is no good feelings for the delivery boy, but if you see death, your heart will always be uneasy. Push hard. Guys, try to lift it this time. As soon as the driver had finished speaking, all these people in the room took their places. 1, 2, 3, lift. The driver's slogan was shouted, and all of them lifted the car with one mighty effort. What's the situation? The side of the car that pressed the delivery boy was lifted up high, nearly a meter above the ground. What's going on here? Or just now those people lifting the car does not move, and now there is only one more Chendali. The car was lifted up so much. Chendali himself also noticed the situation, but could not figure out what was going on. Could it be that just now the guys didn't use all their strength to lift the car? Now they are even using all their strength? Hang in there, young and old. The driver finished, let go of the hand lifting the car, stooped down, with extremely fast speed will take delivery boy and his electric car, pulled out from under the sedan. Chapter 21 Revenge Plan. Seeing that the delivery boy had pulled out from under the car, the crowd slowly lowered the limo. We couldn't lift it just now, but why did we lift it so easily when that young man came? Yeah, the lad is so strong. Where's the boy gone? Carrying the car of these people talk about why Chendali can have such great strength. Wanna personally ask what's going on, but look around. This follow a piece of car lifting the young man has been nowhere to be found. Chendali was also surprised. How did he get so much strength in his body? In order not to cause some unnecessary trouble, Chendali with the guys slowly put down the sedan, while the guys patted off the hands of the dust, quietly left. By the time the guys remembered him again, Chendali had already gotten on his bike and gone away. While riding his bike back, Chendali was thinking, just now, in the end, is it because he joined the team of lifting the car to lift the sedan up? Or, did all the people who lifted the car, together, increase their strength to lift the sedan? The more Chendali pondered on this issue, the more he wanted to completely figure it out. Coming to a section of road where pedestrians and vehicles were scarce, Chendali stopped his bike and looked back and forth to confirm that there was no one nearby. So he got off his bike and came to a car parked on the side of the road. Try it now and see if you can lift a car or not. Crouching beside the car, Chendali wrenched his hands on the edge under the door, just about to launch himself, and then looked around uneasily. In fact, he just wanted to verify whether he suddenly possessed powers beyond the ordinary, but he still made it look as if he was going to be a thief. After reconfirming that no one was around, Chen vigorously lifted his hands upward with force, and this one-ton car was easily lifted by Chen vigorously. Chendali panicked and hurriedly put the car down, once again looking around. It was still quiet around, no people or cars passing by. What the hell is going on here? Does one really possess extraordinary power? How did this mysterious and tremendous power arise within oneself? Chendali was meditating on the possible source of this tremendous power of his own as he rode his bicycle back. It's hard not to. Something to do with the little glowing round stone that blended into his body last night? He had received a brutal beating from Zhou Yuhao and the others, and his body hurt so much that he couldn't move. Even if he didn't have any hard injuries, these soft tissue contusions, it was estimated that he would have to be in pain for at least 10 days or 8 days. However, that strange glowing little round stone, as if it had a life, as if it was looking for a suitable carrier for it, after integrating into his body, the parts of his body that had taken a beating didn't hurt at all, exactly the same as if he hadn't taken a beating. And now, the fact that one's own body suddenly possessed a tremendous power beyond the ordinary was definitely also absolutely related to that little glowing round stone. Where did this little glowing rock come from? From outer space? Or from the vastness of the universe? Or from another planet with a living civilization? Chendali cannot think up, just feel that his body since this day, there is nothing strange feeling, or with the same as before, if not just follow the gang to lift the car, and even do not know that he has already possessed so much strength. While he was thinking about it, the cell phone in his pants pocket suddenly vibrated. Taking it out, it was a message from Kong Weijie urging him to come back soon. Sending a going back soon voice to Kong Weijie, Chen Dali put his phone into his pants pocket and hurriedly rode back. It's getting closer to the school, and it's at the little roadside playground again. Taking a look at the dark and quiet little garden, Chen Dali's heart couldn't calm down for a long time. 24 hours ago in the heavy rain, he was viciously beaten by Zhou Yuhao and the others, and any one of these three villains, in terms of strength relative to himself, was forceful, and all of them were something that he simply could not fight against. In the face of absolute power, everything was just a flowery gesture, so one knuckled down and took this drubbing. However, now it was completely different from yesterday. He already possessed the strength to be able to easily lift a car, and for that matter, Chen Dali felt able to kill Zhou Yuhao and the three of them in seconds, because the three of them together, even if they could lift the car, they wouldn't necessarily be able to lift it as easily as they could lift it themselves. Since this was the case, the revenge of that brutal beating had to be returned, with divine power added to his body. He was still afraid of his Zhou Yuhao's physical strength, and his minions? At that time, how he, Zhou Yuhao, had once beaten himself, he would have to beat himself back. To treat these evil people, it's useless to say anything to them, only use your fists to reason with him. Only by beating him severely and painfully can he be made honest and no longer dare to bully the weak at will. Tomorrow, just tomorrow morning, go to the basketball gym where Zhou Yuhao and the others practiced, to give Zhou Yuhao and the others a good lesson. And then, if there are still any of his little brothers rushing forward, then there will be one counting one, and one piece of them will be cleaned up. I, Chen Dali, will single-handedly take on Zhou Yuhao's entire basketball team tomorrow morning. When he thought of this, Chen Dali had already arrived in front of the school dormitory building. Fortunately, the gate was not locked yet. Returning to the dormitory, Chen Dali washed up and climbed to his top bunk to lie down. Vigorously, Kong Weijie from the bottom bunk opened his mouth and shouted. Chen Dali answered. Just now, I was watching the news on my cell phone, and last night, some astronomers observed that a meteorite fell and landed right here in our city of Tsangbei. Kong Weijie said to Chen Dali. Listening to Kong Weijie's words, Chen Dali couldn't help but think that yesterday's rainy night, the glowing small round stone that had merged into his body, seemed to be really a meteorite. But where did this meteorite come from? Why didn't it hit the ground directly? Why did it stray in midair at that time, as if it was searching for something? Why did it give itself so much power after integrating into its body? These doubts were still confusing Chen Dali. Power, asleep so soon? Not hearing Chen Dali respond to himself, Kong Weijie thought he was asleep. Didn't fall asleep. I was thinking about what I told you this morning, when you first found me, that a small glowing round stone had merged into my body last night, possibly this meteorite you speak of. Chen Dali said what he was thinking to Kong Weijie. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Kong Weijie denied Chen Dali's words, then added, meteorites that hit the earth are all very powerful. A meteorite the size of an egg can make a big deep crater in the ground, and if it does hit you or land next to you, you won't be here to stay. Listening to Kong Weijie's words, Chen Dali knew that no matter how much more he told him, he wouldn't believe it, so he simply didn't say anything. Now all he could think about was how to take revenge on Zhou Yuhao tomorrow. Chapter 22 What's going on? Chen Dali still wanted to tell Kong Weijie about his thoughts, but only wanted to talk to him alone. Didn't want everyone else in the dorm to hear, so he took his cell phone next to his pillow and wrote early tomorrow morning. I'm going to the basketball gym, to settle the score with that bastard Zhou Yuhao, and then sent it to Kong Weijie. After a while, and did not see Kong Weijie give himself a reply, Chen Dali shouted in a low voice. VJ. No response from the bunk. Chen Dali flopped down on the bed and poked his head out to look down. Kong Weijie, like a cat, had wrung out a light snore. Holy, I was just told I'd fall asleep so fast. I can't believe I fell asleep faster. Chen Dali whispered and rolled over to lie down again. A picture came to mind tomorrow morning in the basketball gym. Then Zhou Yuhao shorter than a head of his own, casually a hand, in terms of strength, on him to do an absolute suppression. Any of his minions over to get on the hand, but also to no avail. All dry down. Finally, dashing out of the basketball gym to the surprised looks and expressions of the players who didn't get it on. It's soothing and incredibly relaxing to think about. Let's not think about that for now. Let's go to bed, get some energy, and go sweep the basketball gym tomorrow. The day just dawned. Chen Dali got up and went to the ground, without disturbing the other people in the dormitory who were still asleep, quietly put on his clothes and shoes, and gently went out of the dormitory. The doors to the dormitory building were already open. After all, there were many other students who needed to get up early to exercise. After leaving the dormitory building, Chen Dali held his head high and strutted toward the basketball gym. The eastern horizon was already showing the first signs of morning. The birds in the trees were chattering and seemed to be eating bugs because of their early start. and the green belt along the roadside was still smelling wet from the previous night's rain up to now. Getting closer and closer to the basketball hall, Chendali could clearly hear the thump sound of the basketball colliding with the floor from inside the hall, as well as the bam sound of the basketball smashing on the rim of the basket. Standing at the entrance of the basketball gym, Chendali was ready to slowly push open the door. And then just like Shinjin slowly walked into the Honko dojo, he also slowly walked into the basketball gym, and followed Shinjin's example of violently beating up the small-time Ronin, in order to violently beat up Zhou Yuhao and his gang of villains. Just as his hand was about to touch the basketball gym door, Chendali was pulled by his arm and pulled away from the basketball gym door by several meters. Who is it? Chendali turned around and saw that it was the sweaty and panting Kong Weijie. VJ, why you? Chendali looked at Kong Weijie with some confusion. Dolly, what do you want? Do you really want to come and clean up Zhou Yuhao? With your small body and your strength, isn't this coming to give away the head? I slept last night and didn't see the message you sent. Luckily I saw it in time just now and rushed to catch up with you. Kong Weijie's breath hadn't caught and he said eagerly, VJ, I don't want to hide it from you. The strength in my body now is not the same as before. I can easily lift a car, and with that kind of strength, going to the basketball gym to finish off Zhou Yuhao would not be a piece of cake. Chendali said confidently. You can pull back. You think you're the king of Chu? You're so strong that you can carry a car? You can even lift a car easily? Stop talking nonsense and hurry back to the dormitory. What Chendali said, Kong Weijie did not believe at all, and thought he was talking nonsense. Seeing that Kong Weijie did not believe what he said, Chendali was also a bit anxious. VJ, why don't you believe me when I say something? When have I ever casually bragged to you? I really do have the strength to lift a car easily now. Listening to Chendali's words, Kong Weijie didn't say anything and reached out to touch his forehead. No fever, Kong Weijie muttered to himself. Oops, what are you doing? You think I'm burned out of my mind and babbling nonsense? Chendali pushed away Kong Weijie's hand with some exasperation. Pretty much. Kong Weijie glared at Chendali and said nonchalantly, okay, VJ, you just don't believe me do you? I'll demonstrate now how I can lift a car with ease. Chendali was also a bit on top of his game and had to show Kong Weijie his divine power. Looking around, Chendali stopped his gaze at the administration building. There at the administration building, there are cars parked in front of the entrance by the teachers. Let's go there now and I'll lift one of the cars for you. Chendali was just eager to prove to Kong Weijie that he wasn't bragging. If I can lift a car, you should stop stopping me. As soon as Chendali's words fell, Kong Weijie spoke up. Okay, Dolly, if you can really lift a car, you can go to the basketball gym and clean up Zhou Yuhao. I will never stop you. If you can't lift it, then obediently come back to the dormitory with me. Well, VJ, I'll let you. Today, stab your ass with a knife, open your eyes. Chendali finished half seriously and half jokingly, and then he and the speechless Kong Weijie walked towards the administration building there. On both sides of the entrance to the administrative building, there were several cars parked. After the two arrived, Chendali said to Kong Weijie, VJ, which one do you think we should lift first? Whatever, Kong Weijie said absent-mindedly. Chendali heard this and didn't say much, walking straight to a tall and powerful SUV. VJ, watch this, the time to witness a miracle. When Chendali finished speaking, he bent down and wrenched the bottom edge of the car with both hands. Lift up hard. Ha, what's going on? The SUV barely ripples. This, Chendali just don't believe it. Last night also secretly tried. How come it doesn't work today? Vigor, this is witnessing a miracle? Kong Weijie's words rang out from the sidelines, and when Chendali heard them, he felt like he had been slapped in the face for what he had just said. I literally lifted the car last night. Try a smaller one again. Chendali said, walking over to a miniature sedan. Power. Don't try. You can't lift any car. Kong Weijie advised Chendali that he didn't need to try anymore. But Chendali still bent down to lift the miniature sedan, and after taking a deep breath, his hands snapped. The body of the miniature sedan, which was much smaller than the SUV from earlier, didn't even wobble a bit, and the four tires felt like they were nailed firmly to the ground. Chendali has not yet given up. That mouth of deep inhalation has not yet exhaled. His face is suffocating red, staring at his eyes, eyebrows upside down, lips are a little trembling, arms and legs are also a little trembling. The tires of the minivan were still tight to the ground. Don't try it. Power. Let go. You can't lift it. Kong Weijie looked at Chendali's expression and all felt a bit offended. Chendali gave up trying. I really can't understand. Last night, lifting a car was as easy as picking up a brick. But now, with almost all my strength, how come I can't lift it? Still not going? Kong Weijie blankly glanced at Chendali without any good humor and walked towards the dormitory building. Chendali looked like a deflated ball, not saying a word and silently following behind Kong Weijie. Chapter 23 Father Calls. How come your own divine power has disappeared? Why is he so different from last night? Chen Dali could never figure out what was going on. But what was able to be figured out was that Kong Wei Jie had saved himself once again. He didn't even know that he didn't have any godly power anymore. But he was still ready to go and break into the basketball gym. And if it wasn't for Kong Wei Jie arriving in time to stop him, he would have rushed into the basketball gym and would have received another deadly beating without the ability to fight back. In the basketball gym now, there were more than just Zhou Yuhao and the three of them. The entire basketball team was training in there. All of them were like wolves and tigers. Thinking of this, Chen Dali stopped his footsteps and softly shouted, "VJ, Kong Wei Jie," who heard the shout, stopped and turned around to look at Chen Dali, with an expression on his face as if he was asking Chen Dali, "Is there something wrong?" "Thank you, VJ." Chen Dali spoke from the bottom of his heart. "Look at you, saying that again," Kong Wei Jie said in an angry tone. Just now I am sorry, VJ." Chen Dali thought of his attitude and performance towards Kong Wei Jie just now, and immediately felt ashamed and hurriedly apologized to Kong Wei Jie. As for Kong Wei Jie, it doesn't matter if Chen Dali Dao apologizes or not. It's not like the two people just met. He just doesn't want his good buddy to be hurt again. Don't talk about that. It's still early. Let's both go back to the dormitory first. After Kong Wei Jie finished speaking, he came to Chen Dali's side, reached out and put his arm around his shoulder, and the two of them walked towards the dormitory building one by one. This morning's lesson, Chen Dali was listening in a trance, his mind always wondering, how did he suddenly have so much power, and how did he suddenly lose this power? Thinking about it, Chen Dali still felt that it must have something to do with that glowing little round stone. That must be the meteorite that VJ Kung was talking about, that astronomers observed. Where exactly did it come to this planet from? What energy does it contain? Chen Dali cannot figure out. Perhaps only astronomers can give an explanation. The bell rings and the morning study period is over. Chen Dali stood up from his seat, stretched, and walked out of the classroom, ready to go to the restroom. Walking in the hallway, Chen Dali took out his cell phone to see that there was a message on WeChat from his father. "Chen Jiqiang, call back after class. Is there something going on at home?" Chen Dali's heart was a little apprehensive. Quickly walking to a slightly secluded place, Chen Dali dialed his father's phone. "Dad, how have you and the whole family been doing lately?" After the call, Chen Dali greeted first. "I'm fine, my family is fine. How are things at your place?" Chen reported that he was safe and asked about his son. "I'm fine here too, you don't have to think about it." Chen Dali also spoke words to reassure his father. "Well, that's good." Chen Dali listened to his father finish those few words, and there was silence on the phone. Chen Dali froze. His father wanted to say something. It was clear that there was something going on at home. Then hurry up and ask, "Dad, is there something going on at home? If there's something, just say so." After a short silence on the phone, Chen's voice came out, vigorously. "The heavy rain that fell 2 days ago was just too much. Our north room leaked badly, and after the rain stopped, I looked for a mason to give it a look, and wanted to fix it. I didn't know that after seeing the house, they said that it was too old and dilapidated, and that repairing it wouldn't cost much less than rebuilding it, so it would be better to tear it down and rebuild it. This house has been built for 40 years, so it's time to renovate it. Besides, you're not young anymore. If someone comes to ask for a daughter-in-law, we can't afford not to have a new house." I asked the mason to estimate the cost of renovating the house. "Our family savings, we are still short of 25,000 yuan. I told your aunt, she is not rich, but still gave us 10,000. Now we are still short of 15,000 yuan. I also know that it's not easy for you to go to school and work part-time, and I didn't want to open my mouth to you, but I really can't help it. How much savings do you have from working for the past few years? Can you use it for your family to renovate the house first?" After hearing his father's words, Chen Dali hesitated a little, but still quickly said, "Dad, I've been working part-time for the past few years. Apart from the tuition fees and living expenses spent in the past few years, I still have $7,000 by now. I'll transfer it to you on my cell phone first, and I'll think of a way to pay for the rest." Vigorously, "Dad has no choice in the matter." Chen's somewhat choked voice came from the cell phone. "It's all right, Dad. The labor cost of materials for flipping the house, and it can't be all paid at once. The remaining $8,000, a little slow down. I'll go find someone to borrow." Chen Dali relieved his father. "Vigor, it's really hard for you," Chen said with some embarrassment. "Dad, look at what you're saying. We're not working hard as a family to have a good life and live in a new house." Chen Dali continued to relieve his father. "Power, have you eaten yet?" Chen inquired about his son. "Not yet, it's on its way." Chen Dali answered his father truthfully. "Go and eat quickly, and leave enough for yourself to live on, so you don't finish transferring money to me and you don't have any for yourself." Chen exhorted his son. "Dad, don't worry, I still have enough money to live on. and in a few days, after summer vacation, I'll go back and do what I can to build our house. Hearing his son's words, Chen Jiqiang hurriedly said, "It's okay, Dolly, you can study at school without worrying. I can handle it, and there's still David and Xiaohua to help. You don't have to think about it." "Well, you eat quickly go," said so much, delayed you eat. Aha! Listening to his father finish, Chen Dali promised and waited until his father hung up the phone. Chen Dali then got on his cell phone and transferred the only $7,000 he had to his father. After transferring the $7,000, Chen Dali's balance in his cell phone was only $2 or so left, and it was not enough for lunch. The hot pot restaurant still has to wait until the beginning of next month to pay June's wages. When I go to work this afternoon, I'll talk to Sister Zhao and see if I can pay June's salary in advance. That way, I won't be too strapped for cash. If the hot pot restaurant cannot pay their wages in advance, then there is no way out. The big deal is that in the period until the payday, they do not eat at noon, and in the evening at the hot pot restaurant to eat a little full is. Anyway, gotta get through this first. As for the difference between the home that $8,000, a moment to ask Kong Weijie, to see if he can lend himself. It should not be too much of a problem. Are so many years of good buddies. Thinking of this, Chen Dali was ready to go back to the dormitory and lie down. Since he wasn't going to eat, he should try to be less active and consume as little as possible. Tick. The cell phone showed that a WeChat message had come in. Chen Dali picked up his cell phone and froze. Chapter 24 Schoolgirls Invite to Dinner. Could it not make Chen Dali freeze for a moment? It was a message from Mei Aoxue. It didn't say much. Just a few short words. Voice handy? Chen Dali quickly returned 2 words. Convenient. Just a few seconds after returning it, the WeChat call rang. Hey, are you done eating now? Mei Aoxue's soft voice came out. I haven't eaten yet. Chen Dali replied truthfully. Is something wrong? Haven't you eaten yet? Mei Aoxue continued to ask. Nothing much, just had a phone call with the family and just finished. After Chen Dali finished saying this, he heard Mei Aoxue's somewhat slightly excited voice come out. What a coincidence. I haven't eaten yet either. Why don't we both go to the cafeteria together? My treat. No, how can I let a girl like you buy me dinner? I'll buy you. Hearing Mei Aoxue said to invite herself to dinner, Chen Dali was a bit flattered. What kind of treatment is this? How many boys want to invite Mei Aoxue to dinner? People are still not sure to go, but now they invite themselves to dinner. So, say anything cannot let people break the bank. Although there is no money on his cell phone, but in a while on the way to the cafeteria, hurriedly let Kong Weijie first transfer to himself $200 to save the emergency. If you really want to treat me to dinner, then next time, this time it must be my treat. I'm almost at the cafeteria now, so you should come soon too. Well, Chen Dali's speech is a little unsteady. The school flower invited to dinner. If you say that the mood is not at all excited, and can still be calm as a mirror, it is impossible. Bye. See you in a bit. After ending the call with Mei Aoxue, Chen Dali hurriedly contacted Kong Weijie and asked him to transfer $200 to himself first. Even if people said they were treating her, they had to grab the bill when they got to the cafeteria, and if she had to treat her and pay the bill, then she would have to pay again. Chen vigorously organized his clothes and shoes up and down, making sure there were no flaws, before striding towards the cafeteria. Entering the cafeteria, Chen Dali first saw that there weren't too many people dining, and there were probably a lot of students who had already finished eating and left. There was a table of middle-aged men eating that stood out a bit in the cafeteria hall where almost all the young people were eating. Chen Dali took a closer look and recognized that one of them was from the school's political education office and had once gone to the political education office to do some work. Why did they come to the student cafeteria to eat too? Maybe they came to the cafeteria to check on their work, and when it was time to eat, they ate here by the way. At this time, Chen Dali suddenly saw that not far from the window where he was eating, someone waved his hand towards him, and at a glance, it was Mei Aoxue. Chen Dali stepped forward. What do you want to eat? Mei Aoxue asked Chen Dali with a smile. Just buy whatever dishes you like. I basically love every dish in our cafeteria, Chen Dali said with a smile, searching for the guest to follow the host. Let's have a beef tenderloin with sharp peppers, then, and a chicken nugget stew with shiitake mushrooms, and let's see, some kind of veggie dish. After Mei Aoxue ordered these 2 dishes, she looked at the several large plates holding various vegetarian dishes. Don't ask for more. These 2 dishes are enough for the 2 of us, and we might not even get leftovers. Chen Dali felt that these 2 hard dishes were enough. Let's have another vegetarian dish. Hearing Mei Aoxue's words, Chen Dali hurriedly said, let's eat first. It's not too late to ask for another one if we don't have enough. Although it is a girl's treat, Chen Dali does not want the other party to buy too much food, and it will be a waste if you cannot eat it. After ordering 2 more servings of rice, Chen Dali quietly took his cell phone and prepared to scan the code to pay, always feeling that if he let a girl treat him, It felt weird and a bit embarrassing. Who knew that this move had been taken in by Mei Ao Shui? Told you. It's on me. Don't scan the code. I finished it a long time ago. Chen Dali looked toward her, and sure enough, she was making a payment on her cell phone. Chen Dali served 2 dishes. Mei Ao Shui took 2 portions of rice, found an empty table, and sat down facing each other. Thank you. Just after sitting down, Chen Dali expressed his gratitude to Mei Ao Shui. Indeed, if it wasn't for her invitation, he would have been ready to go back to the dormitory to drink some plain water and make do, but now he had a good lunch instead. I should be the one to thank you. The other day here, there were so many people present. You were the only one who was not afraid of those 2 rogue assholes and relieved me of the siege. Your courage and sense of justice really made me admire you. Chen Dali listened to Mei Ao Shui's words and realized that she was still thinking about what happened in the cafeteria that day, and that inviting herself to dinner today was a way of expressing her gratitude. In this way, the 2 people ate their meals while chatting pleasantly, and when they got to the ridiculous part, Mei Ao Shui even covered her mouth and laughed. Chen Dali and Mei Ao Shui were eating their meals in the cafeteria as if they were a hot couple, talking and laughing, attracting almost all of the boys present to cast envious and jealous gazes at Chen Dali. It is also Mei Ao Shui such a beautiful school flower, is how many Hamlet North Academy boys' heart goddess give a person the feeling is unattainable, unapproachable. Never seen her in the school cafeteria and a boy like this to talk and laugh at the same table to eat. This seems to be declaring to all the boys that I, Mei Ao Shui, have a boyfriend, and that you should stop wasting your efforts in courting me. No wonder all the boys present looked at Chen Dali with extreme envy and jealousy, not likely to say in their hearts, this kid really got lucky. These eyes that looked at Chen Dali also included 3 pairs of hostile eyes in the distance, and it was no one else but Zhou Yuhao and Wei Huachang and Xiao Taiji. Brother Ho, that Yakuza Chen Dali looks smug, Xiao Taiji said sourly. That's right, having dinner with the Karabi schoolgirl, look at how beautiful he is. He's going to heaven. Wei Huachang squinted his eyes towards Chen Dali's place and spoke in a conspiratorial manner. Wei Huachang and Xiao Taiji, you spoke and I spoke. Zhou Yuhao, who was sitting on the sidelines, had an iron face and didn't say a word. Why does that kid look like he's not doing anything at all? Xiao Taiji was a bit puzzled. In his cognizance, Chen Dali had taken a brutal beating from the 3 of them. At the very least, it would take a week to recover to what it was now. Exactly. This Yakuza is like he was before he got hit. Wei Huachang was of the same mind as Xiao Taiji. Damn, I think it's still a light hit. Zhou Yuhao narrowed his eyes and beamed, placing his large hand like a bear's paw on the dining table and clenching it into a fist, squinting in the direction of Chen Dali and said hatefully, couldn't stand it for a minute. Seeing Chen Dali so cozy, quite a bit of springtime complacency, Zhou Yuhao could not help but be enraged. In his head, then, simply cannot tolerate those beautiful things, and those who are better than themselves, encountered. We must find ways to destroy, and only in this way, can satisfy his dark and perverted psychology. Ho, you can't get angry here today. There are people from the school's political office. The scheming Wei Huachang reminded Zhou Yuhao. I'm so angry right now when I see this Yakuza Chen Dali. Zhou Yuhao gritted his teeth. That's not good enough, Wei Huachang said, motioning for Zhou Yuhao and Xiao Taiji to gather over. The 3 men came close and whispered something. Chapter 25 The Power is Back? Chen Dali and Mei Ao Shui finished their meal, said their goodbyes happily, and went back to their respective classrooms. The afternoon passed, and after class, Chen Dali was ready to go to the hot pot restaurant. Thinking for a long time, did not open up with Kong Weijie mention borrowing $8,000 this matter. People usually care enough for their own, and then go to trouble people. Chen Dali is really embarrassed to say. However, since he had promised his father that he would think of a way to raise the money, he still had to find a place to borrow it. Getting on his bike, before leaving, Chen Dali took out his cell phone and looked at it again. There was a message from my father. Chen Dali thought to himself, could it be that his father came to ask if the $8,000 had been raised? He himself did not know how to answer. Anyway, click on the message and read it first. After reading the message from his father, Chen Dali breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Jiqian's message. The general content is, looking for the building construction team to talk. Due to the wheat harvest, the construction team no one. All go home to collect wheat drying wheat to go. The matter of flipping the house pushed back a push, so that $8,000 will not be in a hurry to use. Chen Dali felt that it was fortunate that he hadn't asked Kong Weijie to borrow money yet. Building a house with money. Now at least there is a buffer time. If you wait until you pay wages in June to start building, by then, even if you go to borrow money, can borrow a little less. When I came to the hot pot restaurant, it was still a repeat of the day-to-day work, except that not many people came to eat hot pot today, only 3 tables, maybe because the weather was too hot. With these 3 tables of guests, a single waiter could basically handle them. so the staff in the hot pot restaurant were given a rare moment of leisure during working hours. Feng Jinxiang also has nothing to do for the time being. In his own meat planing operation room did not come out, wiping the meat planer. Since Chen Dali recorded what he said, this guy did tighten up a lot and never looked for trouble again. In the end, the evening of the hot pot restaurant did not come guests. Only 3 tables of guests, at 9 o'clock or so, also finished eating one after another left. There was nothing else to do in the fondue restaurant, so we started cooking and eating. After dinner, Chen Dali tried several times to tell Zhao Xinxin that he could first draw the June salary in advance, but after hesitating for half a day, he finally did not say anything. It wasn't even 9:30 when Chen Dali left the hot pot restaurant from work with Zhao Xinxin's permission. It's hot in the middle of June, even at night. Chen Dali rode his bike quickly and still managed to bring up a breeze that wasn't too hot. Back in the dormitory, Chen Dali drank some water, said hello to his roommates, and then took a towel and toiletries and walked toward the washroom in the hallway. It's quiet in the washroom tonight. There's no one there. Chen vigorously feel very surprised. Usually this time period, there are secretly smoking in the washroom. Have come to solve the big hand but squatting on more than half an hour to play cell phone games. Why so quiet today? Chen Dali put the towel on his shoulder, took the mouthwash cup and filled it with water, squeezed the toothpaste on the toothbrush, and was just about to brush his teeth when he heard the sound of hurried footsteps getting closer and closer outside. Bam! The door to the washroom was kicked open. Chen Dali, who heard the sound, turned around and saw that Zhou Yuhao, who was full of hostility, had already arrived behind him, and Wei Huachang and Xiao Taiji were standing at the door of the washroom. What are you doing? Before these words could even come out of Chen Dali's mouth, he had already been pinched by the back of his neck by Zhou Yuhao and pulled into the small compartment where he had unlocked his big hands. Chen Dali was pushed with force, and just as he turned around, Zhou Yuhao's big, bear-like hand ran to pinch his neck. You Yakuza are pretty comfortable and cool these days. Zhou Yuhao blared and spoke viciously, his hand already saying it was there. Chen Dali was still holding the mouthwash cup and toothbrush in his left hand, and when he saw Zhou Yuhao's hand coming, he subconsciously stretched out his right arm and flicked Zhou Yuhao's hand to the side. Zhou Yuhao's hand was rattled by Chen Dali's arm this time, as if it was hit by a strong and powerful iron bar. The whole upper body was rattled to turn a small half circle, almost hit the bathroom partition beside him. His hand was numb and painful, and he couldn't help but cry out. What's going on here? Zhou Yuhao and Chen Dali were both a bit surprised. Zhou Yuhao is even more confused. His own height of 1 meter 9.5, 200 pounds of weight. How will be Chen Dali? This own eyes unbearable guy easily dial away. The key is, the hand was dialed quite painful. Chen Dali was also a bit puzzled as to how Zhou Yuhao, who was like a tower-like giant to himself, was almost hit by the partition wall next to him by this subconscious flick of his own. You can't make Zhou Yuhao look so bad without supersized power. Could it be that the divine power of being able to lift a car with ease come back to you? Then let's try again on this asshole Zhou Yuhao and see if the divine power has returned or not. Before Chen Dali's idea could be implemented, Zhou Yuhao glared with glowing red eyes, clenched his fist, and struck at the side of Chen Dali's face at once. The space in the bathroom is so narrow, there is a squatting toilet under the feet, and there is a drain pipe behind him. Zhou Yuhao swung his arm round, and in this situation, Chen Dali has almost nowhere to hide. However, in Chen Dali's eyes, Zhou Yuhao's swift and windy swinging punch was like a slowed-down shot from a video, with a gentle bend of the leg and a lowering of the body in a calm manner. Chen Dali felt that it was commonplace to do these two actions, but to Zhou Yuhao, it was just a somewhat unseen swiftness. Zhou Yuhao's fist whistled through the air above Chen Dali's head. The fist swung empty and missed Chen Dali, but his body was brought to the other side with the speed of the punch. It's such a big empty space for Chen Dali. Zhou Yuhao wanted to quickly turn back again. It was already too late. Chen Dali clenched his fists, saw the arm that he swung, according to his armpit, came with an upward hook. Zhou Yuhao let out a yell. The whole person was hit by this punch and almost left the ground with both feet. The pain and tingling sensation in the armpit that received this punch quickly spread in all directions. Half of his body was so numb that he almost lost consciousness. Zhou Yuhao's legs went limp and he sat down on the ground. Chen Dali didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. Following his example of pinching the back of his neck, Chen vigorously grabbed the back of Zhou Yuhao's neck. His hand lifted. Feeling light. This bastard is more than 200 pounds of weight. How does it feel like carrying a piece of rag? Without much thought, Chen vigorously choked Zhou Yuhao's thick back neck and flung it towards the partition wall next to him. Bang! The sound made by Zhou Yuhao's head, hitting the bathroom partition, and the yelp he made himself, sounded almost simultaneously. Chapter 26 Being beaten up and not daring to talk about it. Against such a weakling, Hao is still using so much energy that he's screaming out. Xiao Taiji, who was standing in the doorway of the washroom, leaned on the doorframe and said with a playful smile to Wei Huachang, Something's not right. It sounds to me like it's not the sound Ho made when he hit that Yakuza hard. Wei Huachang felt that Zhou Yuhao's voice wasn't quite right. What's wrong? Couldn't Hao still beat a Yakuza? The way I see it, it's because Hao is addicted to fighting. Qiu Taiji is confident in his boss. What are you looking at? Get in the house. Wei Huachang saw that several dormitories that were closer to the washroom had pulled the door open a crack, and the boys in the room were all crowding in the cracks of the door, curiously looking towards the washroom here, presumably having heard the screams from inside. Seeing this scene, Wei Huachang gave a low growl. Originally, the task that Zhou Yuhao had set for these two little brothers tonight was to guard the door of the washroom, not letting anyone else come in, while keeping an eye out for the arrival of the hostel manager, because Zhou Yuhao felt that he was more than enough to clean up Chendali by himself. These few dormitories with open doorways. The boys inside saw Wei Huachang's ferocious expression. They all hurriedly shrunk back and closed the doors one after another. Wei Huachang and Qiu Taiji felt that it was almost time. They had to hurry in and call the boss to come out. Otherwise, in those dormitories where the door slit was open just now, if someone called the hostel manager on the first floor, it would be troublesome. Stop! What are you doing here? Just as Wei Huachang and Qiu Taiji were about to enter the washroom, the hostel manager had come at some point and called out to the two. Wei Huachang least expected things still came. It seems that someone really called the hostel. Otherwise, how come so fast? One of the students went in to relieve himself, so we'll both wait here for a while. When Wei Huachang answered the hostel manager's question, he intentionally spoke loudly, just so that Zhou Yuhao inside could hear it so that he could be prepared. Relieving yourself? How come someone said it looked like there was a fight going on in the washroom? What the hostel manager said confirmed what Wei Huachang had thought, and someone really did call the hostel manager to report it. There's no such thing as a fight. We've been standing here for a while. If there was a real fight going on in there, would we not have heard it? Wei Huachang is still trying to cover up. I'll go inside. The hostess didn't listen to what Wei Huachang said and said to herself. Seeing that the hostel manager insisted on going into the washroom, Wei Huachang could not stop him any longer, and could only say loudly to the hostel manager from the sidelines, "Be careful, there's water here, don't slip." The purpose was still to give Zhou Yuhao a final reminder. The hostel manager was in the front, Wei Huachang and Qiu Taiji were in the back, and they all went into the washroom. The three had just walked in when they saw that the door to a cubicle with a big hand to relieve was open, and Chendali walked out of it. Seeing Chendali's calm and collected expression, Wei Huachang and Qiu Taiji both froze. With that, both of them and the hostess saw Zhou Yuhao, who was curled up on the floor of the cubicle with a small grunt in his mouth. Wei Huachang and Qiu Taiji hurriedly walked over, one on each side, and assisted Zhou Yuhao. At this time, Zhou Yuhao, due to just being thrown by Chen vigorously, his head hit the partition wall. His head raised a big bag, and a little bit of blood oozing. His head is confused. His body was Chen vigorously punched a few times. His body hurt so much that he cannot move. What's going on? The hostess looked at Zhou Yuhao and then at the deflated partition wall and asked Chendali. Chendali faced the hostel manager and smiled while answering calmly. This student was relieving himself inside, probably because the floor was too slippery, and fell. I was at the sink there getting ready to brush my teeth, and when I heard the commotion, I rushed over to check it out, and it just so happened that you guys were here too. Anyone who understood could see that Zhou Yuhao had been beaten, especially Wei Huachang and Qiu Taiji, who did not believe what was in front of them no matter what. The strong and sturdy Zhou Yuhao was beaten into despair. This is not scientific. With a small body like Chendali's, it would never be possible to be able to beat Zhou Yuhao like this. At the very least, he would have to be a heavyweight boxer, wielding more than 100 kilograms of power, to be able to do so. Wei Huachang and Qiu Taiji were confused, never being able to figure out why it would end up like this. Was it really a slip and fall? How come someone said that there was a fight in the washroom? Listening to what Chendali had just said, and then looking at the bear-like appearance of Zhou Yuhao who was being helped up, the host continued to ask Chendali questions. There was a fight? Chendali finished and snorted, looking at the host's expression which was also a bit confused. Chendali continued. There was no one else here just now, so if there was a real fight, look, did he hit me, or did I hit him? Listening to Chendali's words, the hostess felt that it was impossible that this strong man who was being held up had hit Chendali, because Chendali didn't have any traces of being hit on his body. Did Chendali beat up this strong man? The hostess felt it was even more unlikely because the difference in size between these two was so vast. It was like a 5-year-old in kindergarten beating up a 6th grader in elementary school. Would anyone believe it when they said it? The only explanation that can convince the hostel manager. That is what Chen vigorously said just now. This student slipped and fell by himself. How are you? Is something wrong? The host turned to Zhou Yuhao and asked him. I'm fine. Zhou Yuhao clenched his back teeth and whispered. Although he received a beating, Zhou Yuhao did not dare to tell the truth of the matter. After all, He was the one who came to beat Chendali first. If the truth was told, it was estimated that no one would believe that they were beaten by Chendali. And even if someone believed it, with their size and strength, being beaten by a skinny person would be laughed at, and would become the laughingstock of the whole school. I'm glad he's fine. You two help him back to the dormitory. Be careful from now on. What are you all looking at? What are you all looking at? Hurry back to bed. The hostel manager had just finished speaking to Zhou Yuhao and the three of them, and as soon as he turned back, he saw several boys gathered at the door of the washroom to watch the fun, and hurriedly said a few more words, surrounded in the washroom door to watch the few boys, listening to the dormitory manager said so. Hula a moment are scattered, each back to their respective houses. Chendali simply washed up and went back to the dormitory as well. Seeing that there was nothing more to do, the hostess went back with her hands behind her back. Wei Huachang and Xiao Taiji assisted Zhou Yuhao to leave the washroom as well. Ho, what the hell is going on? Wei Huachang supported Zhou Yuhao and asked with a face full of anxiety as he walked back to the dormitory. Chendali, this kid, I am with him. Gu, it hurts me. I am not finished with him. Zhou Yuhao, whose face was piled high with anger and resentment, grimaced. Wei Huachang and Xiao Taiji instantly understood how this is really being hit by Chendali. This Chendali, how did he finish off Zhou Yuhao in single combat in that small space? Wei Huachang and Xiao Taiji were puzzled. Chapter 27. Now I get it. Chendali returned to the dormitory, climbed to the upper bunk, and before he could lie down, Kong Weijie opened his mouth vigorously. Someone was fighting in the washroom just now? It seems like Zhou Yuhao was beaten up. Who did you hear that from? Chendali deliberately pretended not to know. You were in the washroom just now. How could you not know? It's all over several groups now, believe it or not. It turned out to be a student who sent the matter of Zhou Yuhao's beating to the WeChat group quickly, and Kong Weijie saw it and then asked Chendali. I'm not sure. Chendali didn't want to tell Kong Weijie about his sudden possession of divine power. Even if he told him, I'm afraid that he would have to be completely disbelieving and drag himself back from the basketball gym door like he was in the morning. Seeing that Kong Weijie was silent, Chendali added deliberately, Zhou Yuhao was beaten. That's not likely, is it? With his size, 2 or 3 boys wouldn't be a match for him. I think so. Was there anyone else when you were in the washroom? Kong Weijie asked again. There is. There are 2 other members of the basketball team there. Chendali said. That's even more impossible. The players of the basketball team, almost all of them are Zhou Yuhao's little brothers. Seeing their boss being beaten up, can they not go forward to help? Kong Weijie still can't quite believe that Zhou Yuhao was beaten. Well, let's not discuss this topic. Go to bed, Chendali said. The dormitory quieted down, and not long after, there were snores. Zhou Yuhao's dormitory. Lying on the bed, Zhou Yuhao, full of pain-like face. The 2 little brothers are busy. Where's the spray for bruises when we train for the game? Wei Huachang asked Xiao Taiji while rummaging through the dormitory. Look in the bedside cabinet. After Xiao Taiji finished speaking, he swished a towel in a basin, wrung it out and wiped Zhou Yuhao's face. Wei Huachang found the spray and sprayed some on Zhou Yuhao's swollen brain. Ho, you're feeling better. Xiao Taiji carefully asked Zhou Yuhao. Good. Ouch. It hurts. It hurts me. Zhou Yuhao closed his eyes tightly and showed his teeth. Chendali, if I don't beat you to the point where you can't take care of yourself, my last name isn't Zhou. The others in the dormitory quieted down as they listened to Zhou Yuhao speak viciously, especially Wei Huachang and Xiao Taiji, even more know in their hearts. Zhou Yuhao, this is by Chen, vigorously beat up without a doubt. These 2 were thinking that Zhou Yuhao was definitely not going to let it go just like that, and might, perhaps, have to gather everyone on the basketball team and find a chance to go and round up Chendali. As expected, Zhou Yuhao hatefully opened his mouth to Wei Huachang and said, tomorrow, be sure to shout out. Before he could finish his words, Wei Huachang put his index finger in front of his mouth and made a shoe gesture, signaling Zhou Yuhao not to say anything. Wei Huachang understands Zhou Yuhao's meaning, and has long guessed his thoughts, not letting him continue to say, is afraid that there are many people in the dormitory, leaking the news, but also afraid that in case someone passes by in the hallway and hears it. Ho, no need to say anything, I know what to do, Wei Huachang said to Zhou Yuhao. Well, it's up to you to organize everything, Zhou Yuhao reassuringly said to Wei Huachang. Ho, you're just trying to stop the pain as quickly as possible now, Wei Huachang said and sprayed some more spray on Zhou Yuhao's body and legs where it hurt and gently used his hands. It was dawn, and the swallows were calling out of the window, one moment spreading their wings in the sky, the next landing on the wires that were side by side like pentagrams. What are you doing up so early? When Chendali gently got out of bed, Kong Weijie closed his eyes and spoke in a daze. Chendali wondered, he moved gently enough, or woke him up, or, Kong Weijie did not sleep so solid, heard himself out of bed. Go out on the playground and walk around twice. Get up, and we'll both go together. Chen Dali said to Kong Wei-jie, who was lying on the bed with his eyes closed. I'm not going. You're on your own, Kong Wei-jie still said without opening his eyes, after which he rolled over and turned his face inward. The more inactive you are, the fatter you get, Chen Dali said as he gently pushed Kong Wei-jie. Stop it, you're on your own, I'll sleep some more. Kong Vijay still doesn't want to get out of bed. Chen Dali could only stop, put on his shoes, and walked towards the playground alone. In fact, if it was not for waking up Kong Wei-jie when he got out of bed, Chen Dali just wanted to go out on his own, without any other ideas, just wanted to verify that, after dawn, his own divine power was still there, like the day before yesterday, when I could easily lift a car at night, and then yesterday morning, when I lifted the car again myself, it was like ants shaking a tree. Last night, he was able to easily dodge Zhou Yuhao's heavy blows in the bathroom where the space was extremely small. His body's reaction and sensitivity was unbelievable even to himself, and when he was returning the favor, it felt like Zhou Yuhao's weight was less than that of a small chicken. So, now to get out of the dorm and try myself outside. Will I be as forceful as I was last night in the washroom, or will it be as mediocre as it was yesterday morning? There weren't many people on the playground yet, so Chen Dali decided that, like yesterday, he would also go there to the administration building and try it out with the cars parked on both sides of the entrance. When he came to the front of the administration building, Chen Dali pretended to tie his shoelace and squatted beside a car, looked around to see that no one was there, and reached out and wrenched the bottom edge under the door. With both hands, the car didn't budge. Chen Dali loosened his hands and stopped trying. It was finally clear that one's divine power would only appear after nightfall, and after dawn, one's divine power would disappear without a trace, and one would become mediocre again. How did this happen? Chen Dali guessed that it must have something to do with the rainy night that day, and that the glowing meteorite that fell from the sky, was it also alive and contained great energy? Otherwise, why did it slowly rise after hitting the ground? It was as if it was searching for its target, and as if it was looking for a carrier to hold it. That rainy night, the injuries that he had suffered on his own body, after that glowing meteorite was integrated into his body, all of them were no longer in pain, just like before he was injured, and he even felt better than the state he was in before he was injured. Thinking about this, Chen Dali felt completely certain that his divine power, superb reflexes, and miraculous healing all came from this glowing meteorite. But why is it that one is only powerful at night, and then in the daytime one is just like an ordinary person? Chen Dali felt that the only explanation that made sense was that this glowing meteorite was integrated into his body at night, so the immense power that it brought to him would only appear at night and would be gone by day. Since he had figured out this matter, there was nothing to be confused about. Being able to have such a great power, Chen Dali felt that the benefits outweighed the drawbacks, even though it was only for these few hours at night. At the very least, it will protect itself, and even, it will do something else. Chapter 28 Resolving Accommodation Issues. Walking back from the administration building, just before the gate of the dormitory building, Chen Dali saw a few students gathered at the bulletin board, not knowing what they were looking at. Driven by curiosity, Chen Dali also came over to take a look. The content of the announcement was probably that the school had an early summer vacation this year, and that, after the summer vacation, the school would be cleared out, and no student would be allowed to stay in the dormitory. Chen Dali was a bit stumped after reading the announcement. I had hoped to keep working at the hot pot restaurant to earn money to save for my sister's college expenses, or just in case of emergencies, like the sudden situation of needing money to flip a house. After the summer vacation, the school dormitory cannot stay. Where to live? You can't rent an apartment, right? That way, you won't have much money left from the money you earn. If the family house renovation started, then a vacation. He immediately went back to help the family to do something. Hot pot store will not go. However, the house renovation thing is not accurate. Go back. There is nothing to do. It is better to earn money in the hot pot restaurant. Chen Dali is in a bit of a dilemma. He has no place to live if he stays at the hot pot restaurant. He has nothing to do at home if he goes home on vacation. After thinking about it, I decided to stay and work at the hot pot restaurant. At least I can manage the meals and earn money. And after vacation, if I go to work at the hot pot restaurant during the lunchtime as well, I can increase my income some more. As for the home renovation of the house, no matter when to start, as long as the family needs their own contribution, then immediately go back. Home is the permanent harbor. The home construction is the top priority. However, since I stayed at the hot pot restaurant for a part-time job first, I had to think about where I would go to sleep at night after work in the future. Renting a room is impossible, but you can't go to a station waiting room, hospital corridor, or bank ATM room to make do, either. Chen Dali thought left and right and felt that there were only two options to try. The first is to talk to Zhao Xinxin to see if it is possible to spend the night in the hot pot restaurant after it closes. A few chairs to a piece side by side, can be a bed to lie down on. Chen Dali feels that this is a win-win situation. He has a place to stay, and the hot pot restaurant also has a night watchman, the best of both worlds. Chen Dali felt that Zhao Xinxin was unlikely to refuse, and might even agree in seconds. The second, in Chen Dali's opinion, is the next best thing, that is, Zhao Xinxin did not agree with Chen Dali staying at the hot pot restaurant. If that was the case, he could only have the cheek to ask Kong Weijie to see if he could go to his house to borrow a room, although there would be a lot of inconvenience. Although it was slightly far away from the hot pot restaurant, the second option is only an alternative, and Chen Dali himself feels that the possibility is minimal. Then let's wait until we go to the hot pot restaurant in the afternoon and talk to Zhao Xinxin. The afternoon came quickly, and Chen Dali came to the hot pot restaurant as usual. Seeing that Zhao Xinxin was sitting behind the counter, Chen Dali walked over. Sister Zhou, Chen Dali called out softly to Zhao Xinxin. Zhao Xinxin raised her head, looked at Chen Dali, and continued, "Can I help you? Little Chan, that. Chen Dali stammered and was also a bit embarrassed. Just tell me what's up. Why are you still embarrassed? Zhao Xinxin looked at Chen Dali, expecting him to say what he had to say. Then let's just say it straight. Chen Dali thought, it shouldn't be much of a problem. Sister Zhao, our school has an early summer vacation, and we're not allowed to stay in the school dormitory after the vacation. And I don't want to go home. I want to continue to work at our hot pot restaurant, but I don't have a place to go to stay at night. I'd like to discuss with you if I can stay at the store after we close the hot pot restaurant." Before Zhao Xinxin could respond, Chen Dali hurriedly added, "After everyone's gone, I'll set up a row in the hall with a couple of chairs that I can lay down in." Zhao Xinxin snorted and laughed. "I thought it was something big. It's just this after all," Zhao Xinxin said while laughing. After laughing, Zhao Xinxin's expression became a bit more serious again. Watching Zhao Xinxin's expression change, Chen Dali's heart thumped. I watched her smile and thought it should be almost okay, but now with that look on her face, was she reluctant? Chen Dali is secretly muttering in his heart, if it really doesn't work, then he will have to go to Kong Weijie's place to take a look. Then you can come and stay at the fondue after your vacation, just as the store still has its night watchman. Zhao Xinxin spoke to Chen Dali in a serious manner. Holy, Chen Dali secretly exclaimed in his heart, looking at her expression. I thought she would disagree, but I did not expect to agree. How to play this kind of big reversal? Maybe? As soon as she heard herself say that, she mentally agreed, but purposely came up with a serious expression to tease herself. If she was really teasing herself like this, Sister Zhao was skinny enough. Thank you, Sister Zhao. Chen Dali was busy thanking Zhao Xinxin. So how many personal items do you have? Zhao Xinxin asked again. Not much, just a couple changes of clothes, 2 towels, mouthwash cups, toothbrushes and stuff. Chen Dali reported his family's belongings. Oh, just put it in the cupboard under the counter when the time comes. If it's too hot, you can sleep in the elegant room with the air conditioner on. The elegant room is small and the air conditioner is not big. The air conditioner in the hall is too big. Zhao Xinxin kinda took care of Chen Dali. No, Sister Zhao, I'm a person who isn't afraid of the heat. I don't need to turn on the air conditioner. Just have a place to rest for a few hours. People can let themselves sleep in the store, which is quite good. Do not expect to enjoy the coolness of the air conditioning, although people say so, but also cannot turn on the air conditioning to give people electricity to increase the cost of opening the store. This bit of self-awareness, Chen Dali still has. Well, there's nothing else, is there? Listening to Zhao Xinxin's words, Chen Dali knew that if nothing was wrong, he should get busy. Nothing else? Sister Zhao, I'll get busy first. Chen Dali finished and left the counter knowingly. Oi! Chen Dali left the counter and turned around, so happy that he silently shouted in his heart. After solving the problem of accommodation after the vacation, it would be great. Then I can work in the hot pot restaurant in a practical way. Earn more money, whether it is for the family to build a new house, or for my sister Xiaohua to go to college next year to save up some. It's not quite good. Thinking of these, Chen Dali feels relaxed and full of energy to work. The sky is getting darker and darker. Not far outside the entrance to the Hamlet North College in the small garden, to cool off and play less and less people. This area was not much of a residential neighborhood, basically a few colleges and universities in this neighborhood scattered. So, to this small garden, the vast majority of these schools are students. Late in the day, they are returning to school one after another. The little pleasure garden gradually returned to silence and gloom. However, deep within this small garden, there were a dozen dark shadows, all restless. Chapter 29 to surround Chen Dali. Brother Chang, isn't it just cleaning up one person? Is there a need to get so involved? And call our entire basketball team. In the darkness of the small garden, a strong young man sitting on the ground, whispered to Wei Huachang beside him. What do you know? Come when you're told. Don't talk so much. Wei Huachang opened his mouth and scolded the strong boy twice. The reason, of course, is that a big guy like Zhou Yuhao took a beating one-on-one? So it didn't work with less manpower, so the entire basketball team was called in. However, he didn't want to tell everyone about Zhou Yuhao getting beaten up in the bathroom, and had to defend his boss's face in front of his little brothers, so he let the burly little guy who expressed his lack of understanding shut up. Seeing that the other party did not say anything, Wei Huachang asked again, "Are the guys all packed? Bring it on," the stout boy said, taking out a pickaxe handle from behind him. "Aha." Wei Huachang nodded his head in satisfaction and asked the other dozen or so people, "What about yours?" "It's all with me." "Here it is." "It's not." The dozen or so people in the darkness agreed while they all lit up the guys in their hands. Throwing sticks, baseball bats, pickaxe handles, U-locks, almost a handful of them. Be smart when you do. Just don't beat that Yakuza to death. Wei Huachang finished speaking to the dozen or so people and catapulted himself to Zhou Yuhao's side a few meters away. Ho! Zhou Yuhao turned his face when he heard Wei Huachang call out to him, and a white band-aid on his head was very conspicuous in the darkness. The brothers are all ready, just waiting for that Yakuza Chendali to pass by here when he returns to school. Wei Huachang made a report to Zhou Yuhao. "Well, this time, we must make sure that he loses half of his life without dying. Let him know that if he dares to fight back against me, Zhou Yuhao, there is no good fruit to eat. When that Yakuza passes by here in a while, arrange for a few more brothers to press him and drag him directly inside here before doing him. Remember, make sure to arrange for a few more brothers. That Yakuza is somehow very strong." Zhou Yuhao admonished Wei Huachang, but did not say how much strength Chendali's strength was that he had comprehended when he was in the bathroom. "Don't worry, brother Hao. I'll immediately arrange for 6 brothers to wait by the side of the road, and as soon as Chendali, that Yakuza, arrives, he'll immediately pounce on him and hold him down, dragging him here." After Wei Huachang finished, he called over 6 people, and after giving them some instructions, told them to go to the side of the road. "Ho, don't worry, it's all been arranged. I don't believe it. That Yakuza's strength is so strong that he can outlast 6 people?" Wei Huachang is full of confidence, and Zhou Yuhao also feels that there is no problem. "Here, Ho, have a smoke first," Wei Huachang said. From his pants pocket took out a box of cigarettes, lifted the lid, took out one and handed it to Zhou Yuhao, and took out a lighter to light the fire, and cupped his hands to send the fire of the lighter in front of him. Zhou Yuhao, with a cigarette in his mouth, moved forward slightly, reached out to hold Wei Huachang's hands holding the lighter, lit the cigarette, inhaled a mouthful of it fiercely, righted himself back, and very comfortably exhaled a wisp of smoke from his mouth. There was still one table left in the hot pot restaurant, so Zhao Xinqing greeted the back kitchen to cook. After finishing the meal and cleaning up the dishes, Chendali took a look at his cell phone and saw that it was already 9:35, so he said hello to Zhao Xinqing and left the hot pot restaurant to get off work. Tonight is not too hot. Riding a bicycle on the street, Chendali can still feel a trace of breeze on the face. The body is still relatively comfortable. Almost to the school, the roadside is completely empty. It seems to be out walking students are early back to the dormitory, while the day is not too hot. Sleep a comfortable sleep, and besides, it is also almost time to close the dormitory. Chendali, riding to the small garden nearby, Chendali suddenly heard someone shouting his name, not loud, but still clearly heard. Who is this? Calling out to himself at this time, in this place, and listening to the voice, it wasn't the voice of someone he knew well. Chendali's hand squeezed the brake, his foot braced the ground, and the bike stopped. Just as he was about to seek out where the voice shouting at him had come from, he heard behind him something coming at him sharply with a whistling that cut through the air. Chendali couldn't think about it in time, and bent down low first, lying on the bicycle handlebars. A thick and sturdy baseball bat swept over Chendali's head, and at the same time, due to the excessive force of swinging and swinging empty, the person holding the baseball bat was also driven by his own hard swinging of the empty baseball bat and stumbled a little. Chendali in the darkness of the night, to this sudden arrival of the attack, perception and reaction ability is incomparable with the daytime. Completely different two realms. What man? Chendali straightened up and dismounted from the bike, his eyes wary of the man with the baseball bat in his hand, but his senses told him that there was more than one person next to him. The other man had taken up his tall form, but did not speak. In an instant, 5 more people emerged from Chendali's front and back, surrounding him. This also confirmed Chendali's perception in the darkness of the night, which was completely different from that of the daytime. Go! The man with the baseball bat in his hand barked down at the other 5. As soon as the words fell, these 6 robust people, all holding sticks, like a tiger pouncing on a tiger, pounced towards Chendali from all directions piece by piece. It must be Zhou Yuhao's people again. This idea flashed in Chendali's mind, because looking at the height and shape of these people, he had already guessed that it was not too far off, but now he could not afford to think of anything else, and rushed to deal with it. Chendali saw the guy with the baseball bat. stepped forward, and violently punched him in the abdomen. Ouch! The guy with the baseball bat was caught off guard and was hit hard by Chen vigorously, as if he was hit by a fast-moving car. He could not collect his feet. Thump, 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 and took a few steps backwards, still not standing, and fell on the ground on his back. Since he came up without saying a word and laid a vicious hand on himself behind his back, Chen Dali didn't need to be polite with him and gave him a solid punch, knocking down this one. There was a gap in the circle of 6, and Chen Dali dodged into this opening and turned back to give the closest person a shove. Ouch! The guy who was pushed by Chen vigorously screamed, fell sideways to the side, and incidentally pounced on one of his own accomplices, and the pickaxe handle in his hand fell to the ground with a dang sound. The 6 people were instantly put down 3, and after the remaining 3 pounced, they again surrounded towards Chen Dali in a fan shape, and Zhou Yuhao, who was deep in the small garden, after hearing 2 ouch cries one after another in a very short period of time, threw away the half-empty cigarette in his hand and shouted at Wei Huachang, "No good! It must be that a few of them are in trouble. Let's hurry over." Hearing Zhou Yuhao's words, the several people sitting on the ground stood up, gripped the sticks in their hands, and followed Zhou Yuhao and Wei Huachang as they walked quickly towards the outside of the small garden. When he came to the junction of the small garden and the road, Zhou Yuhao was also taken aback to see that the 3 juniors had fallen to the ground. Chen Dali heard noisy footsteps behind him and turned around to see that it was indeed Zhou Yuhao who came before him with 7 or 8 people. Chapter 30 Zhou Yuhao's Minions. 10 or so people quickly surrounded Chen Dali in the center, almost impermeable. The person who had received a punch from Chen Dali was lying on the ground rolling back and forth, grimacing with an agonized expression, already in too much pain to stand up. The man who had been pushed to the ground by Chen Dali had already stood up, gripping the pickaxe handle in his hand, and together with the gang of accomplices, stared intently at Chen Dali. Seeing that Zhou Yuhao was on the list, there was no need to say more than that. Chen Dali already understood what was going on. It's for yesterday, when he beat him up in the bathroom and rallied everyone on the basketball team to get back at him. But could he have hit him if he hadn't gone to the washroom and started on himself first? Surnamed Chen, I'll make you lie in bed from tomorrow until next year. Zhou Yuhao saw that his people had surrounded Chen Dali, and only then did he viciously say to him. These words provoked Chen Dali's anger. Thinking about the rainy night a few days ago, also in this same small garden, he was violently beaten up by Zhou Yuhao and his 2 accomplices, and after that, for unknown reasons, he ran to the washroom to beat himself up. Such a campus scourge, everyday think, is not to practice and play well, for the school to fight for more honor. Instead, he looks at whoever is not good enough. He has to beat whoever he wants to clean up, and even gather the basketball team, his own lapdogs, to defend his own selfish desire to dominate the campus. Chen Dali understood in his heart, the knight himself, his body has been blessed with divine power, no longer afraid of these underhanded threats of force. The real move, Zhou Yuhao and these men of his, one by one, they are all vain paper tigers. Last night in the washroom has been tried. It seems that in the washroom or did not beat Zhou Yuhao completely painful. Then tonight let him know what the meaning of evil is. After Chen Dali swept around, his eyes landed on Zhou Yuhao and teasingly said, "Basketball team captain Zhou, there is a good thing is like to share their own in the washroom to get beaten feel good. Tonight will be a piece of these little brother called to get beaten." Chen Dali did not want to beat up everyone present. After all, only Zhou Yuhao, Wei Huachang, and Xiao Taiji were the culprits of the incident, and the rest of those basketball players, perhaps some of them were not willing to come and participate at all, and may have been forced to come only under Zhou Yuhao's coercion. Said this is also to let these people hear, the leading brother are beaten goods. You minions are even more only to send the head of the share. These guys aren't going to be united and rock solid. It's best to dismantle them first. Don't listen to him, men, all of you. Zhou Yuhao shouted in exasperation. There was a second's pause as none of the dozen or so men made a move. A second later, Wei Huachang and Xiao Taiji roared out and simultaneously raised their clubs in their hands, taking the lead in lunging at Chen Dali. These 2 people are worthy of being Zhou Yuhao's loyal minions, especially Wei Huachang, not only advising, but also actively acting as a fighter. Then let's hurt him first. Now that the club is raised high, the whole front of the chest and abdomen, when the arms are raised, is completely defenseless. Chen Dali quickly stepped forward, clenched his fists and collected them under his ribs, and when he reached Wei Huachang's heel, he violently threw out his fist, and at once he solidly hooked it on Wei Huachang's stomach, just like the punch that Zhou Yuhao had struck his own abdomen in the middle of the rainy night. Chen Dali had also knocked Wei Huachang to the point where he was bent over, his feet almost off the ground. In the rainy night, this guy who was a tiger for a tiger, kicked himself hard one right after the other. And now, first, he gave him a punch. Before Chen Dali's fist could leave Wei Hua Chang, Zhou Taiji was also holding his club high and pounced in front of him in a murderous manner. Chen Dali couldn't swing his fist again in time, raised his foot, looked at Zhou Taiji's abdomen, and kicked over with a powerful kick. Ah! Vomit! Wei Hua Chang and Zhou Taiji let out a wail of pain one after the other. Zhou Taiji fell to the ground on his back, and due to the strength of Chen Dali's kick, the huge inertia carried him backward and flipped him over again, sprawling on the ground, curled up on the ground. His stick had been thrown aside, his hands covering his kicked abdomen. He was writhing back and forth on the ground like an overturned turtle. Wei Hua Chang was similar to Zhou Taiji. Having received this punch from Chen Dali, he was also lying on the ground, grunting in pain while rolling back and forth. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yuhao also looked a little silly, but soon came back to his senses, rushed to his little brothers and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Get on with it." As soon as Zhou Yuhao's words fell, Chen Dali also opened his mouth to the circle of people surrounding him. So what if these two go together? They're still going down one by one. You guys should stop listening to this asshole Zhou Yuhao. He only wants you guys to be the ones who get punched and kicked as a padded quilt. Hearing Chen Dali's words, the 10 or so basketball players hesitated. Seeing that his little brother had been talked down by Chen Dali, Zhou Yuhao must not let his authority on the basketball team go up in smoke. Come on, all of you, beat him to death on me. Zhou Yuhao shouted arrogantly while pushing the two people closest to him forcefully towards Chen Dali. These two men were pushed forward by Zhou Yuhao, so they could only harden their heads and helplessly swung their sticks towards Chen Dali. As soon as the rest of them saw that two of them had struck out, they all grabbed the guys in their hands and lunged towards Chen Dali as well. Chen Dali was not panicked, looking at these two guys who pounced over first, squatted down, first avoided the offensive front of these two people, letting them both pounce, then stretched out his arms, respectively grabbed the back of the neck of these two people, and threw the two people vigorously to the center. Ouch! Ouch! These two people were thrown toward the center by Chen Dali and collided face to face, each letting out a miserable scream and falling to the ground, and the sticks in their hands all fell to the ground in response. Both of them had their hands over their faces, and blood was flowing out of their fingers, presumably because both faces had bled from each other's noses when they hit each other. Another person came at Chen Dali from three directions, left, right and front. At the same time, Chen Dali first dodged the club of the man on his right, raised his right knee on his abdomen, and while he was bending over in pain, he smashed his back with another punch. Just as Chen vigorously cleaned up the right side of this person, the left side of this guy's stick has arrived with the sound of the wind. Chen vigorously and then dodge has been too late. Bang! With a muffled sound, the pickaxe handle swung solidly on Chen Dali's back. Ah! The guy who hit Chen Dali only felt a raw pain in the tiger's mouth of his hands and could not help but let out a miserable scream. Was this stick hitting a human body? How did it feel like the empty hand heavily slapped on the hard rock? From the fingers to the palm of the hand and then to the small arm. Shocked and painful and numb, unbearable, legs soft, crookedly sitting on the ground. Then look at Chen Dali, shook his shoulders, nothing happened, as if he had never received this stick. You're okay with this? This guy on the front side of Chen vigorously watched with his own eyes as two of his accomplices were put down by Chen vigorously in this manner, while Chen vigorously received a stick but nothing happened, and could not help but feel terrified in his heart. While he was slightly stunned, Chen Dali took a single stride and arrived in front of him. Chapter 31 An Eye for an Eye. This guy on the front of Chen Dali was holding a throwing stick in his hand, pointing at Chen Dali, and the stick was shaking constantly. Ah! Facing Chen Dali's sharp gaze, the guy shouted, lifted his throwing stick, and slashed down at the center of Chen Dali's head. Pop! A muffled sound. Chen Dali's hand caught the flinging stick that was heavily chopping at his head, clutched this flinging stick, and with a slight force, snatched the flinging stick from his opponent's hand. Chen Dali hand to pick up the stick, did not feel much pain in the hand, yanked over the stick, felt that he did not make too much power, but the guy who was holding the throwing stick, he felt too bad, only felt that the throwing stick in his hand was hard and sharply withdrawn, and the skin of the throwing stick in the palm of his hand, after strong friction, had appeared a blood-red mark. The guy kept flinging his hot and painful palms, and when he looked at Chen Dali, who was holding a throwing stick, his body was already like a sieve. Fearing that Chen Dali would swing his throwing stick and give himself a heavy blow, Chen Dali held both ends of the flinging stick with both hands and wrenched it downward with force, and the hard flinging stick was bent like a ham sausage in one fell swoop. With such strength, is this still an ordinary person? When the guy in front of Chen Dali saw this, he didn't care about the pain in his palm and turned around to run. How could Chen Li let you get away? One hand grabbed the back of his neck, the other grabbed the waistband of his pants at the back of his waist, and with both arms, he yanked the guy off the ground and lifted him over his head in one swift motion. The guy who was lifted up high by Chen vigorously, facing the dark sky, His arms and legs kept flailing and stomping, trying to break free from Chen Vigorously's hand, but to no avail. Next to 5 or 6 people. See Chen Vigorously, so brave, so powerful, just now full of arrogance, has long disappeared. One by one are shocked and dumbfounded, crowded together. Not to mention Chen Vigorously attacked, is to turn to run. I'm afraid that the legs are soft. Carry on. After Chen Dali finished speaking, he threw this guy, who was raised above his head, towards these 5 or 6 people who were shrinking together. Ouch! Bam! Ah! These 5 or 6 people who were huddled together were all smashed to the ground by this person Chen vigorously threw out. The sound of ouch and the banging sound of the sticks falling on the ground were one after another. 5 or 6 people, being heavily hit by this 100 big tens of pounds of living people thrown out by Chen Dali. One by one, they all lay on the ground, writhing back and forth in pain. Chen Dali looked around. Everywhere were people lying on the ground, rolling back and forth, moaning and shouting in pain. There was only one left who was still standing. Zhou Yuhao. Chen Dali slowly turned around and walked towards Zhou Yuhao. Zhou Yuhao held a baseball bat tightly in both hands. The tip of the bat was pointed at Chen Dali. Although he was still grim-faced, it was hard to hide the fear that was deep in his heart. As Chen Dali approached step by step, Zhou Yuhao didn't dare to strike out and attack, but only retreated step by step as a way to maintain a safe distance from Chen Dali. Yesterday, in the small bathroom, Zhou Yuhao had fully appreciated Chen Dali's nimble hands, as well as his terrifying strength that was enough to cause chills. The scene of pinching the back of his neck and slamming his head into the bathroom partition wall was fresh in Zhou Yuhao's mind. Now, their own 10 or so minions, minutes by Chen vigorously easily dealt with. One by one was beaten on the ground, cannot get up, only left. Last night's bathroom scene is only to repeat again. Surname Chen, I'll let you off the hook today. Get the hell out of here. Zhou Yuhao was still pointing a baseball bat at Chen Dali, stepping back, as tough as ever. Only his voice was a little shaky when he spoke. And tell me to off, and let me off the hook? Chen Dali responded to Zhou Yuhao with contempt and did not stop. Zhou Yuhao's back was up against a large tree, and there was no way back. I'm telling you, if you go any further, I'll be rude to you. Zhou Yuhao's voice was even more trembling than earlier. Being rude to me? Have you ever been polite to me? Chen Dali had walked to Zhou Yuhao and stopped in his tracks. What you did to me that rainy night, I'll do to you back now. Listening to Chen Dali's powerful words, Zhou Yuhao recalled the rainy night that day, when he had violently beaten the other party, and then thought that that kind of violent beating would soon fall on himself, and shuddered in his heart. It's amazing how a former abuser can be more fearful than a former victim when a reciprocal counterattack is imminent. Ah! Zhou Yuhao let out a long roar, full of despair and helplessness, and finally realized the state of mind of Chen Dali at that time in the rainy night. After the screams, Zhou Yuhao glared with red eyes and resolutely raised the baseball bat, slashing at Chen Dali. This dying struggle was like a bull in a bullfighting ring with several barbed swords sticking out of its body, and Chen Dali, just like the bullfighter with his graceful and dashing movements, was about to give this savage bull a final fatal blow. Put! A muffled sound. Chen Dali didn't dodge in any way. He just stretched out his clenched fists and blocked the heavily falling baseball bat. With that, the baseball bat in Zhou Yuhao's hand fell to the ground with a dang sound, and the upper half of it had split open with a crack. Zhou Yuhao's hands were shaken to the point of raw pain, and he couldn't understand whether he had hit Chen Dali's fist or something harder than a diamond with this stick strike. Chen Dali loosened his clenched fists without much pain. Zhou Yuhao slowly raised his hand in front of himself, looking at the fingers that were naturally bent by the shock, trying to clench his fists. The palm of his hand drilled pain, trying to straighten his fingers, still drilling pain, and Chen Dali had already stood in front of Zhou Yuhao, so close that they could feel each other's breath. Surname Chen. No. Chen Dali, I am wrong. You spare me, I promise. I promise to be honest in the future. Zhou Yuhao surprisingly also had a time to beg for mercy. Spare you? I agree. My fists don't. As soon as Chen Dali's words left his mouth, he swung his fist and hit Zhou Yuhao's stomach at once. Ow! Zhou Yuhao let out a miserable scream, curled up his huge body and collapsed on the lawn within the small garden, blood already spilling out from the corner of his mouth. Chen Dali bent down and crouched down, grabbing Zhou Yuhao's collar and yanking him into a sitting position. I remember when you called me a Yakuza and slapped me twice. Chen Dali counted the evils that Zhou Yuhao did at that time. Brother Dali, I'm a Yakuza. I'm the one who's a Yakuza. Please, don't fight. Spare me. Zhou Yuhao couldn't stop begging for mercy. I remember when I was in so much pain I couldn't speak, and you were hitting me all the time. Chen Dali recalled the scene after being slapped by Zhou Yuhao, with his ears buzzing and his eyes glazed over. Pop, pop. 2 crisp and loud slaps landed solidly on both of Zhou Yuhao's cheeks, which then swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chen Dali loosened his grip on Zhou Yuhao's collar, and the guy fell to the side like a half stump. Chapter 32 Flying Through Walls. 2 slaps in the face and Zhou Yuhao was dumbfounded. Chen Dali thought, no way? However, the power of the slap to Zhou Yuhao's face had been completely unlike that of an ordinary person, and no matter who else it was, they would have been slapped in the face. Chen Dali got up, left Zhou Yuhao lying on the ground, and walked towards the outside of the small garden. Wei Huachang and Xiao Taiji had barely managed to stand up, and when they saw Chen Dali walking towards the side, they were then paralyzed with fear again. Brother Vigorous, please let the two of us go. We were wrong and will never dare to do so again. Wei Huachang and Xiao Taiji were busy begging Chen Dali for mercy. I clearly remember. That rainy night, I was beaten by Zhou Yuhao to the point that I couldn't speak, and you two still kicked at me together. Did you two think of letting me go in your head at that time? Chen Dali countered the evil that Wei Huachang and Xiao Taiji did in the beginning, said, not waiting for the two to open their mouths to argue. Chen Dali lifted his foot and kicked at these two people, kick after kick, solidly kicking at their backs and legs. Just like that rainy night, these two bastards kicked themselves. Ouch! It hurts! Wei Huachang and Xiao Taiji's wails rose and fell, rolling all over the ground. The rest of the basketball team, who hadn't recovered from the blows they had just received, were either sitting on the ground, or half lying on the ground, curled up together, watching Chen Dali kicking Wei Huachang and Xiao Taiji, not daring to utter a single breath. Chen vigorously stopped his feet and looked around at these guys on the ground either lying or sitting, except for the ones moaning in pain, or the ones who didn't dare to move even once they saw Chen vigorously gaze. Chen Dali was ready to leave, as if he suddenly thought of something else, and turned toward Zhou Yuhao, who was sitting on the ground leaning against a tree in the small garden. Seeing Chen Dali walking towards himself, Zhou Yuhao sat on the ground and rubbed straight back, but the speed of his legs stomping on the ground and his but rubbing back could not catch up with Chen Dali's speed towards himself. Zhou Yuhao looked up at Chen Dali, who had already arrived in front of him, and felt bad in his heart, so he couldn't help but open his mouth to beg for forgiveness again. Brother Vigorous, spare me, I bow to you. After Zhou Yuhao finished speaking, he really did give Chen Dali a handshake. Chen Dali was unmoved, grabbing the back of his thick neck and skimming it so hard that Zhou Yuhao slumped to the ground again. Chen Dali lifted his foot and stepped on Zhou Yuhao's face. Just like that rainy night, Zhou Yuhao was already leaving and returned, stepping on Chen Dali's face, crushing the sole of his shoe back and forth on Chen Dali's face several times like he was crushing out a cigarette. Now, Chen Dali returned Zhou Yuhao without a single drop. Will you dare to bully and do schoolyard bullying again? Chen Dali stepped on Zhou Yuhao's face and snapped. Zhou Yuhao was unable to speak as he was stomped on the face. His mouth just made gurgling sounds like a pig. Chen Dali sent his feet away, squatted down, raised his clenched fists, glared at the gray-faced Zhou Yuhao, and once again asked, say, how dare you? No, dare, never, dare again. Zhou Yuhao slurred his words, his mouth looking like a ball of cotton had been stuffed in it. After hearing Zhou Yuhao's reply, Chen Dali stood up and walked towards the outside of the small garden. Treat Zhou Yuhao this kind of often in the school to bully others as a family meal of evil people. We have to pain him, play afraid of him, to him but the slightest bit of mercy, that is to have been hurt by his people great injustice. Chen vigorously walked toward the bicycle parked on the side of the road. There are two guys who just stood up with each other, saw Chen vigorously walked over, hurriedly flashed to the side and got out of the way, straddling the bike. Chen Dali looked back at these eastwardly falling guys at the edge of the small garden again and rode away. It wasn't long before we were back at school. Put the bike away, pull out my cell phone and look. It's over. It's almost 10:30 and the dormitory building doors are 100% locked. Another look. There are 3 missed calls on the cell phone. No need to look more carefully. It must be Kong Weijia calling again. Just now he was focused on cleaning up Zhou Yuhao and his little brothers. Did not notice the phone ringing. Can't go back to the dormitory. If this is put in the past, Chen Dali can be difficult. Have to worry about where to go to sleep. However, it was not the same as before. It was the middle of the night, and the divine power in one's body came in handy. Chen Dali came under the window of his dormitory, looked up at the 3rd floor, and glanced toward the dormitory building's front door. Luckily, it was farther away from the main door of the dormitory building, and the surveillance there probably couldn't capture under the window of his dormitory. Chen Dali decided to climb outside the building to the 3rd floor with his bare hands, and then enter the dormitory by the window, and at the moment felt that this was the only way. Now, one's arm strength, and the strength in one's fingers, was enough to drive one's weight upward. Before climbing, Chen Dali took out his cell phone again and dialed Kong Weijia's number. Crap, Dali, why did you just call back? What time is it now? The dormitory building locked its doors a long time ago. The phone call just went through, and before Chen Dali could open his mouth, Kong Weijia's anxious voice came over. VJ, I can go back to our dormitory even if the door is locked. Chen Dali's voice couldn't be lower. You flew in through the window. Ha? Kong Weijia thought Chen Dali was talking about playing around. Pretty much. You open our dormitory balcony window and I'll be right in, Chen Dali said seriously to Kong Weijie. Stop it. Kong Weijie still didn't believe it. I'm not messing with you. If you don't believe me, go to the dormitory balcony right now. Open the window and look down to see if I'm under it. Listening to Chen Dali's voice did not sound like a joke. Kong Weijie got out of the bed and walked towards the balcony with confidence, pulling open the window and looking down. He saw Chen Dali waving at him. How did you get up here? We don't have any ropes in the dormitory, do we? Kong Weijie whispered anxiously. No need for a rope. Just pull the window open. Chen Dali finished in a small voice and took a few steps backward. Under the gaze of Kong Weijie's perplexed eyes, Chen Dali ran a few quick steps to the front of the dormitory building, stretched out his legs and stomped on the wall. His body used the inertia of running up to run upwards, and then reached out and grabbed, and then reached the lower edge of the window on the second floor. Both feet stomped on the top edge of the first floor window, and with a strong effort, he scuttled further up, and his hand grabbed the top edge of the second floor window. Chen Dali's this operation. See Kong Weijie dumbfounded, back to God, while reaching out, while whispering, be careful, give me your hand, I'll pull you up. No, get out of the way, I'm coming up. Chen Dali finished, and then scampered upward. One hand grabbed the lower edge of the third floor window. A little force, the body came up a large section. The other hand grabbed the window that had been pulled open. Chen Dali entered the dormitory through the window, and Kong Weijie poked his head out again and looked around to make sure there was nothing strange. Vigor, how come you're so good that you can fly through walls? Kong Weijie's eyes were both adoring and puzzled. Chapter 33 Celebration. There's really no way around it. The dormitory building is locking its doors. Chen Dali said somewhat helplessly. Oh, by the way, seeing that you're not back yet, I also called you 3 times, and you didn't answer any of them. What are you busy with? Kong Weijie asked in disbelief. I had a bit of an emergency on the way. I was delayed for more than half an hour. I'm sorry, I was busy. I didn't hear you. Of course, Chen Dali would not tell the story of violently beating up Zhou Yuhao and his group. Just 2 more days of summer vacation. Then I won't have to keep thinking about locking my dorm room door. Kong Weijie just finished, as if he thought of something else. Continued. Dali, after summer vacation, will you go home or continue to work at the hot pot restaurant? Don't go home first. Work at the hot pot restaurant first. Chen Dali replied. Where are you going to live then? The dormitory can't be lived in if you have to clear the school after vacation. Kong Weijie said with slight concern. Oh, I made a deal with the owner of the hot pot restaurant to sleep in the store. A few chairs lined up one by one, so I can lie down. Just after Chen Dali finished speaking, he heard Lin Diqing's dazed and confused voice ghostly ringing out. You two are just talking. Are you going to sleep or not? No more talk. Go to sleep now. Speaking disturbed his roommate's rest. Chen Dali also felt embarrassed, and after returning a sentence, he waved his hand to Kong Weijie, meaning to stop talking. Kong Weijie understood and lay down on the bed. Chen Dali also decided not to wash tonight, so as to save walking back and forth to affect other people. Make do for the night, and then wash in the morning. Chen Dali climbed to the upper bunk and lay down, and silence returned to the dormitory. After dawn, Chen Dali came to the washroom to wash his face and brush his teeth, and was about to walk out of the washroom when he finished. When he met Kong Weijie walking in, he almost bumped into a full embrace. Power, do you know what happened at our school? As soon as Kong Weijie saw Chen Dali, he mysteriously whispered, it's almost vacation. What else could there be? Chen Dali asked in disbelief. Kong Weijie pulled Chen Dali away from the washroom door, and looked around, confirming that no one around the proximity, which then whispered, Zhou Yuhao got beat up. Their whole basketball team got beat up. Yeah, how do you know? Chen Dali said lightly, pretending that he didn't know about this. Really? Someone in the school infirmary there to see their gang. Each have injuries, are bruised and swollen. Zhou Yuhao and Wei Huachang. Xiao Taiji seems to be more seriously injured. By other people to help. The infirmary has not yet opened the door. Are waiting there. Kong Weijie only saw Chen Dali's calm and bland expression, but not a hint of surprise or curiosity. So he went into some more detail. Seeing Chen Dali still looks unperturbed, Kong Weijie cannot help but ask, Vigor, why don't you have any reaction at all when I tell you this? There's nothing to be surprised about. Zhou Yuhao's kind of person just knows how to bully others all day long. He thinks that he's invincible because he's strong and has a bunch of minions under his hand. How could he know that there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people? Messing with people 100 times stronger than him and getting beaten up severely is too normal. So he won't dare to bully others at will in the future. Listening to Chen Dali's words, Kong Weijie thoughtfully asked, who could that be? Someone who could beat up Zhou Yuhao and his gang like this? An individual is never possible. It must be a large group of people. A much larger group of people than the entire basketball team. Well, don't talk about it. Come on, go to the cafeteria to eat. The cafeteria in junior year. 1 meal less. Chen Dali didn't let Kong Weijie analyze any further. Yeah, go eat. And then, Kong Weijie got a little excited. Dali, eat something nice and extravagant later. My treat. Why? Chen Dali looked at Kong Weijie confused. Think about it. You were beaten up by Zhou Yuhao, and now Zhou Yuhao was beaten up by who knows who. Never mind who beat him up. It's like avenging your death and getting out of this bad mood. Isn't this worth celebrating? Kong Weijie gave Chen Dali a detailed explanation. No really, no need to celebrate. Chen Dali still said indifferently. Why don't you celebrate? Dali, don't say he hit you, even if he didn't. We should celebrate. That guy Zhou Yuhao flies around the school all day long. With such a downfall, I guess there aren't a few boys in the whole school who aren't happy and cheerful. Kong Weijie told the truth of his heart. Never mind celebrating or not. Let's go eat first. After Chen Dali finished speaking, he headed for the dormitory. Wait for me. I'll brush my teeth and wash my face, and we'll go to the cafeteria together. Kong Weijie said as he ran into the washroom. Chen Dali returned to the dormitory, put down the toiletries, waiting for the work of Kong Weijie, took out his cell phone and read it. Sure enough, in several WeChat groups, the topic of Zhou Yuhao's group being beaten was being talked about, and there was no lack of words of relief. It seems that Kong Weijie was right. The vast majority of the students in the school hated this man Zhou Yuhao, as well as those of his minions. It was no wonder that whenever there was a basketball game between Zhou Yuhao and the others in the past, if it wasn't under the urging of the teachers, almost no one would go to watch it, let alone go to cheer and support it. Who wants to go yell cheer for someone like that, while representing our school? By now, as soon as they heard that Zhou Yuhao had been beaten up, many people were very happy, and the WeChat group was filled with emoticons of celebration and joy. During the Chinese New Year, Chen Dali's WeChat had never seen so many celebratory emoticons. These emoticons, where did they all get them from? Chen Dali wondered. These students are no less than the reaction of the common people of Yanggu County after Wu Erlang killed the dangling white-faced bug at Jiniangang. Having become a real-life version of Wu Erlang, Chen was vigorously grateful that no one knew that he had singled out Zhou Yuhao and his entire basketball team. Zhou Yuhao them, not to mention will not say out who beat up their own people. Really to say out, that is not a disgrace. That does not let people laugh off the teeth. In the future in the school we'll have to clip the head to the crotch of the pants to walk. Let's just say no one knows. It's better if no one knows. If they know it's their doing, then their daily life in the future, no doubt, will still be affected. One doesn't want to have one's life disrupted. It's better to keep a low profile. Chen Dali guessed that when the school infirmary opened its doors, the medicine for bruises and some anti-inflammatory and painkillers might not be enough. Come on, vigor, let's eat. Kong Weijie, who came back from washing, put down the mouthwash cup and towel and then interrupted Chen Dali's thoughts with a sentence. Aha! Chen Dali answered, stood up, and walked out of the dormitory with Kong Weijie one after the other. Walking along the wooded path to the cafeteria, the birds in the trees chattered and chirped as if they, too, had something happy to celebrate. On the fork of the forested path, a few people walked sporadically. They should also be going to the cafeteria to eat, and one of them froze at the sight of Chen Dali. Chen Dali and Kong Weijie also froze. Chapter 34 The Birds of Prey. Could Chen Dali and Kong Weijie not freeze? It's the beautiful Mei Ao Shui. Morning. Chen Dali was the first to open his mouth to greet him. Going to dinner. Ha, Mei Ao Shui responded naturally and generously. We're going to dinner too. Just in time to go together, Chen Dali said with a smile. Yeah. As soon as Mei Ao Shui finished speaking, Kong Weijie said, Dali, you guys go first. I still have to go back to the dormitory. I left something behind. I'll go get it. Left something behind? Chen Dali shouted at Kong Weijie, who had already turned around and walked back, and he didn't answer or stop. Why don't you wait here for this classmate of yours, and go together later? Mei Ao Shui spoke in a small voice, but was heard by Kong Weijie who walked out more than 10 meters away. Don't wait for me. You guys go first. Kong Weijie said loudly. This is deliberately said to go back to get something. See Chen vigorously and Mei Ao Shui a little bit of that meaning. Kong Weijie hurriedly excused to leave. Don't act as a light bulb next to people. Said to go back to the dormitory to get something. In fact, Kong Weijie did not go too far. That is, to the back of a large tree, intending to wait for Chen Dali and Mei Ao Shui toward the cafeteria, and then come out from behind the tree and slowly walk toward the cafeteria. Let's go to the cafeteria first. My classmate will be here in a while. Chen Dali spoke to Mei Ao Shui. Aha! Mei Ao Shui answered, and the two of them walked towards the cafeteria one by one. The morning sunlight, passing through the gaps between the branches and leaves of the trees, shone on the ground and on Chen Dali and Mei Ao Shui who were walking on the path. Mei Ao Shui wore a pill head, a loose body shirt and a pair of lavender yoga pants underneath, outlining her long and sexy legs. It is indeed beautiful, with a great face and a great body. Chen Dali's gaze was too embarrassed to move towards Mei Aoshue. There's big news at our school. Have you heard? Mei Aoshue suddenly came up with this sentence as she walked. Chen Dali guessed that it would not be about the matter of Zhou Yuhao being beaten again. Anyway, pretend you don't know for a moment. What's up? I got up this morning and I didn't check my phone and no one said anything to me. Chen Dali still pretended to know nothing. That asshole Zhou Yuhao was beaten up, supposedly badly, and that basketball team of theirs, everyone was beaten up. Mei Aoshue's excitement overflowed as she said these words. This is where good is rewarded and evil is punished, Chen Dali said, his expression not as excited as Mei Aoshue's. So many people at school are excited to hear about this. Why don't you look so excited? Mei Aoshue looked at Chen Dali's expression with some confusion. It's inevitable. That guy Zhou Yuhao, crazy to the top, must have messed with someone too powerful than enchant. Chen Dali said calmly, as we speak, we are almost at the cafeteria. It was really a narrow road. Zhou Yuhao limped, and his two little brothers came face to face. Looking around, Zhou Yuhao had wearing a baseball cap, a pair of sunglasses and masks to cover the face tightly. Cannot see the original face? Needless to say, must be afraid of being seen nose and face. His two minions were not covered up, but one of them had a visible bruise on the corner of his mouth. Zhou Yuhao looked up and saw Chen Dali and Mei Aoshue walking towards him. He couldn't help but froze and stopped in his tracks. These two little brothers saw their boss standing still, and looked in the direction that the boss was facing. They also stood still. The thrashing a few hours ago was still fresh in the minds of these three guys, and now that they saw Chen Dali standing in front of them again, they couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air, especially Zhou Yuhao. Chen Dali's fist-to-flesh strikes had so far caused him unbearable pain that he didn't dare to exert his legs when he walked, and his own frustration of being powerless to fight back instantly transformed into a sense of fear towards Chen Dali at this moment of seeing him. Chen Dali knew that it was now daytime, and he no longer had any strength beyond that of a normal person. And even if Zhou Yuhao was injured now, with his strength, it would be more than enough for him to knock himself down with a single punch and make it impossible for him to get up. Although he couldn't see Zhou Yuhao's eyes or expression, Chen Dali could still tell from his body movements that he was fearful and weak-minded. Zhou Yuhao didn't even know that Chen Dali had no more divine power by daytime and was already no different from a normal person. Chen Dali thought, then there is no need to be afraid of him, and acting a little tougher will scare him off. Chen Dali took a small step forward, looking at Zhou Yuhao's three people with a gaze that was not angry, placing his hands on his chest, crossing his fingers over each other, moving his wrists back and forth, and at the same time, shaking his head to the left and right, which was considered to be an activity for his neck. Seeing these movements of Chen Dali, Zhou Yuhao and these three people could not help but take 2 steps back. Zhou Yuhao's face was so tightly covered that he couldn't see anything, but the faces of his two little brothers had revealed a clear look of horror. It was estimated that Zhou Yuhao's expression and thoughts were similar to his own two little brothers. The terrifying power in Chen Dali's body had already been fully appreciated by these three guys. A baseball bat could shake cracks in Chen Dali's fists. How could such a performance not cause these three guys to have palpitations in their hearts? Now, Chen Dali this began to move the wrist. Is not going to do it again. It is hard not to. Last night is not enough to fight? Zhou Yuhao's heart was already flustered like a numbness. Chen Dali clenched his fists and slowly raised. Seeing this, one of Zhou Yuhao's juniors screamed and, not caring about his boss, turned around and ran, fearing that if he ran slowly he would get punched again. Another little brother, a look at the run a companion, also turned around and ran. Their own boss cannot cover their own. Do not run and wait for what? Waiting to be beaten. Zhou Yuhao saw the situation is not good, also hurriedly turned to run, but the leg pain does not give strength. Can only limp run? The appearance is funny and woeful. Zhou Yuhao and them, why did they run away when they saw you? Mei Aoshue saw the scene in front of her and was greatly confused, feeling incredulous that these few assholes seemed to be afraid of Chen Dali. I don't know what's going on. What Chen Dali showed Mei Aoshue was still a look of confusion. What are you doing with your arms up? Mei Aoshue asked Chen Dali curiously, feeling as if he was about to perform a ceremony of some sort. I want to stretch my legs. Listening to Chen Dali's reply, Mei Aoshue felt so strange today. The news of Zhou Yuhao's beating spread in the school 1 by 1, 10 by 10, and anyone who heard it was very relieved and excited. But after Chen Dali knew about it, why was he still so calm? Zhou Yuhao was beaten up, but after seeing Chen Dali, why was Zhou Yuhao so afraid of Chen Dali's every move? Mei Aoshue really couldn't understand. She only felt so strange. Get in there and eat. The cafeteria before summer vacation is one meal too many, Chen Dali said to Mei Aoshue. Chapter 35 Conspiracy. Chen Dali and Mei Aoshue entered the cafeteria. I even made you pay for my dinner last time, so this time I'll treat you, Chen Dali said seriously. Gee, no need for your treat. Mei Aoshue excused herself. The last time you invited me to dinner and I wanted to pay. You said, next time, Next time you'll let me pay. Isn't that where it's at? Well, then. Looking at Chen Dali's sincere smiling face, Mei Aoshue was too embarrassed to excuse herself. Mei Aoshue found an empty table and sat down, and Chen Dali went to buy breakfast. After a moment's work, Chen Dali returned to his seat with a dinner plate set with 2 bowls of congee, 2 meat sandwiches, 2 fried eggs, and 2 small plates of pickled vegetables. So much, I can't eat it. Mei Aoshue was a bit of a facepalm. It's not much. Eat, Chen Dali said as he set the congee, meat sandwich, fried egg, and small pickles in front of Mei Aoshue. If I eat all of this, I won't be able to eat all day. Mei Aoshue whispered and ate anyway. After vacation, are you going home or staying at that hot pot restaurant to work? Mei Aoshue took a sip of porridge and looked up to ask Chen Dali. I'm not going home yet. I'll work at the hot pot restaurant for now, and then go back if anything happens at home. After Chen Dali finished, he asked Mei Aoshue, what about you? After asking this sentence, Chen Dali felt that he really shouldn't have asked. People would definitely go home. The day after tomorrow is officially a vacation, so I'm going home. My dad's driving to pick me up. Mei Aoshue's reply was not what Chen Dali expected. Geez, I just can't eat anymore. Mei Aoshue still had a third of the meat sandwich in her hand, and her face was filled with a full stomach. I really can't eat, so I won't eat. It's too bloated and uncomfortable, Chen Dali said. Then it would be a waste not to eat it. Mei Aoshue put the rest of the meat sandwich on the table. Still a little sad. Give it to me. Listening to Chen Dali's words, Mei Aoshue felt embarrassed. How could she let others eat what she had left over? Mei Aoshue feels that, very often, only couples in hot love will eat what the other has eaten. Could it be that this Chen Dali likes himself? In Mei Aoshue's mind, Chen Dali is not particularly handsome, but he also has a clear brow, and although his size is average, he is also well-proportioned. The key is, very righteous and courageous, which adds a lot of good feelings in Mei Aoshue's heart. Mei Aoshue felt that it would not be a bad idea to get to know each other better together. Near our dormitory building, there's always a stray cat looking for food, and I bring it back to him. Looking at Mei Aoshue's somewhat embarrassed expression, Chen Dali hurriedly explained. Turns out he didn't eat it himself, but took it to feed the stray cats. Listening to Chen Dali's words, Mei Aoshue had a small loss in her heart, but still felt that Chen Dali was very caring. The two of them got up, and Chen Dali took the leftovers and walked back out of the cafeteria together. Inside the basketball gym, there was peace and quiet, without the usual hustle and bustle of practice. There weren't too many people, just 3 people, Zhou Yuhao, Wei Huachang and Xiao Taiji, sitting on the ground next to the basketball hoop with their legs crossed. At this time, Zhou Yuhao has removed the hat, mask and sunglasses, revealing his original face. The orbits of both eyes are bruised and swollen, squeezing the eyes to only a slit, and both cheeks are swollen, and the skin is broken a little bit, presumably crushed by the soles of Chen Dali's shoes. The whole head is fatter than a pig's head. Wei Huachang and Xiao Taiji than Zhou Yuhao is not stronger. Only the face is not like Zhou Yuhao so swollen and bruised, but the body was Chen vigorously kicked with kicks is not light. Damn you, Beavis Chen, if I don't take this revenge, I'll swear not to be a human being. Zhou Yuhao swung his fist and pounded the floor, gritting his teeth. How can we take revenge? Our entire basketball team is no match for that Yakuza. Xiao Taiji is not too optimistic about the hope of revenge. Your ING's saying such demoralizing things again. Zhou Yuhao blared hard at Xiao Taiji. Brother Hao, I'm telling the truth. More than 10 of us, all with weapons in our hands, can't even handle that one Yakuza. Xiao Taiji was still talking about Zhou Yuhao's least favorite words. Shut the up. Zhou Yuhao stretched out a finger, pointing at Xiao Taiji, glaring viciously at him, a bit anxious. Seeing this, Wei Huachang rattled Xiao Taiji with his hand, signaling him to stop talking, and then said to Zhou Yuhao, How? We mustn't start infighting now. We must be united. Togetherness? Self-centered cohesion? You're the only one who looks up to you? These are Zhou Yuhao at all times to consider and try to maintain. But now, take just now at the entrance of the cafeteria, the 2 little brothers saw Chen vigorously shook his arms twice, and had already been scared out of their wits, leaving themselves behind and running, already treating themselves as air. At this rate, no, right now, the basketball team is disorganized. They don't have any confidence in themselves. They don't talk well. The team is not good. It is imperative to rebuild a high level of self-confidence in these minions, so that they still gather around themselves at all times, as they did before. How do you set it up? Zhou Yuhao felt that the only way to make the crowd of juniors regain their confidence, to make them continue to bow down to themselves, and to maintain their dominant position amongst all the students in the school, was to thump that Yakuza Chen Dali anew in front of all the juniors, and it had to be so hard that he was powerless to fight back. However, these are easy to think about with the brain, but really to implement, it is not a half a star difficult. His own basketball team is all but wiped out and is something that he simply can't count on. There has to be someone from the outside, someone or a team better than your own basketball team, to help you accomplish such a wish. This was the reason why Zhou Yuhao felt difficult and worried. Brother Hao, in order to revive the prestige of our brethren, we must defeat that Yakuza, but I'm afraid there's nothing we can do about it. After Wei Huachang finished, he looked at Zhou Yuhao whose face was like a bitter melon and continued, "Ho, we have to find help to make this happen." Zhou Yuhao listened to Wei Huachang's words and felt that they coincided with his own thoughts. Then you say, who can we get to help us out of this? It's also all seen that Yakuza's strength is not normal. Zhou Yuhao looked up at Wei Huachang, not without concern. Brother Ho, have you forgotten? At the beginning of this year, we went to watch the City Cultural and Sports Bureau of the organization of the sparring match, the last indistinguishable level of the champion Bo Lianqin. After the game, you are not and he talked happily. Brotherhood, we can go to look for him. Wei Huachang gave Zhou Yuhao a tip. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Hearing Wei Huachang's words, Zhou Yuhao slapped his thighs and was filled with excitement. Chapter 36 Vacation. Qiu Taiji let out a yell. What for? A shock. Zhou Yuhao was startled and yelled at Qiu Taiji. Ho, you're slapping my thighs so hard it hurts. Qiu Taiji grimaced and spoke with a face full of pain. When Qiu Taiji said this, Zhou Yuhao then noticed that he had just been so excited that he hadn't slapped his own thigh, but had slapped Qiu Taiji's thigh. No wonder he screamed in pain. But how can we convince Bao Lianqin to come and help us beat up that Chen Bei-san? Zhou Yuhao voiced his concerns. This is good Ho, when the time comes, see Bao Lianqin, you so and so. As Wei Huachang spoke, he came up to Zhou Yuhao's ear and his voice changed from loud to small. Well, when the time comes, that's how I'll go about it. Zhou Yuhao listened to Wei Huachang's whispering and couldn't stop nodding his head in agreement, and a rare smile appeared on his face. It's not too late. Ho, we have to go to Bao Lianqin as soon as possible, or we'll be on vacation the day after tomorrow. Wei Huachang came back at the end. I'll be there after class this afternoon, Zhou Yuhao said with a full heart, in a good mood, as if that Bao Lianqin had finished beating Chandali violently, and had already given himself out of anger. Said, Zhou Yuhao is going to stand up, but still a little effort. Wei Huachang and Qiu Taiwan to see, hurriedly one side, to help him up. It still hurts. Ho, Qiu Taiji asked. Nonsense, can it not hurt? Zhou Yuhao gave Qiu Taiji a blank stare without any good humor and followed up with, ********************************************* Beavis Chun. I'll be sure to beat you to death twice as much when the time comes. The two men assisted the limping Zhou Yuhao and left the basketball gym. Chen Dali returned to the dormitory, put the leftover breakfast in the place frequented by stray cats, and went to the classroom. Today's final exams, after the students had all arrived, the teacher announced that the original 2-day exams would all be completed in 1 day today. The vacation, which was to begin the day after tomorrow, was advanced to tomorrow. The students are talking a lot, all complaining that the time is too short, not even a little preparation time. Some students are still guessing what is going on in the school. Some of them even wondered what was going on in the school, and they repeatedly moved up the vacation time. Some students have already booked the ticket home. It seems to have to change the ticket. Really troublesome, cannot help but complain. But the decision already made by the school authorities cannot be changed, and it has to be accommodated no matter what kind of trouble or difficulty there is. Chen Dali thinks that it is nothing. The big deal is that when you go to the hot pot restaurant at night, you will bring your few belongings there, and go to the hot pot restaurant a day early to sleep. The day passed quickly, and after finishing the last subject in the afternoon, Chen Dali flew back to the dormitory, picked up the things that had already been packed at noon, and prepared to go to the hot pot restaurant. After leaving the dormitory building, not far away, Chen Dali met Mei Aoshui, going to work at the hot pot restaurant. Mei Aoshui greeted. Yes, Chen Dali responded with a smile. You're still bringing stuff with you. Mei Aoshui saw Chen Dali hanging on the handlebars, bulging a plastic bag, and asked curiously, oh, this is not tomorrow on vacation. I will sleep in the hot pot restaurant tonight. This plastic bag is some change of clothes, and toiletries. After Chen Dali finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something else and asked Mei Aoshui, if you're on vacation a day early, your family has to pick you up a day early. I called home. My dad is on the original schedule, and there are things he can't get through tomorrow, so he'll have to pick me up the afternoon after tomorrow, as previously agreed. Mei Aoshui finished helplessly and added, schools are really good at catching people off guard. 2. You can still be at school tonight, and the day after tomorrow your family will pick you up. So where are you going tomorrow night? Chen Dali said without worry. Talked to my dad, who transferred some money over to me for a night in a hotel. Mei Aoshui had arranged it a long time ago. Oh, that's good, Chen Dali said on his lips, but in his heart he was thinking, Poverty has not limited my imagination, but it has limited my power of action. If it were Chendali, he would definitely find a place where he could shelter from the wind and rain, and just make do for a night, not being able to spend money to stay in a hotel. Everyone's family conditions and financial situation are different, and of course their understanding and perception of some consumption is different. Don't just talk to me? Don't be late, Mei Aoshue reminded Chendali. Oh, let's see. Chendali reached out and was about to pull out his cell phone to check the time. Oops, it's almost 6. Before Chendali could take out his cell phone from his pants pocket, Mei Aoshue raised her hand to look at her wristwatch and told Chendali with some urgency. I'll go first then. Chendali finished, lifting the stirrups up a bit with the top of his foot, then stepping on them again. Ready to go. Come on, let's go. We'll talk sometime. Don't be late. Mei Aoshue was also urging Chendali to go quickly. Chendali waved his hand toward Mei Aoshue, pedaled hard, and drove forward. Arriving at the hot pot restaurant, Chendali entered and saw several waiters, already busy with preparations in an organized manner. Sister Joe, Chendali gently called out to Zhao Xinshin, who was sitting behind the counter. Zhao Xinshin looked up at Chendali, and her gaze quickly fell back on the bulging plastic bag in his hand. Sister Zhao, our school vacation time has been moved up again. So look, why don't I just stay at the store today? Chendali said as he looked at Zhao Xinshin with unblinking eyes. Early again? Zhao Xinshin was a little surprised. Aha, Chendali just responded. Zhao Xinshin added, good thing too. You'll be keeping watch at the store starting today. After saying that, Zhao Xinshin took out 2 keys in the drawer, one large and one small, and handed them to Chendali. This larger key is to lock the front door of our hot pot restaurant. There is a U-shaped lock, used to be locked outside. From now on, you sleep here. You will lock it inside. This smaller key is to lock the back door of our kitchen. Usually lock it inside. Oh, I know. Sister Joe, Chendali took the key. You don't have a lot of belongings. Put it here, Zhao Xinshin said as she opened a small cupboard under the counter. I'll get busy then. Chendali put the plastic bag containing his things away and left the counter. Just as he turned around, Chendali's eyes met with Feng Jinxiang's eyes in the meat planing operation room. Feng Jinxiang immediately moved his gaze away. After all, ever since Chendali entered the door just now, this guy had always stared at Chendali. Chendali ignored it and worked on his own, although the sound recorded for Feng Jinxiang disappeared with the damage of that cell phone. But now at night, he has a supernormal power added to his body, and he is not afraid of what Feng Jinxiang will do. Chapter 37 Boxing Gym. It's here, isn't it? Standing in front of a tall and beautiful office building, Xiao Taiji asked Wei Huachang beside him. This is it. Isn't there a big neon sign on the outside wall of the building? Century Oriental Block B. Wei Huachang looked around at the office building with a well-done lighting project, which was particularly dazzling in the night. Yeah, this is it. 3rd floor, Unison Freedom Fighting Gym. Zhou Yuhao took his cell phone and looked again to make sure this was the place. We spend all our time at school, and we don't get to hang out in the city very often, so we're not really familiar with it. Xiao Taiji sent sentiments. Go on, get in. After Zhou Yuhao finished speaking, he lifted his foot and entered the office building's main door, followed closely by Wei Huachang and Xiao Taiji. In the lobby on the 1st floor, there are quite a few people waiting at the entrance of the 2 elevators, and even if the elevators come, it is estimated that not all of these people will be able to get into the elevator. Don't wait for the elevator. Take the stairs. It's on the 3rd floor anyway. It's not that high. Zhou Yuhao and the 3 of them left the elevator door and headed for the stairwell. Come to the 3rd floor. In front of me is a long corridor. The rooms on both sides of the corridor. There are all kinds of signboards, all kinds of company names. It is estimated that in this office building, randomly meet a person is a company manager. Where is it? Xiao Taiji was confused. Walk forward and look for it. It's on the 3rd floor anyway. Zhou Yuhao was already walking forward as he spoke. The 3 men walked down the corridor, looking both ways, and the further they walked, the clearer the thumping sound became. That Lucha Libre gym should be right up ahead. I can hear the punching, Xiao Taiji said with some excitement. Sure enough, not much farther, above a doorway on the right, there was a plaque. Unison Freedom Fighting. The words are pretty well written. Zhou Yuhao's trio entered the door, and a very pretty receptionist lady greeted them with a smiling face. Hello, are you here to practice sparring and grappling? The young lady has a nice speaking voice. No, I'm here to find someone. Zhou Yuhao explained his intentions. Oh, and who are you looking for? The young lady always spoke with a smile on her face. I'm looking for Bao Lianqin. I'm one of his brothers. Zhou Yuhao spoke to the receptionist lady. Do you have an appointment with Mr. Bao? The young lady spoke without delay and went through the program. No, but I do have something to find him. Can you go in and give a tell? Just say that a man named Zhou Yuhao is looking for him. Once he heard that he still had to make an appointment, Zhou Yuhao was a bit anxious. Well, I'll go over and talk to Mr. Bao, and you wait here for a moment. After the young lady finished speaking, she went inside, leaving Zhou Yuhao's trio standing in front of the counter. Holy, you need an appointment to see a sparring practitioner? Qiu Taiji said in disbelief. I'm very busy. I have to train myself and teach those who come to practice sparring. I don't have extra time to chat with guests. I don't have time for chit-chat. Unlike you, you have nothing to do all day long. After Wei Huachang finished explaining to Qiu Taiji, he didn't forget to mock him, and taught with such care and concern. Qiu Taiji thought that it would be fine to teach those students to fight in a sloppy manner. Of course we have to teach seriously after all, charged people's tuition Besides, if the students participate in the competition out of the results, this boxing gym is also the face of the light While Wei Huachang was talking, Missy came back. Mr. Bowers will let you in. The young lady smiled and said to Zhou Yuhao, I told you I needed an appointment to see my big brother. Zhou Yuhao said smugly and led Wei Huachang and Qiu Taiji inside the boxing gym. It was quite spacious and quite crowded. I guess most of them were trainees. There were a few trainees swinging and slamming sandbags where they were hanging, a few trainees practicing against each other, hitting the foam blockers in each other's hands, and a few trainees working on their strength at the gym. In the very center of the room, there was a standard boxing ring with a tall, well-built man, around 30 years old, instructing a trainee in boxing. That's Bao Lianxin. You two wait here. I'll go over. Zhou Yuhao whispered to Wei Huachang and Qiu Taiji. Ho, don't forget to say those things I told you. Wei Huachang similarly whispered a reminder to Zhou Yuhao. Zhou Yuhao made an okay sign. Zhou Yuhao came to the bottom of the ring and shouted at Bao Lianxin with a fawning smile on his face. Shingo. Bao Lianxin stopped his movements when he heard someone call out to him and turned his head to look over, followed by a smile as well. Yo, it's brother Hiroko coming. After Bao Lianxin finished, he jumped down from the ring and came to Zhou Yuhao's side. Why do you have time to hang out with your brother today? Bao Lianxin said smilingly. I was just passing by here on my way to the city, so I came in to see my brother. Zhou Yuhao also said with a smile on his face. Just one smile, and the already swollen socket squeezed his eyes even more to a slit. What's going on here, bro? Bao Lianxin also noticed the condition of Zhou Yuhao's face and put away his smile, saying with a somewhat grave expression, This is my own accidental touch. Zhou Yuhao's eyes moved away from Bao Lianxin and stammered. It definitely didn't touch itself. What do your brother and I do? Can't you tell? Bao Lianxin could tell at a glance that Zhou Yuhao's face had been beaten like this. Really touch yourself. Zhou Yuhao continued. This looks like it was beaten. Howsy, who beat you? Tell brother. Brother will take it out on you. Zhou Yuhao finally waited for the most wanted this sentence. But, the face or first cannot show it. To show, is full of aggrieved and to Bao Lianxin that sentence touched. It's okay, brother, it's really not that big of a deal. It's just a couple of hits. Zhou Yuhao's performance was spot on. Is this just a couple of hits? Bao Lianxin looked at Zhou Yuhao's swollen and bruised face here and there and pulled up his voice. Watching his silence, Bao Lianxin asked again. Who the hell was that? Beat you up so bad? Alas, brother, let me tell you. Originally I couldn't take such a hard beating. It was only because I was talkative and said a word that I took such a vicious beating. Zhou Yuhao said with a sigh. What was said to deserve such a hard beating? Bao Lianxin continued to press the issue. At that time, when I clashed with that person, I didn't want to make a big deal out of it. I just wanted to say something to scare him off and that was it. But I didn't know that, after I said that, the other person was like crazy, and no one could stop him, so he beat me up like this. Zhou Yuhao said with a face full of suffocation. Answer the question. I asked you what you said. Did the other guy just violently beat you up? What Bao Lianxin wanted to know. Zhou Yuhao didn't say. Oh brother, don't be offended if I say the words that invited a severe beating for me. Zhou Yuhao spoke while sneaking a glance at Bao Lianxin with his eyes. Chapter 38 done with scattergood. Hosey, why are you so inked up when you kid is talking now? Speak quickly. Bao Lianxin was a bit anxious when he saw Zhou Yuhao talking like that. Brother, I can say it then. You mustn't be angry. Zhou Yuhao was finally going to say it. At the time, when I got into a confrontation with the guy, I didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so I tried to say something to scare him off. I said, do you know who my brother is? It's Bao Lianxin, a nationally renowned master of sparring, so hurry up and leave, or my brother will come and clean you up. Which no, the other side heard me say this, not only did not retreat, but anxious like a mad dog, rushed over to beat me, and said, do not say that it is Bao Lianxin's brother is okay, since it is his younger brother, will beat you to death, hitting me while saying even more insufferable things. Said something insufferable? Bao Lianxin eagerly pursued the question. I don't dare to say it for fear that you will be angry. Zhou Yuhao mumbled. I'm not mad. Tell me, What did that guy say? Bao Lianxin would like to know the answer. That guy said while beating me, not mentioning Bao Lianxin. I still don't want to beat you. Mentioning Bao Lianxin. I still don't want to let you go. Bao Lianxin, what's the big deal? And you're still using him to scare me? Just his three-legged cat's flowery fist. To my face. I still pick his shrimp line. Beat him to spray from his mouth. The words Zhou Yuhao said were all taught to him by Wei Huachang, with the purpose of stimulating and enraging Bao Lianxin, so that he could stand up for himself. Outrageous. Unsurprisingly to Zhou Yuhao, Bao Lianxin let out a roar when he heard those words. Everyone in the gym stopped moving and looked at Bao Lianxin in unison. You all go on. Bao Lianxin spoke to those around him. Listening to Bao Lianxin, those who should have been boxing went back to boxing, and those who should have been practicing strength on the fitness equipment went back to practicing. That guy who beat you up, what's his story? Bao Lianxin turned his face to Zhou Yuhao and asked. There's the door. Zhou Yuhao was secretly happy in his heart, but his expression could not bring out a sample. Brother, you'd better stay out of this. That guy is very strong. I'll just take this beating. Zhou Yuhao continued to agitate Bao Lianxin by retreating. That guy is strong? Oh, I'm weak? After Bao Lianxin finished speaking, he came to the fitness equipment. The trainees dodged out of the way, and Zhou Yuhao followed. Add these barbell pieces, Bao Lianxin said to a few trainees. Coach, all added. The weight has to be over 300 pounds. Who can lift it? A cadet said cautiously. Add it if you're told to. Bao Lianxin said doggedly. Several trainees stopped talking and added several barbell pieces to each end of the barbell. Hiroko, watch this. Bao Lianxin finished talking to Zhou Yuhao and stood next to the barbell. Bending down, he grasped the barbell with both hands, shouted up and lifted the 300-pound barbell off the ground. With another hard wrist flip and a double arm lift, he actually lifted the barbell over his head. Everyone in the gym, including Zhou Yuhao and the three of them, looked dumbfounded. That's a strength that's fully comparable to Hercules. Before Zhou Yuhao could return to his senses, Bao Lianxin had already placed the barbell on the ground, and the whole process looked easy, without any redness in his face or gasping for breath. Brother, you're a godsend. Zhou Yuhao was busy complimenting. Hiroko, I'm not as strong as the guy who hit you? Bao Lianxin spoke confidently. After saying that, he came to the side of the sandbags again and threw dozens of punches in a row at a sandbag, so fast that Zhou Yuhao was dazzled watching. Brother, you are both powerful and really good at boxing. Zhou Yuhao stretched his thumbs and crossed his fingers. Bao Lianxin returned to Zhou Yuhao's side and said with a smile, your brother and I, with these two skills, couldn't even find an opponent in the ring in Karambi City, and I'm still afraid of a more or less powerful mangaka? That's right, when it comes to kung fu, brother is the number one in Karambi. Zhou Yuhao was extremely complimentary. Now tell me, who the hell is the guy who beat you up, and picked at my shrimp line? Beat the out of me? Bao Lianxin was already a bit angry as he spoke. Brother, then I'll say it. Zhou Yuhao gulped, then said, the guy who beat me up was a student at our school, who was condescending and arrogant in the school because of his brute strength. Zhou Yuhao opened his eyes and described Chen Dali as bad. Alright then, you contact him for me. Set a date and I will meet him. Bao Lianxin opened his mouth and said to Zhou Yuhao, brother, we're on vacation from school. We're clearing out tomorrow morning. I'm going back now, to find that guy and talk to him. As soon as he saw that the matter of finding a helper to give himself a break was a done deal, Zhou Yuhao was busy finalizing the matter. Okay, bro, go ahead and call me when you get there. After hearing this from Bao Lianxin, Zhou Yuhao nodded his head and walked over to Wei Huachang and Xiao Taiji, and the three of them nodded their greetings to Bao Lianxin again and waved their hands before leaving the Lianxin Freedom Combat Gym. Yeah, out of the Century Oriental office building, Zhou Yuhao shouted with excitement. How could Zhou Yuhao not be happy after fixing Bao Lianxin to avenge himself? Knowing that Chen Dali is working in a hot pot restaurant, Zhou Yuhao decides to go to the hot pot restaurant immediately and wants to give Chen Dali a letter of war. In the evening, after the last table of guests at the Hinching hot pot had left, dinner was almost ready in the kitchen. Before long, dinner was served and everyone began to eat. After eating and cleaning up, the hot pot restaurant employees left from work one after another, leaving only Zhao Xinxin, Chen Dali and Feng Jinxiang. Master Feng, not off duty yet? Zhao Xinxin asked Feng Jinxiang. Oh, and I'll clean out the ground meat that's in the crevices of the meat grinder. It's hot now, and if I don't get it out in time, there's going to be an odor on this machine tomorrow, Feng Jinxiang said as he did his work. It was at this moment that Zhao Xinxin's cell phone rang. She picked it up and glanced at it, answering it without any goodwill. Are you done with this? Do you think you have any business all day long? Zhao Xinxin said while walking out of the store. It is obvious that it is her gambling husband who called again. Walking out to say, it seems that she does not want Chen Dali and Feng Jinxiang to hear the conversation. After a short while, Zhao Xinxin came in from outside, went behind the counter, packed her bag, and headed out, saying to Chen Dali on her way out, "I'll go first, lock the door when you go to bed later." "Okay, Sister Joe, I know," Chen Dali answered and watched Zhao Xinxin exit the hot pot restaurant and disappear into the night. With the boss gone, Chen Dali went to the back kitchen and locked the back door. Back in the hall, he brought out a few chairs at the dining table and set them up in a row. And under the counter he took out the bag he had filled with clothes to use as a pillow, and waited for Feng Jinxiang to go away and start resting himself. Chapter 39 The Letter of War. Feng Jinxiang watched Zhao Xinxin go out of the hot pot restaurant, and without cleaning the meat planer, he immediately walked out of the meat planing operation room. Chen Dali was reclining on a row of chairs looking at his cell phone, glancing at Feng Jinxiang and continuing to look at his cell phone. Feng Jinxiang walked over to Chen Dali and said, "Xiao Chen, there's no one else here right now. Let me tell you, last time in the bathroom there, you recorded me. Delete it." Chen Dali lifted his head, sat upright, and said to Feng Jinxiang, "Did I give anyone a listen? Does it matter so much if it's deleted or not?" In fact, that recording was on Chen Dali's previous cell phone, and that cell phone had been scrapped when he was beaten by Zhou Yuhao on the rainy night, and that recording had long since been inaudible. However, these could not be told to Feng Jinxiang. No matter what, it was necessary to make this guy fearful at all times. Seeing that Chen Dali had no intention of deleting the recording, Feng Jinxiang's tone became somewhat impatient. "Chen, are you going to delete it or not?" Chen Dali didn't even look at Feng Jinxiang, much less speak, too lazy to take care of people like him who were not right at heart and could only make small moves. "Good, you just won't delete it, will you? I have a way to make you delete it." Listening to Feng Jinxiang huffing and puffing with these words, Chen Dali was already prepared for him to rough him up. It was now the dark night and he had divine power, so he was still afraid of him. Feng Jinxiang? Only, if this Feng Jinxiang fellow really made a move towards himself, even if he didn't fight back and only slightly resisted, I'm afraid that he would still damage the tables, chairs and other things around him. Zhao Xinxin had treated herself well, and she mustn't cause trouble for her hot pot restaurant. Therefore, if you cannot make a move with this Feng Jinxiang guy, don't make a move with him, and if you can't, lead him outside. Just as Chen Dali appeared to be looking at his cell phone, but in reality, he was always on the alert for Feng Jinxiang. But Feng Jinxiang went back to the meat shaving operation room, that good his things, and went out through the front door. This is not good. The conflict did not start. Do not give Zhao Xinxin's hot pot restaurant trouble. Seeing Feng Jinxiang leave, Chen Dali put down his cell phone, lazily stood up, went under the counter and took the U-shaped lock, ready to lock the door. Slowly, he made his way to the door and was just about to lock the handles of the two doors together when suddenly, a hand pulled one door open a crack. "Forgot something again? Hurry up and take it away. I have to lock up." Chen Dali thought that it was Feng Jinxiang who had forgotten something at the hot pot restaurant and came back to get it. So, without even lifting his head, he said, however, a conspiratorial voice came ghostly from outside the door. "Chen Dali student." Chen Dali was stunned in his heart as he listened to the words spoken by the person who pulled the door open outside. "It's Chao Yu-hu. It's past 10 o'clock. What's this guy doing here? Does he want to make trouble here?" He didn't want to make a move in the hot pot restaurant. Even on the street outside the hot pot restaurant, he still didn't want to make a move. This was true for Feng Jinxiang, and this was also true for Zhou Yuhao. Outside on the street, there were still sporadic passers-by, and Chen Dali didn't want others to see that he was in an extraordinary place. "The hot pot restaurant is closed. Come back tomorrow." Chen Dali spoke calmly. "I'm not here for fondue." Zhou Yuhao's face was full of leathery smiles and his hand was still gripping the door handle. "Let go. Do you hear me?" Chen Dali glared at Zhou Yuhao and spoke in a low yet dignified voice. Looking at this expression of Chen Dali, Zhou Yuhao, in this hot day, still could not help but hit a jolt, and his hand immediately let go of the door handle, and also took a step backward. "Chen Dali, don't mess around. This is a public place." Zhou Yuhao spoke in a similarly low voice, just a little shaky. Seeing that Zhou Yuhao let go of his hand, Chen Dali also didn't bother to take care of him, took the lock and then locked the store door. After that, turned around and left. "Chen Dali, I'm here now because I have something to say to you." Looking at Chen Dali to leave, Zhou Yuhao hurriedly spoke, and his tone was serious. Chen Dali was thinking, Zhou Yuhao, this guy, coming here so late in the evening, what can he have to say? Might as well listen. Thinking of this, Chen Dali stopped walking, but did not turn around, still with his back to the store door. Seeing Chen Dali stop in his tracks, Zhou Yuhao knew that this was to hear what he had to say to him. "Since you want to hear it, let's get to it." Zhou Yuhao took a step forward and said to Chen Dali inside the store through the store door, "Chen Dali, Bao Lianxin, the owner of Lianxin Free Fighting Gym, the famous sparring champion. You've heard of him, right? He asked me to come over to find you, to tell you that tomorrow night, on the third floor of Block B of the Century Orient, inside the Lianxin Free Fighting Gym. He's waiting for you and wants to spar with you. Bao Lianxin, the owner of Lianxin Free Fighting Gym? Chen Dali had never heard of it at all. Perhaps he was too ignorant to know about this celebrity in Zhou Yuhao's mouth. What's this about a duel? Isn't it obvious that you want to fight? Chen Dali doesn't want to cause trouble, doesn't want to make waves in a peaceful life, just wants to work quietly to earn money. Besides, I don't know that sparring champion, how would he know himself? Maybe it's Zhou Yuhao's fault again. Chen Dali didn't say a word and turned towards the store door. Zhou Yuhao was outside the store door and saw Chen Dali walking over, thinking that he was trying to tell himself that he agreed to go over tomorrow night. The image of Bao Lianxin violently beating Chen Dali was then in his mind. Which knows, Chen Dali came to the door of the store and didn't say any word to Zhou Yuhao, just pulled the curtains of the store door. Gotta. Now Zhou Yuhao couldn't see Chen Dali in the store. Silent actions are more powerful than saying a whole lot of words, exasperating Zhou Yuhao dry. Chen Dali, let me tell you, if you don't go, you won't be able to work here in peace. Zhou Yuhao spoke furiously. After saying that, there was still no response from the hot pot restaurant, so Zhou Yuhao could only leave unhappily. After walking not far, Wei Huachang and Xiao Taiji, who were waiting on the sidelines, gathered around. Ho, how's it going? Did that Yakuza agree? Wei Huachang eagerly asked Zhou Yuhao. I told him, but this guy is not a Sultan oil man. He just didn't say a word. It looks like he's not going at all. I didn't dare to say too much. I was really afraid of enraging him and rushing out to beat me up again. Zhou Yuhao sighed and said with a face full of helplessness. That's right. That's good. Wei Huachang said easily, as if he had a plan. What's the best way to do it? Come on. As soon as Zhou Yuhao heard Wei Huachang say that it was a good idea, he hurriedly wanted to know what a good idea it was. Since Beavis Chen doesn't go, let Bao Lianxin come here to trouble him, and finally force Beavis Chen to have to go to the boxing gym and take a brutal beating. Wei Huachang said with a sinister face. Chapter 40 coming to the door. How can we do this? Zhou Yuhao asked urgently. Brother Hao, you should give Bao Lianxin a call tomorrow morning and say a whole bunch of words about Chen Dali looking down on him and belittling him, so as to enrage Bao Lianxin and make Bao Lianxin come to Chen Dali on his own. Wei Huachang gave Zhou Yuhao all the bad ideas. Yeah, tomorrow morning, I'll call Bao Lianxin. Zhou Yuhao made a sudden realization, put his arm around Wei Huachang's shoulder, and then said, anyway, tomorrow will be the official vacation to clear the school, and I can't go back tonight, so why don't the three of us go for a late night snack and jerk off some beer? Yes, yes, Wei Huachang and Xiao Taiji promised and disappeared into the dark night with Zhou Yuhao. Since he was already on vacation, Chen Dali could also do his work at the hot pot restaurant during the lunchtime slot. Woke up in the morning, washed up, opened the door. Chen Dali sprinkled some water near the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, so as not to raise dust when sweeping. After sweeping the doorway not long, I saw Zhao Xinxin riding a not too big electric tricycle to come. Chen Dali look at the cell phone. Just after 6 o'clock. Sister Zhao, coming so early? Chen Dali greeted. Well, every day so early. Have to go to the market to buy food. Go now. The food is fresher, Zhao Xinxin said as she entered the hot pot restaurant. A few moments later, came out of the hot pot restaurant again, got on the electric tricycle, which was about to leave. Sister Zhao, let me tell you something. Chen Dali called out to Zhao Xinxin. What's up? Speak quickly. My time is precious right now. Zhao Xinxin said to Chen Dali. Sister Zhao, I'm on vacation now, and I'd like to work at our hot pot restaurant at noon. Chen Dali said quickly, not wanting to delay Zhao Xinxin too much time. Of course, the most critical, but also want to know how much wages can be increased for himself by doing it at noon as well. Oh, you can work here at noon. That's great. The wage, $40 a noon. What do you think? After Zhao Xinxin finished speaking, she had already twisted the key of the electric tricycle. Okay, Sister Zhao, it's a deal. Hearing Chen Dali's reply, Zhao Xinxin reached out and made an okay gesture, riding the electric tricycle and rushing off. More than an hour later, Zhao Xinxin rode an electric tricycle loaded. Chen Dali came over to unload the car, one by one to take into the back of the kitchen. This began a morning of work, hustling and bustling, cleaning, doing all sorts of preparations, and waiting for the noon diners to arrive. It's 11 o'clock at noon and all the preparations are in place, just waiting for the fondue eaters to come to the door. A tall, stocky man in a tracksuit and a pair of sunglasses pushed his way in and sat down at a table in the hall. The visitor was none other than Bao Lianxin. How many of you, sir? As soon as Zhang Ping, who was closest, saw the guest, she rushed forward to ask about it. Just me, Bao Lianxin replied calmly. Just you? Zhang Ping was a bit overwhelmed. A customer. How can you order a hot pot? Maybe? This isn't for dinner. Maybe it's for someone? What Bao Lianxin said next confirmed Zhang Ping's thoughts. is there a man named Chen Dali in your hot pot restaurant? When Bao Lianxin's words came out, everyone around him looked at him, wondering what he was going to do. What are you looking for Chen Dali for? Zhao Xinxin said from behind the counter. There are a few things to say to him, Bao Lianxin said coldly, almost motionless. Chen Dali took one look at the current situation and knew that this man was coming from a bad place, perhaps to pick a fight. But why would he come to himself when he didn't know this man at all? What does he have to do with him? But there was no telling what the man would do next if he didn't come forward and give his name. Then go to meet him. This broad daylight in broad daylight. I expect he will not do too out of the ordinary things. Hot pot restaurant hall surveillance dead angle. Thinking of this, Chen Dali walked forward. I'm Chen Dali. What do you want from me? Coming in front of Bao Lianxin, Chen Dali spoke without being condescending. You are Chen Dali? Bao Lianxin said, looking Chen Dali up and down. The young man standing in front of him was not too tall. His body was not strong. His face was clean. How could he see that he was far away from Zhou Yuhao's block? Yet he beat Zhou Yuhao like that? I'm Bao Lianxin from the Lianxin Free Fighting Gym. Were you the one who beat up Zhou Yuhao? Bao Lianxin gave his name and opened his mouth to ask. Hearing these words, Chen Dali instantly understood that this must be the help Zhou Yuhao had found to take revenge. I hit it. Chen vigorously admitted it with a big smile. Well, you're invited to spar at my gym. Bao Lianxin's tone left no room for negotiation and moderation. Boring, Chen Dali said. Bao Lianxin listened and slowly stood up. The atmosphere was instantly tense. The hall was silent, and the air around them seemed to freeze. Everyone looked at Chen Dali and Bao Lianxin, and Zhao Xinxin held her cell phone in her hand, ready to call the police. Not going, right? Bao Lianxin spoke in a gentle tone, but the more gentle it was, the more chilling it was. With that, Bao Lianxin slowly walked over to the plastic box where the cutlery was and took out a white porcelain cup from the box, taking it in his hand to play. Suddenly, a hand force, white porcelain cup by Bao Lianxin pinched crushed. Everyone present was startled by this sudden situation. Or Zhao Xinxin reacted quickly and shouted at Bao Lianxin. What the hell do you want? Get out of here, or I'll call the police. Bao Lianxin didn't take Zhao Xinxin's words, patted the crushed white porcelain cup on his hand, took out a $100 bill from his pants pocket, and with a loosening of his fingers, the bill slowly fell on the table. Bao Lianxin then slowly walked towards the door. Walking to the door, Bao Lianxin turned back to Chen Dali and said nonchalantly, I'll be waiting for you this evening, Century East, Block B, 3rd floor, Lianxin Free Fighting Gym. After saying that, he twisted his head and left the hot pot restaurant. What does this guy do? What's wrong with your brain? What's wrong with it? This guy looks like a practiced fighter. What are you looking for Chen for? After Bao Lianxin left, there was a lot of talk in the hot pot restaurant. Chen Dali took out the camphor broom and dustpan and silently cleaned the cup that had just been crushed by Bao Lianxin. Xiao Chen, who is this man? Recognize him? Zhao Xinxin walked over and asked. I don't know him, but, in my estimation, he may have some misconceptions about me and lack some effective communication with each other. Chen Dali raised his head and said to Zhao Xinxin, Oh, well then, let's communicate properly and clear up some misunderstandings. After Zhao Xinxin finished speaking, she went back behind the counter. Chen Dali also thinks the same way. Since the door has been found, it cannot be avoided. Why not go to this fighting hall at night? Chapter 41 Single Dagger. Chen Dali understands that if he doesn't go tonight, then he will only bring trouble to himself and to the hot pot restaurant in the future, perhaps affecting the normal business of the hot pot restaurant. Crushing a cup, isn't that just a declaration that the trouble has begun? So, you must go tonight. You must go. Once it's dark and you have supernatural power in you, what are you afraid of him for? When you get to that wrestling gym, try not to make a move if you can, and if you do make a move, you won't be afraid of him. But there is one thing that must be communicated clearly with him. That is, why did he hit Zhou Yuhao? Why did Bao Lianxin have to come to the hot pot restaurant to look for himself? Did he listen to Zhou Yuhao's slanderous words? The day passed quickly. After sending away the last table of guests in the evening, it was already 9:30. Chen Dali decided not to eat dinner. Hurry to Bao Lianxin there, no matter what, and earlier at ease. Just about to go out the door, when Zhao Xinxin called out, Little Chen, why are you going without eating? Sister Zhao, I'm not hungry. I'll go to that wrestling gym first. There's something to end earlier. It's not good to keep avoiding and dragging it out. You're not going to eat? Zhao Xinxin asked again. I'm really not eating, Sister Zhao. I'll go first. After Chen Dali finished speaking, he left the hot pot restaurant. Xiao Chen, be smart. Call the police if you can't. Zhao Xinxin's voice sounded behind Chen Dali. When he arrived at the downstairs of Block B of Century Oriental, Chen Dali turned off his cell phone navigation, parked the shared electric car at the designated return location, and went into the lobby on the first floor. Both elevators showed that they were going up. one to the 13th floor, one to the 17th. Chen Dali did not wait for the elevator, decided to take the stairs up, anyway, not high, the 3rd floor. After exiting the stairwell on the 3rd floor, Chen Dali had a long corridor in front of him. Further along the corridor, there was a popping sound of striking, which became clearer and clearer the further along he went. After walking a few more meters, Chen Dali saw that not far away, above a doorway, hung a plaque with the words Lianxin Free Fighting. Leaning against the doorway stood a man who, seeing Chen Dali, immediately twisted around and went inside. With this short twisting effort, Chen Dali saw the person clearly. It was Zhou Taiji, who was often beside Zhou Yuhao. Shingo. Zhou Taiji ran inside the wrestling gym and went to the center ring and shouted at Bao Lian Xian, who was in the ring. Hearing Zhou Taiji call out to him, Bao Lian Xian asked him, "Coming?" Zhou Taiji nodded vigorously a few times. At this time, Chen Dali walked up to the receptionist at the front desk. "Hello, are you Mr. Chen Dali?" the receptionist asked politely. It should have been explained by Bao Lianxin long ago. "Yes, I'm Chen Dali. Your pavilion master asked me to come." Chen Dali said calmly, "You can just go straight in." The front desk lady pointed out the entrance to the combat training ground for Chen Dali. Inside the training arena, a slight sound of footsteps came from outside, and the trainees in the combat gym, as well as all the members of Zhou Yuhao's basketball team, all looked at the entrance in unison. Chen Dali slowly walked into the training ground and glanced at the group of sparring trainees, and then at Zhou Yuhao and his basketball players. By Chen Dali's look, Zhou Yuhao and his juniors all subconsciously shrank their necks. Chen Dali. Hearing someone call out to him, Chen Dali followed the voice and looked over. In the very center of the training arena was a boxing ring, and Bao Lianxin stood inside the ring, staring right at Chen Dali, reaching out and pointing to the ring at his feet, signaling Chen Dali to come to the ring. Chen Dali came to the edge of the ring, lifted the ropes and entered the ring. Outside the ring, Zhou Yuhao turned back to his gang of minions and whispered, "All watch. In a moment Xian will beat Beavis Chen so much that he won't be able to tell the difference." "Exactly. That's for sure. Finally, we're going to get this out of our system." The minions chimed in. Looking at the ring again, Bao Lianxin, bare-chested, revealing all his toned and developed tendon flesh, wearing a pair of shorts and bare feet, stood in front of Chen Dali and arrogantly said, "I heard that Zhou Yuhao did not report that he was my brother, but after reporting that he was my brother, you instead came down hard and beat me up, and said that I only know three-legged boxing and kicking kung fu, and that you wanted to pick my shrimp threads and beat me to the point that I spit out of my mouth? Mr. Bao. Number 1. I never said anything like that. Number 2. I've never paid attention to the sparring and wrestling scene, and before that, I didn't even know who you were." Facing the arrogant Bao Lianxin, Chen Dali spoke calmly. "Now that you're here, you're afraid to admit what you said. Don't you know who I am? I'll let you remember who I am forever." Hearing what Chen Dali said, the arrogance in Bao Lianxin's eyes gradually disappeared, and what replaced it was a fierce light. Chen Dali coldly watched as Bao Lianxin slowly took 2 steps back, then arched his hand towards himself as a salute. "Now that we're in this ring, let's have a good sparring session. Be careful, fists and kicks don't have eyes." After performing the arching salute, Bao Lianxin said viciously. Chen Dali was not a martial artist. Naturally he did not understand this kind of rules before the match. Just seeing Bao Lianxin arching his hand towards himself, that also nodded towards him. In Bao Lianxin's opinion, Chen Dali nodded his head in greeting, which meant he was ready. Then make a move. Chen Dali didn't make any movements, only staring at Bao Lianxin with his eyes tightly, guarding against his every move. Bao Lianxin decided to take the lead when he saw that Chen Dali wasn't making any moves. "Ah!" Bao Lianxin let out a shout and swung his fist straight at Chen Dali's face. With the speed and power of the punch, even a sparring amateur like Zhou Yuhao felt that this blow would definitely hit Chen Dali. However, in Chen Dali's eyes, Bao Lianxin's punches, not to mention the power, but the speed, were already similar to slow motion. Easily dodging to the side, Chen Dali dodged the blow. However, although Bao Lianxin's punch missed, he quickly returned to his elbow, and his movements were smooth and did not drag on at all. Dodging to the side again, it was already too late. Chen Dali quickly raised his arm, stiffly using his small arm, blocking this powerful blow. When their elbows and arms collided, it was as if each had hit a spring, and each took 2 small steps backward. "Ouch!" Bao Lianxin inwardly exclaimed in shock. This guy was able to block his deadly elbow strike? During normal training, a trainee was holding a thick foam block, and there were 2 other trainees behind the trainee who were pushing hard against it. So he elbowed himself over and hit the foam block, and all 3 trainees could not resist, and all of them were knocked to the ground. But now, this Chen Dali had blocked the elbow strike all by himself and hadn't even fallen down. It seemed that it was really as Zhou Yuhao had said. This guy, Chen Dali, had 2 tricks up his sleeve. It's true that you can't tell the difference between a man and a woman. Chapter 42 Boxing Ring. Chen Dali blocked the elbow hard and was also shaken. It feels like this Bao Lianqin's power can be much stronger than the likes of Zhou Yuhao. Zhou Yuhao, as a basketball player, also did strength training regularly, but compared to Bao Lianqin, it was still almost meaningless. This may be what separates the practicing from those who are not. After this round, Bao Lianqin and Chen Dali both have a new understanding of each other, especially Bao Lianqin, before listening to Zhou Yuhao how to say, also did not think that Chen Dali can be more powerful. To the present, really over a move, only to know that what Zhou Yuhao said is not false. Both were careful, keeping a close eye on each other for 2 or 3 seconds, and neither one made a move. It was still Bao Lianqin who was the first to break the stalemate, only to see him raise his foot and kick directly at Chen Dali. Seeing his opponent kicking over, Chen Dali quickly dodged to the side to avoid his kick, which no, Bao Lianqin, this is a fake action, false wobble this kick, and did not send force to kick out, but let Chen Dali made a dodge action, and then swiftly swing fist, to flash to the side of Chen Dali hit. Chen Dali, who hadn't received any combat training, how did he know about these real, fake and false tactical attack moves in the ring? Bao Lianqin's fist arrived when he said it would. Chen Dali wanted to dodge again and it was too late. He could only continue to stretch his arm to block. But Bao Lianqin's punch solidly hit Chen Dali's small arm that was blocking it out, and the huge impact caused Chen Dali to take 2 or 3 steps backward, leaning on the ring ropes behind him. If it wasn't for the ring ropes, Chen Dali would have fallen to the ground. If it was any other ordinary trainee, catching this heavy blow from Bao Lianqin, his little arm might have been broken. Yes, Shin is awesome. Hoots and hollers rang out from Zhou Yuhao's group. Zhou Yuhao's and their shouts of approval were like a shot of chicken blood that could energize and inject it into Bao Lianqin's body, causing him to quickly make a roundhouse kick that went straight for Chen Dali's head. The blow he received just now, as well as the disturbing sounds from outside the ring, did not affect Chen Dali. Seeing that Bao Lianqin kicked over, Chen Dali hurriedly bent down and did a forward roll, dodging the forceful kick again. Chen Dali stood up and faced Bao Lianqin, who had turned around after the kick missed. The two of them looked at each other. Less than a second, Bao Lianqin again pounced over. 2 fists like a death scythe, left and right swinging fists as well as under the hook. With the sound of the wind whistling, Chen Dali backed up while leaning his body back, dodging the wave of combo attacks and regaining a safe distance from Bao Lianqin. But Bao Lianqin didn't give Chen Dali much time to think, and quickly pounced again. After a series of punches missed, Bao Lianqin raised his leg and teased Chen Dali's crotch. Chen Dali saw that it was too late to avoid, so he had to extend his palms together to press down on Bao Lianqin's upward kicking leg. Who knew that it was another fake move by Bao Lianqin? Seeing Chen Liandi's palms pressing down, Bao Lianqin quickly closed his legs and swung back. At the same time, his upper body leaned forward, while Chen Liandi's palms had not yet been withdrawn. Against his defensive vacuum of the chest, was a swift and straight punch. But that punch from Bao Lianqin landed solidly on Chen Dali's forehead. Chen Dali took 2 steps back and once again leaned on the ring ropes, the elasticity of the ropes bouncing him forward and plopping him down in the ring in one fell swoop. Yes, well played, new brother mighty. Seeing Chen Dali get knocked down, Zhou Yuhao and the rest of them shouted. Bao Lianqin did not continue to make an attack, and while waiting for Chen Dali to stand up, he arrogantly said towards Chen Dali, "That's it? Still trying to pick at my shrimp line, and beat the out of me?" With that, he cast a disdainful gaze at Chen Dali. Chen Dali braced his hands on the ground and slowly got up. The punch he took to the forehead really hurt him, and felt harder than if he had thrown a punch to catch a baseball bat and received it. This Bao Lianqin still has some skills. It was no good dodging and defending himself like this all the time. This punch was just the beginning, and at this rate, there would be a second and third punch landing on his body. Chen Dali stood up and decided to stop dodging and fight back. It felt as if there was a blazing fire burning inside his body, and his chi and blood flowed down the veins of his entire body, surging to his hands, feet, knees, and the tips of his elbows, the parts of his body that could make attacks. Moreover, these parts felt hot to the touch after the chi and blood surged to them. Chen Dali. Not only that, Chen Dali also felt as if his body was somewhat lighter. Seeing Chen Dali standing up, Bao Lianqin, without saying anything, threw a straight punch and ran towards Chen Dali's face. This time, Chen Dali did not dodge, but instead swung out his fist in the same manner, at Bao Lianqin's fist. Bang! The fists of the two disliked each other like sparks hitting the earth. Ah! Bao Lianqin let out a soft yelp and quickly withdrew his hand, flicking it twice. What's going on? Bao Lianqin was so puzzled that his punch was like hitting a red-hot iron, painful and hot. This tiny situation was also captured by Zhou Yuhao's eyes outside the ring. This guy stopped shouting and shaking his body at that time, staring straight at Bao Lianqin and Chen Dali in the ring, not daring to utter a single breath. Bao Lianqin shook his spirit, shouted, and lunged at Chen Dali again. Chen Dali slightly bent down, grabbed Bao Lianqin's wrist that was swinging his fist over, and twisted it hard to the other side. Bao Lianxin felt a force that was simply irresistible turning his wrist, and tried to stop this twisting by his own strength, but to no avail. Only intense pain came to his whole body. There was no choice but to turn in the direction of this great ringing force in order to minimize the pain in his wrists. Chen vigorously grabbed Bao Lianxin's wrist with such force that he couldn't withdraw his hand and couldn't yet resist. In this way, under this grabbed arm of Bao Lianxin was a huge opening. Chen Dali of course would not let go of such an opportunity. Quickly lifting his foot, he kicked at Bao Lianxin's ribs, and at the same time, he also let go of his hand. Bao Lianxin took this kick from Chen Dali, lying on his side in the ring and sliding to the edge. If not for his arm on the ropes in time, the whole person would have slipped out of the ring under the ropes. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yuhao's eyes widened, his mouth opened, and his two hands gripped his hair tightly, as if he didn't believe that this was real. Bao Lianxin slowly stood up while looking at Chen Dali with the gaze of a stranger. This was too out of his expectation. Bao Lianxin felt that this Chen Dali, who could beat himself down, was even more powerful than what Zhou Yuhao said. Can't lose to Chen Dali like this. Never. Bao Lianxin posed with one hand facing forward, the other reaching very stealthily for his waist. Chapter 43 Defeating Brothers Categories. Bao Lianxin fished a ring with a short thorn from his belt and quickly and skillfully put it on the middle finger of his right hand, with the thorn point facing outward. Doing all of this was quite stealthy and was not discovered by Chen Dali. Seems to be an old hand at this, doing it all the time. Bao Lianxin lightly raised his leg a few times, seemingly kicking but not kicking, and after testing it, he suddenly lowered his leg and swung his left fist at Chen Dali. Chen Dali stretched out his right arm to block. Which no, Bao Lianxin, this left punch is a forehand punch. The power is not too big. And then came the right punch. It is the backhand punch of the full strength. Chen Dali reached out his left arm to block, but he suddenly saw a small black dot on Bao Lianxin's right fist, which was not there a moment ago. Chen Dali secretly screamed bad in his heart, and wanted to take back his left arm to not go to block. First dodge over it, but it was too late. Chen Dali's left arm retracted late, or by Bao Lianxin's hand short stab cut a mark, although not deep, but also oozing blood. Chen Dali had just opened his mouth, and before he could say the second word, he was silenced by the weak-minded Bao Lianxin with a succession of words. You what you? If you can't beat me, beg for mercy and I'll consider letting you go. After saying that, without giving Chen Dali the chance to speak again, he swung his fist again and pounced. Chen vigorously understand. This sparring hall owner Bao Lianxin is a person who cannot afford to lose, in order to win, is also unscrupulous. Even the use of concealed weapons to hurt the underhanded tricks are used. When dealing with such a person, then there was no need to be merciful, and he had to be defeated as thoroughly as he had beaten Zhou Yuhao. Facing this another wave of attack from Bao Lianxin, Chen Dali dodged left and right to avoid it, while keeping an eye on his right hand. Finally seeing the right moment, Chen Dali pivoted away from Bao Lianxin's swinging left fist, and without waiting for his right hand's backhand punch to swing out, he directly hit his left ribs with a lightning-fast straight punch. Bao Lianxin received this punch from Chen Dali. His body was in pain, and he could not help but shrink back slightly. But this backhand punch of his right hand had already swung out subconsciously, and he could not take it back. Bao Lianxin's body stepped back slightly, but his fists came out forward. This punch, which had lost its target, was no longer a threat to Chen Dali. Chen Dali stretched out his arms, one on top of the other, and clamped down on Bao Lianxin's right arm's wrist. Making enough strength, he interlocked his arms and rolled them outward. After a crisp click at Bao Lianxin's wrist, there was a loud ouch from him. Everyone outside the ring was dumbfounded, especially Zhou Yuhao, who was dumbfounded, and when these people came back to their senses, Bao Lianxin was already lying in the ring, constantly wailing and rolling. Everyone outside the ring hooted and hollered as they gathered around. Coach, how's it going? Shin, what's wrong with you? All these people who had gathered around were worried about Bao Lianxin. Chen Dali crouched down, grabbed Bao Lianxin's right hand that seemed to be out of control, and said to the people around the ring. Everyone saw the short spikes on the fingers. If you can't beat them, you use such underhanded tactics. This is the kind of martial arts virtue that people who practice martial arts have. At that moment, a couple of trainees ran up to the ring and helped Bao Lianxin sit up. Chen Dali continued to Bao Lianxin. Why did I beat up Zhou Yuhao? Because he molested a girl in our school cafeteria. And when I said a fair word, he harbored a grudge. And on a night when it was pouring with rain, he brought 2 men to beat me violently. After that, he blocked me in the dormitory bathroom and beat me up for no reason. And since he didn't take advantage of me due to my counterattacks, he gathered everyone on his basketball team and tried to round me up again. But I beat them all down. So, Xiao Yuho came here to find you, in the vain hope that you'd take it out on him by beating me violently. From before you came to me at the hot pot restaurant at noon today, I've never heard of you because I don't follow the circle of sparring and grappling, so I've never said anything disrespectful to you either. And what you've heard is most likely just something those with ulterior motives made up out of thin air in order to inflame the conflict between you and me. Bao Lianxin, who was sitting in the ring, twisted his head around and stared at Zhou Yuhao with unblinking eyes as he listened to Chen Dali's remark. Zhou Yuhao, outside the ring, didn't squeak and lowered his head, not daring to look Bao Lianxin in the eye. This instant, Bao Lianxin completely understand. Is Zhou Yuhao first did dishonorable things, and then put himself as a gun. He not only suffered a defeat face lost, but also the wrist injury. At that moment, Chen Dali stood up and drilled through the gap in the ring ropes. Everyone hollered and surrounded Chen Dali, but none of them dared to get too close. What's the matter? Do you guys want to go on the floor one by one? Or all together? Chen Dali faced these people surrounding him without fear. None of you move. Let him go. Bao Lianxin, sitting in the ring, let out a low growl to these trainees of his. Hearing these words from Bao Lianxin, these people surrounding Chen Dali automatically flashed a path. Chen Dali walked out of Bao Lianxin's boxing gym in a calm and collected manner. Seeing Chen Dali leaving, these trainees hollered and surged into the ring, surrounding Bao Lianxin. You are no match for that Chen Dali, so don't add unnecessary injuries to yourselves, Bao Lianxin said to everyone beside him. After saying that, Bao Lianxin looked at Zhou Yuhao again. That Chen Dali said that. That's what happened, right? Bao Lianxin's voice was not loud, but it was extremely authoritative. New brother. Zhou Yuhao didn't dare to look up at Bao Lianxin, his face extremely embarrassed. Seeing Zhou Yuhao's demeanor, Bao Lianxin understood in his heart that Chen Dali had not lied. Get out and don't let me see you again. Bao Lianxin chided Zhou Yuhao in a low voice. New brother. Zhou Yuhao finally raised his head and looked at Bao Lianxin as he spoke, but just after saying 2 words, he was rudely interrupted by these people around Bao Lianxin. Get out of here when I tell you to. Don't you understand human language? These people were agitated. Zhou Yuhao saw that the situation was not good, hurriedly turned around, like a lost dog with its tail between its legs, led Wei Huachang and Xiu Taiji, Gray and slipped out of the boxing hall. Chen Dali, who had walked out of the boxing gym earlier than Zhou Yuhao, stood at the entrance to Block B of Century Oriental, looked up at the starry night sky, and then looked back at the tall office building behind him. Taking out my cell phone, it was almost 11. Rushed to the shared electric car parking spot, swept an electric car, and then opened the phone navigation again. You can't remember a place you've never been to before, and you have to navigate back to the hot pot restaurant, listening to the voice prompts of the navigation, riding an electric bike, and a breeze gently blowing through. Chen Dali felt very cozy. The fight with Bao Lianxin just now, Chen Dali no longer think about it, now only want to quickly return to the hot pot restaurant. After a while, it arrived at the hot pot restaurant. Chen Dali found a parking spot for a shared electric car and parked it, then walked toward Xinshin Hot Pot. What's going on? Chen Dali came to the door of the hot pot restaurant and saw that the door was locked on the inside. Chapter 44 Gambler's Request. After Chen Dali left the hot pot restaurant and went to Bao Lianxin's boxing gym, it didn't take long for the people at the hot pot restaurant to get off work, and Zhao Xinshin was ready to go home after reconciling the accounts for that night. Zhao Xinshin, who was the last one to walk out of the hot pot restaurant, locked the door outside and thought to herself, wait for Chen Dali to come back. Just open the door with the key and go in by yourself. When Zhao Xinshin returned home, she entered the house and saw that it was dark and there was not even a single figure, so she knew that Du Rugi had gone out to gamble again. This kind of life, Zhao Xinshin had gotten used to it over the years, and many times it was like this. After the hot pot restaurant closed, she returned home and was by herself. It's quiet to be alone and free at home. Changing into her slippers by the shoe cabinet at the first entrance, Zhao Xinshin stretched, feeling a little uncomfortable in her back and legs. It seems to be caused by sitting still behind the counter of a hot pot restaurant. It's not good to be inactive all the time. Zhao Xinshin decided that it would be better to take a shower first, and afterward do some yoga to stretch her body, especially the ligaments that were getting tighter by the day. After the bath out, enjoying the air conditioning blowing out the cool breeze, Zhao Xinshin tangled still wear yoga pants. In fact, no one at home. Pull the curtains, only wearing underwear to do yoga can also be. After thinking it over, Zhao Xinshin decided it would be better to put on her yoga pants and top before doing it. Putting on the clothes for practicing yoga, spreading the yoga mat on the floor of the living room, and fixing the cell phone. Finding out the TV series she was following on it, Zhao Xinshin watched it while doing yoga. After watching an episode of the TV series, it was almost 11 o'clock. Zhao Xinshin stopped moving and relaxed, ready to drink some water and go to rest. I have to get up early tomorrow morning and go to the market, so I can't sleep too late. The cell phone suddenly rang. Who could it be in the middle of the night? Zhao Xinshin took a look at the cell phone, and a look of disgust sprang up on her face. No doubt the gambler's husband, Du Rugi, called. This day, Zhao Xinxin really feel with Du Rugi over enough. A big man, all day long nothing to do. Know that playing cards, no money on their own to ask, whether it is home or store. Big things and small things, no matter. Let yourself a weak woman to bear. Now calling, no need to ask to know. Must be again lost no money. Looking for his own money, and only for this reason. He will take the initiative to call himself. Deep down, Zhao Xinxin's desire to divorce Du Rugi is getting stronger and stronger. In the face of the ringing cell phone, Zhao Xinxin didn't hesitate at all to scratch to reject. Lazy to take care of this gambler. This time, he Du Rugi love to find whoever wants to ask for money. Go ahead and ask whoever wants to ask for money. Anyway, he will not give it. I was just about to go and charge up my cell phone. When, to my surprise, it beeped on my cell phone's microphone. It's not over. You won't stop until you get the money. Hearing WeChat ringing this time, Zhao Xinxin knew that it would be another message from Du Rugi asking for money. Picking up her cell phone and tapping on WeChat, Zhao Xinxin froze. How did Du Rugi transfer $2,000 to himself? At this time, the ringtone of the WeChat call rang again. Or Du Rugi called. What the hell is going on here? Zhao Xinxin thought about it for a while, but she still picked up Du Rugi's call. Xinxin, why haven't you answered my call yet? Du Rugi came up with these words. Zhao Xinxin ignored him, thinking, why not answer your phone? You do not have a little bit of your own heart? Not hearing Zhao Xinxin respond to himself, Du Rugi continued. Xinxin, today my luck is especially good. From the afternoon until now, 3 returns to 1. A few of their money let me win. I'll transfer 2,000 to you first. You spend it first. Hearing Du Rugi's words, Zhao Xinxin just laughed twice into her cell phone. Still not saying anything. What can you say? Playing cards all day long. Winning only once a year. Losing a cow and winning a chicken. And feeling quite happy? Xin, are you listening? Du Rugi couldn't hear Zhao Xinxin have a response and thought that she wasn't listening to him, so he hurriedly asked. Listen, say what you have to say. I'm going to bed. Zhao Xinxin said impatiently. Oh, it's like this. Xin. A few of us have been playing cards since this afternoon, and we haven't eaten dinner, so we're all a bit hungry by now. Before Du Rugi could finish his words, Zhao Xinxin spoke up and interrupted. You poker players still know how to be hungry? What has it got to do with me whether you eat or not? What's all this got to do with me? Xin, didn't I win some money? They wanted me to treat them to our shabu-shabu, and when I told them that we were closed and that we could go back some other time, they insisted on having it now, and said that they didn't need to go to the store. So they asked me to go and get some slices of lamb and eat them at the place where we were playing poker. Xin, can you go to the store now to shave some mutton slices? I will go over to get it later. Listening to Du Rugi's words, Zhao Xinxin was furious and yelled into the cell phone. You play 8 lifetimes of poker to win a round. Love where to buy them to eat where to go. Don't tell me this, and let me go to the store to shave mutton slices? How dare you say that? In the middle of the night, let me go to the store as a woman again. Why don't you think about my safety? Xin, I'm begging you, just give this one favor. I'm begging you. Du Rugi kept pleading on the phone. There are still plenty of night snacks for sale outside. Eat what you like and leave me alone. Zhao Xinxin was getting impatient. Xin, I beg you, give a favor for once. I promise, I'll trouble you just this once, and I'll never trouble you again. After Du Rugi finished speaking, there was a short silence on Zhao Xinxin's side. Yes, there's a door. Du Rugi was secretly happy in his heart. Xin, just shave a few pounds of mutton. It won't take long. You go to the store first. I'll be right behind you. And after I shave the meat, I'll send you home first, and then I'll go to them with the sliced mutton. Du Rugi felt that Zhao Xinxin's attitude had loosened and hurried to strike while the iron was hot, and it felt like a really smart move to turn over $2,000 up front without saying anything in the first place. Sure enough, Zhao Xinxin said what she wanted to hear. I'm telling you, Du Rugi, let's just do this once. Next time you want me to go in the middle of the night to shave slices of mutton for you guys, don't even think about it. Listening to Zhao Xinxin's exasperated speech, Du Rugi, instead of being angry, smiled and said, Thank you, Your Honor wife. You go first, I'll be right there. Eat and drink in a while my hand is strong tonight, I'll battle them all night, and buy you a bag when I win. Get lost. I'm telling you, hurry up. I've got to get home and go to bed after the plowing. After Zhao Xinxin finished speaking, she exited the WeChat call. Okay, Du Rugi hurriedly agreed, but realized that the other party had already exited the call. Chapter 45 Late Night Danger. Zhao Xinxin hung up the phone and was about to go out. All I could think of was to hurry up and get to the hot pot restaurant. Hurry up and finish slicing the meat for this gambler husband. And hurry up and deal with him so that I could hurry home and go to bed. Change of clothes? Better not change. Just go in your yoga pants. Go and come back soon. Zhao Xinxin hurried out of the house with only her cell phone and keys. As she walked outside, Zhao Xinxin suddenly remembered. She couldn't shave meat either. She had never shaved it before. If you have to plane it yourself, you'll be in big trouble if you accidentally hurt your hand. The blades of the meat grinder are too sharp. What can we do about this? Thinking it over, Zhao Xinxin decided that it would be better to give Feng Jinxiang a call and ask him to come back to the hot pot restaurant and shave these several pounds of mutton. The phone dialed, rang twice, and connected. Master Feng, I'm really sorry for the disturbance. Zhao Xinxin spoke politely, always feeling that it was embarrassing to call people to come to the store to work when it was this time of the day. And I didn't know if Feng Jinxiang had slept yet. Boss, what can I do for you? Zhao Xinxin listened to Feng Jinxiang's voice and made sure that he wasn't asleep yet. He just sounded a little nervous and flustered. Master Feng, can you come out now? Come over to our store and shave a few pounds of mutton. Zhao Xinxin got straight to the point. Okay, it'll come out. I'm on my way. Feng Jinxiang answered dryly. Okay, you go over there now. I'll be right behind you. Zhao Xinxin hung up the phone after saying that she had walked out of the neighborhood she lived in and came to the side of the road, ready to take a cab to the store. Oops. Usually there are cabs parked in front of the neighborhood 24 hours a day, no matter what time of day it is, but now there is not a single one. Zhao Xinxin decided not to wait and swept a shared electric car to go. Near the entrance of her own hot pot restaurant, there was no designated return point for shared electric cars. Zhao Xinxin arrived and found the closest place to the store to return the car, before walking quickly towards the hot pot restaurant. Almost arriving at the hot pot restaurant, Zhao Xinxin saw from afar that Feng Jinxiang was already standing at the door. Zhao Xinxin walked to take a look. It turned out to be the store door is still locked, with their own left when the lock position is exactly the same. No wonder Feng Jinxiang waiting here. This little Chen, going to that free sparring gym, why hasn't he come back yet? Zhao Xinxin muttered as she reached for the key to unlock the door. I'll drive, Feng Jinxiang said, about to take the key in Zhao Xinxin's hand to unlock the door. As soon as Feng Jinxiang approached, a strong smell of alcohol drilled straight into Zhao Xinxin's nostrils. It's better if I drive. Zhao Xinxin did not let Feng Jinxiang to open the lock, but the heart straight muttered. Feng Jinxiang, this is how much wine ah? If he is going to cut the meat in a while, will his hand still be accurate? Don't accidentally hurt your hand again. If that happens, you will be in big trouble. The lock is open. Hold the lock for me. It's pretty heavy. Hearing Feng Jinxiang say that, Zhao Xinxin handed him the lock in her hand. Zhao Xinxin pushed the door in, followed by Feng Jinxiang. The store was pitch black, and Zhao Xinxin was just about to turn on the lights when she heard a click behind her. Rushing back to look, it turned out to be Feng Jinxiang who was inside and locked the store door. Feng Jinxiang locked the door, and now there was only himself and him, a man and a woman, in the house. In such a dark and secluded environment, an ominous feeling of foreboding and extreme fear instantly rose in Zhao Xinxin's heart. Master Feng, what are you doing? Zhao Xinxin's voice was already trembling as she spoke, and her body was already shivering uncontrollably. Boss, there's no one else here right now. It's just you and me. We're both adults. What do you think I'm going to do? Feng Jinxiang's voice was already laced with lewd laughter. Before Zhao Xinxin called Feng Jinxiang just now, Feng Jinxiang had just finished drinking in his rental house and was lying on his bed, watching an island romance action movie on his cell phone. For a middle-aged bachelor like him, it was one of the few pastimes left. Watching the small movie on the phone, coupled with the effect of alcohol, Feng Jinxiang only felt hot and dry, and his spirit was hyperactive, as if the house climbed the mirror without scratching or scratching. It was as if there was a blazing fire in his body, burning and banging around. Feng Jinxiang was having a hard time with his body when Zhao Xinxin's phone call came. Feng Jinxiang didn't know what Zhao Xinxin could be up to when she called at this time. After trying to calm his hyperactive mind, he answered Zhao Xinxin's call. It turned out that he had asked himself to shave a few pounds of lamb slices from the hot pot restaurant. At this time, although Feng Jinxiang was the images in the small movie, provoked by the desire to burn, but there is not yet any non-thinking. After all, also do not know Zhao Xinxin and who a piece of the child. Although usually as soon as he closed his eyes, Feng Jinxiang's mind would often surface the scene where he was making out with his arms around Zhao Xinxin, but it could only be his own why. When he arrived at the hot pot restaurant, Feng Jinxiang realized that the door was still locked, so he had to wait for Zhao Xinxin's arrival. When he saw Zhao Xinxin walking over, Feng Jinxiang's eyes went straight and were about to sprout light. Only Zhao Xinxin was wearing a pair of tight yoga pants, which outlined the lines of her buttocks and legs in just the right way, making her sexy and charming, especially when Zhao Xinxin bent down slightly to unlock the door. That slightly puckered peach buttocks. It made the drunk Feng Jinxiang's breath rush, blood rushing, crotch holding up an umbrella. At that very instant, a bold and evil thought suddenly rose in Feng Jinxiang's mind. Since Zhao Xinxin had come alone, and since Chen Dali had gone out and hadn't returned yet, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for himself. Today, no matter what, We must take Zhao Xinxin no matter what we say. What are the consequences? Forget about it for now. Even if you lose a few years of freedom for it, you have to do this earthly creature tonight. You can't miss a chance. This Zhao Xinxin threw her shawl hair all day long and wiggled her butt in front of her, causing her to just gulp saliva during the day and not be able to sleep at night, thinking left and right, it's tonight. Therefore, when Zhao Xinxin opened the lock, Feng Jinxiang said that the lock was too heavy and took the lock in his own hand. In order to enter the hot pot store, lock the store door from the inside, so that people outside could not enter. Now that the store door was locked, the burning fire of lust had completely consumed Feng Jinxiang, burning him down to nothing more than animal instincts. I'm telling you, don't come any closer. I'm going to yell. Zhao Xinxin hid behind a table and shouted at Feng Jinxiang. But Feng Jinxiang didn't care. He just wanted to grab Zhao Xinxin. When Feng Jinxiang moved to the right, Zhao Xinxin ran to the left on the opposite side of the table. And when Feng Jinxiang moved to the left again, Zhao Xinxin ran to the right again. Even the shock coupled with dodging from side to side, Zhao Xinxin's body was already dripping with sweat. And the smell of sweat mixed with body fragrance drifted into Feng Jinxiang's nostrils, stimulating him even more impatiently. Chapter 46. Just in time. Feng Jinxiang once again leaped to the left. Zhao Xinxin saw this and hurriedly ran to the right, still wanting to use this table to maneuver around him. Who knows? Feng Jinxiang, this is just a false swing. He moved his upper body to the left, but the soles of his feet did not move to the left at all, but stomped on the ground and quickly retracted his upper body to flash to the right. Zhao Xinxin, however, was swayed into his head and ran to the right, immediately crashing into Feng Jinxiang's arms and being held tightly by Feng Jinxiang. You let go of me. Let go. Zhao Xinxin struggled hard to break free from Feng Jinxiang's arms, but to no avail. Little darling, this day by day, can make you miss me to death? As soon as I see you, there are 25 mice in my heart, scratching my heart with 100 claws, Feng Jinxiang muttered while bringing his mouth, which reeked of alcohol, to Zhao Xinxin's white cheeks. Zhao Xinxin made a strong effort to tilt her head to the side, not allowing Feng Jinxiang's mouth to touch her. The heavy smell of alcohol spewing out of Feng Jinxiang's mouth, as well as the sickening stench of sweat emanating from his body, smoked Zhao Xinxin, almost causing her to vertigo. Zhao Xinxin didn't give up, her mouth shouting let go, and her two hands also used their milky strength to pound Feng Jinxiang in the limited space, trying to push away his arms that were holding her tightly. But Zhao Xinxin's strength was too small, and the wax had no effect on Feng Jinxiang. Instead, Feng Jinxiang's two salty piggy hands began to swim downwards on Zhao Xinxin's back. When he touched the yoga pants that Zhao Xinxin was wearing, Feng Jinxiang's fingers pinched the waist of the pants on both sides and tugged them down. Zhao Xinxin hurriedly reached out and tugged hard on the waist of her pants. After tearing a few times, once Feng Jinxiang saw that he couldn't tug on Zhao Xinxin's yoga pants, he reached for her polo shirt again. Zhao Xinxin hurriedly raised her hands to protect her peaks, still trying to break free from Feng Jinxiang. Bzzz. The neckline of the round neck shirt that Zhao Xinxin was wearing was torn open by Feng Jinxiang, and her sexy collarbone as well as the white skin underneath the collarbone was exposed. Feng Jinxiang's hands were busy and his feet weren't idle. Stretching out one leg, he hooked both of Zhao Xinxin's legs, then his upper body inclined towards her at once and fell over. Zhao Xinxin's body was pushed backward by Feng Jinxiang, but her feet were hooked and she couldn't keep up with her body, and flopped and fell to the ground on her back. Feng Jinxiang obediently slumped forward, his entire body completely pressed against Zhao Xinxin. Then grabbing both of Zhao Xinxin's hands, she crossed both of her wrists over her own head, holding both of her wrists down with one hand in a death grip, freeing her other hand to begin undressing her. Zhao Xinxin was held down and unable to move, whimpering and sobbing, shedding tears of despair. Had her innocence been so rudely defiled by this brute? Bam! In the nick of time, there was a loud bang at the door of the store. Feng Jinxiang was startled and turned back towards the doorway. Stunned, he stopped his sinful movements and hurriedly climbed up from Zhao Xinxin. Two store doors, one of which had fallen down, only because it was still connected to the other by a lock, had not yet fallen to the ground, resting diagonally on the other door. Standing at the doorway was no other than Chen Dali. After returning from Bao Lianxin's free fighting gym, Chen Dali put the shared electric car in the designated place and walked to the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, only to find that the store door was already locked on the inside. There's someone in the store? Who would be at the store in the middle of the night? Chen vigorously put his face on the store door glass. Look in. Dark and blurred. Just see a table in the corner where there seems to be two people twisted together to tear. Before Chen Dali could think more, a scream came from one of the two people who were tearing and fighting. It was Zhao Xinxin's voice. Chen Dali heard it clearly and also knew that one of the two people tearing and fighting together was Zhao Xinxin. She must be in danger. This was the first reaction that Chen Dali made. He had to rush into the store to save Zhao Xinxin. The door was locked from the inside, Chen Dali wanted to enter the door normally, definitely could not enter, only to use the supernormal power on his body. Now even if it is known, there is no choice, time is not allowed. One more second of delay, Zhao Xinxin will be one more minute of danger. Chen vigorously tugged on the edge of a door, and with one hard pull, he yanked the door hard off the doorframe. After taking a step into the store, Chen Dali saw that Feng Jinshan looked flustered as he climbed up from Zhao Xinxin, who was lying on the ground, and both hands panicked as he refastened the waistband of his pants that had already come undone. Surname Feng, you're a beast that's worse than a pig or a dog. How dare you do such a hurtful thing? Chen Dali opened his mouth in anger at Feng Jinxiang. Feng Jinxiang slowed down the spirit, is also burning with anger. To Chen Dali, originally because of the cell phone recording thing, nested a stomach of anger. Now, see they are about to get it. The result is again by this Chen Dali bad thing. You little brat, you're just messing with me, aren't you? Good, now I'll let you know what I'm capable of. Feng Jinxiang was also angry and wanted to take the opportunity to teach Chen Dali a lesson. However, he didn't think much about it, since Chen Dali could easily drag down the door of the hot pot restaurant. That strength, it was by no means comparable to his own. Feng Jinxiang, this guy, did not rush towards Chen Dali, but relying on his immense familiarity with the inside of the hot pot restaurant, in the darkness, leapt towards the meat shaving operation room where he usually worked. When Chen Dali looked at Feng Jinxiang again, this guy had already come out from the meat grating operation room, a boning knife clutched in his hand, the blade flashing with a silky cold light in the darkness. Rabbit brat, dare to spoil my good deed, today I will bleed you. Feng Jinxiang finished with a face full of malice, glaring, gritting his teeth, gripping the sharp knife in his hand, he stabbed at Chen Dali's chest. Ah! Zhao Xinxin, who was already sitting on the floor, cowering in the corner of the wall and shivering, shrieked in fear when she saw this scene. When it was too late, seeing that the sharp blade was about to stab his chest, Chen Dali flicked sideways and dodged the fatal stab. Chen Dali this sideways. Feng Jinxiang pounced on the air, has reached the front of Chen Dali's body. Chen Dali lifted his leg and viciously pushed it upwards, his knee hitting Feng Jinxiang squarely in the abdomen. Chen Dali in the darkness of the night, the power of the strike. Even Bao Lianxin, like a person who practiced martial arts for many years, cannot resist, so it is even more not Feng Jinxiang's stream cannot resist. Ah! Feng Jinxiang let out a scream, centered on his abdomen. The pain quickly spread out in all directions, and in the darkness, he did not know whether it was spit or blood that flowed out of his mouth. The pain and weakness was transmitted to his arm and then to his hand. Feng Jinxiang could no longer clutch the sharp knife. Dang! The boning spikes fell to the ground. Chen Dali reached out his hand, grabbed Feng Jinxiang's back collar, and threw his hand towards the store door there, and the guy rolled and fell towards the door. Feng Jinxiang collapsed in front of the store. The guy's head was still clear, climbed up and ran outside. Can you not run? Chen vigorously knee top of this. Let Feng Jinxiang understand. Have to hurry to go as the best strategy. Their own strength is not Chen vigorously opponent. Chen Dali was just about to chase him out when he heard Zhao Xinxin crying out for himself. Chapter 47 Misunderstood. Chen Dali withdrew the foot that had already stepped out and came to Zhao Xinxin's side. Zhao Xinxin was sitting on the ground, still sobbing non-stop. Her blouse neckline was torn open with a big slit. The two groups of snowy, white, warm and soft jade revealed more than half of them, and they were dazzlingly white even in the darkness. And the yoga pants were also pulled down by a section, already revealing the edges of the sexy lace panties. Chen Dali crouched down and tried to help Zhao Xinxin up. Chen! Zhao Xinxin cried out, wrapped her arms around Chen Dali's neck, put her face on his shoulder, and let out a loud cry with a whimper. The aggravation, humiliation, and extreme nervousness and fear suffered just now. After the safety had been ensured at this moment, the suppressed and tightened emotions were completely released through loud crying. Alright, Sister Zhao, it's alright. That beast was chased away by me. It's alright. Chen Dali whispered to comfort Zhao Xinxin, gently patting her back with his hand. Zhao Xinxin finally stopped crying and raised her head. Although her hair was disheveled and her face was tear-stained, she still couldn't hide her beauty. Even when they cry, they are tearful beauties. Can you stand up, Sister Zhao? Chen Dali inquired in a low voice. Zhao Xinxin didn't answer and looked like she wanted to stand up as well, but after trying, her legs were still weak, still seems to be in shock. Seeing this, Chen Dali hurriedly reached out to assist Zhao Xinxin's arm, and Zhao Xinxin obediently put her other arm on Chen Dali's shoulder so that she could stand up smoothly. Wow! A couple of dogs, blatantly hooking up together. A loud voice rang out there at the entrance of the store, startling Chen Dali and Zhao Xinxin. Zhao Xinxin, whose butt had just left the ground, sat down again in a flash. Du Rugi, who originally wanted to come to the hot pot store to get the lamb slices, saw Zhao Xinxin and Chen Dali sitting on the ground and hugging each other, and after angrily yelling, He walked into the store from the store door and turned on the hall light at once. Chen Dali and Zhao Xinxin, who had already been in the darkness for a while, adapted to the dark environment just now, and were visibly discomforted by the sudden illumination of the light, each raising their hands to shield themselves from the harsh light. What's stopping you? Now you know you're ugly. Now you're embarrassed to see others? How could you do it just now? Durugi yelled at the top of his lungs. Durugi, we are not what you think. Before Zhao Xinxin could finish her words, she was rudely interrupted by Durugi. Not what I imagined? But you did? How could I have imagined it? You're still having a good time. Hair is all messed up. Clothes are torn. I really didn't expect Zhao Xinxin. With this white boy, you still have this kind of masochistic fetish? Why do you look like a dead fish when you're with me? Listening to Durugi's series of unpleasant words, Chen Dali stood up with a tang. Do you know exactly what's going on? Just spouting nonsense here without asking questions. Chen Dali said righteously to Durugi. Shut up, you adulterer. What's going on? You want to be more specific about what happened between you two? Listening to Durugi's nonsense words, Chen Dali couldn't bear it anymore and pointed at his nose to scold him angrily. Show some respect, and if you talk like that again, I'm going to be rude to you. Do you know what your own daughter-in-law just went through? Seeing her like this, you don't come over to comfort and greet her, but you're here talking. Durugi, you're not a human being for dumping on my head. Zhao Xinxin also chided Durugi angrily. You who? The adulterous couple was caught by me on the spot, and they are all in a hurry. What did she just go through? What could she have experienced? She just experienced comfort. You're an adulterer and you still want to treat me badly? I'm going to kick your ass for putting a hat on me. After Durugi finished, his eyes became ferocious, and he copied a stool beside him, raised it high, and smashed it towards Chen Dali. In the face of such an inhuman asshole, Chen Dali felt that it would be redundant to say another word to him. Now that you've raised your stool and want to fight, you're welcome to it. Seeing that the stool was about to hit his head, Chen Dali reached out and flicked it to the side, and Durugi, who was still holding up the stool, staggered and skewed to the side. You guys stop fighting, Zhao Xinxin shouted with a sobbing voice. And stop fighting? You? Still talking to him? After being rattled by Chen Dali, Durugi, who stood firmly on his feet, directed another vicious output at Zhao Xinxin. Just as he finished speaking, Durugi realized that there was a sharp knife at his feet. This was the one that Feng Jinxiang had held in his hand just now, and he hadn't had time to take it away after being knocked to the ground by Chen Dali. Durugi quickly bent down and picked up the sharp knife, holding it in his hand. The tip of the knife pointed at Chen Dali, and continued to speak words of slander against Chen Dali. Good, you adulterer. Even the knife is ready, afraid of being broken into, ready to want to kill and kill, right? Put the knife down, Chen Dali snapped. And tell me to put the knife down? I'll stab you, adulterer. First, Durugi finished viciously, lifting his hand and holding his knife. He stabbed at Chen Dali. Chen Dali flickered to the side, first dodging the sharp edge of the pointed knife, then seeing the right moment, he grabbed Durugi's wrist holding the knife. Chen Lili exerted a little force, and Durugi let out a miserable scream. Durugi felt his wrist, as if it was firmly clamped by a pair of iron pliers, and the more clamped the tighter, tightly gripping the knife's fingers, but also pain uncontrollable, slowly loosened. Bam! The sharp knife fell to the ground. Chen Dali reached out and kicked the sharp knife to the side, kicking it out a long way before letting go of Durugi. Durugi rubbed his pinched wrists vigorously, but his mouth remained unforgiving. How dare you hit me, you adulterer? Chen Dali hadn't had much anger towards Durugi, but hearing him call out to himself with a mouthful of adulterer, the anger in his heart was instantly ignited. Without saying a word, Chen Dali quickly stepped forward and grabbed Durugi's neck as soon as he could, took 2 steps, and pressed him against the wall in one go. Durugi was stuck by Chen vigorously by the neck, and his hands and feet danced and stomped around, trying to break free, but Chen Dali's strength could let him break free easily. With a gentle lift of his hand, Durugi's feet left the ground. Try another, adulterer? Chen Dali pointed his other finger at Durugi, his eyes widening in anger. Durugi's hands, vigorously breaking Chen Dali's hand that was stuck on his neck, did not accede to what Chen Dali said. Seeing that Durugi didn't say anything, Chen Dali knew that he had temporarily subdued him and then said to him, "Do you realize what just happened? You got here and you sprayed all over the place." Chapter 48 Misunderstood, 2. I have something to go out after work at night. After I came back, I saw that the store door was unlocked from the inside. I lay on the glass to look inside. Zhao's sister and a man tearing and fighting together. I am afraid that Zhao's sister is in danger. In a hurry, the store door removed. Into the store. Beat away that want to violate Zhao's sister's pervert. I was just about to help Sister Zhao up when you came, and then no matter how I told you, you didn't believe me. You don't have to use your brain to think. If there was an adulterous affair as you say, could it be here in the store with the door open? Is it possible? After Chendali finished these words, Du Rugi didn't say anything? Zhao Xinshin opened her mouth again. Du Rugi, originally I did not want to come out in the middle of the night. You begged for slices of mutton, so I came out, but I couldn't plane it myself, and I called the store to call the specialized meat planer to come over. How do I know that this planer's human face is beastly? When she said this, Zhao Xinshin choked a little again, but quickly adjusted his mood again and continued. If it wasn't for Xiao Chen arriving in time and fighting off that colorful wolf. Now listening to Zhao Xinshin's words, Du Rugi didn't squeak. Chendali thought that Du Rugi had heard the whole story and would not fool around anymore, so he slowly loosened his hand and put him down. Du Rugi slowly walked out from the wall. Chendali felt that, finally, he was able to talk him through. He was supposed to walk over to Zhao Xinshin and comfort his frightened wife. Made a mistake, gave the reason to understand. He can change. Chendali think, such a man is not useless, incorrigible. Du Rugi walked slowly, out of the reach of Chendali, then suddenly accelerated, ran to the door of the store, turned around and cursed. A couple of adulterers, a couple of dogs and a couple of men, and they made up a bunch of lies. Who are they fooling? Who are you kidding? I'm telling you, wait for me, this matter is not over. Chendali never thought that Du Rugi was such a person. Seeing that he stopped talking and walked slowly, he thought that he was going to comfort Zhao Xinshin, which no, he is a look, cannot beat Chen vigorously, pretend to have repented over, make to go to comfort Zhao Xinshin look, wait until out of Chen vigorously control range, and immediately return to the original face. Chendali still underestimated Du Rugi's nasty nature and cunning, allowing him to run to the door to continue scolding himself and Zhao Xinshin. Stop right there! Chendali, who was furious, raised his feet and chased Du Rugi. Du Rugi saw that Chendali was going to come after him and scattered his legs. When Chendali arrived at the door, Du Rugi had already run out a long way. Forget it, not going to chase the scum. Chendali turned around to go back to the store. Suddenly, Chendali realized that there was a person standing outside the door of the hot pot restaurant. Taking a closer look, he was stunned. Mei Ao Shui. This middle of the night, why are you here? Seeing Mei Ao Shui standing here, Chendali's mind was filled with 100,000 reasons. Originally, Mei Ao Shui's father, Mei Shizhong, could not come to pick her up until tomorrow afternoon. However, thinking of his daughter, he rushed to finish his work for the day, and even though it was already 8 o'clock in the evening, he still drove here. By the time they arrived in Sungbei City, it was already more than 10 o'clock in the evening, and the father-daughter duo packed their bags and put them in the car, so they were ready to go back. Sitting on the car, Mei Ao Shui suddenly wanted to meet Chendali before leaving, so he sent a message to Chendali over, but never got a reply. Even so, Mei Ao Shui still had to let her father drive to Xin Hot Pot restaurant first. Mei Shizhong could not argue with his baby daughter, so he had to follow Mei Ao Shui's guidance and drove to this path in the middle of the Jiadi Garden neighborhood. Mei Ao Shui let her father's car parked a few dozen meters away from Xinshin Hot Pot restaurant, and got out of the car herself to prepare to walk over. Mei Shizhong urged his daughter not to take too long. Mei Ao Shui promised, and walked towards Xin Hot Pot. The closer she got, she found that the store was still lit, and she could not help but be confused. Walking to the door, Mei Ao Shui realized that one of the store doors had fallen off and was leaning droopily against the other. There was also a man standing in the doorway, cursing at the store, cursing very hard. Mei Ao Shui heard, probably understood what was going on. Suddenly, the cursing man turned and ran, followed by Chendali. Looking at the dazed and speechless Chendali, a wave of resentment and anger suddenly rose in Mei Ao Shui's heart. Chendali, I'm really blind. Why didn't I see that you're actually such a person? Mei Ao Shui finished her speech and twisted her head to leave. Mei Ao Shui, let me explain. It's not the situation you heard that scum say. Chendali flanked Mei Ao Shui and said while following her footsteps, there's no need to explain. To explain is to cover up. To cover up is to make up stories. Hooking up with a female boss, being blocked by her husband and scolded angrily, and trying to chase and beat her up. What's there to say? Mei Ao Shui didn't even give Chendali a sideways glance and just walked towards her car. Chendali took a step in front of Mei Ao Shui and blocked her path. Mei Ao Shui, if you still don't believe me, you can go to the hot pot restaurant and look at the security camera footage and it will all make sense. Chendali was still making explanations to Mei Ao Shui, not letting her think that she was a morally corrupt person. No time to look. Go away. Mei Ao Shui had an icy attitude. Mei Ao Shui, why don't you believe me? Chendali still stopped Mei Ao Shui and tried to convince her to believe in herself. Hey, what do you want? With a yell, Mei Shizhong got out of the car and walked over. As soon as Mei Ao Shui saw her father coming over, she immediately ran to her father's side. Stop pestering my daughter and I'll call the police. Mei Shizhong held a cell phone in his hand and warned Chendali. Chen Dali just wanted to explain the situation, but Mei Aoshue snatched it first and said, "Dad, ignore him, let's go. Snow, he's the one you came to see. Ha, he only pesters others. What kind of person is he? Stay away from such people in the future. Don't make such friends," Mei Shizhong and her daughter said as they walked. Chen Dali knew that it was useless to say anything now, and could only watch as Mei Aoshue and her father got into the car and sped away. Turning back around, Chen Dali walked towards the hot pot restaurant with heavy footsteps. Always do not understand, they and Mei Aoshue with time is not long, but how they are. She should also be clear in the school cafeteria, single force alone can be for her to solve the problem. She still do not believe that their character? How is it that you happen to believe Duragway's bull after hearing it? LOL. Women are so hard to figure out sometimes. When he arrived at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, Chen Dali was ready to ask Zhao Xinxin what to do. Chapter 49. Will she pull the plug on me? Sister Zhao. Chen Dali, who entered the hot pot restaurant, softly called out to Zhao Xinxin, fearing that his voice would be too loud and scare her. Zhao Xinxin heard the voice and raised her head to look at Chen Dali. Sister Zhao, what should we do now? Chen Dali asked Zhao Xinxin to take an idea. I don't know. Zhao Xinxin still had a bewildered, hexed look on her face. The mind should still be in a state of confusion and disorganization. Why don't we call the police? There is also surveillance in this hall. The evidence is overwhelming. We must bring Feng Jinxiang to justice. Chen Dali gave Zhao Xinxin advice. Zhao Xinxin didn't say anything for several minutes. Sister Zhao, Chen Dali shouted again, thinking that her mind had wandered off and she hadn't thought about the advice she had just said to her. Zhao Xinxin finally made a sound. I just told you. Why don't we call the police? Chen Dali repeated it again. Unreported. These two words came out of Zhao Xinxin's mouth, and Chen Dali froze when he heard them. Zhao Xinxin also had her own considerations, and just now she didn't answer Chen Dali for several minutes, precisely thinking about this issue. His own store has surveillance. The police, for Feng Jinxiang, the evidence of the crime is clear. However, after the police, to a 1 or 2 police cars, in front of their own stores, the next day, this entire commercial street will have to talk about. Surely what to say all there, not good will also be the more said the more evil, which will have a great impact on their own hot pot store business. Besides, after calling the police, after the police investigated the scene, they will definitely let themselves and Chen Dali go to the police station to record a statement. The store door is now in this state. People are gone. The hot pot restaurant will become undefended. Also, although he was not violated by Feng Jinxiang, but after the police, the people who know about this matter will certainly be more. Some words will be passed around will be tainted. Perhaps they will be passed on as a woman of indiscretions. People's words can be afraid of So, after much consideration, Zhao Xinxin decided not to call the police. But Chen Dali somewhat did not understand. Sister Zhao, why don't you call the police? Just let that Feng Jinxiang guy get away with it? If I say I won't report it, I won't report it. Zhao Xinxin stood her ground. Seeing that the boss just won't let the police, Chen Dali also stopped talking about calling the police. Sister Zhao, since we're not calling the police anymore, how are you going to get home? If I send you home, there's no one to watch this store again. Chen Dali asked again. Home? From now on, I have no home. Zhao Xinxin's words were a bit bleak. It's also true that if your husband is in such a mess with you, can you still come home? Chen Dali also wondered where he could go. It couldn't be to settle down in a hot pot restaurant as well. That would make it even more difficult for himself and Zhao Xinxin to talk. I'll call one of my girlfriends and have her pick me up here while I go to her house for a few days. Hearing Zhao Xinxin say this, Chen Dali let out a sigh of relief. Xiao Chen, after I leave in a while, you keep an eye on the store, and early tomorrow morning, I'll go find a door repair master to fix the store door. Zhao Xinxin admonished Chen Dali. Don't worry, Sister Zhao, I'll definitely keep an eye on this hot pot restaurant of ours. After hearing Chen Dali's words, Zhao Xinxin called her best friend. After finishing with her girlfriends, Zhao Xinxin put down her cell phone and said to Chen Dali again, Little Chen, can you do the meat grating job? Zhao Xinxin understood that Feng Jinxiang, that brute, would never show his face again. I watched Feng Jinxiang plow through the meat and thought it was nothing, except that I had to be more careful. Chen Dali didn't find it too difficult to shave the meat. Well then, starting tomorrow, you'll be in charge of grating the meat first. Zhao Xinxin made the arrangements. Okay, Sister Zhao. However, you'd better arrange a specialized meat shaving master as soon as possible. I'm afraid that once the school year starts, it will give us a delay in this hot pot store. Chen Dali thought it through quite thoroughly. Well, I'll be thinking about that. Just as Zhao Xinxin finished saying this, the sound of a car honking sounded outside. Here we go. That was quick enough. Zhao Xinqing glanced outside and stood up as she spoke. After tidying up her messy hair and clothes, Zhao Xinqing walked out of the store, got into her best friend's car, and left. After seeing Zhao Xinqing's girlfriend's car go far away, Chen Dali returned to the hot pot restaurant, and set up a row of chairs just inside the door, and laid down here, next to the doorway, so that if there is any movement, he or she can be alerted in time, and even if someone wants to enter the store, they will have to cross over to do so. It was destined to be a sleepless night. Chen Dali never went to sleep, always feeling the slightest sound. He immediately opened his sleepy eyes to see. By 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the morning, Chen Dali could not sleep at all, as the breakfast sellers started to work one after another, and there were always voices of one kind or another. Chen Dali felt that when he slept in the store on the first day, he didn't feel such a big commotion. It seems that with this door in place, it can really block out a lot of noise. Since I couldn't sleep, I just stayed up. Chen Dali sat up and took out his cell phone to look at it. After scrolling through his circle of friends, he saw a message that Kong Weijie had sent yesterday. Driver's license finally arrived, with a picture of a driver's license with a black outer skin. If not for this circle of friends information, Chen Dali almost forgot that people Kong Weijie in the summer vacation after the college entrance examination, to the driving school to enroll in learning driving license to go. After that, these years of vacation, intermittent visits to the driving school to brush up on lessons and learning, step by step from the Section 1 test, to now finally get the driver's license. With Kong Weijie's family's condition, he would definitely buy him a car to drive. This was something Chen Dali could not even think about. Sometimes when you think about it, it's true that the starting point of some people's lives is already the end of some people's struggles, and that's just not comparable, and it's just not something that can be changed. Other than not to think too much, Chen vigorously feel that he can only work hard is. Chen Dali scratched his phone's page from Discover to WeChat and violently discovered the small red dot in the upper right corner of Mei Ashua's avatar. She left herself a message? What would she say to herself? A message left with a deep misunderstanding of herself, as she had done a few hours before? Chen Dali didn't want to click to read it, feeling that he had already guessed the content of the message. But still, I couldn't help but click on it. Chen Dali, I really didn't expect you to be such a person. When this line came into view, Chen Dali took a deep breath, with only deep helplessness in his head. Do you still send her messages? If I do, it's early in the morning. Then why don't you wait until after sunrise and then send her a message back? Chen Dali also thought of one more thing. That is, will Mei Aoshue get angry and blacken herself? If that's the case, she won't get the message. But what if Mei Aoshue hadn't blackballed herself? The probability of such a thing is low, but how will you know unless you try? Chen Dali decided to send a message to Mei Aoshue. Chapter 50. The boss is off. Hello, Mei Oue. Chen Dali edited the words and tapped send. As luck would have it, a red exclamation point appeared in front of the words that were sent out, followed by two small lines. The other party has turned on friend verification and you are not her friend yet. Please send a friend verification request first, and chat only after the other person passes the verification. Chen Dali looked at it and knew that Mei Aoshue had even deleted herself. In that case, don't say anything, time will tell. As the day dawned, the sanitation workers began to go to work to clean up. Chen Dali almost did not sleep a night. This day is almost dawn, but some sleepy cannot open his eyes, even if the outside of the sanitation workers' swish sweeping sound, but also cannot block his sleepiness. In the middle of a deep sleep, Chen Dali suddenly felt someone pushing his shoulder. Dazed and confused, Chen Dali opened his eyes and saw Zhao Xinqing standing next to him, having changed a new blouse, and the yoga pants underneath had been replaced with a pair of loose, wide-legged pants, and his state of mind was obviously much better than last night. Little Chen, get up. I've gotten the door repair master to fix the door. Zhao Xinqing urged Chen Dali. Oh, Chen Dali answered, with that kind of unsleeping daze still in his voice. Looking out the door, there was indeed a very long, large electric tricycle parked with a maintenance man sitting on it. Chen Dali sat up, touched the cell phone on his body, took a look at the time, and couldn't help but exclaimed, Holy, it's 7:30. It felt like I just dozed off and who knew that hours had passed. Chen Dali Tang jumped up from his chair, quickly moved these chairs to the side. Under Zhao Xinqing's command, Chen Dali moved the chair for sleeping to a place out of the way. Zhao Xinqing unlocked the two doors that were locked together. Xiao Chen, move this door back to its original position so that the master can install it. Zhao Xinqing said softly to Chen Dali. How can he move such a heavy glass door by himself? The repairman opened his mouth. And how did he unload it? Listening to the words of the maintenance master, Zhao Xinqing was a bit confused. Beauty, this wasn't unloaded. This was yanked off. Look. The door frame hinges are all yanked off here, the repairman said, pointing to the door frame. Zhao Xinqing moved over and took a closer look, and it was true. Can Chen Dali have so much strength? Drag a door down hard? Zhao Xinshin looked at Chen Dali with such a question. Chen Dali was moving this door, holding his face red, and could not move it to the edge of the doorframe. It was too heavy. Chen Dali himself understands, not intentionally pretending to move, but after dawn, the body of the supernormal power has disappeared, and now his own, in terms of power, is just an obliterated ordinary person. I told you, this young man can't move it all by himself. Repair master finished, and Chen Dali a piece of moving this door, before moving the door to the doorframe to put it. Zhao Xinshin looked at Chen Dali's actions just now and was greatly confused. How did Chen Dali pull down this door? When he fought with Du Rugi, how did he use one hand to pinch him off the ground? Zhao Xinshin's mind was thinking of just 3 words. That's weird. Luckily, the repairman was experienced and had all the tools, and after half an hour, the door was installed. Zhao Xinshin pushed and pulled the door back and forth to make sure there was nothing out of the ordinary before calling the maintenance master aside and giving him the check. Zhao Xinshin's point, Chen Dali is still very much appreciated and admired. That is, you give me finished work, acceptance is no problem. Immediately on the money, will not look for faults, arrears or less to give. Chen Dali thinks, whether as a person, doing business, should be so honest. Xiao Chen, tidy up the hall. I'll hurry to buy food. It's getting late. After Zhao Xinshin finished speaking, she walked towards the small electric tricycle parked not far away. Chen Dali returned to the hall and started cleaning. He fought Feng Jinxiang and Du Rugi twice in the middle of the night, and some of the traces of the fight have not yet been cleaned up. Having just finished cleaning, Chen Dali didn't have time to sit down and rest for a while before Zhao Xinshin came back. Sister Zhao, you're so quick to buy groceries today. Chen Dali asked Zhao Xinshin as he lifted the packed vegetables down from the car. Oh, the owner of the place I always go to for groceries has long since weighed and loaded all these dishes I always buy, and just waits for me to arrive and puts them right in the car. Before the tricycle had finished unloading the vegetables, Zhao Xinshin's cell phone rang. Zhao Xinshin took out her cell phone and looked at it, frowned and walked to the side, walking out a dozen meters before answering the call. Chen Dali unloaded the dishes, while glancing at Zhao Xinshin, only to see Zhao Xinshin's expression is very excited. One hand holding a cell phone to talk, the other hand cannot help but wave in the air. Due to the distance is a little far away, coupled with Zhao Xinshin talking voice is not loud, Chen Dali did not hear what she said. After a while, Zhao Xinshin hung up the phone and walked back. Xiao Chen, I have something to do these days, I can't be at the store, so you'll be in charge of grading the meat. In a while I'll call Zhang Ping and ask her to be in charge of collecting the money, and I'll tell the one who's selling the vegetables to send it to him. You guys suffer more these days. Listening to Zhao Xinshin's words, Chen Dali pondered in his heart. What's the matter with Sister Zhao? She won't be able to come to the store for a few days. Could it be related to her husband Du Rugi? People didn't say anything, so of course Chen Dali couldn't ask. Zhao Xinshin finished speaking, mounted her small electric tricycle and left. At 9 o'clock or so, the employees of the hot pot restaurant came one after another. After all the staff arrived, Zhang Ping announced that the boss would not be able to come for the time being in the next few days, and at the same time announced some work arrangements. Listening to Zhang Ping methodically laying out her work, Chen Dali was thinking that Zhao Xinshin must have called Zhang Ping about it. At the noon mealtime, some customers started to come, and Chen Dali also started to cut the mutton. Usually look at Feng Jinxiang planing meat, think there is no difficulty, not the frozen lamb rolls, take out a little bit in advance to thaw a little bit of frozen, and then planing it. However, when it was his first time to cut the mutton, he couldn't cut it the way Feng Jinxiang did, and the meat was crumbled. Chen Dali is a little anxious. This kind of sliced meat is not good. To the guests to serve up is certainly not acceptable. Is it possible that the roll of lamb was frozen too hard and the heat to defrost it wasn't good enough, so it shaved too much? Chen Dali replaced it with another roll of lamb that was slightly more defrosted than earlier. This time, the slices of mutton that came out were obviously much better than the slices that came out just now, although they were not up to what Feng Jinxiang sliced out, but compared to before, there were basically no broken pieces of meat. Chen Dali hurriedly followed Feng Jinxiang's example and rang the small press bell on the windowsill of the shaved meat operation room, allowing the waiter to serve it to the guests. Chen Dali exclaimed, a lot of work, seemingly simple. In fact, their turn to personally do, will find the original is not simple. Chapter 51 Shabu Shabu. 3 days in a row, Chen Dali's meat slicing technique became more and more skillful, and the slices of meat that came out of the slices were evenly thin and thick, and also very complete. Zhang Ping was there at the counter and did her duty without a single mistake, except that she couldn't operate a computer. So when a waiter reported to her which table had ordered something, she wrote it down on a slip. The back kitchen and these waiters, too, were doing the same as usual, and in the 3 days that Zhao Xinshin hadn't been here, the work in the Xinshin hot pot restaurant was on schedule and well organized. By 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, After the guests had eaten and drunk their fill, they checked out and left one after another. Chen Dali also had free time, while packing up the crumbs of meat in the cracks of the meat grinder. He was thinking, why isn't Sister Zhao coming too? Xiao Chen, you said the boss has been off for 3 days. Why hasn't he come yet? Zhang Ping said to Chen Dali from behind the counter. It turns out, with Chen Dali have the same idea and Zhang Ping. Yeah, it's been 3 days since I've shown up, and I didn't come to call and ask, Chen Dali replied. Listening to Chen Dali's words, Zhang Ping chanted to herself, Zhao Xinshin ah, you come quickly. Who's this chanting about me? As the voice came, Zhao Xinshin arrived quietly. Seeing Zhao Xinshin enter the hot pot restaurant, Chen Dali and Zhang Ping froze violently and thought they had misread it. With that, Chen Dali and Zhang Ping were both filled with joy as they ran to Zhao Xinshin. When the other waitresses saw Zhao Xinshin's sudden arrival, they were also very happy to come over and surround Zhao Xinshin in the center. Boss, is this a vacation for yourself? Going on a trip? Zhang Ping asked Zhao Xinshin with a smile on her face. No, I don't have time to travel, Zhao Xinshin replied with a smile. I haven't seen you in 3 days. You've gotten a lot prettier here. Zhang Ping continued to say compliments. What's so pretty about it? Zhao Xinshin said while cracking a smile. Little Chen, how's the meat shaving practice going? Zhao Xinshin saw Chen Dali, who was standing by the side without interjecting, and opened her mouth to ask him. The planing is getting better now. Thanks to Sister Zhou for giving me this opportunity, Chen Dali said with a smile. In the past few days, Xiao Chen's meat planing has really been practiced, and it's so good that it's better than that Feng Jinxiang's planing in the past. Zhang Ping praised Chen Dali, but unintentionally brought out the 3 words Feng Jinxiang. Not to mention, she didn't know the details of some things. Hearing the 3 words Feng Jinxiang, Zhao Xinshin's face obviously changed. Her brows frowned slightly, and she also put away some of her smile. Chen Dali captured the subtle changes on Zhao Xinshin's face, and in her heart she complained about Zhang Ping. What are you doing mentioning Feng Jinxiang's name? But it's true that Zhang Ping didn't know what happened that night. Luckily, Zhao Xinshin quickly stretched her eyebrows and her smile remained. Have you all eaten? Zhao Xinshin opened her mouth to ask the group. Not yet, just getting ready to cook. Old Zhang's voice from the back kitchen sounded at the end of these people surrounding Zhao Xinshin. That's just right, Old Zhang. There's no need to cook. You can just order a hot pot. Tonight, all of us in the store, eat hot pot together. Zhao Xinshin announced to everyone with a smile. Hot pot? Everyone was stunned. Why did the boss let everyone eat hot pot today? Seeing that the group didn't say anything, Zhao Xinshin smiled again and raised her voice some more, smiley face. Let's eat hot pot, shall we? Usually we just watch the guests eat. Tonight we'll eat by ourselves. Yes, yes, the crowd answered together. The guys thought, although Zhao Xinshin is not a stingy person on weekdays, but letting everyone eat hot pot has never been the first time. So the guys were a little taken aback. Since everyone agrees, let's get busy. Zhao Xinshin still smiled and told everyone, hey, okay. Hearing the boss give the word, everyone dispersed, each going about their own business. Everyone in the store couldn't sit around one table, so someone put 2 tables together towards one. Once the table was put together, a variety of shabu-shabu dishes were brought to the table, as well as small bowls of sesame sauce, soy sauce tofu, chive blossoms, cilantro, chili oil, and, of course, sugar and garlic, which are essential for shabu-shabu. Zhao Xinshin's eyes were a little moist as she watched her staff hustle and bustle. Why are you still standing here? Hurry up and plow the meat. Zhao Xinshin turned back to Chen Dali, who was standing by the side. Hey, Chen Dali promised and entered the meat planing operation room. Just about to start planing, Chen Dali looked at Zhao Xinshin again and asked, Sister Zhao, let's plow a few plates first. Start by shaving 10 plates. Not enough to go around. Zhao Xinshin's words were said without the slightest hesitation. On the contrary, Chen Dali froze when he heard it. Come up and let planing 10 plates of mutton. What is this? Chen Dali a bit do not understand. Just plow it if you're told to. Hurry up. Old Zhang is bringing up the pots. Since the boss had given the word, Chen Dali started on the meat grinder. In no time at all, 10 plates of sliced lamb were shaved and brought to the table. Zhao Xinshin hadn't sat down yet, and neither was everyone else. Why are you all standing? Sit down. All of you. All of you. No need to wait for me. Zhao Xinshin saw that he did not sit down. The group did not sit down, so he hurriedly greeted and let the group sit down first. But if the boss doesn't sit down, where are these people going to sit down? Seeing this, Zhao Xinshin took a seat on the edge. I'm sitting down, and so are all of you. Zhao Xinshin continued to greet the group as they sat down. How can you sit here? Zhang Ping said this while smiling and pulling up Zhao Xinshin, tugging her arm to the C-seat of the 2 collocated tables and pressing her into the seat. Oops, where's all the preaching? Everyone, take a seat. Zhao Xinshin sat down and hurriedly greeted the group. Seeing that the boss had sat down, so did everyone else. As if she had thought of something else, Zhao Xinxin stood up and walked towards the counter. Boss, what else is there to take? Just say the word and I'll go get it. As she spoke, Zhang Ping also stood up and left her seat. Drink some tonight, Zhao Xinxin said while taking down a bottle of white wine from the liquor cabinet behind the counter. Zhang Ping took a ride with her eyes and was a bit surprised. The bottle was sold at the store. Not cheap, almost $400. What's wrong with Zhao Xinxin today? Inviting the group to eat hot pot again and taking such good wine. Zhang Ping was puzzled. Everyone here today must drink more or less, Zhao Xinxin said to the group as she placed the bottle on the table. I don't drink, I have high blood pressure. I can't drink it. I can't drink it either. I'm allergic to it. The crowd excused themselves, and in the end, only Zhao Xinxin, Zhang Ping, and the old backstage chef Zhang determined to drink. Boss, here, let me pour it for you first. As he spoke, old Zhang had already opened the bottle of wine. Chapter 52. Is this drunk? 2.5 cups. Lao Zhang poured full but not ripple, hands on the end to Zhao Xinxin front. Then he filled another cup for Zhang Ping, and finally filled his own cup. You guys don't drink. Go inside the fridge and get a drink. Zhao Xinxin added to the non-drinkers. No more drinks. Just drink some water. Employees who don't drink have excused themselves. Chen, go to the refrigerator and get drinks for the guys. Zhao Xinxin said to Chen Dali. Don't take it, Sister Zhao. We don't even drink drinks. Just water. Chen Dali didn't go to get a drink either, since none of them drink the beverage. Take it or leave it. The pot is open. Hurry up and put in the meat. Hurry up and put in the meat. Listening to Zhao Xinxin, several people picked up their plates and lowered the slices of lamb into the hot pot. Lamb slices in the hot pot. As soon as the shabu shabu changed color, hurry to clip up and eat. It won't taste good after a long time. After Zhao Xinxin finished speaking, she picked up her wine glass. I'm not in the store these days. Everyone has worked hard. Come on, let's have a drink first. No more words of thanks. It's all in the wine. Zhao Xinxin raised her cup and turned toward the people around her. No hard work. No hard work. That's all we should do. You're too kind, boss. As the group talked, they all picked up glasses either holding wine or water. Then all of them took a sip one piece at a time. The guys hurry up and eat the meat. It's just right now. Zhao Xinxin greeted the group and moved the chopsticks together. Everyone else had been chucking out slices of shabu shabu meat into the hot pot. And Chen Dali, seeing this, also chucked out a chopstick and put it into the mixing bowl in front of him. In this kind of gathering where many people participate, Chen Dali always habitually moves his chopsticks after others have moved their chopsticks before he moves his own chopsticks, whether at home or outside. Well, Xiao Chen's sliced meat is good. The thickness is just right. Not too old and chewy. Delicious. Zhao Xinxin took a bite of the shabu shabu and complimented Chen Dali. The shabu shabu tastes good, and the shaved pieces of meat are secondary to the fact that it's Sister Zhou who gets the shabu shabu heat just right. Chen Dali also did not forget to compliment Zhao Xinxin. Zhao Xinxin smiled without saying anything. Yo, it's still little Chun who knows how to talk, Zhang Ping said with a smile as she finished a mouthful of mutton. Of course, college students are just better than us. Old Chang in the back room picked up on that. Let's not even talk about it for now. Come on, let's walk in the second bite. Zhao Xinxin raised her glass again. The guys all raised their glasses and took a second sip as well, drinking down the cup. Chen Dali also ate up. In Xinxin hot pot dry so many days. Every day just watch the guests eat. Eat yourself or the first time. Do not say, mutton is really good, and then dipped in the tuned hemp sauce material. Peeled a clove of sugar garlic. Eat a mouthful of mutton. Chew a mouthful of sugar garlic. Ho, that flavor. Chen vigorously eat feel too fragrant. No wonder so many people still come to eat hot pot every day now in the summer of May, yellow and June. Just delicious. After Zhao Xinxin raised her glass for the third time and the group took a sip together, it was considered to be 3 rounds of wine, and the group began to drink freely. You honor me, I honor you, and the atmosphere is cordial and joyful. The employees of the hot pot restaurant all toasted Zhao Xinxin one by one, but in a short while, Zhao Xinxin's glass of wine bottomed out, and a reddish hue flew on her fair cheeks. Seeing this, old Zhang in the back kitchen hurriedly took the bottle of wine and prepared to pour Zhao Xinxin another glass. Master Zhang, take it easy, just half a cup more, Zhao Xinxin said to old Zhang with some slight drunkenness. Good Lu, boss, I'll pour for you. You watch, as soon as I say stop, I immediately stop pouring. After old Zhang finished speaking, he began to pour Zhao Xinxin wine, pouring it very slowly. Zhao Xinxin returned a smile to old Zhang. Stop. Zhao Xinxin immediately called a halt when she saw that half a cup had already been poured. Hearing Zhao Xinxin call a halt, old Zhang's pouring of wine came to an abrupt end. The group continued to eat, and the 10 plates of mutton were soon finished. Little Chen, go plow a few more plates of meat. Zhao Xinxin said to Chendali once she saw that there was no more meat on the table. Boss, we don't eat meat anymore. Don't plow it. Zhang Ping spoke first, not allowing Zhao Xinxin to add more meat. Yes, stop digging into the meat. There's so much food left. Shuck it and eat some vegetables. No more meat. Let's have some goat soup later. The guys all said in unison that they would no longer eat meat. So Zhao Xinxin didn't let Chendali plow through the meat anymore. After eating and talking for a while longer, the group was pretty much done eating and basically put down their chopsticks and just talked together. Little Chen, do you think it's better to work as a waiter? Or is it better to work as a meat grinder? Zhao Xinxin suddenly asked Chendali such a sentence for no reason. Chendali was a bit clouded by the question, unable to figure out what Zhao Xinxin could have meant in this sentence, or outside of this sentence. Chendali felt that Zhao Xinxin might have drank a little too much and was a little on the uptake, which is why she mentioned this question. Will you keep yourself in the meat grinder position? Unknown. Chen, asking you? Zhao Xinxin saw that Chendali didn't say anything and reminded Chendali again. Oh, I'll do whatever I want. I'm at Sister Zhou's disposal. Not answering was not an option. Chendali could only answer like this. Well, little Chen, no matter what the job is, whether it's arranged by me or not, do a good job. Chendali listened to Zhao Xinxin's words and looked at her again, thinking that although she had drunk quite a bit of wine, the tone and attitude of her words were completely serious. That's for sure. Sister Zhou. Chendali also replied seriously. Ping. Zhao Xinxin was greeting Zhang Ping again. When Zhang Ping heard Zhao Xinxin call out to herself, she answered and immediately turned her head, looking at Zhao Xinxin with a cute expression on her face. Chendali looked at the expression of the middle-aged woman, Zhang Ping, and felt a little funny, thinking that she might also be a little bit excited under the effect of alcohol. Sister Ping, do you think it's better to work as a waitress? Or is it better to work as a cashier? Chendali, listening to Zhao Xinxin again, asked Zhang Ping this question. Feel Zhao Xinxin today a little strange. Is it also the role of alcohol? Boss, I'll do whatever you want. I'm at your disposal. Zhang Ping almost exactly copied what Chendali had just said. Well, you and Chen are both good employees. Zhao Xinxin squinted her eyes and said to Zhang Ping with a smile. I think it's just drunkenness that makes you talk like that. Chendali thinks so. Zhao Xinxin looked down at her wineglass, which still had enough wine for a sip. Quiet down for a moment. Folks, while I tell you something. Zhao Xinxin suddenly came with such a sentence. Not too loud, but loud enough to be clearly heard by all the people talking and chatting with each other. Everyone was quiet all of a sudden, looking at Zhao Xinxin in unison, all wondering what she was going to say next. Chapter 53. Turns out it's a breakup dinner. Zhao Xinxin looked around at all the people sitting at the table. All of them were silent, looking at Zhao Xinxin with bated breath, waiting for her to speak. How do I start talking about it? Zhao Xinxin looked as if she didn't want to say it, but she still had to say it. All of you are not outsiders either. You are all like family in my mind, so I won't beat around the bush. Zhao Xinxin's words caused everyone to look at each other in disbelief, not knowing what could have come out of Zhao Xinxin's mouth. Chendali, like everyone else present, was looking at Zhao Xinxin with unblinking eyes, waiting for her to say something substantial. After a slight pause of a few seconds, Zhao Xinxin finally spoke up and said, "What I want to tell you all is that I'm transferring Shinshin Hot Pot out, and within 2 days, I'll be done with all the transfers. I'll try to convince the new owner to keep all of you." Those few words were like a bolt from the blue to everyone, startling the group a bit. The business was doing well. How come it was suddenly transferred? In everyone's head, the question was on everyone's mind. However, with this question pondering in their heads, no one opened their mouths to ask Zhao Xinxin. The scene was so silent that even a pin dropped on the ground could be heard. But inside the group, there was no silence at all, boiling like a pot of boiling water. Chendali only now came back to the taste. No wonder just now Zhao Xinxin asked himself and Zhang Ping such a strange question. The original is to turn out the hot pot store. What I just told myself, no matter what the job is, no matter who arranges it, do it right. This means that after the new boss takes over, if one can continue to work here, one has to do a good job and listen to the new boss. Asking Ping Zhang should mean the same thing. Chendali also does not know whether he can stay or not, and does not know what the situation of the new boss temperament, personality and so on, also have to re-understand. Rubbing. What's more, there is a possibility that they will not use themselves. Looking at the group in silence, Zhao Xinxin knew the few questions that were going through everyone's head. I know the guys are wondering, why transfer when you're doing a good job? To that question, I would just like to say that I had to transfer it for my own personal reasons, which I won't go into detail here. Zhao Xinxin's words were tantamount to saying nothing, but perhaps, fruitfully, there are some things that cannot be said, and I'll pay all of you, as of today. No, this month counts as a full month, and I'll start paying you in a few moments after I finish clearing this table. Zhao Xinxin continued to talk about what everyone cared about. However, everyone present was wilting like a frosted eggplant, not saying a word, and their expressions were all a bit gloomy. What the guys don't know is what Zhao Xinxin has been through in the past 2 days. Zhao Xinxin certainly wouldn't say on this occasion. Zhao Xinxin was negotiating a divorce with Du Rugi during the 2 days she didn't come to the hot pot restaurant. Zhao Xinxin is by no means in such a, there is no sense of responsibility of the gambler to continue to live on, so resolutely want to divorce him. Anyway, the two do not have children, will only mess around, only recognize the money Du Rugi. Even Zhao Xinxin derailment to him cuckold for the reason that Zhao Xinxin to give up all the property, and must be transferred out of the hot pot store, the transfer fee all to him, he agreed to divorce. Zhao Xinxin, of course, does not agree to his rogue demands, but if he does not, Du Rugi will not divorce. Zhao Xinxin, in order to leave the scum as soon as possible, reluctantly agreed to the conditions set by Du Rugi, but asked Du Rugi, after the transfer out of the hot pot restaurant, to pay the staff after the salary, the rest will be given to him. Du Rugi agreed. Soon, Zhao Xinxin contacted a buyer for the transfer of a hot pot restaurant. This buyer within 2 days has also secretly come to visit the Xinxin hot pot. Think business is not bad, is not on the verge of closing the kind of state, so soon negotiated the transfer price and some other things. After that, Zhao Xinxin signed a divorce agreement with Du Rugi, and also wrote in the 30-day cooling off period. No one can back out. After finishing these things, Zhao Xinxin felt both a sense of relaxation and relief, as well as a feeling of reluctance. The feeling of easy relief is, of course, finally leaving Du Rugi, the gambling-addicted scum. The feeling of reluctance to part with the hot pot restaurant founded by his own hands. These years like watching a child, watching Xinxin hot pot growth and development. Even though I have a lot of reluctance, I have to say goodbye to the hot pot restaurant, in order to leave my gambling husband, but also for the comfort and peace of mind in the future days, I have to do it. So, after doing all these things, Zhao Xinxin came to the hot pot restaurant and ate this hot pot with all the employees together, which was also considered a farewell dinner. Zhao Xinxin lifted her wine glass with only a mouthful of wine left and said to all of them, "Come on, let's raise our glasses together." This last sip, for a full house, the group listened and silently raised their glasses. I, Zhao Xinxin, would like to thank everyone here for all the effort and hard work you've put in over the years for the development of Xinxin hot pot. Thank you so much. After Zhao Xinxin finished speaking, she raised her wine glass, tilted her head, and drank it all in one go. The group also drank their glasses of wine or water in droves. "Boss, do you want some more entrees?" Seeing that Zhao Xinxin drank the last sip of wine and didn't eat any food, Zhang Ping asked with some concern. Zhao Xinxin waved her hand, putting down his glass. He got up and went behind the counter he knew so well, looking around fondly and caressing the chair he usually sat in, which used to feel like nothing, but now felt intimate. After all, it will soon no longer be theirs. If you guys aren't eating, clean up the table, and I'll give you guys your paychecks for the month afterward. Although Zhao Xinxin was a bit sad, she tried to maintain a calm tone of speech. Everyone was silent, silently clearing the 2 tables that had been put together. A sense of oppression permeated the entire hot pot restaurant. It didn't take long for the table where the hot pot had just been eaten to be cleaned up and restored to a clean and tidy state. The guys finished packing, and before they had time to rest for a while, they received transfer alerts on their respective cell phones one after another. It's Zhao Xinxin who pays everyone's salary. The guys all pulled out their cell phones and took a look, and sure enough, they were paid a full month's salary, not $1 less. "Thanks boss, thanks boss." The guys were expressing their gratitude to Zhao Xinxin. After all, they had been paid for several extra days and had treated everyone to another shabu-shabu meal, so how could they not thank them? Nothing more to do. Guys, get off work, be safe on the road. After Zhao Xinxin finished speaking, she turned her gaze to Chen Dali. Chapter 54 Nostalgia. "Little Chen, you can still sleep here tonight. Tomorrow, when the new boss arrives, if you still want to work here, I'll talk to him." When the people in the hot pot restaurant had almost left, Zhao Xinxin told Chen Dali, "Okay, Sister Zhou, then I'll sleep here another night." Chen Dali said as he looked at Zhao Xinxin, "Still planning on sticking around with the new boss?" Zhao Xinxin slightly tilted her head and spoke to Chen Dali. Her face flushed. "Sister Zhao, I haven't thought about it yet. Besides, people have a use for it." Chen Dali said this on his lips, but in fact, he still doesn't want to do it in his heart. Who knows what kind of person the new boss is? Whether he would be as tolerant and generous as Zhao Xinxin as well as considerate of his employees was unknown. "Little Chen, if you don't work for the new boss, then if I work in the restaurant industry again in the future, you must come over and help me," Zhao Xinxin said with narrowed eyes. "Okay, Sister Zhao, I look forward to you regrouping and rising again. At that time, I will definitely go over and do what I can for you," Chen Dali said with conviction. "Good, Little Chen, with your words, Sis is especially pleased." Hearing Chen Dali's words, Zhao Xinxin was slightly happier. The people in the store had left, and Zhao Xinxin stood up, looking at Chen Dali and slowly walking over. What is this going to do? Now the people in the store are gone. Only himself and Zhao Xinxin left. She this step 3 swaying, drunken eyes confused look. It is difficult not to want to drink and mess that what? If that were to happen, wouldn't it completely confirm Du Rugi's suspicions? When he thought of this, Chen Dali's heartbeat accelerated. Little Chen, I should go too. So get some rest early. Zhao Xinxin, who walked up to Chen Dali, said softly. With that, he headed out of the store. Chen Dali, what are you thinking to yourself? Chen Dali's heart sent out a soul-torturing question. I wanted to slap myself so hard, but it was nighttime and I was afraid my strength would kill me. Zhao Xinxin had already walked outside the store. Chen Dali saw this and hurriedly followed him out. If they're leaving, at least see them off. Chen Dali went out of the store and saw that Zhao Xinxin did not go, but turned around and looked at the signboard. Doors and windows of Xinxin Hot Pot. Chen Dali could see that Zhao Xinxin was still a bit reluctant. Just like that, Zhao Xinxin watched for 2 or 3 minutes before reluctantly turning around. A cab carrying passengers came right up and stopped not far from Zhao Xinxin, and the passengers in the car got out. Taxi. Seeing this, Zhao Xinxin hurriedly shouted and waved at the cab. I guess the cab driver was also lamenting his luck in being so lucky that just as soon as this one passenger got off, another one came along. The cab drove up to Zhao Xinxin. Xiao Chen, I'm leaving. You go back. Go inside and rest. Don't send me off. Zhao Xinxin opened the car door and said to Chen Dali while getting into the car. Take care, Sister Zhou. Chen Dali waved his hand and kept watching Zhao Xinxin close the door as the cab sped away. After the cab disappeared from sight, Chen Dali also turned around and walked towards the hot pot restaurant with some frustration. Chen Dali, who had walked to the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, looked inside and froze. The store was bustling with a crowd of hot pot eaters. Zhang Ping and Wang, one after the other, came to the counter. To Zhao Xinxin reported which table guests ordered what. After the report rushed to the guests to get planing meat. Operation room Feng Jinxian planing out several plates of meat, placed in the operation room window sill side, and kept ringing the bell, urging the waiter to hurry to take away. Another guest wanted a pot of hot water. The waiter was too busy. Zhao Xinxin came out from behind the counter, took the empty pot from the hands of the guests, and personally went to the counter side of the electric water tank to receive water. The fondue restaurant is too busy. Business is too good. Chen Dali looked mesmerized. Suddenly, the guests who were eating hot pot, Zhao Xinxin and Zhang Ping who were busy, as well as the other waiters who were shuttling between the tables, and Feng Jinxiang, all disappeared without a trace, and the voices of the guests who were talking loudly and conversationally came to an abrupt end. There was only a room full of tables, chairs and benches, silent. Chen Dali, who was standing in the doorway, closed his eyelids forcefully and lightly shook his head a few times. When I opened my eyes again, I saw the same peaceful, empty lobby of the hot pot restaurant. That was just Chen Dali's own hallucination. Every day before, inside the hot pot restaurant was such a scene in Chen Dali's illusion just now, and Chen Dali didn't think there was anything to it. But now, looking at this empty hall, Chen Dali only felt that that kind of scene was so precious and nostalgic. Unfortunately, the time that has passed will never come back and will only remain in the memory. Chen Dali sighed and came inside the house to sit on a chair, somewhat dazed. No matter how much you miss the past is the past, and no one can stop a new day from coming. Lying down now, Chen Dali estimated that he would toss and turn and not be able to sleep. Then it would be better to go out for a walk. Take a walk, maybe get tired from the walk, come back and think of nothing else and fall asleep quickly. Chen Dali exited the hot pot restaurant, locked the gate, and began to walk around aimlessly. Summer nights, although some restaurants have closed, but there are still some roadside barbecue stalls are in business, and come to jerk and drink a lot of beer. It is estimated that a lot of people are in the restaurant after a drink, and then come to these barbecue stalls open until late to drink the second. For people who ate and drank like this, Chen Dali admired their ability to sustain combat. A couple walked across the street, and the moment they brushed past Chen Dali unintentionally glanced at them and was surprised by their face value. A real hottie. Chen Dali turned around and took another look. It was the back of this couple very sweetly getting tired of each other, walking crookedly. Looking at the couple that was about the same age as himself, Chen Dali couldn't say what he felt. Envy? Jealousy? Inferiority complex? None of them. Chen Dali also wondered why he didn't feel anything when he saw other couples. Why do not you have that kind of I have to have a girlfriend around the idea of it? Is it possible that being only in your early 20s, you are so free of desire? Is this self-inflicted? Or is it something else? An external reason? Chen Dali himself couldn't tell. Without realizing it, after more than half an hour of walking, the distance out was no longer close. Chen Dali took out his cell phone and looked at it. Almost 11 o'clock. It's time to go back. One thought, go back still have to walk more than half an hour off, or sweep up a shared electric bike and ride back. Make up your mind. Chen Dali began to search for shared electric cars. Not to mention, not far away, there were a few parked. Suddenly, there was a person walking quickly by those shared electric cars, which caught Chen Dali's attention. Chapter 55 Street Encounters. To be exact, it was this person's dress that caught Chen Dali's attention. It was the height of summer, and the people on the road, both men and women, were dressed in cool clothes, and there were even some not-so-careful males who simply took off their tops, either holding them in their hands or resting them on their shoulders, and walked bare-chested on the street. And the person Chen vigorously noticed was wearing long pants underneath, a sunscreen jacket on top, a baseball cap on his head, and a black mask covering his face tightly. It's not daytime, there is sun exposure. Wear tightly to protect from the sun, but at night still dress like this, not afraid of the heat? Besides, it's not the special time in the past few years when we had to wear masks. Chen Dali's heart secretly rose with small doubts. Crap! When Chen Dali's gaze, once again, took aim at this strange man who was walking at a fast pace and was not afraid of the heat, he could not help but let out a gasp, because this person's height, body type, and walking posture were too much like a person. It was no wonder that Chen Dali was elicited to come up with a crouch. Like who? Chen Dali felt that this person was very similar to Feng Jinshan, who had attempted to commit a crime against Zhao Xinxin in the hot pot restaurant a few nights ago. Could it be him? Chen Dali didn't dare to be sure. But what if it was just really him? If it's really him, then he absolutely must be caught. He can't be allowed to get away again. He can't be allowed to continue to get away with it. He must be punished as he deserves to be punished. Now, without being completely sure, Chen Dali decided that he would first follow him and see where exactly he would go. Thinking of this, Chen Dali kept a distance from the man with the baseball cap on his head and followed him silently. This baseball cap didn't walk slowly, so it was good that Chen Dali was able to keep up with him as well, and wasn't detected by him. After crossing a few more blocks, the pedestrians on the road were getting fewer and fewer. Chen Dali tracked more carefully, afraid that the baseball cap would find him. After walking for a few more minutes, there was no one on the road, not even streetlights, only baseball caps walking on the road, and a dozen meters away behind them, closely followed by Chen Dali. Suddenly, the baseball cap stopped in its tracks. Oops, did he realize he was being followed? Chen Dali thought darkly. The baseball cap jerked back, saw nothing behind himself, took a few more steps back, and still didn't see anyone. Only then did the baseball cap turn around and continue on at a brisk pace. Chen Dali hid behind a large tree and poked his head out. Seeing that the baseball cap had moved forward, he hurriedly continued to follow. After walking 2 more blocks, almost to the edge of the downtown area of Korabi City, the baseball cap stopped in front of an unfinished building site. Still turning his head to look around to make sure there was no one around, the baseball cap entered the site through a broken gap in the baffle on the periphery of the site. Looking at the more than 10 buildings that have been stopped, Chen Dali remembered that this is a rotten building project in the city. More than 10 commercial buildings just topped out. The developer boss ran away. No news. Evaporated. In the months thereafter, both the people who bought properties here and the migrant workers who worked at this construction site had stretched banners here to demand compensation, which briefly aroused social concern. But nothing happened, and then these incidents were gradually forgotten. What's this baseball cap doing at this deserted, overgrown, abandoned construction site in the middle of nowhere? Chen Dali, who wanted to find out what was going on, entered the construction site from that fence gap after a short while after the baseball cap had entered the site. At this time, that baseball cap has long disappeared, but Chen Dali firmly believes that he is in this construction site. Just do not know into which rotten building. Then let's go into this nearest building and check it out first. Chen Dali walked gently through the grass, trying not to make too much noise so as not to be detected by that baseball cap. The darkness inside the rotting building was pitch black and the silence was frightening. Chen Dali lightly turned around on the first floor and didn't find anyone, and was about to walk up to have a look when he suddenly heard a shout coming from the building right next to him. Crap! Listening to this shout, Chen Dali was certain without a doubt that this was Feng Jinxiang's voice. This guy, he's come to hide in this crappy construction site. Chen Dali exited this building and walked into this building where Feng Jinxiang had just made a sound, and continued to walk softly so as not to be discovered by Feng Jinxiang prematurely. Chen Dali carefully circled around the first floor and found no sign of Feng Jinxiang, so he slowly walked up to the second floor again. Just after walking up to the second floor and passing through a room, Chen Dali heard, not far away, the sound of Feng Jinxiang's not-so-vocal chanting. It's hard to get some food, but the rats have ruined it all. Chen Dali followed the sound and tiptoed over, and Feng Jinxiang was only separated from Feng Jinxiang by a wall. Quietly peeking out a nod behind the wall, Chen Dali saw Feng Jinxiang sitting on a broken mattress on the ground. Having removed his hat and mask, cleaning up the food in several plastic bags that had been scourged by rats. Under the reflection of the moonlight, Chen Dali saw that Feng Jinxiang was also very haggard and wretched, living like a blind man fleeing. After confirming that there were only two people, himself and Feng Jinxiang, Chen Dali decided that he would just walk out and face Feng Jinxiang. If he listens to the advice and turns himself in, then there will be no fuss with him. However, if he continues to be obstinate and unrepentant, then he will completely subdue him and then call the police. Chen Dali feels that the probability of the first situation is almost zero. Feng Jinxiang, this guy, if there is repentance, these days would have surrendered to go. Chen Dali walked out from behind the wall with an unhurried pace. Hearing the footsteps, Feng Jinxiang, tense and curled up, cried out, "Who?" Chen Dali did not answer, but walked to stand in front of Feng Jinxiang before speaking. "Still recognize me?" Feng Jinxiang heard out that it was Chen Dali from the hot pot restaurant. Questions flooded Feng Jinxiang's mind all at once. How did Chen Dali find this place? Is he following him? How did he find him? Chen Dali. Feng Jinxiang's eyes filled with panic stared tightly at Chen Dali, and his speech was a little sloppy. This was because Feng Jinxiang understood what it would mean if Chen Dali appeared in front of him. In fact, after being beaten away by Chen Dali that night at the hot pot restaurant, Feng Jinxiang was on tenterhooks and ran back to his rented house, took some things to eat and use, and fled, fearing that if he left a little later, he would be approached by the police. In the past few days, Feng Jinxiang has been hidden in this rotten building site. Do not dare to move during the day, only late at night, only dare to sneak out, to find some food, but also have to be covered tightly, for fear of being recognized. Today, before waiting for the latter part of the night, Feng Jinxiang came out, and unexpectedly, he was seen by Chen Dali by chance. "Feng Jinxiang, what are you going to do?" "Right?" In the dark rotten building, Chen Dali's voice rang out in front of Feng Jinxiang. Chapter 56 Tricked? Listening to Chen Dali's words, Feng Jinxiang's mind was also thinking rapidly. Fighting with Chen Li? He was no match at all, as he had already learned that night at the hot pot restaurant. Not even with a sharp blade in hand, let alone now. Well, why don't we talk softly to him and see if he'll let us off the hook? Flop. After making up his mind, Feng Jinxiang knelt in front of Chen Dali in one go. "Brother Vigor, please let me go. I know it's wrong, and I'm very remorseful now. I'll definitely change my ways. Please don't call the police." Feng Jinxiang cried and begged Chen Dali. "Beg me? Begging me to spare you? If I hadn't arrived in time that night, would you have spared Zhao Xinxin?" Chen Dali said sternly. "Brother Vigor, I was impulsive and confused. Just let me go. Give me a chance." Feng Jinxiang continued to beg Chen Dali. "Brother Vigor, as long as you can spare me, I'll definitely apologize and repent to Zhao Xinxin on my knees. I'll compensate her for all my possessions, and I'll work all my life for Xinxin hot pot for nothing. I don't want a penny of wages." Listening to Feng Jinxiang's pleading words, it was fine if he didn't mention Zhao Xinxin and Xinxin hot pot. As soon as he mentioned Zhao Xinxin and Xinxin hot pot, Chen Dali was furious. "I thought to myself, it is because of you. This guy caused myself to carry the bad reputation of hooking up with Zhao Xinxin, caused Zhao Xinxin to divorce and cashed out the store." Anger makes Chen Lili raise his voice. "You still have the face to mention Zhao Xinxin, and you still have the nerve to mention Xinxin hot pot? Let me tell you, there's no chance to work for nothing for the rest of your life." When Feng Jinxiang heard it, he froze at once and was full of surprise. Looking at Feng Jinxiang's unintelligible and unlucky face, Chen Dali simply told him to understand. "Just because of you, Zhao Xinxin has been divorced and Xinxin hot pot has been transferred. You still want to go back to Xin hot pot? Don't dream of it." "Ah!" Feng Jinxiang let out a cry of surprise. This result was something he didn't expect. At that time, when he fled the hot pot restaurant, he didn't see Du Rugi arrive. "Now you have only one place to go," Chen Dali said with a cold smile. Then looking at Feng Jinxiang's expression of wanting to know the answer urgently, he continued to say to him again, "Should I call? Or are we going together?" With these words, Chen Dali's stance had been completely made clear, and when Feng Jinxiang heard it, of course he understood what it meant, and the last glimmer of hope in his heart was dashed. This means that either Chen Dali calls the police to come here and take himself away, or Chen Dali overpowers himself and gets himself to the police station. Either one was an outcome that Feng Jinxiang did not want. What to do? After a short period of thinking, Feng Jinxiang decided to put up a fight, and perhaps a ray of hope. However, you cannot fight hard, you must be wise. To come to a surprise, to hit Chen Dali a surprise. After Feng Jinxiang thought about it, he pretended to be helpless and said to Chen Dali, "In that case, brother Vigorous, then I'll turn myself in, and you'll follow me, okay? Choose the second one? Fine, then let's go now." When Chen Dali saw that Feng Jinxiang was going to turn himself in, he was ready to take him with him. "Brother Power, I'll pack up this bit of mine. Come over here and hold some for me." After Feng Jinxiang finished speaking, he began to pack up these temporary belongings of his around this broken mattress. Some of the plastic bags were flipped around and shaken, making rustling noises. Feng Jinxiang was doing this on purpose, making the plastic bag rustle just to distract Chen Dali. Feng Jinxiang, who had his back to Chen Dali, turned around, holding a big black plastic bag, which was filled with bulging bags, and said to Chen Dali, "Brother Dali, hold some for me first." After saying that, Feng Jinxiang held the plastic bag in one hand, and the other hand held it underneath, handing it over to Chen Dali. Just as Chen Dali reached out to take the plastic bag, Feng Jinxiang's hand, which was resting underneath the plastic bag, suddenly withdrew. A cold light flashed as a small knife stabbed straight at Chen Dali. Feng Jinxiang took advantage of the time just now to pack things, brought to defend themselves, a knife in the hand. The hand pretends to hold the plastic bag, in fact, is to hide the knife. See Chen Dali to pick up the plastic bag, think the time is ripe, then violently stabbed out a knife. "Ah!" Chen Dali cried out and hurriedly dodged to the side. This was the same Chen Dali in the darkness. In terms of strength, reaction, and sensitivity, completely outclassed ordinary people by tens of times and hundreds of times, so he was able to react quickly in such a short period of time and at such a close distance. If it were Chen Dili in the daytime, he would not be able to avoid it, and he would only be stabbed. But even so, the body shirt that Chen Dali was wearing had a cut in the chest position by Feng Jinxiang. Seeing Chen Dali avoided his own deadly stab, Feng Jinxiang did not dare to stay here for a long time, threw the plastic bag in his hand toward Chen Dali, turned around and ran. Chen Dali did not expect that Feng Jinxiang was still doing this kind of unnecessary resistance and struggle until now. "Dare to sneak up on me? Stand still! Stop right there!" Chen Dali dodged the plastic bag and yelled while chasing towards Feng Jinxiang. Maybe it is because Feng Jinxiang has spent a few days in this rotten building. He is very familiar with the topography of the building. Running, knowing that there is a wall there, where there is a door. Just like that, it had actually thrown Chen Dali off a little bit of distance. Chen Dali, on the other hand, followed Feng Jinxiang's footsteps as he ran up, recognizing his position. Suddenly, Feng Jinxiang's footsteps disappeared in front of Chen Dali. Chen Dali followed the location where the last sound was emitted and arrived inside a room. It's just that suddenly there's no sound here, and it shouldn't be far to go, so be careful. Chen Dali secretly admonished himself in his heart. His ears were trying to gather any unusual sounds around him, and both eyes were looking around as much as possible to see where there were any suspicious places where he could hide. In the darkness of the night, Chen Dali's strength, reflexes, and sensitivity were superb, but his perception was still the same as during the day. If he had extraordinary perception, Chen Dali would have been able to sense where Feng Jinxiang was hiding in one go. Suddenly, the sound of a small piece of broken concrete hitting the ground rang out in the next room. Chen Dali rushed over without hesitation. Just a moment ago, Chen Dali stopped to look for that house. Lying on a high wall motionless, the atmosphere did not dare to come out of the Feng Jinxiang long breath. Feeling a small piece of cement on the wall, he threw it towards the other room, creating a sound before luring Chen Dali away. Listening to Chen Dali's fading footsteps, Feng Jinxiang then slowly slipped off Gao Chang, wiped a handful of cold sweat on his forehead, and prepared to run in the opposite direction of Chen Dali. "Humph, little brat, you're still a bit young to fight me." Feng Jinxiang looked at the direction that Chen Dali had just run to and muttered in a disdainful whisper. Chapter 57 Captured Alive. What's the use of having all the strength and no brains? A bumpkin. After Feng Jinxiang finished his mouth, he turned around and prepared to leave. "Ah!" Feng Jinxiang, who just turned around, let out a howl like killing a pig. The soles of his feet retreated several steps one after another, and his hands flailed in the air in an effort to keep his balance before he barely stood still and didn't sit on the ground. Both eyes were staring round. The eyeballs were motionless, the mouth was open and couldn't close anymore. Panting heavily, the forehead, which had just been wiped off the sweat, was quickly covered with fine beads of sweat again. If there were no ribs in front of the chest blocking the way, it was estimated that the heart would have popped out. Looking at this appearance of Feng Jinxiang, the 3 souls, 7 souls, has scared away 2 souls and 6 souls. The one who scared Feng Jinxiang into this state was none other than Chen Dali, who stood proudly with his hands clasped in front of his chest. After hearing the commotion just now, Chen Dali felt that Feng Jinxiang could not have escaped to another house, because his last footsteps disappeared in this house where he had stopped to look. Therefore, Chen Dali concluded that Feng Jinxiang is still in this room, just that he does not know where he is hiding. After all, after darkness falls, one is only superb in strength, reflexes and sensitivity, but one's eyes and perceptions are still the same as during the day. So he pretended to run out, and created the sound of footsteps running farther and farther away, and then, without a sound, returned to the doorway of the house where he had just stopped, waiting for Feng Jinxiang himself to appear. As expected, it blocked Feng Jinxiang, who was about to run. "Says who, the little brat? Who's the hick? Chen Dali said as he walked towards Feng Jinxiang. A wave of despair washed over Feng Jinxiang as he knew he had no way out. Surname Chen. I'll fight you. Feng Jinxiang roared, gripped the small knife in his hand and lunged at Chen Dali. Chen Dali dodged to the side to avoid the lunge, but did not strike. Being able to make small moves to make himself drop the plate. Being able to be colorful and bold enough to want to rape the female boss. For such a bad-to-the-bone scum, Chen Dali didn't want to subdue him just so quickly and early. Let's play a good trick on Feng Jinxiang first. It becomes a game of matador bullfighting. After Feng Jinxiang parried, he turned around and once again stabbed Chen Dali with his pocket knife. Chen Dali easily dodged it, but after dodging it this time, he used two of his fingers in passing, and flicked the back of Feng Jinxiang's head. This hit of the bullet, to put it lightly, to put it heavily, stirred up the anger in Feng Jinxiang's heart even more. Reaching out and rubbing the back of his head, Feng Jinxiang continued to pounce on Chen Dali like a red-eyed bull. This time after Chen Dali dodged, he grabbed Feng Jinxiang's clothes at the back and yanked back. Feng Jinxiang was afraid of being grabbed by Chen Dali, and instinctively used his whole body to struggle forward. Seeing this, Chen Dali suddenly let go of his hand. Feng Jinxiang struggled forward with a lot of strength, and suddenly without the pull of the rear, he suddenly fell forward and landed heavily on the ground. Climbing up again, Feng Jinxiang's face is covered with dust from the ground, mixed with the sweat on his face, and became a big flowery face. Crucially, the nose was also cracked, and blood ran down the upper lip. Feng Jinxiang, where is your ability? Where is your ability? Chen Dali was still deliberately provoking Feng Jinxiang. Ah! Feng Jinxiang roared, like a desperate mad cow. He once again rushed towards Chen Dali, but his speed and force were not as great as before. Chen Dali felt that it was time to end it. Just as Feng Jinxiang lunged in front of him, Chen Dali did not dodge, but quickly reached out and grabbed his wrist that was holding the knife. The slightest bit of force was too much for Feng Jinxiang to bear. Ah! With Feng Jinxiang letting out a miserable scream. Bam! The knife in his hand fell to the ground. Chen Dali kicked the knife away, and twisted Feng Jinxiang's wrist towards his own back, while reaching out and grabbing his other arm and twisting it back behind him as well, so the guy could barely move. With Chen Dali's strength, even if he grabbed both of Feng Jinxiang's arms with one hand, he was still rich enough to keep him from moving. Chen Dali, who had one hand free, undid the waistband of Feng Jinxiang's pants, and after yanking it down from his pants, he tied his hands behind his back with just one hand. Feng Jinxiang, whose hands were tied solidly behind his back by the waistband of his pants, no longer had the possibility of running away again, because Chen Dali tied Feng Jinxiang's hands with the waistband of his pants and then put him down on the ground. Now, even trying to stand up on his own, let alone running, was a struggle. Chen Dali took out his cell phone and called the police, explaining the situation and location. After the phone was put into his pants pocket, Chen Dali lifted Feng Jinxiang on the ground as easily as if he was lifting a chicken. After Feng Jinxiang stood back up, Chen Dali grabbed both of his hands behind his back and prepared to take him outside of this rotten building site to the side of the road to wait for the police. Feng Jinxiang knew what going out would mean, and all of a sudden he was lying on the ground again. Don't roll around on the ground. It's useless to stay here. The police will come later and take you away as usual. Chen Dali said calmly. I'm not leaving. Feng Jinxiang let out a desperate wail with a sobbing voice. It's up to you whether you walk or not. Get on your feet. Chen Dali said sternly. Feng Jinxiang was still tired of rolling around on the ground, living like a pig in a pigsty. You're not leaving, are you? Then I'll get you out of here. Chen Dali crouched down and said to Feng Jinxiang, why do you have to put me to death? Ha! Feng Jinxiang said this, still full of tears. Did you think of the consequences when you attempted to rape Zhao Xinxin? In the hot pot restaurant, when I stopped your behavior, you went to the meat shaving operation room and stabbed me with a sharp knife. Have you thought of the consequences? Just now, when I wasn't looking, you suddenly stabbed me with a knife. Did you think of the consequences? Now you realize who put you to death, right? Chen Dali finished, paused for a moment, and then said aloud, you're the one who put yourself in harm's way. Feng Jinxiang was speechless. When you do something wrong, you have to pay the appropriate price and be punished accordingly. And if you let an evil person like you get away with it, how can you give an explanation to those good people who have been hurt by you? After Chen Dali finished speaking, he didn't wait for Feng Jinxiang to speak again, lifting him up on the ground and pinning him under his arm in one go. I told you to get up and walk outside on your own, and since you're lying on the floor, you're getting you out. Chen Dali's arm clamped Feng Jinxiang and easily walked downstairs without a hint of effort, just like a student clamping his own school bag. Feng Jinxiang stomps and struggles to no avail. It didn't take long for Chen Dali to bring Feng Jinxiang to the roadside outside the construction site. Not far away, the flashing red and blue police lights could already be clearly seen. In the blink of an eye, two police cars drove over one after the other and stopped beside Chen Dali and Feng Jinxiang, who was sitting on the ground. Chapter 58 Getting Ready to Go Home. Chen Dali and Zhao Xinxin were side by side, walking out of the door of the police station. In the police station, Anne is questioned, and is a statement, and is driving Chen Dali to the hot pot restaurant to retrieve the surveillance video, and then back to the police station. And finally, the middle of the night call. Zhao Xinxin called to the police station to cooperate with the investigation. Several hours passed after this procedure was fully gone through. Chen Dali took out his cell phone and looked at the time. It was 3 in the morning. Sister Zhao, let me take you back. Zhao Xinxin listened to what Chen Dali said and looked at him somewhat blankly. A few hours ago when I received a call from the police station, Zhao Xinxin came by cab. Now at this hour, where to get a taxi? Luckily, there were cabs parked for passengers not far from the police station, and the meter's empty light was still on. Hey, cab! Chen Dali beckoned and shouted again. The cab was unresponsive. Chen Dali only had to run over to the front, only to find that the driver master put the driver's seat backward, lying asleep, sleeping quite solid. It's not easy to do your job. Chen Dali's heart sank. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Dali tapped on the window pane ungently. The driver slowly opened his sleepy eyes and lifted his head slightly, his eyes looking around blankly. Master, use the car, Chen Dali said to the driver with a smile. Oh. The driver master answered and rubbed his eyes to wake himself up as quickly as possible, then stowed the seat, let Chen Dali get into the car, and drove toward Zhao Xinxin, who was standing in front of the police station. Again, Zhao Xinxin got into the car, and the master driver drove to the address she told him. Chen, get some sleep when you get back, and in a couple hours, around 8 o'clock or so, I'll go over there with the new boss who's taking over. Zhao Xinxin's face was expressionless as she spoke to Chen Dali. Chen Dali was a bit puzzled. What happened to Sister Zhao? It is reasonable to say that it is a good thing to catch Feng Jinxiang, the villain. How come Zhao Xinxin couldn't look a bit happy? Could it be that calling in the middle of the night and asking her to come to the police station affected her rest? Chen Dali is not known. The streets were quiet in the middle of the night, almost devoid of cars and pedestrians, and the cab was moving so fast that only a red light at an intersection would stop its wheels. In a short while, the cab arrived at the address that Zhao Xinxin had mentioned. Zhao Xinxin got out of the car, and Chen Dali declined her offer to pay the fare. After saying goodbye to Zhao Xinxin, Chen Dali told the driver master where he was going. After returning to Xinxin Hot Pot Restaurant, Chen Dali lay down on the pieced-together chair, his hands padded under his head, thinking. After a while it dawned, and at 8 o'clock or so, Zhao Xinxin and the new boss came to the store. Surely some matter of delivery, not knowing if he could still stay. If the new boss doesn't want to use him, it's fine. The big deal is to go home. Anyway, the family is going to renovate the house. So it's good to go back to help the family to do some work. Thinking about the matter of the family's house renovation, Chen Dali took out his cell phone, wanting to see if the family had talked to him about this. Sure enough, there was a message from my father on WeChat from yesterday, and I didn't have time to read it myself. When I clicked on it, my father said a lot of things. The general idea being that in a few days it would be time to pack up and move things out of the house, and then it would be time to strip the old house. The father repeatedly told Chen Dali on WeChat that there is no big job at home. Is to move things outside, moving furniture, in addition to their own and Dali Mom, and Xiaohua and David, 4 people enough to be busy, so that Chen Dali do not think about it. Feel free to work on the line. Seeing these contents written to him by his father, Chen Dali decided that no matter if he was still working in his new boss's store or not, he must make a trip home in a few days. Putting down the cell phone, Chen Dali didn't want to think about anything and sleep. Upon waking up, Chen Dali saw that the sky outside had long since dawned. Taking my cell phone, I looked at the time. It was almost 7 o'clock. Chen Dali hurriedly got up, put together these chairs each to its own, and went to the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. After all this, Chen Dali, as usual, sprinkled some water at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant and cleaned it up. Then it was time to wait quietly for the arrival of Zhao Xinxin and that new boss. Just after 8 o'clock, Zhao Xinxin arrived at the hot pot restaurant. Chen Dali felt that Zhao Xinxin was really punctual. Sister Zhao, you didn't come with that new boss? Chen Dali thought that the two would come together. No, he recognizes this place. He'll come by himself later. When Zhao Xinxin spoke to Chen Dali, her expression was a bit like when she had just come out of the police station at night. Little Chen, there's a matter that I knew about last night before I went to the police station, and I didn't tell you about it for fear that you wouldn't be able to sleep when you came back. After Zhao Xinxin finished speaking, her eyes looked into Chen Dali's eyes. What is it? Chen Dali desperately wanted to know what was going on. Favorite thing to do is to say something straight out, and least favorite thing to say is to beat around the bush. At the same time, he didn't believe that Zhao Xinxin could say anything that would make him sleep badly. It's like this. Yesterday, that new boss told me that none of the old employees of this hot pot restaurant of ours, people don't use any of them. they have their own employees to bring over. Hearing that, I always feel bad in my heart. Zhao Xinxin said these words in a somewhat heavy tone. So that's what this is about. Chen vigorously feel nothing. Have long been psychologically prepared. Do not do it. A moment to pack up their own things to go. Just to go home. Before the start of the school year, first do not think about the matter of working part-time. No wonder when he came out at the police station at night, Chen Dali saw Zhao Xinxin's expression, which could neither be described as good nor bad. At the time, I thought she was like that because of what happened to Feng Jinxiang, but after all the fuss, it was because the new boss no longer used her old staff. It's okay, Sister Zhao. If you don't need it, you don't need it. It's just about time for me to go back home. I've been on vacation for a few days and I miss my family. These words from Chen Dali made Zhao Xinxin's heart feel slightly better. Sister Zhao, since there's nothing else going on here, I'm leaving. Chen Dali spoke to Zhao Xinxin. Well, go on. Bring your stuff and don't leave it behind. In a little while, around 9 o'clock, the new owner's own staff will be here. Zhao Xinxin calmly said to Chen Dali. Chen Dali's things are not much. Is a few pieces of change of clothes, washing utensils, 2 plastic bags are loaded down. After handing Zhao Xinxin the key to lock the hot pot restaurant's door, Chen Dali said goodbye to her, came to the door of the store, opened his bike lock. Chen Dali ready to go to the mall supermarket around, to buy a summer clothes for parents and younger siblings each, and buy some food. I always feel like I can't go home empty-handed. Chen Dali just hung his 2 plastic bags on the handlebars and was about to get ready to step on the bike when the cell phone in his pants pocket rang. Chapter 59 arrived at a classmate's house. Who is it? Calling first thing in the morning. Chen Dali whispered to himself while pulling out his cell phone. Holy, what does he remember? Woke up early and called. Chen Dali glanced at the 3 words Kong Weijie displayed on the cell phone screen and connected. Power up. Kong Weijie thought Chen Dali was still sleeping. Got up early. Chen Dali replied. Power, if you come to my house, it won't affect your work at the hot pot restaurant, right? Kong Weijie finished, paused extremely briefly, and added. What if you take a vacation? Can you get it? Chen Dali wondered. What's the matter with this guy Kong Weijie? If I go to your house now, it won't interfere with work and I don't have to take time off work to get there. Chen Dali talked about his current situation, thinking that Kong Weijie should be able to understand. Dali, you're the boss now? So powerful. Kong Weijie's surprised voice came from the cell phone. What being a boss? What are you thinking? Chen Dali found Kong Weijie's statement somewhat amusing. So how can you come and go as you please, and don't have to take a vacation? Which employee can do that besides the boss? Kong Weijie still doesn't understand. The hot pot restaurant has been transferred, and the new owner doesn't need me, so I'm free to come and go as I please. Chen Dali finally said the actual situation. Ah! A shriek came from the cell phone from Kong Weijie. Instead, Chen Dali was shocked, not knowing whether Kong Weijie was excited or miserable. Will you stop being so alarmed? Chen Dali scolded Kong Weijie. Really? Kong Weijie is still not convinced and confirms it again. Really? Why would I lie to you? Chen Dali said seriously. Great, Dali, now that you have time, why don't you come to my house for 2 days? Kong Weijie said happily. Going to Kong Weijie's house for 2 days? I guess it's just to play with him, gossip or something. Chen Dali thought about it and went to Kong Weijie's house for 2 days before going home. In that case, you don't have to go shopping for your family yet, and it's not too late to wait until the day you go back. But go to Kong Weijie's house cannot go empty-handed. Chen Dali decided. When almost to Kong Weijie's house, buy 2 watermelons. Buy it now. Put it on the car and it's too heavy to ride all the way there. Where does Kong Weijie live? Chen Dali has some vague impressions, letting Kong Weijie send a locator over. Chen Dali followed the locator navigation and rode over. After riding for more than half an hour, Chen Dali arrived at Kong Weijie's home in the urban and rural areas. The 2 5-story buildings were very close to each other, and Chen Dali knocked on the door of the building closest to him. A middle-aged man wearing an ordinary white undershirt, big pants, holding a bushel fan and shuffling slippers opened the door for Chen Dali. Chen Dali recognized it. It was Kong Weijie's father, Kong Dezheng. Uncle, I'm Kong Weijie's classmate. He asked me to come over to look for him. Chen Dali politely explained the purpose of his visit. It's Chen Dali, right? Kong Dezheng looked at Chen Dali and said with a smile. I'm Chen Dali, uncle. Chen Dali also returned the smile. Jia told me just now, saying that his classmate Chen Dali will be here in a while. After Kong Dezheng finished speaking, he let Chen Dali into the house. Geez, what else to buy? Seeing the 2 watermelons that were placed on the ground after Chen Dali entered the room, Kong Dezheng spoke politely. It's all right, uncle. It looked good when I came here, so I bought 2 of them on the way. Chen Dali said while looking at the interior. On the first floor this is a hall. There is a coffee table, a few sofas, there is a desk, a chair, there is a chaise lounge on the side. The chaise lounge next to the small table on the teapot teacups. On the far side, There are 2 rooms of the door. There are up and down the stairs. Chendali was thinking that before he knocked on the door. He guessed that Kongda was lying on a recliner, drinking tea and shaking a bushel fan. One can imagine the leisurely scene. That's how laid back and cozy a chartered house is. Jia, your classmate Chendali is here. Kongda Zhang shouted in the direction of the stairs. A few seconds passed and the sound of descending stairs rang out. Kong Weijia descended the stairs and was beaming with joy when he saw Chendali. Coming, Dolly, that was fast enough. Kong Weijia said smilingly, come on, let's go to my house and talk. Before Chendali could speak, Kong Weijia invited to his room. Uncle, I'll go over first. Go ahead, you guys talk. Chendali and Kong Dijing greeted each other before following Kong Weijia up to the 2nd floor. Kong Weijia's room is not big. In addition to a double bed, closet, and a study table, there is not much spare space. In order to save space, a TV hung on the wall opposite the bed. Dolly, let me tell you, after I got my driver's license, I soft-pedaled my dad and finally convinced him to buy me a car. Kong Weijia joyfully said to Chendali, it's a good thing. It'll be easier to travel and have a bigger range of activities. And also, you're the first one in our class to have your own car, right? Chendali also said happily, it should be the first. Kong Weijia said with a wink. Well, congratulations. Chendali congratulated Kong Weijia. Ugh, but, Kong Weijia suddenly sighed. What's wrong? Chendali asked in disbelief. It's a used car. My dad said nothing about buying me a new car, so he bought a used one and said he wanted me to practice. Kong Weijia was still slightly disgruntled. This is not good? You just got your driver's license. Buy you a used car for you to practice. Scratching and rubbing is not too heartbreaking, and when you drive for a few years, driving proficiently, maybe then give you a new car. Chendali also thinks that there is nothing wrong with a new driver driving a used car to practice first, so I called you and asked you to come over and drive around with me. Kong Weijia said what he really thought. Holy, are you good at this? Chendali was not without worry. Can't we not drive so fast? Also, we don't go out in the daytime. It's too hot in the daytime and there's too many people and cars on the road. We go out at night. Kong Weijia told of his plans. Okay then, no matter what, you have to drive carefully, Chendali exhorted. Kong Weijia made an okay gesture at Chendali. Power, play the game with me for a while first, Kong Weijia said as he took out the game console from under the study table and connected it to the TV. VJ, what do you do every day of your life, besides playing games? Chendali looked at Kong Weijia connecting the game console and asked. Eating, sleeping, and now another one, driving around. Kong Weijia spoke in a calm, normal tone. Chendali exclaimed that Kong Weijia's life is really comfortable, living a retirement life 40 years in advance. Here, let's play together, Kong Weijia said, handing Chendali a gamepad. Chapter 60 Shooting Video. It was getting dark. On this day at Kong Weijia's house, Chendali was still more or less uncomfortable, playing games to play to noon. Began to eat lunch. The 2 men in the house of Kong Weijia napped for a while. After waking up, continued to play the game. Has been playing to eat dinner shouts in the 1st floor. When the 2 of them played the game in the afternoon, Chendali also asked Kong Weijia, VJ, this is how you're going to spend every day of your entire vacation, isn't it? What else could it be if it wasn't? Kong Weijia asked Chendali rhetorically. I mean, you could also find something to do and work on yourself. Chendali said to Kong Weijia, never mind finding something to do. If you just exercise yourself and don't get paid, can you still do it? Kong Weijia continued to ask Chendali. I don't think that's going to work. It still has to be paid for. Chendali told the truth. Find something to do, get paid accordingly. And what's that pay for? Kong Weijia stared daggers at the game image on the TV screen, still asking Chendali. When you get paid more, you don't have to do anything. You can enjoy life. Chendali continued to answer Kong Weijia. What am I doing now? Isn't it just enjoying life? Kong Weijia's words left Chendali speechless. 2 people are not on the same terms and have different ideas about problems and things. After dinner, Kong Weijia led Chendali to his car. It's a white Jetta. It's the same car I learned to drive in driving school, except it's an automatic, more than 3 years old, more than 20,000 kilometers, personal one-handed, still with the original paint, original glass, original tires. How's that? Kong Weijia introduced his ride to Chendali. Pretty good, pretty good. Chendali doesn't know much about cars, so he can only chime in. Get in the car and let's go for a ride. Kong Weijia waved to Chendali, signaling him to get into the car. 2 people get on the car almost at the same time. Close the door. Fasten the seatbelt. Kong Weijia start the car. Gear release handbrake. Feet lift the brake. The car starts. Kong Weijia lowered the glass of the 4 doors, letting the wind brought up by the car speeding into the car, while turning on the car's stereo. Kong Weijia drove his car on the highway on the outskirts of the city. and Chen Dali half reclined and half sat on the seat, listening to the soothing music and blowing the summer evening breeze. VJ, you're a good driver. It's not like a novice driver who just got his license. Kong Weijia's driving performance exceeded Chen Dali's vision. To tell you the truth, power. I snuck my dad's car when I was in high school. Kong Weijia spoke with his hands gripping the steering wheel and looking straight ahead. Yes? Chen Dali felt a bit incredulous. In those days, after riding in my dad's car more often than not, I would secretly observe his driving steps from the passenger side, memorize them, and then look for an opportunity to steal his car keys and sneak around the perimeter of the house. Following my dad's example and those steps, Kong Weijia recounts his driving experience. And without a veteran driver sitting around to guide you, don't you have your hands full? Chen Dali was curious. Vigorously. You don't say. At that time, I froze without incident. Not even a small tree rubbed on. Kong Weijia recalled the experience of his sneaky driving and spoke eloquently. Okay, that shows you have a talent for driving. Chen vigorously praised Kong Weijia. Dali, let's go to Riverside Park for a while. Kong Weijia made a suggestion. That place, there are a lot of people around. So if you go there, drive carefully. Chen Dali kindly reminded. Don't worry, let's find a place in the neighborhood where we can park the car and walk there. Kung Vijay has been thinking about this for a long time. Now, not only Riverside Park, but both sides of the riverfront are very well built, and there are so many people going there every night. Kong Weijia continued to introduce, as if Chen Dali is not a local, is an outsider who does not know Sangbei City has any tourist attractions. Then go have some fun. Walk. The car headed for Riverside Park. Almost at Riverside Park, just as a car slowly pulls out of a roadside parking space. Seeing this, Kong Weijia hurriedly drove and waited on the side. After that car left, it immediately drove into the parking space, raising the windows all the way up and locking the car. The two of them walked happily toward Riverside Park. This park is really beautifully constructed, with flowers and trees, a veranda gazebo, numerous benches for visitors to sit on, and a trestle along the river. The lighting is also well done, with glowing ribbons of lights wrapped around many of the buildings and trees, making it very pretty in the evening. Come to the park to play a lot of people. There are 3 or 2, laughing and joking young people. There are also pulling the family to lead the children, or push the baby carriage to play. There are many handheld fans of the grandparents. From time to time on the side of the fan a few times, to drive away the mosquitoes. Chen Dali and Kong Weijia, 2 people, walking aimlessly in the park, walking tired, sat down on a bench. Chen Dali took out his cell phone, turned on the camera, and recorded the bustling and beautiful scenery. Take your time and turn the angle a bit to record as many views of the park as possible. Suddenly, looking at the cell phone screen, Chen Dali, who was recording the video, stopped and hurriedly turned off the camera. It turned out that it was under a gazebo. There are 2 people not very good behavior. Let Chen vigorously think. Recorded into the video when those beautiful scenery is not very harmonious, so hurriedly quit recording. What was the not so good move that made Chen Dali stop recording videos? Is a man and a woman 2 people are wearing a look as high-grade clothes. The man looked to have more than 50 years old, hand-carrying 2 paper bags, like high-grade clothing shopping bags. The man's demeanor, the haircut, the temperament, and every move made anyone look at it. It was a leader's demeanor. And that female is also 25 or 26 years old, looks very beautiful, tall, almost catch up with the man, wearing a pink halter dress. The body is also very hot, convex and curved. It is estimated that the boys can have nosebleeds after looking for a long time. These 2 men and women, who were so different in age, were cuddling intimately together, their faces close together, and when they murmured, these 2 mouths were on the verge of kissing. When Chen Dali filmed them here, he also felt that it was a big scene, so he hurriedly turned off the video recording. Who knows? Just now Chen Dali's move of holding his cell phone with both hands and slowly turning his body to shoot a video was discovered by the man. The man let go of his arm around the woman and handed the paper bag in his hand to the woman, then walked quickly towards Chen Dali. Boy, that was a video recording earlier, wasn't it? The man came in front of Chen Dali, and his tone of questioning was straightforward and domineering, with a hint of majesty. Chapter 61 will not delete the video. What's wrong? Chen Dali looked up at the man and replied, very displeased with his condescending and somewhat overbearing appearance. Just take the video, and if you get me in it, delete it quickly. The man spoke in a tone that was completely commanding and without a hint of room for negotiation. Chen Dali was a bit displeased. I thought to myself, what kind of person are you? Not my elders, and still talk to me like this. It seems to be in their own homes, their own units to dictate, say one thing or another accustomed to. Chen Dali didn't bother talking to him. You're still not talking? I'll tell you what. Young man, I'm talking to you politely right now. Did taking the video get me in it or not? Hand over your cell phone and show me. The middle-aged man spoke in an increasingly aggravated manner. Chen Dali felt that the man, if at first, the attitude and tone of voice are more gentle to negotiate with themselves, good words to say to themselves, that they delete the video is not impossible, but he came to roughly order himself with the way he was now, then he fell back on not deleting himself instead. You may be a leader in your own organization, but outside of it, not everyone is your subordinate and not obligated to listen to your orders. Who am I to show you my cell phone? Chen Dali was not polite in his words. Hearing Chen Dali's words of disliking himself, the middle-aged man was stunned. It was estimated that he himself did not expect that the young man in front of him would not follow what he said honestly. This caused the middle-aged man's fire to intensify, and his speech took on a slightly flinty flavor. Kid, I'm warning you, immediately delete the video you just recorded and nothing will happen. If you don't delete it, be careful of getting yourself into trouble. The middle-aged man spoke in an increasingly arrogant tone. Mr. Who, don't be like this. When you're out and about, keep a low profile. The young woman, who had just been hugging the middle-aged man without a care in the world, came behind the middle-aged man at some point and came to his ear, reminding him in an extremely small voice. Similarly, Kong Wei-jie, who had been watching from the side for a while, saw that the situation was going to develop in an uncontrollable direction and hurriedly tugged on Chen Dali's clothes from the side, vigorously. Why don't you delete the video you just recorded? Don't make a big deal out of it. Kong Wei-jie also came together and whispered in Chen Dali's ear. Listening to the words of Kong Wei-jie, Chen Dali some hesitation, was about to consider deleting the video, but the next words of the middle-aged man completely let Chen Dali cancel the idea of deleting the video. You don't have to care, Xiaodong, can't spoil this brat, ing with a cell phone to shoot and record. Don't know how many bowls of dry rice he ate. Today I have to let him know what is called the height of the sky. The middle-aged man turned his face sideways, and this conversation with the young woman also annoyed Chen Dali. What about this kid? You don't know what you're eating? And that he doesn't know what he's doing? The video is still not deleted. According to you, I will not delete this video. Not only will I not delete it, but I will also send it to the segment video platform, so that everyone can see your unrespectful face. Chen Dali spoke without showing any weakness. When the middle-aged man heard this, he became anxious, ignoring the young woman's tugging, and was about to leap forward, his mouth continuing to say, "Little brat, I think you're just looking for a bad day." Saying that, he went forward to grab the cell phone in Chen Dali's hand. Chen Dali in the night would be afraid of him? Would let him snatch the cell phone in his hands? With a light flash to the side, Chen Dali let the middle-aged man pounce. The young woman continued to step forward to pull the middle-aged man, preventing him from further action, while also saying to Chen Dali, "Young man, you said you posted the video on the internet. What good can it do to you? Listen to my sister's advice and delete it quickly. You saw it, didn't you, that he had roughed up his hands, and I had to do what you all said." Chen Dali is determined to fight hard to the end. "Dali, don't stay here. Let's hurry up and go," Kong Weijie said as he forcefully tugged Chen Dali's arm into the distance. "Mr. Hu, it won't work if you come on hard like this. You have to think of another way to make him delete the video," the young woman said as she pulled hard on the middle-aged man who continued to try to leap forward. In a matter of seconds, Chen Dali disappeared in front of the middle-aged man and the young woman under Kong Weijie's tugging, and hid into the crowd of swimmers. "Mr. Hu, if that young man really posted the video online and it was seen by people who know the two of us, wouldn't our affair be exposed?" The young woman saw that Chen Dali and the two of them had disappeared and said with a face full of worry, "I'm not also worried about this. If the head office knows, it will be a big trouble, or even have to check those projects I handled. If I find out what happened in those projects, I'll be finished." The middle-aged man was also in a hurry. What Chen Dali doesn't know is that this middle-aged man named Hu Shiyong, 53 years old, is the vice president of the Universe Chemical Group Limited Company. That young woman named Dong Shicheng, 28 years old, is his assistant, at the same time is also his mistress. The two people take advantage of the opportunity to come to Tsangbei City for business trip, ready to enjoy some only belongs to the two of them happy sweet time. Two people in the hotel stretched out in the afternoon, after the sun went down. This is out of the hotel, after dinner and go to the mall, out of the mall and stroll to the Riverside Park. The two of you love me thick, ear moss temples at the same time. Was Chen vigorously inadvertently photographed down? When Hu Shiyong saw someone filming, he actually knew that it wasn't an intentional filming of himself, it was just a casual shot. But if he took a video of his rendezvous with his mistress and sent it out, and it was seen by someone who knew him or Dong Shiharu, then he would be in big trouble. Therefore, Hu Shiyong took out the faction of being a leader in the company and ordered Chen Dali to delete the video. Who thought? Chen Dali not eat this set, not only did not delete the video, but also in the Kong Weijie drag. A moment of work disappeared. Hu Shiyong is now like an ant on a hot pan, because this video sent out or not. With his career, interests, reputation, and the stability of the family will have a great relationship. If not, he will be ruined, his wife will be separated, and in the worst case, he may be investigated for financial problems. One's own affairs, which one certainly understands, cannot withstand investigation. Mr. Who, hurry up and think of a way to find the young man who took the video just now. The longer the time drags on, the worse it will be for us. Toshiharu was also a bit scared. If you were afraid that things would be exposed one day, why did you know that Hu Shiyong had a family in the first place, but still want to stick it to them? Hu Shiyong took out his cell phone and prepared to make a call. Chapter 62 First to go. Now, all I can do is call this Karakita friend and ask him to help me find that little brat. Hu Shiyong dialed the phone while talking to Dong Shiharu. Hu Shiyong looking for this friend. In Sangbei City society knows a lot of people, as long as to say to look for the age of the person. Physical characteristics, a lot of can be found. Hu Shiyong finished talking to this friend about the basic characteristics of the person he was looking for, and then hung up the phone apprehensively. Not long after, this friend returned the call, told Hu Shiyong, one of his own little brother in the road outside the Riverside Park, saw a suspected two young people, is sitting on the roadside benches chatting. Hu Shiyong marveled at the friend's efficiency and his many eyes and ears, then asked the friend, with a few people to take one of the people's cell phone over, as long as the cell phone within the video deleted on the line. After the completion of the matter must be heavily thanked. The friend hesitated and agreed. After Chendali was pulled out of Riverside Park by Kong Weijie, the two of them were sitting on a roadside bench talking vigorously. That person just now asked you to delete the video. It seems that there are unknown secrets that you don't want people to know. Kong Weijie did the analysis. Look at that pair of men and women. The age difference is huge, and they are still so intimate together. They must not be in a serious relationship, and they want to cheat, and they want to take care of their reputation, social status, future, and so on, and they are afraid that I will send the video out, so they strongly request me to delete the video. Chendali's analysis was more on point than Kong Weijie's. Power, why don't you just delete it? Try not to get yourself in trouble. Kong Weijie gave Chendali advice. If that person had spoken more politely at first, I might have deleted it, but he spoke in such an overbearing manner, as if he was a great man, and his tone and attitude were not at all consultative, and the more he spoke like that, the more I refused to delete it. Chendali is also stubborn. In fact, he is also eating soft but not hard. No deletion? So you're really going to post it online? Kong Weijie asked Chendali. Posting it online? I hadn't really thought about it. Not to delete is not to delete, but Chendali really did not want to send online. The two were so focused on talking that they didn't notice that 5 or 6 people had leaned in. Handsome. Resting here? Among these 5 or 6 people, a young man wearing a half-sleeved undershirt with arms full of tattoos came over and smiled and accosted Chendali. This flower-armed man, the little brother under the friend that Hu Shiyong found, was ordered to find Chendali. Something wrong? Chendali responded politely. Handsome, you were just playing in Riverside Park and took a little video with your cell phone, right? Flower-armed man is still smiling. Talking also does not beat around the bush. Come up is to open the door. As soon as he heard the flower-armed man say something about making a video, Chendali was immediately alerted. Well, shoot, the park has such a great view. Of course I want to keep this beautiful moment forever. Chendali said calmly. Handsome, let me talk to you for a minute. The flower-armed man pointed to a few large trees not far away, still full of smiles. What's the matter? Just say it here. Chendali did not want to go to a place where there were few people and secluded, although at night there was a supernormal power in the evening, not afraid of the few people of the man with the flower arm. Well then, it's fine to talk here. Handsome, can you show me the beautiful view you just took in the park? The flower-armed man finally made his request. Can't. Chendali also refused dryly. Handsome, just look at it. It's not like you're going to break your phone. Flower-armed guy is still fighting it. Saying no is not good enough. Chendali's expression grew serious, and when he finished, he got up and Kong Weijie prepared to leave. The man with the flowery arms, as well as these partners of his, stopped Chendali and Kong Weijie with open arms. Handsome, seriously, that video is useless to keep. Delete it. After deleting it, in this riverfront park and the surrounding area, where you think the scenery is beautiful, go back to shoot a new section. When shooting, we will give you to maintain order. What do you think, handsome man? It's better to delete it. The flower-armed man spoke sincerely, still with a smile. Hearing this, Chendali is completely understand. After half a day, this flower-armed man is instructed by the middle-aged man just now, to let himself delete the video. The more you do, the less you delete. I'm telling you in no uncertain terms that I'm not deleting the video, so please get out of my way. It's time for me to go. Chendali sticks to his guns. If you don't delete it, then you can't go first. The leathery smile disappeared from the flower-armed man's face and was replaced by a sinister expression. On the flower-armed man, a few people Chen Dali is not afraid of. More than the people here Zhou Yuhao basketball team, then also still all dry down. It is worried about Kong Wei Jie, really if a word to start fighting, really afraid that these people will hurt him. People kindly invited themselves to stay at home for a few days, and even drove themselves out for a drive. And in the end, if it was because of their own affairs that they dragged their good friends to be hurt, no matter when, they would be uneasy inside. Thinking of this, Chen Dali pulled out his cell phone and held it in his hand. I recorded the video with my cell phone. I'll consider deleting it or not only if you let my friend go first. Listening to Chen Dali's words, the man with the flower arm thought that it was also true that the video was not here with this little fat man wearing glasses, so it was useless to keep him here. So let him go? No way. The man with the floral arm thought for a second. What if the guy who took the video had passed it on to Fatty's cell phone? Even if he didn't, what if he let him go and called the police? You passed him the video and told him to go ahead? He left to go to the police and tell them I'm holding you hostage here? The man with the flowery arms went straight to the point of saying what he was thinking. I didn't pass the video to him, and he won't go to the police after he leaves. I can assure you. Hearing Chen Li's words, of course the man with the flowery arms would not believe them. Chen Dali let Kong Weijie open his cell phone album and let the flower arm man look at it. And indeed there was no video recorded just now. Chen Dali tapped on his cell phone album, keeping a safe distance, and showed it to the flower-armed man. I just recorded this. You let my friend go first and I'll think about deleting it. Flower-armed man saw in this video, broadcast to the end of the real pair of men and women behave more intimate. The man with the flower arm was thinking that this man in the video this should be that friend of his big brother. That's the video. Handsome. Hurry up and delete it. When the man with the flower arm saw the video, he was overjoyed and hurriedly urged Chen Dali to delete it. Chen Dali did not move and looked at Kong Weijie. Kong Weijie understood and lifted his leg. Watching Kong Weijie leave, the few people, the man with the flower arm, did not make any movements or indications. Seeing Kong Weijie walking away, Chen Dali put his cell phone into his pants pocket. How come you didn't delete the video? The flower-armed man was a little anxious. Chen Dali looked at the flower-armed man's anxious appearance and said slowly, I said I'd let my friend go first and then I'd think about deleting it or not. Now that my friend is gone and I've thought about it, that means no deletion. Chapter 63 video posted online. Playing me? Flower Arm gritted his teeth in irritation as he heard Chen Dali's words. I didn't say that when my friend left, I would delete the video. What I said was to consider deleting it or not. And now that I've considered it, I'm not deleting it, Chen Dali said calmly. In stark contrast to the flower-armed man's anxious expression, Kong Weijie has already left safely. What else does Chen Dali have to worry about? At best, aren't these few people coming up to surround them? In minutes, they will be on the ground. I've been polite and kind to you, and you've played me for a fool instead, so I'm not going to be polite to you either. The flower-armed man narrowed his eyes, his brow twisted into a chuan of indignation. You're welcome? What's that gonna do? Chen Dali was still a bit disillusioned with such a small shrimp. Not hand over your cell phone and get you out of here lying down. Just after the flower-armed man's harsh words were uttered, the few people who had followed him spread out at once and surrounded Chen Dali. Ha! Chen Dali sneered contemptuously and lifted his leg to walk away, as if these few people, the flower-armed man, did not exist. To the flower-armed man, this move of Chen Dali's was a great insult to his own group of people, an extreme provocation to his own group of people. Treating us like air? Don't go! The man with the flower arm let out a furious cry and went forward, reaching out to grab Chen Dali's collar. Chen Dali raised his hand and flicked the flower-armed man's arm to the side, and the guy stumbled and almost fell to the ground. The man with the flowery arms turned back to Chen as if he had never seen Chen Dali before, staring blankly, the expression on his face already representing the thoughts in his head. How did this kid have so much strength? If one doesn't work, then we'll do it all together. Give me a piece. Hold him down. Don't let him get away. At the order of the man with the flower arm, the several people next to him pounced towards Chen Dali. On both sides of Chen Dali, a person came up on one side and held his arm. Another person came from behind and held his back waist. And there was still one person left who reached out and ran to Chen Dali's pants pocket. Obviously, this last person was going to pull out the cell phone in Chen Dali's pants pocket. Could Chen Dali let them snatch his cell phone away just like that? It's a joke. Only to see Chen vigorously fling his arms outward. These two people holding their arms were thrown out, one on each side, both falling to the ground on all fours. The one who came to touch the cell phone, his hand had already reached the side of Chen Dali's pants pocket and was about to reach into it. Chen Dali, who had already thrown off his arms, grabbed his hand. This guy may also think that he has a little bit of strength, in the case of Chen vigorously grasping his hand, but also want to break free and continue to pull out Chen vigorously's cell phone. Chen Dali's supernatural strength would let him get away with it easily? Chen Dali's hand slightly put some strength, threw to the side. This to pull out a cell phone was thrown out 5 meters away. It also fell on its back, only left from the back to hold his waist of this person. Chen vigorously 2 hands grabbed his 2 arms. Want to pull his arms away. How can this guy hold quite tight? Pull a little did not pull away. The 3 people who had just been thrown out had already gotten up from the ground, as well as the man with the flower arm. And these 4 people were going to swarm Chen Li again. But the guy holding Chen vigorously waist, as leeches, tightly pasted on Chen vigorously cannot shake off Chen vigorously and do not want to swing a heavy blow to hurt him. Seeing that the 4 people next to him were about to pounce on Chen Dali suddenly fell backward, both avoiding the 4 people's pounce and pressing the guy holding his waist from behind underneath him. The guy who was holding his waist behind Chen Dali didn't expect Chen Dali to suddenly fall backwards. The back landed on the ground, fell a little, became to Chen vigorously cushion quilt. Front chest was Chen vigorously pressed a little. The front chest and back were hit at the same time and ate pain at the same time, and with an ouch in his mouth. His hand was loosened at that time. Chen Dali, who was no longer bound at the waist, quickly got up, looked at the flower-armed man who was aiming to pounce on him, slightly bent down and lowered his head, and carried him on his shoulders at once, and then straightened up and threw him towards his back. Puff! The flamboyant armed man flipped in the air, back down, and slapped flat on the ground with a muffled thud. This fall was not light. The flower-armed man lying on the ground, his mouth just agu screaming, but did not get up immediately. The remaining 3 people, by Chen vigorously grabbed one of them, toward the other 2 to make a push. 3 people like stacked Luohan fell together. Seeing that these 5 people were all wrestled to the ground by themselves, Chen Dali didn't want to stay here for a long time, and after feeling the cell phone in his pants pocket through his pants, he stepped away and disappeared after a few seconds. Running to a place where there are few people, Chen Dali felt more and more angry about the matter of making videos. Originally, if that middle-aged man had said a few words nicely, he might have deleted it himself, but he had to order himself around with a condescending and overbearing attitude in tone. After he left the middle-aged man's place, he came back to the flower-armed man leading 4 people to make himself delete the video, which must also be the middle-aged man instructed to come. He did not agree to delete the video. These guys even came up and grabbed the phone, but before they went out tonight, they should not have counted the trigrams. I did not expect to meet a forceful 5 people cannot be pressed. Since that middle-aged man was so unscrupulous in wanting to delete this video he had taken, then he himself would simply send it to the internet for him, so that the majority of netizens could see this hypocrite who looked moralistic but was letting loose in a park full of tourists. The video said to send Chen vigorously before sending, but also write on a paragraph of text. Beautiful and harmonious scenery in the anachronistic situation also appeared. After writing a little release, the video is on the internet. After sending the video, Chen Dali put his phone into his pants pocket and started walking back. Go to the place where Kung Vijay parked his car and see if he's still there. After walking for a short while, almost to the place where Kong Weijia parked his car, Chen Dali saw that the car was still parked there, and the car was already on fire and idling. Chen Dali estimated that Kong Weijia was enjoying the air conditioning in the car waiting for himself. Looking around, Chen Dali made sure that there were no suspicious people around before walking over. Pulling open the door of the car at an extremely fast speed and getting into the car. Is in the car blowing the air conditioning to play cell phone. Kong Weijia was suddenly into the car came to the people startled. When to see is Chen Dali. This only after a sigh of relief. I was thinking of waiting for you a little longer, and I'll call you if you don't come back. Kong Weijia put down his cell phone and said to Chen Dali. Chapter 64 Dazzling Lights. I'm fine, those guys just surrounded us. As long as you get out of there safely and smoothly, I can leave soon and come over to you. How was it that he got rid of those few people who were pestering him? Chen Dali did not want to tell Kong Weijia. Power, did you post that video you took in Riverside Park? Kong Weijia looked at Chen Dali and asked. Chen Dali felt very surprised that Kong Weijia knew so quickly. Sent, how did you know? Chen Dali asked Kong Weijia in puzzlement. I followed your short video account. Just now when I was browsing through the short videos, I saw an update from someone I follow, so I clicked on it to check it out, and all of a sudden I saw the video you just posted. Kong Weijia explained why he knew that Chen Dali had sent the video. Why did you have to post it online? Kong Weijia continued to ask. The few people who surrounded us just now and asked me to delete the video were not good people at first glance, and later it was confirmed that they came on behalf of that middle-aged man, so I tried to find a way to get you out of there first, and I was worried that they would take some irrational means to hurt you. Later on, it was really done. Chen Dali told Kong Weijia what had just happened. So there were several of them. How did you get out of it? Kong Weijia was surprised that Chen Dali was able to come back unharmed. What else can we do? Look for a chance to drill and run. Chen Dali didn't want Kong Weijia to know about the fact that he had transcendent powers in his body. However, in Kong Weijia's mind, Chen Dali was really getting more and more powerful. can in 4 or 5 people's pincer attack in the whole body to retreat. This is very remarkable. Recall that a few days ago, Chen Dali came back late. The dormitory building locked the door. He was outdoors even able to unarmed, without the use of any tools to climb up to the 3rd floor, which is no one else. Kong Weijie felt that Chen Dali was a god, and would surely still have unknown magical skills. Power. You just posted this video, and now there are several comments. Kong Weijie took his cell phone and pointed the screen at Chen Dali, letting him look. Yeah, yo, that's quite a few comments. At first, Chen Dali did not believe it, but when he looked at Kong Weijie's cell phone screen, it was really true. Chen Dali pointed to the cell phone in his hand, signaling Kong Weijie to look at each of his cell phones to see the comments. Vigorously. Look at this comment. Isn't this Hu Shiyong, the vice president of Cosmic Chemical? Didn't he go to Tsangbei City on business? Why is he making out with a young woman? This middle-aged man is recognized. Kong Weijie greeted Chen Dali. There's also this one. That young woman is Hu Shiyong's assistant. Once I went to Cosmic Chemical to do some work. I saw it in Hu Shiyong's office. Named Dong Shiqing. Now even that woman's identity has been raked over the coals. Kong Weijie looked faster and continued to tell Chen Dali about these comments he saw. Vigorously. Look at this one. This Hu Shiyong's wife also works at Cosmic Chemical. I wonder how she feels when she sees the video. This is great. The melon eaters are in for a treat. Chen Dali listened to Kong Weijie read a few of the comments and didn't say anything, just silently looking at his cell phone. In his heart, he was also sighing. The netizens nowadays are really too powerful. Too powerful. It's only a few minutes of work, and the pair of cheating men and women have been raked over the coals. No wonder that middle-aged man always had that attitude and tone when he spoke to himself. So he was the vice president of a large company. It seems that he was usually used to talking like this. Chen Dali has sometimes swiped news about Cosmic Chemical on his cell phone, and this company always summarizes at the end of the year by saying that his company has lost many billions of dollars again. Now it seems that Chen Dali feels that those reports are not true at all. Just look at that whose dress. The whole body is brand name. The shopping bag carried in the hand is also worth a lot of brand name clothing. That's it, or the leader of a loss-making business? The top leaders of loss-making companies have money to buy designer labels and to keep mistresses. Where is all the money from the companies that are losing money? The answer is self-evident. No wonder. That middle-aged man was so eager for you to delete the video. Kong Weijie turned his head and looked at Chen Dali and said, afraid of being seen by someone I know. Chen Dali spoke softly. Yes, afraid of being recognized. This company also claims losses to the public year after year, so that when netizens see this video, it's not hard to understand where all the money that this company loses goes. Kong Weijie agrees, then adds, if now that who see this video will be anxious like ants on the hot pot, by the company removed from the position is not likely to be light, or, perhaps, also have to check whether he has other problems. Some things are not known until they are known. Chen Dali said thoughtfully, well, this one, it's not good enough to get on the hot seat. Kong Weijie watched the increasing number of comments on this video and felt that this matter would not pass so simply and easily. Come on, let's go back. Kong Weijie finished, put down his cell phone, and started the car. Chen Dali also sat down and fastened his seatbelt. The car was driving on the road at night, with slightly fewer pedestrians and vehicles than when he had just come to Riverside Park. VJ, where are you driving? Why aren't you going home? Still want to take a drive around the city? Chen Dali realized that the driving route was not back to Kong Weijie's house and hurriedly asked Kong Weijie, it's a way home, only to another home. Listening to Kong Weijie's words, Chen Dali was a bit puzzled as to how to go back to another home. Another home? Chen Dali's voice was full of doubt. Hearing Chen Dali's puzzled question, Kong Weijie explained to him, the other home is a house my dad bought me 3 years ago, plus a parking space, in Fairview South, for my future wedding. Oh, yes. After hearing Kong Weijie's explanation, Chen Dali then understood. At the same time, he exclaimed that Kong Weijie's dad had prepared a wedding house for Kong Weijie so early, when Kong Weijie married the family to buy a good car. This guy is a proper life winner. A lot of fresh graduates out of school, into the community of young people, have to struggle for many years, in the back of a mortgage car loan, before touching the edge of the house car. And these, Kong Weijie easily reached. It's fate, no matter what. Let's go over there now, and go back to your father's side later? Chen Dali asked. There's no need to go back. I said hello to my dad. Kong Weijie replied. Oh, so you have this house all decorated? You can come and stay whenever you want? Chen Dali continued to ask. Simply cleaned up. A few pieces of old furniture, plumbing and electricity, livable. Renovation? Have to wait until I'm about to get married. Kong Weijie replied to Chen Dali. Just as the two were talking, a blinding white light shone over the back of the car, shining on the car's rearview mirror and blurring Kong Weijie's eyes. A shrill air horn sounded. Again, From behind the car. Chapter 65 Smashed Car. What's going on here? Kong Weijie tried to see what was going on behind his car from the rearview mirrors inside and outside the car, but the mirrors were so white that he couldn't see anything. The ear-piercing sound of the air horn behind the car was still going strong, as well as the vibrations from the loud roar, and it felt like the earth was shaking like an earthquake. Hurry up and pull over. Hurry up and pull over. Chen Dali hurriedly said to Kong Weijie. Kong Weijie hit his turn signal to stick to the curb. Just parked the car. A huge rear 8-wheel dump truck in the Kong Weijie car beside the whistling passed. Sitting in the car, Kong Weijie and Chen Dali obviously feel the car swaying back and forth. Snap. The sound. Just as the dump truck was about to pass completely next to Kong Weijie's small car, the dump truck lurched and dropped a stone the size of a quail's egg right on the hood of Kong Weijie's car. Kong Weijie and Chen Dali rushed out of the car to check. Found that the hood has smashed out a crater. Smashed up my car. Kong Weijie shouted when he saw the dent in the hood. Go after him. He'll have to be made to pay for it. Chen Dali said to Kong Weijie. The two men then got into the car and headed after the dump truck. None of the big cars were too fast, and it didn't take long to see the dump truck. From the rear, the dump truck also had no rear license plate, and the license number, printed on the back of the body, was also not visible at all because it was covered in dirt. Although the dump truck speed is not too fast, but the driver drove quite fierce. On the road basically belongs to the rampage. And most importantly, the dump truck driver seems to have no concept of stopping at a red light, passing through the intersection. It seems to it is always a green light, scaring other vehicles have to avoid. Are all the drivers of such cars color blind? Can't they see the red light at the intersection? Or is there something else that makes them so emboldened on the road? Kong Weijie drove the car and did not dare to follow too close, for fear that something would fall off the car again. Just wanted to wait for this dump truck to get to the parking place and then get out of the truck and argue with him. Followed by follow. Kong Weijie and Chen Dali found more dump trucks ahead. There must be 4 or 5, all running in one direction. The cars didn't get very far before they all converged outside a sight gate and lined up in order along the curb. At this time, the sight gate pulled out another rear 8-wheel dump truck, loaded with a full load of soil, with a low growl, toward the direction from which those dump trucks had just come, and these empty dump trucks lined up outside the site. The ones at the front of the line, drove into the site and went on to load the dirt, pull out a full one and go in an empty one. The dump truck, which had fallen down and smashed Kong Weijie's car, was at the end of the line of all the empty cars. The door of that dump truck opened and a tigerish, cross-faced man, about 30 years old, jumped down and moved forward to make small talk with those other drivers. Seeing this, Kong Weijie hurriedly drove to a stop next to him. This driver saw an incoming minivan pull up beside him and, not knowing what was going on, stopped as well. The drivers of the dump trucks in front of them, seeing a minivan drive up, also came over. Kong Weijie came to this tigerish driver and said to him, Master, you just drove past my car and rocks fell from your car and hit my car, making a dent. Kong Weijie said as he reached out and pointed to the hood of his car. This driver lit a cigarette, took a look at the pit on the hood of Kong Weijie's car, exhaled a stream of smoke from his mouth, and said disdainfully, There's a dent in your car, so you say it's from a rock falling from my car? Who knows where you smashed it and came here to blame me? Listening to this driver's tricky words, Kong Weijie was also very angry, but still forced down his anger. Why am I relying on you? There are several cars here. Why don't I look for you instead of others? Besides, I have a car recorder in my car. You can take a look at the car recorder if you don't believe me. Kong Weijie said to this driver. Lao-san, did you touch someone's car? A nearby dump truck driver asked the tigerish driver. Where did I touch his car? If my car had touched his car, would they still be standing here? These are the two hairy kids who came out of nowhere and tried to touch me. This driver called Lao-san said to the one who asked the question. Chen Dali also came up for air after hearing the words of this old third. Obviously the stones falling from his car smashed the car. Not only do not recognize, but also a rake. The Kong Weijie and their own said to be a bumper. Who touched your china? It was the stone that fell from your car that hit my car. Kong Weijie shouted loudly to this man called Lao-san. At that moment, 2 more empty dump trucks returned, lined up behind the oldest one. A dump truck full of dirt pulled out of the construction site and another one drove in. These dump trucks waiting to be loaded, one on top of the other, move forward. The oldest was also ready to bring his car forward, disdainfully glancing at Kong Weijie and Chen Dali. He was about to open the door and get into the car. Don't you go yet, smashing my car. This isn't over yet. Kong Weijie stepped forward and pulled on Lao-san's clothes. How? What do you mean? I'm telling you, let go, or you'll be punished. Lao-san pointed at Kong Weijie's nose and said menacingly. Seeing that Kong Weijie had no intention of letting go, Lao-san clenched his fist and struck at Kong Weijie's face. Just at the moment Lao-san's fist was about to hit Kong Weijie, a hand clutched his fist, not letting him hit Kong Weijie. Lao San fixed his eyes and saw that a thin young man had somehow arrived between himself and Kong Weijia and caught his punch. Lao San withdrew his fist, and Chen Dali yanked back Kong Weijia. You smashed our car. You play a scoundrel and don't admit it. And you want to hit someone? Chen Dali was accusing Lao San. Let me tell you too. Don't say I didn't hit your car. Even if I did, what can you do to me? The oldest was a complete scoundrel. Get out of my way and don't keep me from making money. Lao San finished and was about to get into the car. After all, pulling a trip of soil is a trip of money. Lao San is still thinking about earning money in a hurry and doesn't want to get too entangled with these two young people. But this time, there was another tug on the shirt. This time, the one who pulled on his clothes was Chen Dali, who had pushed Kong Weijia far to the side. You're not driving away until you pay us for the damages, Chen Dali said righteously. Compensate for damages? I'll pay for your ass. The oldest three became furious and swung his fist like a sledgehammer, striking at Chen Dali. Chapter 66 Puncture the tire in anger. Chen vigorously grabbed Lao San's fist that was like a sledgehammer head-on and clenched it with 5 fingers. Ah! The oldest yelped as the pain had traveled through the not-so-much skin and flesh of his hand, right down to the bone. After yanking his hand back vigorously and breaking free from Chen Dali's hands, Lao San shook his hand back and forth to alleviate the feeling of his hand being clenched to the point of raw pain. Looking up at Chen Dali again, Lao San was also greatly confused. How could this young man who looked so thin have so much strength? Just now, one's own hand was as if it had been clamped in an iron vise. It felt like the kind of sharp pain that comes from an iron clamp tightening a little bit. Lao San felt that he would have to change his strategy to deal with this young man. Slowly moving to the side of the car with the door open, Lao San quickly drew a half-meter long crowbar from under the driver's seat. Kid, looking for a fight you? Lao San swung the crowbar and slashed diagonally toward Chen Dali's shoulder. Chen Dali didn't dodge, but looked at the crowbar and gave it a grab with one reach. Lao San yanked hard twice, and the crowbar didn't move, just as if it was welded in Chen Dali's hands. Just as Lao San was yanking on the crowbar, Chen Dali lifted his foot and aimed a kick at his stomach. This guy can't even move to cop a crowbar? Look at this, it's time to kick. Lao San took the kick, and the crowbar in his hand spilled out, thumping and being kicked back several steps, his back hitting the side of the front wheel of the dump truck. The few dump truck drivers next to him were shocked to see the tiger-back Lao San being kicked out a long way by a lean young man. But after reacting, these several drivers all coincidentally to their respective cars copied up the crowbar. Manpower A, toward Chen vigorously surrounded over. These drivers, after all, are peers, who have something to help each other. Not to mention, their group of drivers, usually on the road in this kind of rear 8-wheel dump trucks, are accustomed to rampage, no matter whether the vehicle or pedestrians have to be far away from them to avoid going. Therefore, this has further fueled their arrogance and domineering, thinking that no one dares to mess with them, and even running red lights has become a common occurrence, becoming a veritable safety hazard on the road. Due to the usual presence of the road like a king and developed arrogance, thinking that others can only give way to their part, but never someone will be called to order with them. So now that they saw one of their peers being kicked to the point where he almost fell to the ground, they all copied their weapons and surrounded Chen Dali. These drivers feel compelled to defend the oldest, because if they sit back and do nothing, then the next oldest might be themselves. The few drivers who surrounded Chen Dali all raised their crowbars one by one and struck at Chen Dali. Chen vigorously pushed far away, is watching the development of the Kong Weijia. See, these 4 or 5 drivers are holding a crowbar, a piece of pouncing on Chen vigorously after, is also the heart are raised to the throat. Chen Dali doesn't need Kong Weijia to worry about himself like this. He saw him dodge the crowbar wielded by the first man who rushed up to him, stretching his leg out towards his heel there, then stretching his palm out and thrusting it towards his chin as soon as he could. This guy was pushed backward by Chen vigorously, but his feet were tripped by Chen vigorously's legs. Instead of being able to synchronize his backward movement, he could only fall to the ground with a common sound. Pushing one down, crowbars arrived in the hands of several others. Chen Dali did not panic, and after dodging their crowbars, he went from one to another and either pushed or tripped several of them to the ground. Chen Dali didn't lay a hand on these drivers coming up behind him, just pushing or tripping them, not wanting to hurt them. However, these guys did not think so, or the same, usually arrogant. How can tolerate their own by a thin young man put down to the ground one by one? One by one, they got up from the ground, wailing, raising their crowbars high, and all pounced on Chen Dali again. Seeing this, Chen Dali could only shake his head helplessly. There are some people who don't just let you put them down once and they realize they are wrong and temper themselves, or realize that it is the other person who is too powerful and show themselves mercy. They will only see it as you being weak and vulnerable, and will only turn on you and hurt you. So, one must just have to hit them back, in a way that they recognize, so that it hurts them to the bone, in order for them to be wary of you forever. The face of such as the vicious wolf pounced over the drivers. Chen Dali has not in the force. Directly is a punch one. Hit them lying on the ground, curled up into a shrimp-like mass. Lao San also received a punch from Chen Dali, so painful that he could not stand up, leaning on the front wheel of his dump truck, sitting on the ground to breathe heavily. Chen Dali, holding a crowbar in his hand, walked over to Lao San, bent down and pointed at him with the crowbar and said, "Is it paying for the dent in the hood of the car that smashed us? I won't pay for it. What can you do to me? Beat me to death if you can." Having suffered a defeat, Lao San remained stiff-lipped and continued to play the rascal. "Of course I don't dare to beat you to death. Why would I do that? I'll ask you for the last time. Will you pay for the dent in our car?" Chen Dali grabbed Lao San's collar and continued to ask him. "I won't pay for it, and I don't think you dare do anything to me?" Lao San's usual arrogance was back. "Okay, so our car, thanks to you, has a dent in it, and you're not going to pay for the damage, are you? That'll also let you save your money and spend it elsewhere." Chen Dali loosened his grip on Lao San's collar and threw the crowbar in his other hand, gently into the air. The crowbar flipped around in the air and landed back in Chen Dali's hands. Watching Chen Dali's movements, Lao San didn't know what he was going to do next, and looked at Chen Dali with two eyes that were again somewhat puzzled and somewhat frightened. Chen Dali reached out and pivoted Lao San to the side, taking a crowbar and gesticulating at the front wheel of his dump truck. "What are you doing?" Lao San had begun to panic when he saw these actions of Chen Dali. "Not for anything. I thought you weren't going to pay us compensation. Well then, I'll let you send the money to the tire store." After Chen Dali finished speaking, he gripped the crowbar tightly, aimed at the tread of the front tire, and stabbed down hard. "Don't do this." Usually arrogant dump truck driver Lao San, at this time even full of tears, begged Chen vigorously, because he knew how much it would cost to change a tire on his car. Chen Dali didn't pay any attention to him, and in one go, he stuck the crowbar into the front tire. Thumbs up. The tire leak was pretty loud. "My tires!" Lao San almost cried out, staggering to his feet and picking at Chen Dali's arm to stop him. Chen vigorously flung his arm, and Lao San fell to the ground again. Soon this punctured tire was leaking air and went flat, and the whole front end of the car was tilted this way. Chapter 67 Car parking space occupied. Only in the tire tied a mouth. Chen Dali think it is not finished. After all, to the tire repair store? The mouth patch on the line. Spend not too much. This time, it had to be the dump truck driver's old man's heartache to the point of liver fluttering. "Since you don't want to pay for the smashed car, let's let you hemorrhage money at the store that sells the tires." Chen vigorously holding the pry bar tied in the tire, pulling hard. Suddenly the tread appeared a 5 or 6 centimeters long gap. "This tire is kind of a total write-off," the oldest almost cried out. Chen Dali pulled the crowbar from the tire, threw it aside, and turned around. Kong Wei Jie, who was waiting in the distance, took a look at Chen Dali coming toward him and hurriedly started the car, slowly creeping forward. Chen Dali walked to the slowly moving Kong Wei Jie car, pulled open the door and got into the car, and then Kong Wei Jie accelerated away. "Dali, why are you so strong? You even dared to catch the crowbar with your bare hands? Moreover, look at how easily and effortlessly you put them all down." Kong Wei Jie said as he looked at Chen Dali with an eye for something new and strange. "I don't know what's going on." Chen Dali still didn't want to explain to Kong Wei Jie that once he was at night, he would have unlimited strength. "Isn't that a bit much for you? Teaching them a lesson would have been fine, and giving him a punctured tire. A new tire for that driver is estimated to cost several thousand." Kong Wei Jie continued to talk to Chen Dali. These drivers in dump trucks are usually so used to riding rush-out over the roads that they think no one dares to do anything to them. So let's ask him for damages for smashing the car. In his opinion, this is a fantasy. He will not give, and also to hit people. In this case, we must give him a little heartbreaking lesson. Isn't it true that he doesn't want to pay for the damage of our smashed car? Then let him not be able to keep this money in his pocket as well, and even pay twice as much. Chen Dali felt that one must use evil methods to deal with evil people. What if that dump truck driver calls the police? Say you vandalized his vehicle. Kong Wei Jie was still slightly worried. Call the police, that's even better. Show this car recorder on your car to the police to see if it's that dump truck that dropped the stone on the car first. Let him pay for your damages first. Chen Dali said to Kong Wei Jie, "Even if he pays me, after he pays me, will he make us pay for his tire damage again?" Kong Wei Jie spoke to Chen Dali about his misgivings. "Do you think the police will believe what that driver said?" Chen Dali was thinking that as soon as the day dawned, the supernormal power in his body would disappear, and at that time, he would not be able to stick the crowbar into the tires of the big car. No matter what, the cops look at it and won't believe that driver. However, the matter that he no longer had supernormal strength after dawn. Chen Dali didn't want to tell Kong Wei Jie about it yet. As he spoke, Kong Wei Jie had already driven the car and arrived at the entrance of the underground garage next to the main gate of Fairview South City. As soon as the car was parked in front of the entrance to the underground garage, The doorway's crossbar lifted up at once after a camera at the door scanned the license plate on the front of the car. Looking at Chen Dali's puzzled expression, Kong Weijie said, "Once the transfer of this vehicle was completed, I sent the information about this vehicle to the property here and had them enter my vehicle information into the property system. So, as soon as the car drove here, the crossbar lifted automatically." After hearing these words from Kong Weijie, Chen Dali then realized, the car drove into the underground garage. 3 turns, 2 turns, and put Chen Dali are winding confused. Simply cannot tell the southeast and northwest. VJ, this underground garage is like a maze. How can you find your parking space? Chen Dali asked Kong Weijie with some bewilderment. To be honest, the first time I entered this underground garage, more confused than you, but after finding their own parking space, from the entrance to the parking space to turn a few corners, are respectively to which side? Keep in mind, next time you can quickly find their own parking space. Kong Weijie talked to Chen Dali about his experience in finding parking spaces. As he spoke, Kong Weijie drove his car in front of his parking space, but Kong Weijie was dumbfounded. A white midsize SUV was parked in his own parking space. What's going on here? There's a little sign above the parking space with my license plate number on it. Why is this car still parked in a private space? Kong Weijie was very puzzled and muttered to himself. The two men got out of the car almost simultaneously and came over to the SUV. VJ, this car has a phone number under the front windshield. It should be the owner's. Hurry up and call him to move the car. Chen Dali saw this phone number and hurriedly greeted Kong Weijie, who was on the other side, to come over and make a call. Kong Weijie pulled out his cell phone and looked at it, and said with some difficulty, "It's 11 o'clock. Will people have gone to bed already? Sensei has to make this call no matter what time it is, and we don't want to bother each other at this hour. But has he considered our feelings when he parks randomly in other people's spaces? He's the one who gave us trouble in the first place." What Chen Dali said was not unreasonable. Always think about other people's feelings for fear of disturbing them, but others never think about your feelings. Listening to Chen Dali, Kong Weijie dialed the phone number under the front windshield of the SUV. The phone was answered and there was no answer. Is it possible that the person holding the phone is really sleeping? Kong Weijie guessed in his heart. Connected has been more than half a minute, or no answer. This time to dial. Kong Weijie think, will be the phone you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please dial again later to the end. I didn't expect the call to go through. The first thing that came into Kong Weijie's ears was a burst of yelling and shouting, and then a harsh male voice rang out. Who? There was a hint of impatience in his tone. Hello, is license number GS573 your car? Kong Weijie inquired politely. It's my car. What's wrong? The voice coming from the cell phone was loud, and I guess the man had to raise his voice to speak because of the noisy scene he was in. Your car is parked in my space. Please come and move it. Kong Weijie still spoke politely. Oh, the other answered, paused briefly, and then said, wait a few minutes. I'll move the car later. Okay. Kong Weijie had just finished speaking when the other party hung up. He said he'd be over later to move the car. Kong Weijie put away his cell phone and said to Chen Dali, well, it may also be temporarily parked in your parking space. This call, it's quite painful. People nowadays, basically are still quite good at talking. Chen Dali said to Kong Weijie. Kong Weijie and Chen Dali began to wait for this car owner. 5 minutes went by and no one came to move the car. 10 minutes passed and still no one came to move the car. What's going on? Why don't you move the car? Kong Weijie was a bit impatient. Chapter 68 Tugging a Car. Why don't you call again and ask? Chen Dali whispered a suggestion from the side. Kong Weijie picked up his cell phone again and dialed the number left on the SUV. It still took a long time to get through after calling. Please come and move your car quickly. It's getting late and I should hurry home and get some rest. Kong Weijie still spoke politely, but this time, the other side said something very different from the first time. Are you tired of calling over and over again? It's getting late. You can go home and sleep if you want. Who's in your way? The phone was full of impatient tones on the other end. You're the one who parked in my space and I couldn't park my car. That's why I called you. How did it become annoying to you? I'm going home to sleep? Where do I park? I can't park in the garage access. Kong Weijie was still reasoning with his opponent. Unbeknownst to some people, reasoning is like talking to a cow. I'll tell you what, I can't move this car today. You can park it wherever you like. The other side played a bummer. How can you talk like this? You're taking up someone else's parking space, and you're being unreasonable? Kong Weijie was also shocked by his opponent's rogue remarks. I'm talking like this. I'm justified. This empty parking space, whoever's car comes to stop early, even whose car, I will not move. What can you do? What can you do? Where the big where to sue. The other party put on a posture of a dead pig, finished, and hung up Kong Weijie's phone. How did I meet such a scoundrel? Kong Weijie muttered with a frown as he listened to the beeping blind tone from his cell phone. the owner of this car isn't coming to move it? Chendali looked at Kong Weijie's expression and asked. Well, say what you will about not coming to move, Kong Weijie said helplessly, and then said to Chendali. Why don't I call the property and have someone from the property look for this owner and have him move his car? Calling the property? I don't think it's going to help. What else can the property do? Not the same as you. Contact the owner of the car. Let him move the car. If the owner turns off his cell phone, it's useless to call anyone. Chendali's words basically vetoed Kong Weijie's idea of looking for a property. What then? Kong Weijie asked Chendali for advice. VJ, why don't you drive your car a little farther away and I'll see if I can move this one out of the parking space. Chendali said to Kong Weijie. Ha? You moved this car out? That's not possible? Kong Weijie looked at Chendali in surprise. I'll try. You go ahead and drive a little farther. Chendali spoke calmly to Kong Weijie. Kong Weijie glanced at Chendali with eyes full of doubt and turned around to get into his car. Seeing Kong Weijie slowly drive the car forward, Chendali came to the front of this SUV, bent down slightly, gouged the beam under the front bumper of the car with both hands, and lifted it with force, surprisingly lifting the front of this car off the ground. Then with one step back, he pulled this car out of the parking space. Kong Weijie drove the car out some distance and parked it, and just after getting out of the car, he saw Chendali stiffly pulling out the car that was occupying his parking space. What's going on with this? Kong Weijie took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes to make sure he was right. It was Chendali who lifted the front of the car off the ground and pulled it out of the parking space a little bit. Power. You. Kong Weijie still didn't quite believe the scene in front of him, and his speech was a little sloppy. Go see if there's anyone around. Chendali whispered to Kong Weijie. Still don't want more people to know they have superhuman strength, per se. Kong Weijie took a few steps around, craning his neck to look around and make sure there was no one around. When he looked at Chendali again, he had completely yanked out the SUV and placed it at the side of the passageway. Vigorously. How come the strength is so great? What the hell is going on here? Kong Weijie was still interested in Chendali's extraordinary strength. You've got to pull into the parking space. Chendali answered the question and greeted Kong Weijie to hurry to park the car. Kong Weijie backed the car into the parking space and parked, got out of the car, and saw that on the ground there were tire tracks left on the ground when Chen vigorously yanked the car just now. Vigorously. If this car has a handbrake or an electronic handbrake, it's easy to damage it if you just yank it raw like this. Besides, this car is also prone to cuts when it's parked on the access road like this, Kong Weijie said with some concern. For such an unreasonable, scoundrel and selfish person, you still think so much for him? When he took your parking space, did he ever think about you? Chendali feels that it is because there are many people like Kong Weijie, always for the sake of those who do not abide by the rules, only to cause some people in society, in order to achieve their own self-serving purposes, and more unscrupulous, humility, forbearance, courtesy, many times, but also depends on what the other person. If the other party is a reasonable person is okay, but if the person like this parking space, that cannot be replaced with his understanding and gratitude, but will invite more intensified, inch for inch. Yeah, what the hell? Let's go. Back to bed. Kong Weijie also felt that Chendali had a point and greeted him as he walked towards the elevator entrance of the underground garage. Entering the elevator, Kong Weijie pressed the floor number 7. 7th floor. Ha? Chendali asked Kong Weijie. Well, at the time, my dad even asked someone to buy this floor in order to get it. Kong Weijie said to Chendali. Why are you still consigning people to buy this floor? Chendali was very puzzled. There's a word for it. It's called 7 up, 8 down. And buying this 7th floor means that our family's future is going to be prosperous. Kong Weijie gave Chendali an explanation. And so superstitious, Chendali secretly said in his heart. As he spoke, the elevator had reached the 7th floor. After exiting the elevator, Chendali saw that it was a one-staircase, two-family layout. Kong Weijie led Chendali to the 702 door and took out the key from his body to open the door. Entering the house, Chendali visited and saw that it was a 3-bedroom, 2-hall, 2-bathroom type. Just as Kong Weijie said, the interior was simply tidied up to be able to live. Kong Weijie opened several windows in the room, and there was a passing breeze that was quite cool. The two of them went to the bathroom to take a shower. If I don't have anything to do with my car in the future, I'll just put my car in a space here to save it from being taken up by people who don't park here very often, Kong Weijie said as he took a shower. Aha, Chendali answered and continued. How did those cars parked in other people's spaces get into the underground garage if they didn't have their own? Hey, it's not likely that the security guards let them in for any number of reasons, Kong Weijie said as he brushed the water from his face. Chapter 69 Still have to go to last night's place. Kong Weijie opened his sleepy eyes, stretched and looked at Chendali who was still sleeping beside him. Sighing, Chendali slept really well. It seems that he was tired from tugging that SUV before. Grabbing his cell phone by his pillow, he looked at the time. It was past 7 in the morning, and upon further inspection, there were 5 missed calls from the same unfamiliar number. Kang Weijie was glad that he had set his cell phone on silent before he went to bed last night, or else he wouldn't have been able to sleep in the middle of the night when the call came. Who is this strange phone number? What is so important to call yourself several times? Do you call this strange number back yourself? Kang Weijie thought for a moment, decided not to call this strange number back. The other side, if there is really important things, maybe they will still give themselves a call. I have nothing to do. So let's take a look at that video Chendali posted yesterday and see if anyone else has commented on it. Tapping on the video app, Kang Weijie tapped on the one of Chendali again and was instantly stumped. The comments, favorites, and retweets on this video are over 10,000, with hundreds of thousands of likes among them. Kang Weijie felt that the video was on fire. No, it was the main character in the video, Mr. Who was on fire. With all the fuss and heat on the internet, this time, that Cosmic Chemical Group Ltd. Should all know about it too. Kang Weijie tapped the newsfeed on his cell phone to see if there was any news about this matter. Holy, the first news item is a statement released by Cosmic Chemical Group, Inc. The approximate meaning is according to the online information about our Deputy General Manager Hu Xiyong. The company leadership attaches great importance to the immediate organization of verification and understanding. At present, the person involved in the incident, Hu Xiyong, has been removed from all positions in Cosmos Chemical Group Limited and accepted the company's verification. The company will make further dealings according to the verification results, and sincerely thanks for the concern and support from all walks of life. Seeing this statement, Kang Weijie was also overwhelmed with emotion, lamenting the power of online public opinion nowadays. This matter, if in the previous era without the network, even if someone went to the Universe Chemical report this Hu boss, I'm afraid that no one will believe. But now, the video on the clear, at a glance, to say anything is useless. I can only say that this Mr. Who, if you don't make a mistake, you won't die. Being in a high position in the company, do not think about how to make the company develop better, but use the energy to raise a mistress such a corrupt and degenerate things. Doing this kind of thing that affects the company's reputation. The company does not remove you from your post. It is strange that you are not verified. This is really a loss of reputation. That's when the cell phone rang. Kang Weijie glanced at it, and it was the same number he had called 5 times. Kang Weijie hesitated slightly, but still picked up the phone. Hello? Kang Weijie spoke lazily in his opening remarks. But then, like a stimulant, it immediately came to life. Oh, okay, we'll be there in a minute. Bye. Kang Weijie spoke in a coy tone. Even the seemingly sleepy Chendali heard it, and just as he was about to open his mouth to ask about it, Kang Weijie spoke first. Power, hurry up and get up. After saying that, Kang Weijie looked at his cell phone. It's 7:30. Power, get up quickly, we have to be there at 8. Kang Weijie urged Chendali while getting dressed. Chendali was clouded by Kang Weijie's words and was unsure. What is it? Chendali asked. Didn't you puncture a tire on a dump truck hauling dirt last night? And that driver called the police, saying you deliberately damaged private property. Kang Weijie spoke to Chendali. How did the police find you? Chendali was very puzzled. Last night, my car is not parked next to it. You puncture the tire, got into my car, must have been the one who called the police to write down the license plate number. After the police to trace the melon, and found me here. Kang Weijie was doing analysis with Chendali. Oh, that's right. Chendali finished speaking and sat up as well. The police told us to also go to the place where we had a confrontation with that driver yesterday, so I guess the dump truck is still parked there. Kang Weijie said as he exited the bedroom, ready to go brush his teeth and wash his face. That car of his has to be parked there, and he certainly can't leave without changing the tires. VJ, in a while to go, just to show the police. The car recorder recorded on the car. His car dropped stones to hit your car. Chendali reminded Kang Weijie. The two shuffled out the door and into the elevator to the underground garage. Came to Kang Weijie's parking space. The two saw, last night by Chen vigorously dragged out of the parking space of the white SUV, still quietly parked in the location of the dragged out. This car didn't take off, did it? Chendali said to Kang Weijie. The owner is probably still asleep. After Kang Weijie finished, looking at Chendali's puzzled expression, he continued. After this owner got on the phone last night, I could hear a particularly noisy voice coming from the phone, as if several people were eating and drinking and yelling. If they were really eating and drinking that late in the evening, they would definitely still be asleep right now and would never have come to the car. Listening to this analysis from Kang Weijie, Chendali felt that it should be similar. Let's drive out now. What would the owner of that occupied parking space think if he came and saw what he saw in front of him? The parking space is empty and the car that was clearly parked in the space yesterday is on the access road. Kong Weijie said to Chen Dali, who was sitting in the passenger seat, while fastening his seatbelt. That car owner would have been dumbfounded and overwhelmed. Chen Dali said with a smile. Kong Weijie laughed at that. When starting the car and driving out of the garage, Kong Weijie, as if suddenly remembering something, asked Chen Dali, vigorously, I have a question I can never understand. Why do you have so much strength now? What on earth is the reason for that? Hearing Kong Weijie ask this question again, Chen Dali actually still does not want to answer. If he is honest with him, he will believe it? I'm afraid I won't believe it. Then it's better to make a few perfunctory remarks. I don't know what's going on either. It's as if I suddenly have power that's dozens and hundreds of times greater than usual. Chen Dali said vaguely. Of course, even more unlikely to say that he is powerful at night, and then in the daytime, he is like an ordinary person. Kong Weijie see Chen vigorously on their own divine power. Do not know what is going on. Feel that there is no need to ask, and then ask cannot ask a clue. Now to do, only to grasp the steering wheel. Keep a close eye on the road rapidly changing road conditions. The roads are so congested in the morning rush hour before 8 a.m. Last night from the dump truck here to leave back to Fairview South, only used 10 minutes, and now the same route. Kong Weijie drove nearly half an hour has not yet arrived. Chapter 70 Conceding. It took almost half an hour of driving before Kong Weijie drove the car to the door of the construction site last night. Before getting out of the car, Kong Weijie and Chen Dali saw that the dump truck with a punctured tire was still parked in place. A police officer, and a few people standing in the shade of the tree next to the dump truck. Kong Weijie and Chen Dali got out of the car and walked towards the dump truck, almost on his heels. The men in the shade and the police came forward. That's him, he's the one who deliberately punctured my tire. Lao San pointed at Chen Dali and said to the police, did you puncture his tires on this car? The policeman asked Chen Dali, would you believe it, officer? I punctured his tire? Chen Dali said calmly to the police. The police looked at the big and thick dump truck driver Lao San, and then looked at the thin Chen Dali, also a little disbelief, not to mention giving a puncture tire. Just the contrast in body size between these two people. It's hard for the skinny guy to get close. The police think so. Officer, it's true he stabbed it with this crowbar. The oldest three looked at the slight hesitation of the policeman and rushed forward to say eagerly, he can puncture a tire with a crowbar? The cop looked at the crowbar and thought it was a little unlikely. Officer, don't let this kid's appearance fool you. He's actually quite strong. Lao San continued to talk in front of the police. Officer, he said I was so strong I could puncture a tire with a crowbar, which is impossible if I say so myself. And if you don't believe me, I can demonstrate it to you live. Chen Dali unhurriedly said to the police. Well then, try it again on this scrap tire and I'll see which one of you two is lying. The policeman said as he picked up the crowbar and handed it to Chen Dali. Chen Dali took the crowbar and walked over to the tire that he had punctured last night. Lao San stared and held his breath. Chen Dali held the crowbar with both hands, raised it high above his head, and with all his strength, stabbed down hard at the tire. The tire's own elasticity bounced the crowbar in Chen Dali's hand. Chen Dali did not clutch the crowbar. A hand off. Dang. The crowbar fell to the ground. These people didn't look at Chen Dali. They all had their eyes on that tire. Just see Chen vigorously take the crowbar to stab the tire place. Only a white spot appeared, with the difference before the stab is not very big. What's going on? The old three was dumbfounded. Last night clearly see this kid did not even make such a big strength tie tires as easy as tie tofu. How now it is like a different person. The kid must be pretending not to exert himself on purpose. Well, see all that, as soon as you called the police last night, I didn't think it was even possible, and you swore it was true. The policeman turned his head and rushed to the oldest. Officer, he must have been faking it, deliberately not exerting himself. Lao San is getting a little anxious talking to the police. Then I'll zap it a few more times so everyone in the room can see if I'm purposely pretending not to exert myself. Before the police could speak, Chen Dali opened his mouth to Lao San first. Chen Dali finished, picked up the crowbar from the ground, still holding it with both hands, and stabbed at the scrap tire again and again. Everyone looked at Chen vigorously tire strength. All think he cannot use full strength, but the tire on the part of the tire is tied. Just a few more marks, not to mention the tire is broken. With a finger in the part of the tire is tied back and forth pursed a few times. The marks almost cannot be seen. And at this time, Chen Dali had stopped moving, sweating profusely and panting a bit. He did use his best efforts himself, but that was all he could do. I just don't have the energy, Chen Dali said to the police. Well, that's just as well. I see that your tire, which was punctured when you rolled over something sharp somewhere, couldn't have been punctured by this chap at all. Seeing this performance of Chen Dali, the policeman turned to Lao San and said. Lao San was dumbfounded. The policeman turned around and was about to leave when Chen Dali stopped him. Officer, you've seen what the truth is about him saying I slashed his tires, so let's not mention it again. There's one more thing I need to tell you. What is it? The policeman asked. Last night, it was this car, Chendali said while pointing to Lao San this dump truck. As we were passing by our car, a rock fell off the car and hit it right on the hood, making a dent, as you can see, right here, Chendali said as he led the policeman to Kong Weijia's car. What proof do you have that it was the rocks that fell from my car that did it? Seeing this, the oldest grabbed the floor. I've got a car recorder in my car. Want to take a look? Kong Weiji replied. Hearing Kong Weijia say this, Lao San did not say anything. The policeman looked at the dent in the hood of Kong Weijia's car and said to Kong Weijia, this was smashed while traveling on the road? Yes, his car was overtaking mine on the side, and when he was about to pass, rocks fell from his car and hit him. Kong Weiji elaborated again. In that case, it's out of my hands. You'll have to go to the traffic police. After the policeman finished, he said to Lao San again, it's not going to happen. Don't call the police in the future. With that, the cop got into his car and left. What's the matter? You're done. What about us? Chendali came to Lao San and pointed at Kong Weijia's car. Listening to Chendali's words, Lao San's mind was also racing with thoughts. Last night, he and the thin young man in front of the hands did not expect this young man's strength is quite large. They did not take advantage of the slightest, but took in a tire. Reported to the police is useless. This young man in front of the police is quite good at acting, and froze with the last night was like too, but also cannot see a hint of a crack. Now if they report to the traffic police, when the time comes to give the traffic police the memory of the car recorder, they say nothing is useless, can only report to the insurance to them to repair the car. At this point in time, it would be better to put in a good word with these two lads so that they don't report them to the traffic police. Thinking of this, Lao San said to Chendali and Kong Weijia with a smile on his face, young man, last night my car fell off the stone smashed your car. It is my responsibility, but was passing through the bumpy road. I really cannot control Last night, we had a little bit of a scuffle with a lack of effective communication, and you wasted one of my tires. And that's true, and that's a fact, no matter what. Let's do it this way. Let's each admit our bad luck and fix our own cars, so you don't report it to the traffic police. Listening to Lao San's words, Chendali still felt that he couldn't do it, but he was pulled down by Kong Weijia's arm. Forget it, Dolly, let's be forgiving. You've punctured his tires too. He's definitely done more damage than we have. Kong Weiji whispered. The owner has said so. What else can Chendali do? Chapter 71 Grievance. At the time, after smashing our car, it wouldn't have been such a big deal to pull over and come down and look at it and say a few polite words. Chendali's words also had a moderating tone to them. Lao San also heard it, and hurriedly took advantage of the situation. Yes, I was in a hurry. I'll be careful next time. Lao San was busy saying, go go go. Kong Weijia pulled Chendali's arm and headed for his car. Chendali went along with Kong Weijia as well. Back in the car, Kong Weijia said to Chendali, that's pretty much it, and besides, he's talking softly, and really, each fixing their own car. His damage is definitely bigger than ours. Just need to show him to drive a dump truck and not be so crazy on the road. Chendali's tone of voice was still somewhat unfulfilled. Actually, this dent in the hood won't cost more than a couple $100 to fix. I don't plan on having to fix it. It's not like it's in the way of driving. Kong Weijia said to Chendali while driving. If it rains, that pit holds water. Chendali reminded Kong Weijia. It's fine. If it really rains, just dry the water promptly afterward. Kong Weijia said with a smirk. Seeing this, Chendali stopped talking. Kong Weijia drove back to the road. As past the morning rush hour, the vehicle is obviously a lot less than just came. Therefore, Kong Weijia's driving speed is faster than just came. Back to the Fairview South City. Into the underground garage. Driving to the front of the parking space, Kong Weijia and Chendali froze again. When I went out just now, the white SUV that was dragged out by Chendali and parked on the passageway was, at some point, parked in its own parking space again. What's going on here? Kong Vijay is a little freaked out. Power. Why don't you yank this car out again? Kong Weijia looked around and saw no one, so he wanted Chendali to repeat the same trick. However, Chendali himself knows that by daytime, he no longer has a tiny bit of supernormal strength. To pull the car out, it would be like trying to shake a tree. However, in the daytime is no different from ordinary people. This matter also cannot just say to Kong Weijia, so can only say cannot. VJ, you can't just yank a car in broad daylight now. Let's think of something else. Chendali said to Kong Weijia somewhat helplessly. What then? Kong Weijia couldn't think of anything either. Why don't we call the owner of this car again? He should have just parked in this space not too long ago as well. Chendali told Kong Weijia to keep calling and try. Then try again. Kong Weijia took out his cell phone and dialed the phone number of that car owner again. Hey there, why is your car parked in my space again? You. After the phone was connected, Kong Weijia had not finished 2 sentences. The other party did not say a word, and hung up the phone. come on, hung up without saying a word. Looks like he didn't want to move the car at all. Kong Weijie took the cell phone and said helplessly. When he met this kind of scoundrel, Chen Dali couldn't think of any good solutions. If the car to the outskirts of the city to the 2 rental buildings there to park, it can be parked, but they spend money to buy a parking space in this neighborhood, but gave up to others to park the car. Kong Weijie is really not willing. Chen Dali was also thinking similarly to Kong Weijie. When the two are thinking about what to do, 5 or 6 strong men in their 30s and 40s, aggressively toward the Kong Weijie's parking space here. The men saw Kong Weijie's car parked in front of the white SUV and approached Kong Weijie's car. The head of this man with a big bald head, scalp shiny, bare bladder, walking a fat knee trembling, chest and back are tattoos. A look is not a good person. The guy walked over to the window of Kong Weijie's car and knocked on the glass twice, and Kong Weijie lowered the window. You called to ask me to move my car, huh? The tone of the bald man's voice was unfriendly as soon as he opened his mouth. Yes, Kong Weijie said as he opened the door and got out of the car. Chen Dali also got out of the car when he saw this. You're sick. Last night, you called me in the middle of the night to ask me to move my car, and you even got my car on the access road. Say, how did you get it out? If you break my car, let me tell you, I'll make you suffer. The bald guy spoke out against Kong Weijie. How do you people talk? Taking up someone else's parking space and you're justifying it. When Chen Dali saw that this bald man was so unreasonable, he went up and said a few words. After Chen Dali finished these 2 sentences, before the bald man could say anything, one of the 5 or 6 of them spoke up. The little bastards at Hinching Hot Pot. Chen Dali listened to the other side. This sentence is very familiar. How does he know that he is an XIN Hot Pot? Take a closer look. Ho! It's no one else but Xinchin Hot Pot owner Zhao Xinchin's gambler husband Du Rugi. It's true that things come in small packages. Just look at these people Du Rugi usually befriends and you will know what kind of goods he is. You know this kid? The bald man turned his face to Du Rugi and asked. Big brother, I'm not afraid to laugh at you. It's this little bastard who was fooling around with Zhao Xinchin in the hot pot restaurant when we were still divorced, and was blocked by me. This adulterer not only cuckolded me, but also hit me at that time. Du Rugi slandered Chen Dali indiscriminately. You're talking nonsense. At that time it was the guy who shaved the meat at the hot pot restaurant who was plotting against Sister Zhao, but I fought him off. I wanted to help Sister Zhao up, but you said that they were fooling around together. That guy who shaved the meat has already been caught by me and sent to the police station. If you don't believe me, you can go to the police station and ask. Hearing Du Rugi call himself an adulterer again, Chen Dali was also very angry, and told him again what happened in the hot pot restaurant that day. But Du Rugi didn't listen to them at all and continued to say to the bald guy, Big brother, don't listen to this little bastard nonsense. Today just happened to run into here. You have to give brother me out of this bad temper. Besides, it may be that this little bastard moved your car out of the parking space, in order to get Baldhead to take the heat on himself. Du Rugi cleverly tied his own interests to Baldhead's immediate interests. As expected, when the bald man heard Du Rugi's words, he immediately became enraged and pointed his spear at Chen Dali. You little bastard, how dare you cuckold my brother and try to move my car? You won't be spared today, the bald man said. An arrow step scampered to Chen vigorously in front of, reaching out to grab Chen vigorously's collar. Hey, what are you doing? Seeing the situation, Kong Weijie rushed forward, trying to separate the bald head and Chen Dali. Damn it, get the hell out of here. I'll settle the score with you later. The bald man pushed Kong Weijie away as soon as he could. Chapter 72 Fighting Back at Night. Kong Weijie stumbled and almost fell to the ground when he was pushed this way by the bald head. The bald head took the opportunity to grab Chen Dali's collar, and without saying anything, raised his hand to hit. Chen Dali instinctively raised his arm to block it, but this bald man had a lot of strength, and Chen Dali felt a lot of pain when he blocked his slap with his arm. Reaching out again to break the bald man's grip on his collar, he exerted all the strength in his hand, and the bald man's hand barely moved. Ugh! Chen Dali's heart secretly sighed. This is in the daytime In the face of the situation in front of them, they are more than enough but not enough A little trick only to be bullied by the share of the people. Big brother, hit this little bastard hard. Du Rugi jumped in to fan the flames. In a few moments, Chen Dali's body has been hit by the bald head several times. Hitting the body is really painful. Kong Vijay tried to step forward again to pull the bald head away. Vijay, leave me alone. Run and call security. Chen Dali was beaten by the bald head, holding his head tightly, without the ability to fight back, but still awake and shouting to Kong Weijie. Hearing Chen Dali's words, Kong Weijie instantly reacted and immediately ran outside the underground garage. Stop him, don't let him get away. Du Rugi let out a shout and the rest of them chased after Kong Weijie. At this moment, Kong Weijie, perfectly explaining what is called flexible fat man, only to see him weaving back and forth between rows of parked cars, and finally managed to shake off the pursuit of Do Rugi's few people, and ran out of the underground garage. Big brother, that little fatty has run away. We'd better go, lest we call the security guards in a while. Do Rugi, who didn't catch up with Kong Wei-jie, hurriedly said to Bald Head when he came back. Once the bald man heard this, he could only reluctantly let go of Chen Dali, but before letting go, he still pushed hard, pushing Chen Dali to fall on the ground on his back. Little bastard, I'll let you off this time, be honest from now on. The bald man finished viciously, twisted his head and laughed. Chen Dali was just about to get up when he was viciously kicked by Do Rugi, who was walking at the end of these people, and fell to the ground again. The bald and Do Rugi people had just left not long ago. Kong Wei-jie and two neighborhood security guards hurriedly ran over. Where are the guys? A security guard said as he looked around. Kong Wei-jie hurriedly helped Chen Dali up, and the two security guards also came over. Power, how are you? Is everything okay? Kong Wei-jie looked at the shoe prints on Chen Dali and asked with concern. I'm fine. Chen Dali stood up, patted the dust on his body, and said softly, it's really okay? A security guard also asked Chen Dali. It's really nothing, you see, Chen Dali said as he moved his body. Why don't we call the police? Kong Wei-jie asked Chen Dali. Unreported, Chen Dali replied decisively. Hearing Chen Dali's words, Kong Wei-jie and the two security guards were both slightly stunned. Chen Dali chose not to call the police, but of course he had his own ideas, although he was now being bullied by Bald Head and Do Rugi. But in the evening, after nightfall, he would make them pay back twice as much. I'm fine now, thank you, Chen Dali thanked the two security guards. Seeing that Chen Dali repeatedly said that he was fine and did not call the police, the two security guards also left. Power, you let them beat you up, are you just going to let it go? Kong Wei-jie asked in disbelief. Of course I won't just let it go, but now is not the time. When the time comes I'll make them pay back twice as much. Hit me once, I'll give him back twice, especially the one among them who called me an adulterer. I won't let him off lightly, Chen Dali said firmly, his eyes resolute. Now we are waiting for the night to fall. At that time, just now, these few stinking fish and shrimps, it would be strange not to beat the hell out of them. Dali, why don't you go upstairs and wash first? You have dirt all over your body and face, Kong Wei-jie said to Chen Dali. Aha, Chen Dali answered and looked at Kong Wei-jie's car again. I'll find a place to go and park the car. Kong Wei-jie felt that Chen Dali glanced at the car and should have wanted to make himself park the car. No, it's right here, and I'll have your car in its own parking space by then. Chen Dali stopped Kong Wei-jie who was about to drive the car away. Seeing this scene, Kong Wei-jie did not say anything, and Chen Dali entered the elevator to go upstairs. These few hours during the day, Chen Dali feels very difficult to endure. Always feel that time passes very slowly, and always want to hurry up and get dark. The sky eventually slowly darkened. Chen Dali couldn't resist the eagerness to strike back at the bald man and Do Rugi, and didn't even listen to Kong Wei-jie's offer to go to dinner. VJ, let's go to the underground garage now, and do what we did yesterday. I'll yank out that car, you park your own, and then, you call that bald guy and I'll talk to him. Chen Dali was about to go out after talking to Kong Wei-jie. Kong Wei-jie pulled Chen Dali and said to him, Vigor, you still want to drag that car out alive like yesterday? It's after work time now. There will be a lot of people going home from work in the underground garage. Kong Wei-jie's words had reminded Chen Dali. Going to yank that car raw now might be seen by someone, and if it's photographed and posted online by a good person, then he or she will be in trouble. Better to wait a little longer. Until the set of off-duty ones had passed and quiet had returned to the underground garage, Chen Dali didn't even eat dinner, just watching some news information on his cell phone. It was like that for over 2 hours. VJ, come on, now go over and move that car that's taking up your parking space. Chen Dali glanced at the time on his cell phone and said to Kong Wei-jie, vigorously, Kong Wei-jie wanted to say something, next want to say, you line ah? Because during the day in the underground garage, Kong Wei-jie also saw, Chen Dali is simply not the opponent of that bald, that is still only one of the other party. If the remaining 4 or 5 people all on, Chen Dali will be how? It could be imagined. But then again, last night, at that construction site, those dump truck drivers, all armed with crowbars, there must also be 4 or 5 people, but they are not Chen Li's opponent. Was Chen Li put down one by one? This Chen Dali is also strange, sometimes look his invincible state. The other side even if 10 or 8 people, but also cannot beat him, sometimes is the state of the weak chicken, even if the other side of a person can beat him without the power to fight. Kong Wei-jie was still a bit elusive to Chen Dali. Go, VJ, you don't have to think about anything else. When you get to the underground garage, just park your own car in the space and I'll take care of the rest. Listening to Chen Dali full of confident words, Kong Wei-jie will be convinced to go out of the house with him. Chapter 73 Starting to fight back. The two men arrived at the underground garage and it was quiet and deserted. Walking over to Kong Wei-jia's parking space, the white SUV was still parked in Kong Wei-jia's space as it was during the day. VJ, it's still the same as yesterday. You move your car forward and I'll pull this one out, Chen Dali said confidently to Kong Wei-jia. Well, vigor, is it good? Kong Wei-jia remembered that scene during the day, and his confidence would certainly be low. Just do what I tell you, Chen vigorously urged Kong Wei-jia. Kong Wei-jia saw that Chen Dali was so determined, so he couldn't say anything else and walked straight to his car, hit the car, drove forward a dozen meters. Kong Wei-jia got out of the car, full of surprise to see Chen Dali hands lifting the front of the white SUV, has pulled out of his parking space. In Kong Wei-jia's mind, Chen Dali, this was another full-blooded resurrection. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and put the car in the parking space, Chen Dali said to the frothing Kong Wei-jia. Oh, Kong Wei-jia answered and hurriedly entered the car again and drove it into the parking space, parked the car and got out of the car. Kong Wei-jia just wanted to ask Chen Dali what to do next. Chen Dali opened his mouth first. VJ, use your cell phone to call the owner of this white SUV and I'll talk to him when you get through. Kong Wei-jia listened to Chen Dali's words and took out his cell phone and did as he was told. After the phone number was dialed out, Kong Wei-jia handed the phone to Chen Dali. It rang for more than 10 seconds before the phone was connected. A sound of playing mahjong came from the phone first, followed by a very impatient voice. Who is it? So annoying? Chen Dali heard it. It was the voice of the bald guy who beat himself up during the day. You're the owner of license plate number GS573, right? Just so you know, your car is parked in someone else's space. Before Chen Dali could finish his calm words, he was rudely interrupted by the bald head. I'll stop. What's the matter? Chen Dali listened to the somewhat irritated voice of the bald head and continued calmly saying, your car is now moved out of the parking space by me and is sitting on the sidewalk. How dare you touch my car? Bald head yelled in exasperation. It just moved, and it moved out of the parking space alive. Chen Dali's always calm voice was tantamount to a provocation to the bald man. Who the hell are you? The bald man continued to yell. I'm the guy you beat up in the underground garage during the day. The more Chen Dali spoke lightly, the more the bald man on the other end of the phone was on fire. Kid, wait and don't leave if you can, Baldy wailed. I didn't leave. I'm still in the underground garage, waiting for you to come over so you can see for yourself how I'm pulling a raw deal on your car. Chen Dali was also afraid that the bald head would not come out and deliberately spoke to provoke him. Good, don't you go. I'll be right there. When bald head finished speaking, he hung up the phone and pranced away from the poker table. Rugi saw that this card could not go on. Just want to ask the bald head in the end what is going on. So angry. Bald head spoke first. It's that kid I beat up during the day again, and now he's even moving my car again, and saying that he was pulled out of the parking space raw. Damn it, just didn't hurt him during the day. As soon as Rugi heard it, he knew that he was talking about Chen Dali and hurriedly chimed in. This kid just owes a beating. Now go over there and make sure you beat him into submission. As soon as the words fell, the bald man had already headed for the door. Rugi and a few other poker players saw this and hurriedly followed. Rugi, in particular, wanted to see Chen Dali get beaten again. Once he saw Chen Dali get beaten, there was an indescribable pleasure in his heart. 4 or 5 people hurriedly took the elevator to the underground garage and walked over to the bald man's car, where they saw that the car had been parked on the access road and that the floor was covered with tire tracks left by the pulling of the car. The bald man was furious and stormy, looking around, searching for signs of Chen Dali. Where are you looking? Over here, a dozen meters away. Chen Dali was leaning on a car, his hands clasping his chest as he spoke with a bit of teasing in his tone. Ever since the bald head hung up the phone just now, Chen Dali returned the cell phone to Kong Wei-jia and instructed him to go outside the garage and find a hidden place to stay, lest we have to worry about Kong Wei-jia's safety when we move in a while. When the bald man heard Chen Dali's shout, he spread his legs and chased after him. Chen vigorously is trying to put the baldies people, led to the garage outside to go, in the garage to move up. The vehicle is numerous, not only to spread the hands and feet, but also afraid of touching the other people's vehicles. So lead the bald head outside to a spacious area. Chen Dali ran out of the underground garage and came to an open place on the roadside to stop, waiting for the arrival of the bald guy and his gang. A short while later, Bald and the rest of them came panting. All day long, in addition to sedentary playing cards, is to eat and drink together. Lack of exercise, cold running a few steps, not gasping for breath is strange. The bald head ran to stand in front of Chen Dali, and the remaining few people also surrounded towards Chen Dali. Boy, it looks like you're not going to feel good until I beat the out of you. Ha! After the bald man finished, he went straight to the point, and like in the daytime, he came up to grab Chen Dali's collar. Beat him to death. Beat him to death. This kid just needs a beating. Duru Gue was doggedly shouting from the sidelines. Chen Dali in the night. How could he let the bald head do whatever he wanted like in the daytime? Seeing that the bald man's hand was right in front of him, Chendali reached out and flicked his hand to the side, making the bald man unsteady on his feet and almost falling. Ha! How dare you fight back? The bald head was rattled by Chen vigorously this time, and his fire intensified. With a strange cry, he clenched his fist and attacked Chendali's face. Chendali was calm and composed, not dodging and not flashing, and saw the bald man's fist, and pinched it with a dead hand. Ah! The bald man let out a yell, feeling his fist, as if it was firmly stuck by a caliper, unable to break free, and it also tightened more and more tightly, and the pain was incomparable. Quickly, 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 the bald man turned his face to look at his poker buddies, trying to get them to come to help, the pain making it hard for him to speak. Although the bald head did not make the words clear, but Du Ru Gue these poker friends is the heart of the understanding. Long years of playing cards and gambling together, at this moment without the bald head to say more, has understood his meaning. You adulterer, how dare you fight back? Let's see if I don't beat you down. Du Rugi cursed in his mouth while being the first to pounce, completely forgetting that when he was in the hot pot restaurant, picking up sharp knives on the ground was not even a match for Chendali. Hearing Du Rugi call himself an adulterer again, Chendali was furious. The most hateful one is this Du Rugi. Chendali shook off his bald head and rushed to meet Du Rugi. Chapter 74 done with this group of gamblers. Du Rugi lunged over, and in Chendali's eyes, the speed was just like playing slow mo in a video. Dodging Du Rugi's lunge with ease, Chendali, who had dodged to his side, punched him in the abdomen. Although this gambler scum is always shouting his adulterer, but Chendali this punch or collected force, hate to hate, but also afraid to use the full force, and then hit him half dead. But this closed fist hit Du Rugi's abdomen, also enough to make him suffer. Ouch! Du Rugi let out a loud cry and closed his eyes tightly with a face full of pain, and fell to the ground with his hands covering his abdomen, curling up into a ball like a shrimp. Seeing Du Rugi's appearance after receiving a punch, the bald man looked at Chendali was also greatly surprised. This skinny kid, who had been beaten by himself during the day without the ability to fight back, how had he become so powerful after only a few hours? Just now, he almost pinched the bones in his hand. At this time, these few poker players who followed the bald guy to come together, saw Du Rugi being put in, and still charged upwards without thinking about themselves. The result was predictable. Chendali effortlessly knocked them down one by one. The bald guy found a brick somewhere and held it in his hand. Taking advantage of the fact that Chendali was dealing with several other people, he quietly came behind Chendali. Just as Chendali knocked down the last person and just turned around, the brick in the bald man's hand, with a whistling wind sound, went straight to Chendali's head and smashed over. The bald head was full of confidence, thinking that his blow was fast and powerful, and would definitely hit the other party's face full of blood. Where does the bald head know that the slate that he feels will inevitably hit the other party is? In Chendali's eyes, an 8-time slow playback that slowly moves over. Chendali clenched his fist and punched out at the oncoming slate, not only shattering the slate in the bald man's hand, but also continuing forward, passing through the slate and hitting the bald man's palm. The bald head immediately felt a powerful force that hit the palm of his hand heavily, and then this force went down the inside of his arm, straight to his shoulder, followed by a sharp pain in half of his body. The kind of numbing sharp pain. The kind of sharp pain that makes it hard to move even a little bit, like a patient whose half of his body was out of control. The bald man collapsed to the ground in one fell swoop, and all that was left was an ouch 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 yell. Chendali crouched down, approached the bald man, and followed his example of grabbing his own collar. Taking up someone else's parking space, you're quite reasonable, and you said you'd spare me first, so that I'd be more honest in the future? Chendali told him some of the things that the bald head had told him again. According to the current situation, the bald head should have hurriedly begged for forgiveness and said something soft in order to avoid himself from being beaten. However, this guy still has a hard mouth. Kid, if you dare to touch me again, I'll make you suffer. The bald mouth is comparable to a boiled duck. Faced with this appearance of the bald head, Chendali didn't need to be polite. Well, let's see if it's your mouth that's hard, or is my slap hard? After Chendali finished speaking, he raised his hand and slapped the bald man's face in a not-so-gentle manner. Ouch! The bald man let out a scream. Chendali felt that he did not use much strength, but the bald head could not stand it. Before the bald man could react, Chendali's slap landed on the other side of his face. The only thing the bald guy could do was yell ouch in a row. He's unrepentant until he's beaten and hurt. Chendali raised his hand again, and the bald man hastily stretched out his hands in front of his face. Don't fight. Stop fighting. The pain of the slap on his face made the bald guy start begging for mercy. Still messing around with other people's parking spaces? Chendali spoke softly, his tone extremely gentle. The more you talk in that tone, the more blistering punches and kicks might follow. Baldhead knows this. I don't dare. I'll never take up another person's parking space again. Looking at Chen Dali's sharp gaze, the bald head made a wise reply. Hearing the bald man say this, regardless of whether he was speaking perfunctorily or sincerely, Chen Dali still let go of him and came to Do Rugi, who was still curled up on the ground like a shrimp. Chen Dali felt that the most detestable one was Do Rugi, who was abusive in gambling and bullying others. During the daytime when the bald man beat himself up, he jumped up and down one by one, and kicked himself before he left. Now, the time has come for him to give it back. Chen Dali bent down and lifted Do Rugi up against a large tree. Who's talking about the adulterer? Chen Dali was a bit enraged when he thought of the words that this guy had slandered himself with. I didn't say you. Do Rugi was rather more flexible than the bald head just now. Afraid to admit it now? Chen Dali looked at Do Rugi's face and became even more angry in his heart. Pop! A not-so-gentle slap landed on Do Rugi's face. Ouch! Do Rugi received a slap on the face and was full of tears. With such a beautiful and capable daughter-in-law as Sister Zhao, you don't cherish her, and you know how to gamble indiscriminately all day long. The one who wanted to harm Sister Zhao was the guy who shaved meat at the hot pot restaurant. I arrived in time and fought him off, and you even said that I was having an affair with Sister Zhao. Chen Dali spoke of these things in exasperation. Older brother, you're a good man. I misjudged you. Just spare me. Do Rugi was pinned against the tree trunk by Chen Dali and couldn't stop saying please for mercy. Chen Dali yanked Do Rugi away from the tree and, without saying a word, kicked him in the stomach. Ouch! Do Rugi fell to the ground on his back, giving back the kick this guy kicked at himself during the day. Chen Dali looked at these gamblers who were either lying on the ground or sitting up with contempt, sneered, and walked towards the Fairview South City neighborhood. Hey VJ, where are you now? Chen Dali fumbled for his cell phone and asked in a low voice after dialing Kong Weijie's number. I'm on a corner not far from you, and I'm walking back now too. Kong Weijie finished these two sentences, and before Chen Dali opened his mouth, he continued, Dali, just now when you cleaned up this gang, I saw the whole thing, the same opponents, the current you and the daytime you. Why do you look as if you are two people? Your transcendent power, is there a time limit, or is there a limitation in some other way? Kong Weijie had already begun to speculate on why Chen Dali was behaving in such a contrasting manner. What transcendent power? I'm a little confused by what you're saying, and I don't know what's going on. Even if Kong Weijie guessed close to the correct answer, Chen Dali would not tell him the truth about the contrast between his daytime and nighttime powers. Listening to Chen Dali's vague answer, Kong Weijie also stopped asking, vigorously. Almost at the entrance of Fairview South City, Chen Dali heard Kong Weijie calling out to himself. Looking back, Kong Weijie had arrived from nowhere. Come on, go back and take a shower. Kong Weijie patted Chen Dali's back and said, Chapter 75 Something at Home. Back at Kong Weijie's house, Chen Dali took a hot shower, washing away the stickiness and sweat on his body. Much more comfortable. I came to the bedroom and lay down, turned on the air conditioner and had a nice long sleep. I don't know how long I slept, but Chen Dali was awakened by a sharp ringing of the phone. Opening his eyes in a daze, he reached for his cell phone on the nightstand to see that it was his sister. Hua, calling. Look at the time again. It's 7 in the morning. Is there something going on at home? Hua called so early in the morning. Chen Dali looked at Kong Weijie, who was still asleep beside him, and hurriedly turned the incoming ringer of his cell phone to the minimum so as not to wake him up. Gingerly got out of bed, walked outside the bedroom, gently brought the bedroom door. Chen Dali then answered the phone. Xiao Hua, is something wrong? Chen Dali inquired about his sister. Brother. Chen Xiaohua's voice was clearly tinged with tears. Listening to his sister's voice, Chen Dali couldn't help but be stunned, and a bad feeling came over him. Couldn't it be that something had happened at home? Xiao Hua, don't cry first. If there's anything, you can slowly tell brother. Chen vigorously persuaded his sister. Brother, our dad and David. Chen Xiaohua was sobbing a bit just as he said this. When Chen Dali heard Chen Xiaohua's words, his heart instantly grabbed into his throat. He really didn't dare to imagine what would happen to his father and brother. Xiaohua, what happened? What happened to our dad and David? Don't be in a hurry. Speak slowly. Although Chen Dali told Xiaohua to speak slowly, but his own heart wants to know what is happening at home, but has long been impatient. Brother, our family house stake, to pick trench digging foundation, immediately north of our family Wang family, also happens to be his family's south house stake ready to renovate. This does not have to let our family to the south of the wrong back 1 meter, to give this 1 meter distance to his family. Outrageous. Hearing his sister say this, he was so angry that Chen Dali interrupted her. Why do you give your family 1 meter of your own home base? Isn't this blatant bullying? This morning at dawn, the workers from the Wang family came, and under the Wang family's command, they brazenly dug the foundation trench of his south house, 1 meter over to our side. Chen Xiaohua continued to narrate things. Just let his family take over 1 meter? Chen Dali asked eagerly. When our father saw this, He immediately went to stop the workmen from digging any more slots. At that point, the Wang family came out and told the workers to keep digging. Our dad and David blocked the way to these workers to keep them from continuing their work. And that's when those three sons of the Wang family scurried out. Chen Xiaohua said here. Chen Dali also know their own family room behind the Wang family. There are three sons, are less than 30 years old. In addition to the oldest has been married. The oldest two and the oldest three are twins, not yet married. The three brothers, strong body, in the village is like a wolf like a tiger, good courage, to a piece of side by side, like an impermeable wall, coupled with a fierce expression, give a person a chilling sense of intimidation. What are the three sons of the Wang family doing here? Is it possible that they want to force the foundation groove of his family's southern house to push 1 meter into their own side? Chen Xiaohua's next words confirmed what Chen Dali had just thought. The three Wang brothers pushed our father aside, preventing him from getting close to where his family was digging the foundation trench, and letting the workers hurry up and start digging, and our father rushed over to stop the workers, and was pushed to the ground by the three Wang brothers, and David went up to fight with them, and was also knocked to the ground by the three Wang brothers. Chen Xiaohua choked up and told what happened. What? When Chen Dali heard this, the blood rushed to his head at that time. What's more, his own father and brother were bullied by the evil neighbors like this? Encroaching on a meter of your own home for no reason and hitting people when you don't allow it? Lawlessness. Xiaohua, how are our dad and David doing so far? Chen Dali asked eagerly. I sent our dad and David here to the hospital in Songbei City, and after checking them out, they're all fine. Just some soft tissue contusions. Chen Xiaohua reported some of the family's situation to Chen Dali. Xiaohua, I'll go to the city hospital right away. Which section is it in? Chen Dali asked his sister. It's in the emergency department. Chen Xiaohua spoke to Chen Dali. Okay, I'm on my way. Chen Dali finished, hung up the phone, and went into the bedroom. Seeing that Kong Weijia had woken up, Chen Dali said to him, VJ, there's an emergency at home. I'll go first. With that, he headed out the door. Later, I'll drive you there. Kong Weijia's voice sounded behind Chen Dali. No need. As soon as Chen Dali's words fell, he had already left Kong Weijia's house, out of the neighborhood. Chen Dali swept a shared electric car and went straight to the city hospital. When he arrived at the city hospital, Chen Dali came to the emergency department and met the whole family. Mom guarded Dad, and Chen Xiaohua guarded Chen Dawei. After calling out to Mom and Dad, Chen Dali sat on his father's hospital bed. Dad, how was the checkup? Is everything okay? Chen Dali looked at his father, who was getting older by the day, and asked worriedly. It's not a big deal, Chen said softly. It was pushed by those three boys from the Wang family. Sitting on the ground, pain here in the tailbone. Took a film. The doctor said the bones are fine. It's just a soft tissue contusion around the tailbone. Chen Dali's mother, Zhang Xiufeng, describes the examination. Chen Dali heard his mother say this, put down his heart, and came to Chen Dawei's bed again. Seeing that his brother had bruises on the corners of his mouth, as well as on his arms, Chen Dali understood that this must have been beaten by the three brothers of the Wang family. How's this, Davy? Chen Dali asked Chen Xiaohua. It's nothing, just some soft tissue contusions. This is not being transfused with some anti-inflammatory drugs. After hearing Chen Xiaohua's words, Chen Dali's hanging heart was completely put down. It's all good that it's nothing serious. Did you call the police? Chen Dali continued to ask Chen Xiaohua. It was supposed to be reported, but the village officials said they wouldn't let it be reported, saying they'd mediate a solution. Chen Xiaohua whispered to Chen Dali. They gave mediation? Did they? How to mediate? Chen Dali asked. Said. Chen Xiaohua's voice was getting smaller and smaller. How so? When Chen Dali saw his sister's voice diminish as she spoke, a bad premonition surged to his heart. They said, let's have both of our families. Chen Xiaohua wanted to say something. What do you want our two families to do? Come on, it's urgent. Chen Dali urged Chen Xiaohua. Let's both take a step back. Chen Xiaohua hemmed and hawed. How can we each take a step back? This is originally his family's encroachment on our home base without any reason, so it's only right to let his family return to the original place. So how can you ask us to take a step back? Chen Dali was completely baffled by the argument of each taking a step back and waited for Chen Xiaohua to come up with a detailed answer. Chapter 76 The Half-Meter Controversy. The village cadres said, let the Wang family not extend 1 meter over to our side. Let us not ask the Wang family to go back completely. Let the Wang family only extend half a meter over to our side. Chen Xiaohua told Chen Dali the general meaning of the village cadre's words. What is this mediation? Isn't it still extending half a meter to our side? If the Wang family extends half a meter to our side, that's a concession? Aren't the village officials clearly favoring the Wang family? Listening to what Chen Xiaohua said, Chen Dali was somewhat enraged. Now that everyone in our family is in the hospital, is there anyone else at home to keep an eye on them? Chen Dali asked Chen Xiaohua. No one's watching. Chen Xiaohua replied with his head down. Our family is digging a foundation trench, and the Wang family is digging a foundation trench, and now that our family is in the hospital, and there is no one at home to keep an eye on them, no one will care if the Wang family builds a southern house that extends 2 or 3.5 meters, not to mention extending half a meter into our house, Chen Dali said anxiously, because he did not want to let his family's home base, just by the evil neighbors eat up. What then? Chen Xiaohua spoke as if he had already given up on this half meter of his family's homestead. You and our mom take care of our dad and David at the hospital. I'll hurry home. After Chen Dali finished speaking, he stood up and headed out, because now we have to scramble to go back. Half an hour late, maybe the south room of the Wang family wall is built, and then want his family to remove. I guess it is impossible. Power. Be careful, brother, be careful. Zhang Xiufang and Chen Xiaohua's admonishing voices sounded behind Chen Dali almost simultaneously. Chen Dali quickly exited the hospital and rushed to the coach station, ready to go and take the coach leading to the town where his home was located. On second thought, the long-distance bus is too slow and too delayed, and by the time you get home, maybe the south room of the Wang family has built up 4 walls. No more long car rides. But how can I get back by coach? Chen Dali more or less regretted that in the morning when Kong Weijie asked where he was going to prepare to send himself. He might as well have let him send himself here, and now let him send himself home to save some time. At this point in time, don't bother people. Kong Weijie, don't call again. How to go home quickly? Chen Dali gritted his teeth and decided to stop a cab and take a cab back. Although the cost is high, the speed is definitely faster than a long-distance bus. Chen Dali, who made up his mind, got into a cab in front of the hospital, told the driver where he was going, and asked the driver to speed up under the premise of ensuring safety. The driver answered, pressed the meter, and headed for Chen Dali's home hamlet. Chen Dali's road home, driving, although only provincial roads, country roads such as highways, not as good as the highway to drive, but this taxi driver still drove fast, more than half an hour to arrive. $100 out of the fare. Chen Dali paid the driver, although more or less have so a drop of heartache, but seeing the so fast back home, also feel that this money spent worth it. Down the car on the way home, Chen vigorously sigh. After the winter vacation after school, only leave home in just a few months. There are several families in the village renovated a new house, and still the majority of the 2-story building. The countryside is also changing rapidly, and life in the countryside is getting better and better. To his own home, Chen Dali saw his house has long been dismantled. Broken bricks and tiles are piled up between the foundation grooves. It is estimated that in the future to build a good house is to fill the house ground with. Another look to the north. Chen Dali immediately fire. The Wang family's south house foundation groove has been dug. They moved more than half a meter to their own side. A few workers are to the foundation groove here to carry bricks, sand and cement, to begin to build the foundation. Chen Dali is glad that he is not too late to come back. If he was a little later, he would have really put up the wall. Masters, stop it all. This foundation trench is not dug correctly. It's digging into my side of the house, Chen Dali said loudly as he walked up to these few workers who were working. Hearing Chen Dali's words, these few workers froze, and the work they were doing then stopped. The Lord's family pays us to work, and we do what we are asked to do. And where we are asked to dig a trench, we dig a trench. If there is anything, you go and talk to the master's family, not to us who work, a leading worker said to Chen Dali. With that said, these workers continued to work in an organized manner. If I say I can't do it, I can't do it. Chen Dali yelled at these few workers. Don't give us a hard time. Young man, go and talk to the Lord if you have anything to say. The lead worker still told Chen Dali to go find the Wang family. Who's yelling and screaming here? With a shout, a strong man came out of the north room of the Wang family. Listening to this voice, and glancing at this strong man who had just stepped out of the house, Chen Dali recognized that this was one of the twin brothers of the Wang family. Just a little confused. Is this the older or younger brother of the twin brothers? What gives you the right to move over so much to my side of the foundation trench that you dug when you built your south house? Chen Dali said angrily. Before this strong man of the Wang family could speak, another person came out of the house. Chen Dali recognized that it was the eldest son of the Wang family. Boss Wang, what's going on? Lao San. Boss Wang opened his mouth and asked the strong man beside him. Chen Dali listened to Boss Wang's words and realized that this burly man was the younger brother of the twins, the oldest of the 3 Wang family brothers. This big boy of the Chen family. He insisted that the foundation groove of our southern house was dug towards his side. Wang Laosan said to his big brother, Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. What digging to your side? Originally is our family's place. In the past, your family built a house forcibly occupied my family 1 meter. Now your family happens to renovate the house. Should return this meter to my family? My family does not care so much with your family. As long as the return of half a meter. You do not know the good and bad to come to the force of it? Boss Wang came up and spoke out against Chen Dali. Don't make something out of nothing. This house of mine has been built for almost 40 years. It has never taken up an inch of your house at all. Besides, if you say that it has taken up a meter of your house, do you have any proof? Listening to Boss Wang's nonsensical words, Chen Dali was also a bit agitated and argued with reason. Saying that your family has taken possession is taking possession, and the little brat comes here to talk to me about it? Boss Wang also raised his voice and grew agitated. Watch your mouth. Chen Dali heard Boss Wang say that he was a little brat, and at that time, the fire came up, and when he finished, he stood in front of those workers who were working, and stopped them from working. Get the out of the way, or I'll kick your ass. When Boss Wang finished speaking, Chen Dali gave him a scornful glance without moving a muscle. Seeing this, Boss Wang clenched his fists, and with a grimace, he rushed towards Chen Dali with quick steps. Wang Laosan was close behind. Chapter 77 Triple Play. Asterisk ing little brat, dare to call me out here? In the blink of an eye, Boss Wang had already leaped in front of Chen Dali and raised his hand to slap Chen Dali. Chen Dali knew that it was daytime, and without any supernatural power in his body, there was no way he could fight against the Wang family's brothers and sisters. However, no matter what, one can't take half a step back. It's about whether or not one's family's homestead will be illegally encroached upon. When Boss Wang's slapped at himself, Chen Dali just ducked his head down and did not leave the foundation groove dug by Wang's family. After Boss Wang's slap was empty, Wang Laosan then arrived and pushed his two hands fiercely towards Chen Dali. Chen Dali was caught off guard and was pushed violently by Wang Laosan, taking 2 steps backward and sitting on his butt on the ground. Don't mind him. You guys do your jobs and do what you need to do. When Boss Wang saw that his brother had pushed Chen Dali out, he turned his head and spoke to the workers who were working. Don't do it, all of you, and retreat to your family's own place. Chen Dali said, climbed up from the ground, rushed to the foundation groove where the workers were working, and stripped out all the bricks that the workers had just laid to hit the foundation from the foundation groove. The 2 Wang family brothers were completely enraged by Chen Dali's actions, and with a loud shout, they pounced towards Chen Dali. Big brother, third brother, what's going on here? Just in time, Wang Lao came back from outside. Seeing his brother and sister pouncing on Chen Dali, he asked in confusion, second brother, this little brat of the Chun family is sabotaging our family's construction of the southern house. Boss Wang turned his head and busied himself with Elder Wang. Ha, he dares to sabotage the construction of our house? Has he eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall? Beat him up. After Wang Lao said that, he also joined the ranks of those who surrounded Chen Dali. These few workers who were working for the Wang family also stopped working and watched in awe as the 3 men beat up one man. Chen Dali in the daytime was an ordinary youth with a thin figure. Where was he a match for the wolf-like Wang family 3 brothers? Soon, Chen Dali was knocked to the ground by the 3 Wang family brothers, and immediately afterward, each of these 3 brothers stretched out a foot and kicked Chen Dali. Chen Dali facing a kick faster than a kick, simply cannot stand up, only to curl up the body, holding the head, protecting the chest, to ensure that the important parts of the body do not get hurt, at the same time also have to flash on the ground to move around. Try to avoid the kicks of the Wang family brother and sister. However, being surrounded by 3 men, he dodged the kick, but not the one. A moment of work, Chen Dali's body was solidly received several kicks. Intense pain, making him want to dodge has been unable to do so. Chen Dali's body is rolled full of dust, and several footprints, on the ground almost has not moved, but the 3 brothers of the Wang family does not stop, still kicking and kicking ferociously. Brothers, don't fight. The people are all moved by you. The few workers who were dumbfounded at the scene on the sidelines could no longer stand to watch the atrocities of the 3 Wang brothers, and they all went forward to pull the 3 Wang brothers. Maybe they were tired of fighting, or maybe these workers came to pull the fight. The 3 Wang brothers stopped their violence. Little brat, eat your fill and dare to come in front of me to blow up a prick? If it wasn't for these master workers begging for mercy, I would have scrapped you little bastard today. Boss Wang walked toward his side of the house under the tugging and pulling of the 2 master workers, cursing under his breath. Just a beating. A beating will immediately be honest. Break my legs if you mess up again. Wang Lao and Wang Lao San also echoed their elder brother's words. The 3 brothers were persuaded by the workers to return to their north room. The lead worker came to Chen Dali's side, bent down and squatted down, and helped Chen Dali sit up. How are you doing, Junior? The lead worker asked Chen Dali with concern. Thanks, I'm fine, Chen Dali said to the kindly worker. I'm glad you're okay. Young man, I'm not saying you're alone. How can you beat the 3 brothers of his family? Isn't this like touching a stone with an egg? I advise you to endure it. There's nothing you can do when you meet this kind of neighbor. The kindly worker said to Chen Dali in a serious tone. I'm still going to fight with his family today. Masters, you'd better stop working. This day. Even if you build all 4 walls of his family's south room, at night, I'll still give his family all the push down. Chen Dali spoke in a very firm tone. Then aren't you looking for a beating? Just now these three brothers beat you not hard enough. Not enough pain, ah? If you had really pushed the wall down, these three would have beaten you to the point where you were foaming at the mouth. Just out of breath but not in. While talking to Chen Dali, the master worker picked him up from the ground and assisted him to a shade. At night, not only will I bring down the entirety of the wall that was built, but I will also give back to these three how they beat me during the day. Chen Dali was already conceptualizing how he would reciprocate against the three Wang family brothers when he was possessed by his own divine power at night. But where do the well-meaning workers know the specifics of Chen Dali's situation? Ah, I say you young man, you are so young. Why are you so stubborn? There's a saying, a good man doesn't suffer before his time. Why do you have to make yourself suffer? Fists and feet fall on the body comfortably. Ah, the worker helped Chen Dali sit down under the shade of the tree, stood up, and was still persuading Chen Dali bitterly before walking back. Chen Dali didn't want to say anything more to this kind-hearted worker, and just faintly said, "Thank you." The worker glanced back at Chen Dali's determined expression, knowing that what he had just said hadn't made the young man who had received a severe beating change his mind. "Be well." The worker whispered this to Chen Dali and returned to the workstation where he was working, continuing to build the wall. Chen Dali sat under the shade of a tree not far away, coldly watching all this in front of him. These few laborers who were working were busy with mixing sand and cement, building walls with tile knives in their hands, and handing bricks and mixing mortar to the wall builders. Wang's three brothers and sisters came out from the north house again. All coincidentally scorned a glance at Chen Dali sitting under the shade of the tree. The expression, as if to say to Chen Dali, "On the occupation of your family's land, your family can take us what?" After glancing at Chen Dali, these three brothers came back to the place where they built their own house and pretended to point, after which they swaggered back to the house. These three brothers did not know that Chen Dali was sitting under the shade of a tree, waiting for the moment of darkness to come. In this way, Chen Dali sat almost motionless, like a statue, watching the few workers gradually build the wall higher and higher. Watching these workers eat lunch and continue to work in the afternoon until I watch them work until nightfall and pack up their tools and call it a day. Chen Dali stood up and felt that the parts of his body that had been beaten suddenly didn't hurt. Not at all. Chen Dali understood that the time that belonged to him had come. Chapter 78 1 against 3. At this time, the work of several workers have left the Wang family to build the southern house of the site. Only some bricks, sand, cement and other building materials, as well as laying a good few walls. Tomorrow can be on the beams. Chen Dali silently walked to the masonry wall, stretched out his hands to hold on to the wall, and pushed hard. Boom! A wall was pushed down by Chen vigorously, making a considerable noise. The north house of the Wang family quickly opened the door of the house, and the three brothers leapt out together, presumably hearing such a big commotion in the house and rushing out to see what was going on. When they came to the front of the south room of their house, the three brothers and sisters of the Wang family were dumbfounded and froze at once. Presented in front of these three brothers, is facing their side, neatly laid flat on the ground of a wall, and then look south, only to see Chen Dali clasp his hands on his chest, standing outside the construction site of the south room. "Hurry up and back away from your family's encroachment on my home, or I'll knock down all these walls," Chen Dali said to the three Wang family brothers and sisters in an unhurried yet serious manner. Hearing Chen Dali say this, the three Wang family brothers and sisters immediately understood. And after half a day, this is Chen Dali's work. The three Wang family brothers and sisters looked at the wall that took a day to build and was so destroyed by Chen Dali, and instantly went into a rage. "You little brat, it's against you. Spare you during the day and get up at night to make waves." Boss Wang roared, looked to the left and right, and copied a shovel clutched in his hand, just in time to kill the little brat while it's dark. Seeing this, Wang Laoer was also furious and likewise touched a shovel in his hand. Then look at Wang Laosan, even faster than his two brothers, already holding a pickaxe in his hand. Ah, Boss Wang didn't half try, and after shouting, he swung his shovel towards Chen Dali's head. In terms of his perception of Chen Dali's ability to fight with his hands, he was still stuck in the stage where Chen Dali had no power to fight back during the day and was beaten up by the three brothers. But now it's night, it's dark, and Chen Dali, who already has supernormal strength, can't let these three brothers bully him anymore. Just when Boss Wang's shovel was about to split above Chen Dali's head, Chen Dali reached out and grabbed the underside of the shovel's head with one hand. Boss Wang was a little surprised to see Chen vigorously grab the shovel and yanked back hard, but it didn't move at all. This made Boss Wang's head spin a bit. Isn't this Chen family's little brat just a weak student with no hands? He even beat him up during the day. Why is he so strong now? He couldn't even draw the shovel when he clutched it. Just as Chen Dali clutched Boss Wang's shovel and stalemated with it, the shovel in Boss Wang's hand came at Chen Dali's ribs with a whistling sound of wind. Chen Dali flung the tightly clenched shovel in his hand outward, and it threw Boss Wang into a stumble, almost falling to the ground. Facing the shovel swung by Wang Laoer, Chen Dali lifted his foot, aimed at the head of the shovel, and kicked it over. Bam! The head of the shovel slapped on the sole of Chen Dali's shoe, making a crisp sound. The shovel was kicked away by Chen Dali's foot, and Wang Laoer was like slapping the shovel on the granite, and was shocked to the point that his hands' tiger's mouths were raw and painful, and the shovel almost fell off the ground. At this time, Wang Laosen has quietly rounded to the back of Chen Dali, just when Chen Dali kicked away Wang Lao's shovel, violently raised the pickaxe, with the sharp end, according to Chen Dali's back, and ruthlessly chopped down. Chen Dali realized that there was movement behind him, and Wang Laosen disappeared in front of him, so he expected that Wang Laosen must be behind him in a sneak attack. Chen Dali didn't look backward either, bending his arm and using the tip of his elbow to ruthlessly push it towards the person coming from behind. Ah! Chen Dali only heard a miserable scream from Wang Laosen behind him. As the saying goes, it's better to take 10 punches than 1 elbow. Wang Laosen's abdomen received this elbow from Chen Dali. His stomach immediately began to turn over, and the intense pain had already made his hands unable to hold the raised foreign pickaxe. Dang! The foreign pickaxe in Wang Laosen's hand fell to the ground, and then, covering his stomach, he fell to the ground. Sandy, Boss Wang looked at his brother covering his stomach, rolling on the ground in pain, and let out a heartfelt cry. Soon, Boss Wang turned his face and glared at Chen Dali with a fierce face, shouted, swung the shovel in his hand, and slashed at Chen Dali again. It looks like he wants to avenge this elbow for Wang Laosen. Chen Dali calmly dodged Boss Wang's blow, then saw the opening and threw an upward hook, solidly hooking him in the stomach. Woohoo! Boss Wang also wailed in pain, and just like Boss Wang, he covered his stomach and fell to the ground. Chen Dali's strength that could lift a car was not something that Boss Wang could withstand. There was only one Wang Laoer left, and he guessed that his hand had already recovered from the pain of the shock just now. Seeing that his brother and younger brother were both knocked to the ground by Chen vigorously, he was like a bull that had seen red cloth, frantically waving the shovel in his hand and pouncing towards Chen vigorously. No matter how hard he pounces, he is still just a brute bull, let alone a brute bull that is no match for a matador in terms of strength. Looking at Chen Dali again, he was really like a matador with elegant movements, easily dodging Wang Laoer's pounce. Jumping behind Wang Laoer in one step, Chen Dali reached out and grabbed the back of his neck, pulled back with force, and yanked back to face himself. Chen vigorously a straight punch came to Wang Laoren's abdomen. Wang Laoren's reaction is quite fast enough, hands across the shovel handle, to block Chen vigorously's fist. Not to mention, the shovel handle really blocked Chen Dali's fist, but the strength of Chen Dali could not be blocked by a wooden shovel handle. Ka-ching! Chen Dali's fist hit the shovel handle, and the wooden shovel handle broke with a sound. Wang Laoer held the shovel handle in his hand to block, and only slightly delayed the time when Chen Dali's fist hit his body. Besides, the shovel handle couldn't even block Chen Dali's fists. Chen Dali's fist interrupted the shovel handle. His clenched fist only slightly lingered in the air before continuing to strike at the uncovered Wang Laoer. Ouch! Wang Laoer was struck by Chen Dali's fist and let out a loud cry as his legs went limp, covering his stomach and kneeling on the ground, following which he slumped to the side and collapsed on the ground. In just 3 or 4 short rounds, Chen Dali knocked all 3 Wang family brothers to the ground. Looking at this brother 3 lying on the ground flopping back and forth, Chen Dali felt that the grievances of the daytime by this brother 3 brutally beaten, finally painfully out. But it wasn't enough to knock the 3 brothers to the ground, it was crucial to get his family back to where they were before the distance they occupied. Chen Dali, who had made up his mind, came to Boss Wang, grabbed him by the collar, and yanked him up from the ground. Chapter 79. Subduing these 3 brothers. Chen Dali's eyes, which were fixed on Boss Wang, were already showing a fierce light. When it comes to such a rogue and evil neighbor, it's time to be ruthless. Boss Wang had already received a punch from Chen Dali. The sharp pain in his abdomen had not completely dissipated, and then seeing Chen Dali's fierce eyes, in this summer night, he could not help but have a feeling of a cold back. To put it bluntly, Boss Wang is also a bully, only bullying the weak, relying on the number of people to bully the few. I'm only going to ask you once, will the foundation trench for your south house be returned to its former position? Chen Dali glared and said to Boss Wang almost word for word. Now that this is all covered up and backed up, Boss Wang is still trying to cope and doesn't want to go back. Pop! A loud slap on Boss Wang's cheek. Ouch! Elder Wang cried out, and a 5-finger print appeared on his face. Chen Dali didn't pay any attention to Boss Wang's howling and continued to raise his hand, aiming for the other side of his face. When Boss Wang saw this, he reached out and covered his face. Chen Dali reached out and clutched one of Boss Wang's hands, and with a little force, Boss Wang was in unbearable pain. Don't! Stop pinching! The bones are breaking. Boss Wang was in pain and his brain was sweating coldly as he begged Chen Dali. Haven't answered my question, Chen vigorously said softly and did not reduce the strength of his hands. Boss Wang's hand was pinched by Chen Dali in pain, and he kept ghosting. As soon as he flipped Boss Wang's wrist, Chen Dali put him on the ground again and raised his feet to kick him in the back and buttocks. When he thought of his brother, David, being beaten by these three brothers and bruises everywhere, Chen Dali was furious and kicked at Boss Wang, kick after kick. Suddenly, Chen Dali's leg could not kick forward, and when he looked down, it turned out to be that Wang Lauer had crawled over at some point and held his leg. Just as well, there's you, Chen Dali whispered, stopped kicking and hitting Boss Wang, bent down and pinched the back of Boss Wang's neck, lifting him up. Chen vigorously pinched Wang Lauren's cheeks, letting his hands and feet flail around, but did not let go, but against the brick stack next to him, made a push, and threw Wang Lauren over. Put! Wang Lauer's back hit the brick stack with a muffled sound. Chen vigorously threw Wang Lauer out, and the force used was not small, collapsing the brick stacks, and Wang Lauer and the bricks fell backwards, lying on a mess of pronged bricks. I guess Wang Lauer's back was cackled enough to hurt, and Wang Laosan. Chen Dali looked towards Wang Laosan, who had fallen to the ground and had yet to get up, and walked towards him, putting his hand on the shoulder of Wang Laosan, who was full of panic. Chen Dali was ready to lift him up and give him a second blow as well, to see how long the three brothers could hold on without saying the words of retreating half a meter. Stop hitting my brother, Boss Wang spoke breathlessly, collapsed on the ground, still not forgetting to take care of his third brother. No fight? That's fine. Tear down this wall your family built and return it beyond the encroachment on my family's land, and I'll stop fighting. Chen Dali turned his head to Boss Wang. Hearing Chen Dali say this, Boss Wang fell silent, back to the original location of their own south room, but also have to redig the foundation groove, and then rebuild the wall. Then today's work, even with material, is considered to be a waste of money. Not willing however, if they didn't retreat back this half meter, all three of their brothers had already been brutally beaten up by this Chen clan kid, and would probably beat up their own brothers even more intensely. Boss Wang found it hard to do. Chen Dali could see that Boss Wang was hesitating and felt that it was time to show his bottom line. Tell you three brothers, your family built this wall. Demolition must be demolished. Not demolished must be demolished. No matter what, must be returned to your family's south room as the original position. Your family does not demolish their own. I will give you demolition. Chen Dali said to Boss Wang in a stern voice. Brother Dali, this wall is built. Tomorrow we'll be able to beam. You do not give demolition. My family compensation for your family $2,000 how? Besides, just now you have pushed down a wall. When Boss Wang saw that hard fighting would not work, and that the three brothers were not Chen Li's opponents, he immediately changed his face and said to Chen Li in a consultative tone, listen to the king boss, this ridiculous words. Chen Dali feel funny, not to mention give $2,000, is to give $20,000 cannot, where belongs to their own home every inch of the land, that can never let others encroach on the go. This is the principle of the problem, is not a matter of money or not the money. Although the king's family economic conditions are very good, spend money on this half-meter place in our house? Don't even think about it. You take $2,000 as money? Stop thinking about this beautiful thing and hurry up to tear down the wall. Chen Dali was unmoved. Vigorous brother. I will add 2,000 more. How about it? Don't let my house be demolished, right? Boss Wang also continued to soften his words. Cut the crap. Another 20,000 won't do. It's not about money at all. Encroaching on my family's homestead won't do. No discussion. Chen Dali continued to hold on to his bottom line. Seeing Chen Dali answer so firmly, the faces of the three Wang family brothers looked like they had eaten a bitter melon. Okay, can't we tear it down? When the workers come early tomorrow morning, we'll tear it down right away. Once Boss Wang saw that there was no room for maneuver, he could only helplessly accept the reality before him. First thing in the morning? Tear it down when the workers come? Chen Dali felt bad when he heard this. At the dawn of tomorrow, the supernormal power in himself would disappear without a trace, and at that time, if the three Wang family brothers rebelled and just didn't dismantle it, he would have absolutely no power to subdue these three brothers. As long as one of these three brothers holds himself down, he will not be able to move, and he will only be able to watch his family get on the beams and build a good house. As soon as his south house is roofed over, it would be a problem to get his old man to come and sit down in the newly built house, even if it comes to night again, and he has supernatural strength in himself again. But there is a man sitting in the newly built south room of his house. Who would dare to knock down his newly built house, smashing up his family? What if another person gets killed? Thinking of this, Chen Dali felt that he was determined not to let the Wang family wait until tomorrow morning to tear down the wall. He had to do it now. It can't be torn down tomorrow when the workers come. It has to be torn down now. Chen Dali said to Boss Wang in a stern voice. We've talked about tearing it down. Why can't you even wait a couple hours? The unknown Boss Wang was puzzled by Chen Dali's words. If I say tear it down now, it has to be torn down now. Chen Dali's gaze began to grow fierce again, his knuckles clicking as he clenched his fists, looking at Chen Dali's appearance. The three Wang family brothers couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. We brothers just can't tear it down. The three brothers of the Wang family almost all covered their stomachs and spoke with pain-filled faces. Chapter 80 Unwillingness. Can't take it apart? Well, I'll do it. After Chendali finished speaking, he came to the wall of the Wang family's well-built south room and held his hands on the wall. The three brothers of the Wang family watched dumbfounded, not daring to utter a single breath, wanting to see how Chendali would demolish the wall. Chendali's hands, which were holding onto the wall, pushed hard in the direction of the Wang family, and a wall collapsed. The three Wang family brothers looked silly. You look at me, I look at you, all in their hearts exclaimed. How did this kid's strength become so big? In an instant, Chendali pushed down all the walls built by the Wang family that had crossed the border. Now, Chendali was finally relieved. Tomorrow not only Wang's workers will come to work, but also the workers hired by his own family to build the house will come. Just when Wang's workers have cleaned up the bricks on the ground, his own workers will be able to start digging foundation slots to build bricks to build the foundation in the same place. The three brothers of the Wang family looked at the wall that had been pushed to the ground by Chendali, each with a complex expression on their faces, both heartbroken and helpless. There is no way who let the three brothers and sisters together cannot beat a thin Chendali. No matter what, being strong and having a hard fist is the most important thing. If it is always like the daytime brother 3 beat Chendali like, not to mention this half a meter can also be accounted for. Can only wait for the workers to come tomorrow and then clean up these bricks on the ground. The Wang family brothers and sisters to help each other, slowly to the north of the house to go. Seeing the three Wang family brothers into the house, Chendali came to the tree under which he sat during the day, found a few bricks and stacked them under the tree, sat on the bricks and leaned his back against the tree, just so he could see the whole of his own house and the Wang family. Chendali decided to sit under the tree like this for a night, always keeping an eye on it, lest the Wang family take advantage of the night to make another mistake. Taking out his cell phone, he saw that it was almost out of battery, so he had to save it and just see if there were any important messages. On WeChat, there was a message from Chen Xiaohua in the afternoon, asking how things were going at Chendali's home. I hadn't looked at my phone all afternoon until now, and this is what I saw. Chendali hurriedly replied to Chen Xiaohua, telling her that the situation at home was very good, and that he had already set the three Wang brothers straight, not only letting his family return the extra half a meter they had taken up, but also teaching these three brothers a lesson, and taking out a mouthful of bad anger for his father and Dawei. When Chen Xiaohua saw Chendali's reply, he didn't believe it at all and sent several questioning emoticons over in a row. Xiaohua, why don't you still believe me? I'll take a picture for you and send it over to see if brother has pushed down all the walls that his family has built. After sending this text to Chen Xiaohua, Chendali stood up, came to the front of the Wang family's southern house site, took his cell phone, and took a picture of the wall he had just pushed down. My cell phone is running low on battery, so I'll stop chatting for now. After Chendali sent the picture to Chen Xiaohua, he sent her these words again. Brother, you are amazing. This text posted by Chen Xiaohua was followed by several adoring emoticons and a few small emoticons with thumbs up. Although his cell phone was low on power, Chendali still decided that he would say one last word before exiting WeChat. Tell our father and David to take good care of their injuries. Don't think about me, I'll organize and handle the building of our house. You and our mom take care of our dad and David. After Chendali sent this text to Chen Xiaohua, he pressed the button on the side of his phone and blacked out the screen, returning to sit under the tree again. Chendali was also feeling bored. In this day and age, for people who are usually used to using cell phones, not having a cell phone is really uncomfortable, and it feels like there's no place to put both hands. Leaning his back against the trunk, he angled his head so that the back of his head was also pressed against the trunk. When I was in school, I was always looking forward to an early vacation, but now that I'm at home on vacation, I miss school a little bit. Those who already have it, don't think about it. Those who don't have it, on the contrary, always think about it. Neither can look at the cell phone to kill time, but also do not smoke to refreshment. And even more, no one in the side of the gossip nagging. Chendali just leaning against the tree trunk and sitting, really is boring to the core. Picked up a twig off to the side and wrote and scribbled on the ground, after which he scuffed the sole of his shoe on the ground a few times and continued to write. Within a few minutes, Chendali got annoyed and threw the twig away. Leaning on the tree trunk again, the upper and lower eyelids began to disobediently come together. Chen vigorously tried to separate them, but after a few seconds, they came together again. Chendali admonished himself in his heart. Must not fall asleep, must not fall asleep. Still have to keep an eye on the construction sites of the two families, in case there are any sudden things happen. But, admonishing himself, his eyelids defiantly headed for a piece of the reunion. Finally, Chendali's eyes closed, and a light snoring sound soon rang out. A dozen meters away from Chendali in the north house of the Wang family, the three brothers of the Wang family did not rest at all, but came together, each stroking the parts of his body that had been beaten and suffered pain, and then cursed Chen Dali's ancestors all over the place. The three brothers were beaten, not to mention the daytime to build a good wall, but also easily pushed down by others, but also dare not say, this stifling force, how can still let the three brothers sleep? Big brother, our family is just going to be suppressed by that little brat from the Chun family? Wang Laoer was full of indignation and complained to his elder brother. Ugh, what can we do? As you can see, the three of us together are no match for that little brat. How did this guy's strength become so great? Boss Wang sighed and said helplessly, in the past, only our brothers cleaned up other people's families, but I can't imagine that we've been reunited by this Chen family brat. Wang Laoer's tone of voice was still resigned. Yes, if this gets out, it will make the whole village laugh their asses off, and in the future, no one in the village will look at us with a straight face, and maybe all the cats and dogs will want to bully us. Wang Laosan was also unwilling to end up in such a fiasco. His emotions were a little agitated, and when he finished, he stood up to go outside. Sandy, Laosan, Boss Wang and Elder Wang spoke almost simultaneously. I understand your feelings, but the three of us are no match for that kid, and if you go alone again now, you'll only be giving away your head, Boss Wang said to Wang Laosan in a serious tone. Yes, Laosan, Big Brother is right. In order to defeat the Chun family's little brat and get out of this bad breath, the three of us still need to discuss it. Wang Laoer also tugged on Wang Laosan's arm to prevent him from going out. Ergo, you spread your hands. Wang Laosan's face turned red and reached out to push Wang Laoxi's hand away. It's for your own good. Why don't you listen? Boss Wang was also very unhappy about Wang Laosan. Second brother, I'm not that stupid to go and fight for my life alone with the Chun family's little brats. I'm just going out to relieve myself. So let go. I can't hold it in. After making a mess, he went out to relieve himself. Wang Laoer sent his hand away, and Wang Laosan quickly ran out of the house. Chapter 81 Dreams. Wang Laoer took out a box of cigarettes, pulled out one and handed it to Wang Boss, holding a lighter in his hand to light it, and also pulled out one and lit it himself. Between the two brothers swallowing clouds and fog, they are also frowning and thinking about how to ruthlessly revenge on Chen Dali, painfully out of this breath. At this time, Wang Laosan returned to the house after relieving himself, and mysteriously said to his two brothers, Big brother and second brother, I just went out to relieve myself and guess what I saw? Tell me what you see, don't sell out. Boss Wang took a sharp drag on his cigarette and frowned at Wang Laosan. Big brother, I saw that little brat of the Chun family, sitting under that big acacia tree, leaning against the trunk and falling asleep. Wang Laosan whispered to his two brothers. When Boss Wang and Elder Wang heard this, they were stunned at that time, then they looked at each other, and a cunning gaze appeared in their eyes. Big brother, now is the right time. The three of us find a rope, quietly feel our way over, tie the little brat of the Chen family to the trunk of a tree, and give him a hard beating to relieve his anger. Wang Laoer opened his mouth first and offered his advice to Boss Wang. Ergo, I was thinking the same thing, and you said what I wanted to say. Wang Laosan hurriedly said to his second brother, these two people are worthy of being twins. They really have a heart of gold and can think of a piece. Well, I think that's a good idea, but be careful not to wake him up before you tie him up. Boss Wang fiercely inhaled the last mouthful of smoke, pressed the cigarette butt into the ashtray beside him, and after vigorously crushing it a few times, he looked up at his two younger brothers and said firmly. Seeing his elder brother agree, Wang Laosan immediately found a finger-thick nylon rope in the house and pulled Wang Laosan to go out. Wait! Wang Laoda shouted at his two younger brothers who were about to leave the house. Wang Laoer and Wang Laosan stopped their steps and turned their heads to look at their elder brother, wanting to wait to hear his latest instructions. Put the rope down, Boss Wang whispered. Wang Laoui and Wang Laosan were puzzled. Do not use the rope to quietly tie up Chen Dali? The three brothers went up or white ah. Boss Wang saw the doubts of the two brothers and did not say anything, looked at them, and then nudged toward the corner of the wall in front of the house. These two brothers followed the direction of Wang Boss' new mouth, immediately understood why the big brother said to put down the rope, and also from the bottom of their hearts to admire the big brother to consider the issue carefully and meticulously. In the corner, a small finger-thick piece of chain, 3 meters long, lay in a heap. Big brother, it's still you who thought it through. Use this to bind that little brat. Even if he's strong, he won't be able to break free. Wang Laosan secretly picked thumbs up for his big brother in his heart, and Wang Laoer didn't say anything, already sticking out his thumb at Wang Boss. Wang Laosan put down the rope, and Wang Laosi each picked up one end of the chain and tiptoed out the door, while Wang Boss quietly followed them both. These three brothers, like cats walking, noiselessly walked toward Chen Dali under the big tree. Chen Dali, who was sitting under a tree in deep sleep, dreamed that school had opened. When he met Mei Aoshue in the school, Chen Dali walked up and repeatedly explained what happened that night at Xingshin Hot Pot. Chen Dali, after I left that night, I also thought a lot. I believe that you are not that kind of person. At that time, I only blamed me for not understanding the situation meticulously. Don't take it to heart. Listening to Mei Aoshue's sincere, understanding words, Chen Dali felt that all his worries had dissipated. Being able to be understood by the goddess, Chen Dali was in an indescribably good mood, scratching his head in embarrassment, not knowing what to say. Looking up at Mei Aoshue, Chen Dali realized that she was looking at herself with a blazing gaze, her eyes full of affection. Mei Aoshue, you. Chen Dali was in a hurry and spoke a bit nervously. What's wrong with you? Is everything alright? The words couldn't even be said. Chen Dali, you are really a good person. Mei Aoshue didn't finish her sentence and also lowered her head a little embarrassed. You can say whatever you want. Chen Dali was curious to know what Mei Aoshue said later. Mei Aoshue looked up at Chen Dali and boldly said, Chen Dali, I like you. Hearing this, Chen Dali's face turned red. In the school's public places, in front of so many students coming and going, by the goddess confession, inevitably panic. Next, Mei Aoshue even made a move that was unexpected to everyone, only to see her open her arms and rush towards Chen Dali. She lunged over and hugged Chen Dali tightly at once. Ow! Wow! Many of the students nearby were also stunned by the bold and enthusiastic scene, stopping to watch and letting out various sounds of grotesque cries. Being held tightly by the goddess like this, and being surrounded by many people on the side to coax, Chen Dali was too embarrassed. His face was red to the root of his ears. Why did it suddenly feel like Mei Aoshue was hugging her tighter and tighter, and her strength was getting stronger and stronger, just like herself in the dark night? No, stronger than herself in the dark night. Chen Dali felt that Mei Aoshue was hugging her too tightly and was about to lose her breath, so he hurriedly reached out and tried to push her away. Come on, let go, let go. Chen Dali said softly to Mei Aoshue. Humph, loose? Not a chance. You don't. Although she was hugged tightly, Chen Dali, who was completely immersed in happiness, was startled by a rough male voice. How did Mei Aoshue make a male voice? Chen Dali shocked a jolt. Open your eyes. The dark night sky, in front of which there is what Mei Aoshue. Only the neighbor Wang's house was pushed down by their own broken walls. After all that, it was just a dream. But how could the feeling of Mei Aoshue hugging herself tightly still be there? Chen Dali looked down. Which is what tight hug ah? It turned out to be a chain to tie himself to the trunk of the tree, enough to wrap 3 or 4 circles. What are you dreaming of, little cub? The male voice that had just spoken once again sounded in Chen Dali's ears. Chen Dali twisted his head to see that Boss Wang was standing next to him, his face filled with a treacherous smile. Looking further to the sides, Wang Laoer and Wang Laosan had already locked the ends of the chains with locks to the chains. Chen Dali moved a bit and found that he could not move at all. His upper body and 2 arms had been firmly bound to the tree by chains. What else is there to move? I'm telling you, little brat, you won't be able to move today, Wang Laosan said arrogantly to Chen Dali from the side. Didn't expect it, did you? In the twinkling of an eye it fell into our brother's hands. Dare to knock down all the walls built by our family? Now, it's going to make you pay, Boss Wang viciously said to Chen Dali. What's the point of wasting words with him? Let's beat him up first, Wang Laoer said impatiently, then added, when this little brat hit me, he hit me in the stomach first, and now, I'm going to hit him in the stomach first, too. After saying that, Wang Laoer held a wooden stick and pointed at Chen Dali's abdomen and aimed. Chapter 82 Thoroughly subdued. Just sit and wait for death? Chen Dali doesn't want to. In that case, one would have to take a death beating from the 3 Wang brothers. Then it is necessary to burst out all the power within oneself to break free from the chains that bind one's body. Ah! Chen Dali let out a loud roar, his voice drawn out as if he was cheering himself up. The 3 Wang family brothers were startled by this voice of Chen Dali. What's the screaming about? Although Boss Wang gave a rebuke to Chen vigorously, but looking at this aura of Chen vigorously, the voice of the speech has been a bit weak. After all, just more than an hour ago, the scene of being brutally beaten by Chen vigorously is still vivid in his mind. Big brother, you, look, Wang Laoer stared at Chen Dali. His voice was a little shaky as he spoke to Wang Boss, and his hand holding the stick was also a little shaky. Boss Wang took a look. Chen Dali's 2 arms have been vigorously propped up to the sides, originally tightly bound to the body of the chain without a gap, now even being propped up to have a gap. The 3 brothers of the Wang family looked straight in the eyes, dumbfounded by the sight before them. Bang, 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 bang. With a few crunching sounds, the chain that was bound to Chen Dali's body broke into several sections. One by one, the iron rings that made up the chain, under the expansion of the tremendous force from the inside out, snapped apart and popped everywhere. One even popped onto Wang Laosan's body. What kind of strength it must be to be able to break and disintegrate this small thumb-thick chain. Chen Dali threw the broken chain still wrapped around his body on the ground and stood up. Run! It was Wang Laoer who reacted quickly and shouted out what the 3 brothers should do most at this time. But Chen Dali's reaction is faster than him. not waiting for the three brothers to raise their legs to step, has already punched like lightning, respectively, to the three brothers each to a punch, with three cries of ouch, followed by the sound of thump, 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 thump. He fell to the ground. The three brothers of the Wang family, one by one, all fell to the ground after receiving a punch from Chendali. Sneaking up on me while I'm asleep? Are you displeased that I've taught you a lesson? Or you're not happy after taking back half a meter of my house? Chendali said slowly and methodically while walking to squat in front of these three brothers, also picking up a broken chain on the ground, holding it in his hand and gently flinging it back and forth. Seeing that Chendali was actually able to break free from the chains, the three Wang clan brothers were already scared out of their wits by his extraordinary strength. These three brothers were all thinking the same question in their heads. How could Chendali have so much strength? The chains could be easily broken by him. It was really horrible. Say something. I'm asking you a question. Pop. Chendali slapped Boss Wang's face, which was full of horizontal meat, with a backhand that was not too light or heavy. Boss Wang didn't dare to make any squeak, fearing that if any of his words were wrong, he would once again incur Chendali's strikes. Seeing that Boss Wang didn't say anything, Chendali turned his gaze to Boss Wang. Wang Laoer was horrified and hurriedly stretched out his hands to his cheeks on both sides, making a good defense in advance before receiving the slap. Chendali looked at it and thought that Wang Laoer was both irritating and funny. Before he could even look at Wang Laosan, he shook his head straight at Chendali with a face full of horror. Chendali's move to break the chains was too shocking for Wang Laosan. It was estimated that for a long time to come, the three Wang family brothers would have palpitations in their hearts when they thought of Chendali shouting out when he broke the chains, glaring with rounded eyes, veins rippling on his neck, and clenching his fists. Seeing that the three Wang family brothers and sisters never said anything, Chendali took this cut-off chain that he was playing with in his hands and brought it in front of them, at a very close distance, and shook it in front of them. The three brothers of the Wang family who were sitting on the ground, not knowing what Chendali was going to do next, were so scared that they gathered and squeezed themselves together, fearing that Chendali would use this chain to whip themselves. The way the three brothers looked at Chendali was like looking at a creepy alien monster. The 1 foot long chain was grabbed by Chendali at both ends and straightened and tensed in front of the three Wang family brothers. Under the watchful eyes of these three brothers and sisters who were terrified, Chen vigorously pulled, and the chain in his hand snapped off with a sound, as easily as pulling off a twist. Seeing Chendali's maneuver, the three Wang family brothers reacted quickly. All of them changed from sitting on the ground to kneeling on the ground. All of them kept reaching out and bowing. Brother Vigorous, spare us. From now on, we will never dare to take offense again, never go back on our word, and never make small moves behind our backs. Brother Vigor, spare us. We won't dare to make bad things happen again. Yes, Brother Vigorous, please spare us if you're a grown-up. The three Wang family brothers begged for forgiveness to Chendali in unison. Get out! Chendali bellowed at these three guys who were wagging their tails like mangy dogs. Hearing Chendali's voice, the three brothers of the Wang family were like criminals who had been granted amnesty, scrambling to get up from the ground, turning around and running towards the north house of their own house on their hands and knees, fearing that Chendali would backtrack on his words. Watching the three Wang family brothers drilling into the north house in a sorry state, Chendali returned to the tree. I feel that this time, I will be able to completely deter these brothers and sisters of the Wang family, and they will not have any more stupid ideas. Now even if they took another nap, it was estimated that the three Wang family brothers and sisters would not dare to make trouble. Chendali feels that, very often, to convince people with reason, to convince people with virtue, it is simply impossible. In the eyes of the other side is just an empty word, to make the other side obedient, but also with the most primitive method, with the fist to beat the other side of the pain. The other side will be honest with you, have some scruples. Sometimes, it may seem that times have advanced, society has developed, and mankind has become more civilized, but the law of the jungle, which is essentially the oldest law of the jungle, is always there. Existence is existence, and anything and everything that exists in the world, good or bad, has its reason for existence. Another 2 or 3 hours will dawn. Chendali sleepless, leaning against the tree and sitting, squinting at the north house of the Wang family. There was no movement at all in the north house of the Wang family. In a little while, when it was light, the workers for Wang's family, and those for his own family, would arrive, and because it was so hot during the day, they would probably come early again, to catch up on their work while it was not too hot in the early morning. As long as it was light, one tried not to lift anything slightly weighty, because once it was daytime, the supernatural power in one's body was gone, so as not to be seen as a breakthrough by the three Wang family brothers. Remember, cut to the mark. Chendali kept admonishing himself in his heart. At dawn, The workers for the Wang and Chen families came one after another, either in economical minivans or on convenient motorcycles. As Chen Dali thought, the workers wanted to take advantage of the cool morning to work. Workers to the Wang family worked to their own sight to see. Then stupid. Yesterday's good wall. How all flat pat on the ground. Chapter 83 Little sister is back. Chen Dali saw that the workers who worked for the Wang family were all standing frozen in place not knowing what to do. So he walked over to them. Masters, this job will have to be redone today, Chen Dali said calmly to the workers. The lead worker saw Chen Dali and remembered what happened yesterday. Yesterday, the three brothers and sisters of the Wang family, a piece of beating this skinny little guy in front of them, or himself to pull away. Although this little guy was beaten, but still insisted that the Wang family withdraw from the encroachment of half a meter distance. Can it be that these walls were pushed down by this little guy? With such a doubt, the lead worker asked Chen Dali, "Boy, did you bring down this wall?" "Aha!" Chen Dali answered and continued. "You guys clean up these bricks that fell to the ground, back up half a meter, re-dig the foundation trench, and do it all over again." After saying that, see, these workers are still indifferent. Chen Dali knows, not his own family paid to hire people, their own words, of course, people are not listening. Whoever talks works, then find someone to talk to these workers. Chen Dali came to stand in front of the door of the north house of the Wang family, and although it was already dawn, he reminded himself to be calm and not to show any timidity. The laborers working on your house are here. All come out. To the three Wang family brothers, Chen Dali didn't have any name calling and directly called out, "Coming, coming." Boss Wang's voice came from the house, and then the door of the house opened. Boss Wang, bare bladder, really fat and strong, a walk body neat straight trembling, holding an undershirt, is putting on the body. Upon seeing Chen Dali standing in the doorway, Boss Wang was all smiles. "Brother Power, what's up? The laborers who work for your family are here. Hurry up and have them clear out all those bricks so they can make room for the laborers who work for my family," Chen Dali said with a stern face. Okay, I'll have them clean it up right away." Boss Wang nodded his head and responded, after which he turned around and straightened his back, shouting at the house. 2, 3, hurry up and get to work. After shouting, he hurriedly ran to the south room of his house, and when he passed by Chen Dali, he didn't forget to bow a bit and shrink his neck a bit. Immediately afterward, Wang Lao Er and Wang Lao San also ran out from the house, both nodding their heads in greeting to Chen Dali as they passed by him. The three brothers came together and said to the workers, "Move all these bricks on the ground to our side of the house, the root of the southernmost wall. Move half a meter to our side of the house, re-dig the foundation trench, rebuild the wall and rebuild it." Several of the workers who were working froze when they heard this, especially the leader. Seeing the attitude of the Wang family's brothers and sisters towards Chen Dali after they left the house just now, they were greatly perplexed, and really didn't understand what kind of magic this young man with a lean physique had cast on the Wang family's three brothers, which was able to make them obedient and respectful, and listen to whatever they said. The lead worker, of course, had no idea what had happened this last night after he'd called it a night and left. If he knew what had happened, he wouldn't have any doubts about how the three Wang family brothers were behaving right now, since the master had given the word. The lead worker had no choice but to greet his own workers and do what the master said. Who made him take other people's wages? The few laborers working for the Chen family sat leisurely on the side, waiting for the Wang family to clear out all the places that needed to be cleared before going over to work. "What are you guys standing here for? Hurry up and follow the work. After cleaning up my side of the house still have to work." Chen Dali saw the three Wang family brothers standing on the sidelines and immediately urged them to join the workforce and speed up the cleanup progress. Hearing Chen Dali give the word, the three Wang brothers didn't dare to slow down and hurried to the middle of the workers to help pick up the bricks. When the lead worker saw this scene, he slapped his head to see if he was still awake and dreaming. It didn't take long for the extra half-meter distance occupied by the Chen family to be cleared. Seeing this, Chen Dali hurriedly greeted his own workers and started working. Workers began to methodically dry on. Chen Dali would like to help do something, but also cannot insert the hand, simply, or to sit under the tree. Do not give the workers' masters add to the chaos. The workers working in the two houses got along well, talking from time to time as they each worked. In the blink of an eye, by noon, Chen Dali's family foundation slots have basically been dug, just waiting for lunch, and in the afternoon you can lay the foundation. Chen Dali was also ready to buy some food, and habitually went to touch his cell phone. Oops, it just occurred to me that my cell phone was running low on battery last night. Pulling out his cell phone, he pressed the button on the side and the phone was unresponsive. Another long press and still nothing. Chen Dali understands that this is the cell phone's power is all consumed, and it can't be turned on at all. What can we do? Even the cell phone charger did not bring. When I left in a hurry, the charger is still in the house of Kong Weijie. Now you can't even try to contact someone, let alone go to dinner and pay for it. Brother, Just as Chen Dali was at a loss, he suddenly heard someone call out to him, without turning his head to look. Listening to this voice, Chen Dali knew that it was his sister Xiaohua who had returned. Xiaohua, why are you back? How are our dad and David? Before Chen Xiaohua could walk in front of her, Chen Dali eagerly asked towards her, and you're asking me? Last night you told me that your cell phone was almost out of battery, and I thought you had started charging it after you finished with me. What do I know? From the time I got up in the morning and called you, I was told that your cell phone had been turned off, and it's still off now, so it's really urgent. Chen Xiaohua spoke angrily to her brother. I didn't bring my charger, Chen Dali said with embarrassment. I'll take a guess that's why. Here, this is for you to use first. After Chen Xiaohua finished speaking, he took out a rechargeable treasure with a charging cable from the bag he was carrying and handed it to Chen Dali. Great, charge it up and turn it on first. Chen Dali hurriedly charged his cell phone. What's the matter? Waking up in the morning and calling me? Chen Dali asked Chen Xiaohua. There's nothing wrong, it's just that our dad thinks that there's nothing wrong in the hospital and wants to be discharged. And David doesn't want to stay in the hospital anymore and wants to be discharged too. Chen Xiaohua told his brother the reason for the call. So as soon as you saw that you couldn't get through on the phone, you rushed back, and now let me go to the hospital to check out, right? Chen Dali felt that this was the reason why his sister had come back. No need, brother, the discharge procedures, I've finished them all this morning. Listening to her sister's words, Chen Dali felt that she had really grown up a lot, and had taken care of such a tedious matter as being discharged from the hospital. Hua, you're really good. With heartfelt praise, Chen Dali blurted out. Ouch, that's troublesome, Chen Xiaohua said with a frown. Chapter 84. Don't believe it. What's the trouble? Chen Dali asked in disbelief. The doctor won't let me leave the hospital. They said they need to observe the patient for a few more days. So what if there are any more problems after discharge? Chen Xiaohua talked to his brother about processing his discharge from the hospital. So what's going to be done about it? Chen Dali was curious. In the end, our father and David again and again to ensure that after discharge from the hospital and then have any problems whatsoever are their own responsibility, completely unrelated to the hospital, and write a guarantee, sign and press the handprints. The hospital which agreed to discharge the hospital. Chen Xiaohua told his brother about the process of getting discharged from the hospital. It's troublesome enough. So where are our parents and David now? When will they be back? Since he had been discharged from the hospital, Chen Dali wanted to know when his parents and brother would be back. I rushed back on the long bus ride after those discharge procedures and couldn't reach you, so I came back to check first. Chen Xiaohua said why he didn't come back with his parents and brother, and then said, I'll call our moms and ask when they'll be back. With that, he took out his cell phone and called. Mom, when are you and my dad and David coming back? Chen Xiaohua made a phone call, and Chen Dali listened quietly from the sidelines. Your dad said to get something to eat in the city and then take the long bus ride back afterward. Chen Xiaohua's cell phone was on speakerphone, and when her mother spoke, Chen Dali heard her. Oh, okay. Just after Chen Xiaohua finished her words, Chen Dali hurriedly took her cell phone and said, Mom, I'll transfer $200 over to you. Take my dad and David to a small restaurant. Don't just make do. No, I have money here. What restaurant to go to? Now we are about to eat. Zhang Xiufang spoke on the other end of the phone. What's for dinner? Chen Dali asked again. Ramen, now that a bowl has been brought up. Chen Dali heard her mother finish the sentence, and the sound of her and her father pushing each other, both wanting the other to eat first, came from the cell phone. Mom, you're having ramen, with more beef and an egg. Chen Dali was afraid that his parents and brother would not eat well. Dali, let's not talk about it. The noodles are all served. To Chen Dali's comment about adding meat and eggs, Zhang Xiufang did not reply and digressed. Chen Dali estimated that the probability is still will not add. Parents of their generation, or more frugal, a lot of aspects, do not care to eat with, can save is to save. Then you guys eat first. Chen Dali spoke to his mother. Aha, Zhang Xiufang answered. Chen Dali waited for his mother to hang up first before he hung up the phone and returned it to Chen Xiaohua. Brother, what are we going to eat? Why don't we go to Li's snack bar and have some dinner? Chen Xiaohua inquired about Chen Dali. Chen Dali knows that the Li family snack department that Chen Xiaohua said is a small restaurant opened by the same village people in the village. You go eat, Xiaohua. I'll keep an eye here. Chen Dali felt that he couldn't leave people here in his own house. Then I'll go get something to eat and bring you back some later. Chen Xiaohua thought that his brother was right, and that he couldn't leave people here. Chen Xiaohua went to eat, and Chen Dali continued to sit under the tree and watch the workers work. Not long after, Chen Xiaohua came back, holding 2 plastic bags. Finished eating so soon? Chen Dali felt that Chen Xiaohua ate fast enough. I didn't eat there. I bought 2 meat sandwiches. We'll eat together when I get back, Chen Xiaohua said, then handed Chen Dali a plastic bag in his hand. Chen Dali took the plastic bag and saw that in addition to a meat sandwich, there was a bottle of water inside, and the same in the plastic bag in Chen Xiaohua's hand. The siblings just sat in the shade and ate. Wah! You guys started school early, didn't you? Chen Dali ate while chatting with Chen Xiaohua. Well, school starts August 1st. There's one more year of college entrance exams. No, less than a year. Next June entrance exams. And now it's July. Chen Xiaohua said after taking a sip of water. Study hard and try to get into a good school. A family like ours, with no background and no connections. If you want to change your fate, you have to study hard. Chen vigorously admonished his sister. Well, I know, brother, I'll study hard, Chen Xiaohua said after swallowing the food in his mouth. Chen Dali suddenly thought of something else. Where are our parents going to live when they get back? Chen Dali was not without worry. Before I came back, our father told me to go to our old aunt's house for a few days temporarily, and then come back to live there when the house is roofed over and ready for people to live in. Hearing Chen Xiaohua say this, Chen Dali felt that it was not quite right. The house has just been built. How can it be lived in? Not to mention the dampness. There are no windows and no doors, and there are a lot of mosquitoes at night. Chen Dali felt that it was not quite right to come back to live so early. You think of these concerns, I have long thought of, told our father. Our father still insisted on their own views, said that after the roof is closed to come back to live, but also said that only live in their own house. The heart is solid. Chen Xiaohua told his brother about his father's insistence. Chen Dali felt that if his father had to be like this, he should just go along with it. Brother, our family still has to get the Wang family to pay for the cost of hospitalizing our dad and David. Chen Xiaohua, who had already finished his meat sandwich, asked Chen Dali. No need for his family to compensate. Chen Dali felt that the three brothers of the Wang family had already been brutally beaten by himself, and his family was considered to be cleared. Why? The three brothers in his family pushed down our dad and beat up David. Chen Xiaohua stared at Chen Dali with wide eyes, greatly confused, thinking what was wrong with his brother today? He's turning his elbow outward? I've also given our dad and David a hard time by beating up the three brothers in his family. Chen Dali said calmly to Chen Xiaohua. You beat the three Wang brothers? Chen Xiaohua listened to Chen Dali's words with a face full of surprise and disbelief. Yeah, I'm the one that beat up the three Wang brothers. In the face of his sister's exaggerated expression, Chen Dali was still very calm. Brother, how come you've learned to brag now too? Chen Xiaohua still didn't believe his brother. How could such a thin person be able to beat the three brothers of the Wang family who were all tigers and bears? Really, Xiaohua, now the three Wang family brothers are obedient. Chen Dali spoke, still as calm as he had been earlier. Come on, stop blowing smoke and talk about something else. Chen Xiaohua was getting a little impatient with his brother for keeping saying such irrelevant things. Chen Dali could see what Chen Xiaohua was thinking. Xiaohua, I'll go out for a few walks, and you'll see how the three Wang family brothers behave, so you'll know if I've blown it. After Chen Dali finished speaking, he slowly walked over with his hands behind his back towards the north house of the Wang family in Chen Xiaohua's stunned eyes. Chapter 85 Picking Up Family Members. Chen Dali carried his hands behind his back, pacing, slowly turning his head, looking left and right, just like a leader inspecting his work. Chen Xiaohua looked and felt ridiculous, feeling that his brother was like a comedian in a circus. But soon, the next sight directly subverted Chen Xiaohua's perception of the words his brother had said. Chen Dali almost walked to the door of the north house of the Wang family, only to see the door of the house open. The three brothers of the Wang family came out in a row, and came to Chen Dali. All of them were full of smiles. Brother Power, what's the matter? Elder Wang asked Chen Dali with a big smile, his eyes about to narrow into a slit. Wang Laoer and Wang Laosan, standing behind their big brother, were also full of smiles. It's nothing, I've just been sitting for a long time and I'm moving around, Chen Dali said as he flung his arms in a big double-armed loop. Chen Dali flung his arm, and all three Wang family brothers subconsciously froze their smiles and shivered involuntarily. It's okay, y'all go inside. It's pretty hot out there. Chen Dali was like a leader speaking to his subordinates, and after he finished speaking, he turned around and walked back with his arms swinging. Okay, Brother Power, if there's anything you need, just say something. Boss Wang stood behind Chen Dali, the smile still piled on his face. Seeing Chen Dali walk away, the three Wang family brothers then went back to the house. Returning to the shade of the tree where he had just taken a cool ride, Chen Dali saw that Chen Xiaohua's entire body was frozen, as if he had been hit by the Monkey King's fixation, except for the eyes that were looking at him, which were still moving and the eyelids were still blinking, and that he was looking at himself in a very strange way, as if he didn't recognize himself. It's totally an out-of-body state. Wah! Chen vigorously shouted, and reached out and waved his hand in front of her. Only then did Chen Xiaohua come back to the state of Yuan Shen reset. At that moment, Chen Xiaohua looked at Chen Dali with eyes that were different from those of just a moment ago, filled with admiration. Brother, Did you really subdue the three Wang brothers? Chen Xiaohua spoke with a tone of admiration and excitement. Speak with the truth. Chen Dali looked at his sister and said indifferently, Brother, how did you do that? Chen Xiaohua also got to the bottom of the matter. Well, I can't say for now. Chen Dali felt that it was true that he couldn't tell anyone about the fact that he possessed supernormal strength when he arrived at night. Still selling out with me. Chen Xiaohua pouted. It's not a sellout. This is something. That I'll tell you about later when I get a chance. Chen Dali stammered and did not tell Chen Xiaohua. Our parents. They'll be back soon, won't they? Chen Dali digressed. Should be home soon. Why don't you call and ask? Chen Xiaohua saw that his brother didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't pursue it. No matter what method or means my brother used to subdue the three brothers of the Wang family, it is no longer important. The key is to see from the attitude of these three brothers towards my brother that they will never be bullied by the Wang family again. Listening to Chen Xiaohua's words, Chen Dali picked up his cell phone and took a look at it. The charge was almost full. Picking up his cell phone, Chen Dali dialed his mother. Mom, where did my dad and you and David get to? Coming back soon? As soon as the phone was connected, Chen Dali couldn't wait to speak. Already off the bus and on the trail back to the village. Another 10 minutes or so and we'll be there. Zhang Xiufang was talking on her cell phone. Almost home? Mom, do you have anything heavy? I'll go get it for you now. Chen Dali was afraid that his mother had something to hold, laboriously rushed to say that he would go to receive a bit. It's not much. It's not heavy, so don't come over, just wait at home. Brother, you don't have to come over. There's not much there. There are 2 plastic bags with some stuff in them. I'm carrying them. On the cell phone, Zhang Xiufang's words had just finished when Chen Dali's voice came again, followed by a switch to Zhang Xiufang's voice. Listen to your brother. No need to come and get it. You'll be home soon. Hang up. After Zhang Xiufang finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Our dad and mom. They'll be back soon. Chen Dali put down his cell phone and said to Chen Xiaohua, I'm going to meet our dad and the others. After Chen Xiaohua finished speaking, he was about to walk in the direction of leaving the village. Wait, I'll borrow an electric tricycle and pick up our dad and the others, so they don't have to walk. Chen Dali called out to Chen Xiaohua, who was about to leave. Where are you going to borrow it? Chen Xiaohua had just finished asking, when he saw Chen Dali looking at himself and nudging towards the Wang family's north house. Wang's north house door, indeed, parked an electric tricycle. Pulling things with, sit 4 or 5 people is also more than enough. If you can borrow over to pick up mom and dad and David, it would be great. Seeing the attitude of the 3 Wang family brothers towards their brother just now, Chen Xiaohua felt that if his brother went to borrow it, he would be able to borrow it. Facts also confirmed Chen Xiaohua's speculation. Chen Dali went to the Wang family to borrow that electric tricycle. Wang boss was very quick to lend it to him. Chen Dali drove an electric tricycle, carrying Chen Xiaohua, and the brother and sister went to meet their parents and brothers one by one. After walking for not long, Chen Dali's siblings encountered their parents and Chen Dawei, who were walking back. Dad! Mom! Chen Dali shouted twice from a distance. Chen Jiqiang and Zhang Xiufang and Chen Dawei stopped in their tracks when they heard the sound. Dad! Mom! David! You guys hurry up and get in the car. I'll take you back. Stop walking. It's weird. Chen Dali parked the car on the side of the road, and Chen Xiaohua got out of the car, and then came to assist his parents to get on the car. Dali, whose car is this? Why does it look so familiar? Chen Jiqiang looked at this electric tricycle and asked Chen Dali. This is what my brother borrowed from the Wang family. Chen Xiaohua answered his father's words from the sidelines. Ha! Chen Jiqiang and Zhang Xiufang, as well as Chen Dawei, were stunned when they heard it. Because of the building of the house, his family and the Wang family obviously had a lot of trouble, and even moved. Why would his family still lend us a car to use? Chen Xiaohua also saw his parents' doubts and incomprehension and hurriedly whispered to them. My brother, now the Wang family brother 3 cleaned up obediently. More occupy our home place. Also returned. And special obedience. Let do what? Borrow a car to use. That is not a small amount of money. Listening to Chen Xiaohua's words, Chen felt a bit unbelievable and still didn't quite believe it. Power. Is it really like what Xiaohua said? Chan asked his son, still wanting to confirm it. It's not as dramatic as Xiaohua said. Get in the car. Chen Dali replied vaguely, then digressed and helped Chen Jiqiang to get into the car. Dad, does your tailbone still hurt? Is it okay to sit? Chen Dali asked with concern. It still hurts a little. Chen Jiqiang, supported by his wife and son, said as he got into the car. Dad, lean forward as far as you can. Don't put pressure on the sore spots, and I'll try to drive as slow as I can. After Chen Dali instructed his father and saw that everyone had gotten into the car, he carefully drove the electric tricycle and headed for his house. Chapter 86 at home. Arrived home, Chen Dali and sister Xiaohua carefully helped his father out of the car. Zhang Xiufang and Chen Dawei also got out of the car. Chen Dali drove to the north house of the Wang family there, to return the car. Chen Jiqian watched from afar as Boss Wan came out of the house, full of smiles, and took the car keys handed over by Chen Dali. Chen Dali turned around and came back, and Boss Wan was still waving his hand behind him in greeting. Hearing is not believing. Chen Jiqian finally believed what Chen Xiaohua had just said, and in this instant, also felt very uplifted for having a son like Chen Dali. Chen Dali came back and said to Chen Jiqian, "Dad, the foundation groove has been dug, just under the north wall of our old house, and we didn't let the Wang family take over an inch." Chen Jiqian looked at all this, and then looked at Chen Dali, and felt that his son really had the appearance that the eldest son should have, and was able to take on the responsibility that the eldest son should take on. "Power, you've really grown up," Chen said with relief. "Dad, I still have a lot to learn from you," Chen Dali said with a smile. "Old brother, you really have a capable and good son. Your family will definitely have a good life in the future." The lead worker who worked for the Wang family spoke to Chen from a distance. "Ha!" Chen just smiled. Honest and simple farmers, and did not know what to say. "Thank you for your kind words," Chen vigorously responded to the worker who was leading the work. "Dali, by the end of the day, this wall of our house will be almost finished, right?" Chen Jiqiang asked Chen Dali. Without waiting for Chen Dali to reply, a wall layer said, "Not so fast, but build a man about as high as you can. That's fast enough, too. Pretty good, pretty good," Chen muttered to himself. "Dad, after our new house is built, we'll have to find me a sister-in-law." Chen Xiaohua crossed Chen's arm and said mischievously, "More bull asterisk 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 asterisk." Chen Dali hurriedly made a move to hit Chen Xiaohua. "Sooner or later," Chen Xiaohua said while hiding behind Chen Jiqiang. "I don't want to think about that right now. Get a job after graduation and stabilize." Chen Dali sort of made a statement. "Yeah, anytime your brother wants to find someone to fall in love with, your dad and I will definitely open up about it." Zhang Xiufang chimed in. Chen Dali's idea, now cannot find an object. The family's money are used in the renovation of the house. How to have a few more years, and then save a few years of money, and then consider personal problems. "Dad, Mom, you and Xiaohua David all go to my old aunt's house to rest. It's a mess here too. There's nowhere to stand or sit. I'll be fine here by myself," Chen Dali said to his father and mother. "Well, there's nothing to do here, so let's go to his old aunt's house first," Chen said to his family. "Then we'll go first. Come to your old aunt's house for dinner tonight." Zhang Xiufang helped Chen Jiqiang and said to Chen Dali while walking, "Brother, we're going over there too. Don't forget to come over for dinner tonight." "Brother, go over there first." Chen Xiaohua and Chen Dali's words rang out almost simultaneously. "Okay, you guys go over there first, and I'll go over there later in the evening." Chen Dali waved his hand and watched the whole family leave the site of building the house. Though the days of summer are long, they eventually pass, and before you know it, golden evening sunsets are hanging in the sky. The laborers working for Chen Dali's family wrapped up their work, and Chen Dali headed towards his old aunt's house. "Brother, what a coincidence you've come. The dishes have just all been served." As soon as Chen Dali entered the courtyard of his old aunt's house, he saw a table set up in the courtyard with several dishes on it. Chen Xiaohua was arranging chopsticks around the table, and when he saw his brother coming, he rushed to greet him. Chen Dali took a look, and it was quite sumptuous, with chicken, fish and meat, and a few vegetarian cold dishes. Old auntie, aunt and father were coming out of the house. Chen Dali saw them and hurriedly greeted them. "Here comes power," auntie responded enthusiastically. Mother and old aunt also came out of the kitchen, and old aunt's cousins and David came out of the house. "We're all here, so let's all sit down." Auntie smiled and greeted everyone as they took their seats. The old aunt's family, as well as Chen Dali's family, all sat down around the table, eating their meals while chatting about family matters. The atmosphere was cordial and joyful. After dinner, cleaned up, Chen Dali ready to go back to their own house building there to sleep. How to say, those building materials, there must be someone to watch a little. The old aunt asked Chen Dali to bring a wire folding bed, a towel quilt, a few trays of mosquito coils, and a lighter. After Chen Dali thanked him, he took these things and went back to the building site. Chen Dali found a place out of the way, put the wire folding bed, under the bed lit 3 trays of mosquito coils. Think it should be able to not be infested with mosquitoes. The temperature at night is not as hot as it was during the day. Chen Dali lay on the bed, covered with a towel quilt, his hands padded under his head, looking at the starry night sky and thinking, "I haven't contacted Kong Weijia in the past 2 days, so I don't know how he's doing there. I still miss the time when I worked in a hotpot restaurant. Although I was busy every day, I felt very fulfilled and quite happy." There's also the owner of the hot pot restaurant, Zhao Xinxin, who doesn't know what she's doing after cashing out the store. There is also the Karabi College, which I have been attending for 3 years, and I am about to say goodbye to the best times of my life, or when I was attending the school. In 1 more year, It will be the end of college and the beginning of the process of getting into the community, getting a job, and entering the workforce. Chendali still wants to find a job in Sangbei City, both to stay in the city, but also not too far from home, a trip home to visit the aging parents. Not too much time. There is also the goddess of the heart Mei Ao Shui. Chendali also do not know her current situation. Since she pulled black and deleted himself, there is no contact with her. Hopefully, she'll be able to clear up any misconceptions about herself, whether or not she can go back to being like she was before. Thinking about it, Chendali's eyes gradually could not open, and he did not want to think about anything. Sleeping. Not long after, Chendali sounded a slight snore. In the next few days, Chendali's house building project was carried out smoothly and methodically, and the roof was sealed in a few days. Chen Jiqiang eventually could not resist the persuasion of his family and did not come to live in the newly built house. Every night, it is always Chendali who sleeps here in the house building. House ceiling, installation of doors and windows, tamping and leveling the ground, wall plastering, reserve line position. These jobs, Chendali can help workers do a little is a little. Soon came August. Chendali family's new house is already in shape. Only some fine decoration work remains. Chen Jiqiang came to the new house every day to see. The joy is overflowing. Chen Xiaohua has begun his intense senior year of study and lives at the school in order to prepare for next year's college entrance exams without distractions. Just into August. Still in the day. Every day is humid and hot. Not moving or all sweaty. A little work, but also sweaty. Chen vigorously sighs. Living in the population is not too concentrated in the countryside are so hot that the concentration of people in the urban area of Sangbei, not even hotter. Chapter 87 Young people. Really was Chen vigorously said. From the beginning of July, has been to enter the month of August. The temperature of the urban area of the warehouse north has always been high, often exceeding 40 degrees, and also unusually humid and stuffy. Out of the air-conditioned house to the outdoors, a few minutes can make people wet clothes, but just under such extreme weather, many outdoor practitioners still have to persevere, still overcoming difficulties and sticking to their jobs. Sangbei City at night, the heat is still there. Few pedestrians on the road are staying in the air-conditioned house do not want to come out. Even if there are some people who do not want to stay in the air-conditioned house for a long time to come out to walk, but also holding a bushel fan, both the fan of mosquitoes, but also for their own fan cool air. A thin young man, strenuously pedaling a tricycle back bucket on a large blue plastic bucket, which should be loaded with a lot of things. The weight is not light. The young man pedaled up the tricycle. It is very laborious. The young man's grease-covered undershirt was already soaked through, and beads of sweat continued to trickle down the ends of his bangs, which almost covered his eyes, as well as the tip of his nose and the chin of his chin. The young man couldn't care less, lifting the front of his undershirt with one hand and quickly wiping the sweat off his face as he continued to laboriously move forward. Arriving at the back kitchen door of a restaurant, the young man finally stopped his tricycle, and had just jumped off of it, before he had a chance to take a break, when a grumpy chortle came from the doorway. Little son of a, why did you just come? It's such a hot day. These leftovers are sitting here. They all smell. Hurry up and get rid of them. A short, fat man standing in the doorway of the back kitchen, dressed in chef's overalls, shouted out a reprimand to the young man without mercy. The young man, always beaming and not saying a word, silently walked to the door of the back kitchen, picked up the slop bucket full of leftover food and soup, walked over to his tricycle, strained to lift the slop bucket, and emptied its contents into the big blue bucket on the tricycle. Afterward, putting the slop bucket back in its place, the young man turned the cart around and pedaled away again on his 3 wheels with great effort. The young man pedaled the 3 wheels, walking north in the downtown area of Sangbei. The pedestrians on the road became less and less. Gradually, there was no one on the road. Coming to an intersection, the young man looked around to make sure there were no vehicles, before continuing to pedal his tricycle north. When the young man came to this intersection, it was already almost 11 o'clock. Where there are people. Besides, after this intersection, in the north, is the rare people forward street. During the day, it was rare to see anyone in the neighborhood, let alone in the middle of the night. The further north the young man went, the denser and taller the weeds became on both sides of the road, and the trees grew so tall and dense that the shade was so continuous that the night sky was almost invisible. Where hardly anyone comes, nature has taken over again. In addition to the sound of young men pedaling their tricycles, there would be the occasional sound of crickets on either side of the road, and even the terrifying hoots of owls. The young man is still expressionless pedaling 3 wheels to the north. In the middle of the night, a person walking in such a desolate place, that would require a lot of courage. Walked to the head. The young man got off the tricycle, came to a dilapidated gate. The door next to the half of the wall is almost completely submerged by weeds. Only in the gaps in the weeds, you can still vaguely see the Jinyao 2 words. The iron fence on both sides of the gate has long been filled with climbing plants. This is exactly the long abandoned for several years Jinhao Biopharmaceutical Company, Ltd. Plant workshops, office buildings, warehouses are still there, but by a variety of plants to take over completely, and some houses even the roof has grown weeds. Looking into this abandoned factory from outside the gates, it was dark and desolate, making it feel eerie and creepy. The young man pulled a set of keys out of his pants pocket, unlocked the large lock on the iron gate, and struggled to push open the large, heavy iron door. Returning to the tricycle, he pedaled along the concrete path, which also had weeds growing out of the crevices, into the gate, and got off again to reclose the big iron gate and lock it. Pedaling the tricycle around an office building, he came to the abandoned warehouse in the back, pulled open the sliding door of the warehouse, held the handle of the tricycle with one hand, and yanked the edge of the back bucket of the tricycle with one hand, and struggled to drag the tricycle into the warehouse. All kinds of pungent stench came from the warehouse, the stench of feces, the stench of spoiled and rancid food, and the stench of moldy items, mixing together in a suffocating way. Stopping the tricycle, the young man breathed heavily. His body had long been soaked, as if he had just come out of a pond after a jolt. In this kind of weather, if you don't do anything outdoors, you can get soaked in a few minutes, not to mention pedaling all the way to the third wheel with such effort. Along the roots of the wall inside the warehouse lay cages of various sizes, each containing animals, chickens, dogs, rabbits, and even rats and bats, and a lot of sickening odors, the vast majority of which wafted from these cages. The animals in these cages, after seeing the young man return, showed excitement and jumped up and down in their cages. The leftovers from the restaurant that the young man brought back on his tricycle are what these animals will be fed right away. After doing this for a long time, the animals have formed a conditioned reflex, and when they see the youngsters coming back, they know that there is going to be something good to eat, so how can they not be excited? These animals, even if they are about to live or die after this meal, still eat aggressively. A dozen meters away from these animal cages, under a dimly lit chandelier, there was a large workbench filled with a variety of bottles and jars, all of which held colorful or liquids or powders. There were also alcohol lamps, some cylindrical glass tubes scattered on the workbench. This one looks like a place to do experiments, except that whatever the experiment is, the environment is really worrisome. Next to the workbench, stood a short, fat middle-aged man, Mediterranean hairstyle, as well as often do not see the sun caused by the bleak white face. Looking at it is frightening. At this moment, the middle-aged man was looking at the young man with a face full of anger. "You lazy ass, why are you back so late? Did you take a lazy break halfway through the day?" The middle-aged man didn't even look at the sweat on the young man's face and body, and opened his mouth to scold him. Without any response, the young man silently picked up a large spoon and scooped up leftover slop from the large blue plastic bucket on his tricycle, pouring it one by one into the trough in front of the cage. The critters, scrambling to their cages, poked their heads out to eat these. "Hurry up and feed them, there's something else to do afterward." The middle-aged man was still grumpy and heckled the young man. The young man remained silent, burying his head in his work, as if he was used to this, or perhaps numbed by the heckling. Chapter 88 Rescuing People from the Fire. You lazy ass, did you hear me? Seeing that the young man did not say anything, the middle-aged man seemed to be getting more angry. "I hear you. Can you stop calling me a slacker and call me by my name?" The young man responded to the middle-aged man with great reluctance. "What?" Hearing the young man's words, the middle-aged man was like a landlord hearing a tenant farmer's plea for a rent reduction. The expression on his face was as good as 3 words impossible. "And call you names? What are you?" The middle-aged man still spoke to the young man without any semblance of respect, still treating him like a slave. This middle-aged man is Hu Lilong, the chief engineer of research and development of Jinhao Biopharmaceutical Company. 3 years ago, it was due to his mistakes, developed a new drug was found to be a quality problem. Jinhao Pharmaceutical was seized and shut down, was fined all the money, and finally ended up with corporate bankruptcy. Since then, Jinhao Pharmaceuticals has been empty, and now only this desolate and dilapidated factory is left, still standing in the northernmost part of the city of Tsangbei. Hu Lilong is not willing to fail, not willing to sink so low. He wants to rise again. He wants to develop new drugs out. He wants to prove himself again. He wants to revive the glory. He went around lobbying others to invest in rebuilding his own R&D lab, but no one was willing to invest in him even after he broke his legs and wore out his mouth. Often this is the case. The bigger the business, do red hot, the more people come to invest to smash money. And when you hit rock bottom, when there is nothing, even if there is a grand blueprint, and then there is a meticulous plan, and then there is a great talent, others will only think it is a fart. Hu Lilong did not get discouraged. Anyone does not look at themselves, then by some simple equipment, their own research and development. So, Hu Lilong returned to this deserted factory of Jinyao Pharmaceutical to secretly develop new drugs on his own, and he himself was convinced that there would be a day of success. More than a year ago, a night, Hu Lilong finished the business back, passing a rental house on the outskirts of the city, through the window to find the house flickering fire. Hu Lilong worried about someone in the house, but no cell phone on the body, cannot call the police, in a hurry, smashed through the window without a security net, at the risk of his life, the top of the blazing fire and rolling smoke into the house. Under the illumination of the firelight, Hu Lilong found that there was indeed a young man lying motionless on a broken sofa, which had also caught fire. Hu Lilong was choked by the smoke and coughed. He covered his mouth and nose, bent over and quickly came to the broken sofa, reached out and touched the young man's neck artery. There is still beating, not dead. Too late to think, Hu Lilong pulled up already unconscious young man, carried on the shoulder, facing straight to the face of the flames, quickly came to the window just smashed next to the young man to the window through. He also quickly jumped out of the window, just jumped out of the window. The fire engulfed the window. Hu Lilong clothes on the body also have a place on fire, fortunately not too big, and hurriedly patted a few times. The body of the fire patted out. Looking at this young man again, he was thrown from the window to the ground by Hu Lilong, and at a height of over a meter. He surprisingly didn't wake him up. Hu Lilong, with their own grasp of a little first aid common sense, rushed to him to do CPR. A few minutes later, the young man's hands and feet have a little movement. Seeing the young man show signs of recovery, Hu Lilong was overjoyed. After all, this is a life. Looking at the young man's appearance, Hu Lilong felt that he should not have been burned by the fire, but inhaled the smoke and inhaled the harmful gases, which led to the coma. If he had a little more water to throw in his face and agitate him, he might wake up. Hu Lilong looked around. The neighborhood, in addition to sparse a few buildings, do not see people living in the rental housing, where there is a water source. Not being able to wait any longer, Hu Lilong picked up the unconscious young man on his back and quickly ran away to find a water source. After running aimlessly for a few minutes, just when Hu Lilong was panting and about to run out of breath, he finally found a ditch by a farmland. Laying the young man down on the ground by the gutter, Hu Lilong cupped his hands and ruffled the water in his face, one after the other. The young man finally started to move around after Hu Lilong's active treatment. Ahem! The young man coughed twice and his eyes slowly opened a slit. Seeing the young man waking up, Hu Lilong's heart was very joyful, and with a joyful smile, he helped the young man and made him sit up. How are you? Is everything okay? Hu Lilong cautiously questioned the young man. The young man was dumbfounded and unresponsive. It seems to be in a state of limbo. Is the house on fire, your house? Hu Lilong then inquired in a low voice, afraid that a loud voice would scare him. The young man shook his head woodenly. Hu Lilong looked at the young man, who didn't speak but was able to answer his questions with a shake of his head, indicating that he had regained consciousness. That's a rental house? Hu Lilong continued to ask the young man. The young man nodded softly. How did the fire start? Can you remember? Hu Lilong tentatively asked the young man the reason for the fire. The young man's eyes were dull and motionless, like a statue, and he did not respond to Hu Lilong's questions. Suddenly, the young man tried to stand up, but his weak legs couldn't support him at all. One stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Seeing this, Hu Lilong hurriedly reached out to help him. Looking at this young man, Hu Lilong is also thinking, the house on fire is not the young man's home. This young man is likely to be homeless, without any relatives of such a person. Their own R&D laboratory, now only one person, many times busy. If the young man to stay around, as an assistant, is also good. Having made up his mind, Hu Lilong then asked the young man, you're on your feet, where do you want to go? Your body is too weak to walk right now. I can walk you there. Is there an exact place to go? The young man was still in a frozen state, listening to Hu Lilong's words with little reaction. Do you have anywhere else to go? Hu Lilong continued to ask, his voice a little louder. This time, the young man turned his head, his dull, helpless eyes looking at Hu Lilong, and gently shook his head. Hu Lilong was overjoyed in his heart. If you have nowhere else to go, will you come with me? Do some work for me every day and I'll take care of your food and shelter. Hu Lilong inquired of the young man. The young man remained frozen in place. It seems to be reluctant. Since it is not willing, Hu Lilong also do not want to force, no matter what, has saved the young man out of the fire, and looks like there is no life threatening. Then they can also leave. Hu Lilong stood up and prepared to leave, but the young man grabbed his sleeve. Chapter 89 Assistant. Hu Lilong looked back and the young man's eyes were filled with thirst. Hu Lilong was stunned. Looks like there's a game. What are you pulling me for? Hu Lilong asked knowingly. The young man still didn't say anything. Is it deaf and dumb? Hu Lilong muttered straight in his heart. No, the deaf and dumb not only can't speak, but their ears are also deaf. But just now when he asked himself, this young man was able to answer with a shake of his head, which means that he can hear and is not deaf and dumb. What I just told you. Follow me. will you? Hu Lilong asked again. This time, the young man nodded firmly. Hu Lilong saw the young man agreed. The heart is very happy. At the same time once again verified. This young man is not deaf and mute, may have just got out of the fire, to the present is still shocked, palpitating, so do not want to speak. How do you feel about yourself now? Can you walk? Hu Lilong asked with concern. Still silent, the young man nodded. Are you so frightened by the fire just now that you don't want to talk? Or have something on your mind and don't want to talk? Hulikon wondered why the young man didn't want to talk. The young man kept his head down and didn't say a word. It was at this point that the sirens of a fire truck sounded in the distance, getting closer and closer. Someone should have noticed the fire and called the police. The young man looked horrified when he heard the fire engine sirens and got up off the ground in a flash, making a move to leave. Since we're leaving, let's go. Two people one after the other, walking on the road to the Jinyao Pharmaceutical abandoned factory, away from the place where the fire is getting farther and farther. But looking back, you can still see that there is a fire reflected. After all, there are no high-rise buildings in the way of this area. Hu Lilong from time to time to observe the young man who followed him, and found that he left the fire far away, but a little calm appearance. Communicate with him again and maybe he'll be able to talk. Holding this idea of giving it a try, Hu Lilong opened his mouth again and asked, What's your name? How old are you? My name is Zhao Xiola. I'm 20 this year. The young man finally spoke. Hu Lilong was glad that he could talk. It seemed that he was just scared just now, and now that he was safe, he was able to relax and communicate normally. Zhao Xiola, do you have any other relatives or friends? Hu Lilong continued to ask. Nope, Zhao Xiola answered succinctly and simply. Listening to Zhao Xiola's words, Hu Lilong guessed that this should be an orphan. Just now I asked you if you would come with me. Why don't you ask for specifics? Aren't you afraid that I'm a human trafficker and abducted you? Hu Lilong said half-jokingly. Fear not, you don't look like a bad guy. If you were a bad guy, you wouldn't have risked your life and rushed into the fire to save me. Zhao Xiola's analysis was quite on point, and Hu Lilong also felt that he had a certain thinking ability, and should have gone to school, so he could communicate very smoothly. Then it might be a good idea to tell him about yourself. Zhao Xiola, I'm a researcher, developing medicines. I'm working alone now, and I happen to still lack an assistant. You're the most suitable to do it. It's really nothing, it's just raising small animals. When the time comes, I'll take these small animals to do experiments. Hu Lilong introduced himself to Zhao Xiola, along with the job he had to do as an assistant. Okay, I'll do this job. Hearing Zhao Xiola's affirmative reply, Hu Lilong was very happy. Just as they spoke without realizing it, the two of them had already arrived at the forward street that led to Golden U Pharmaceuticals. In the middle of the night, there was hardly any sign of life to be seen here, except for the weeds and trees on either side of the road, and it was deathly silent. The two continued on their way, walking on the road in this environment for the first time. Zhao Xiola's face, however, didn't have a trace of fear. All this, Hu Lilong saw in his eyes. Zhao Xiola, aren't you afraid of walking in such an environment for the first time? Hu Lilong asked curiously. What's there to be afraid of? I'm not even afraid of death, but I'm still afraid of this? Zhao Xiola's calm and collected answer surprised Hu Lilong. What had this little guy been through? He's not even afraid of death? Entering the gates of Golden U Pharmaceuticals, he came to a large abandoned house. After coming in, Zhao Xiola looked around at the oversized house. It was too empty. Right at the entrance, there were many large and small cages with animals inside. Mice mostly. In the innermost part, there was a workbench with many bottles and jars on top of it. Zhao Xiola guessed that the table, that would be where this middle-aged man did his experiments. It's just that the environment was really not great. Seeing Zhao Xiola's expression, Hu Lilong also guessed what he was thinking. The conditions here are a bit tough, but it's okay. Now I'm developing a new kind of medicine to strengthen the body. As long as we can successfully develop it, or sell it to pharmaceutical manufacturers, or transfer it to them in proportion to the regular dividends, then we'll make a fortune. Hu Lilong envisioned a bright future for Zhao Xiola, but realized that Zhao Xiola didn't seem too interested in it. Hu Lilong was thinking that maybe Zhao Xiola was tired after traveling such a long way, and he himself was also tired, so he didn't say anything else, so they all went to sleep separately. When he got up the next morning, Hu Lilong gave Zhao Xiola some instructions on what to do and then dove headfirst into his workbench. The job of raising small animals is not much of a challenge for Zhao Xiola, and anyway, each animal can't be raised for long, so he got Hu Lilong's workbench to do the experiment. At first it was okay. Hu Lilong would give Zhao Xiola some money to ride an electric tricycle to the downtown area of Changbei, purchase raw materials for experiments, and then purchase some feed for those mice. But with the passage of time, Hu Lilong's R&D has never made much progress, and his own limited funds, but less and less, gradually stretched to the limit. Seeing the progress of their own R&D work is not good, Hu Lilong is more and more irritable. worried about the hair on the top of the head is getting thinner and thinner. There was no money to buy those mice for experiments, so Hu Lilong let Zhao Xiula go to the vicinity of the Jinyao pharmaceutical factory to catch some small animals, mainly voles. There is no money to buy feed for these small animals. Hu Lilong contacted a few restaurants in the city and asked Zhao Xiula to go to these restaurants at night to collect leftovers and come back to feed the small animals. The battery of the electric tricycle is not working. Hu Lilong did not have money to change the battery, so he gave Zhao Xiula a worn-out manpower tricycle. Every night let him pedal the tricycle to collect the leftovers of the restaurant. In response, Zhao Xiula had no complaints and did whatever he was told to do. It was only Hu Lilong's increasingly violent temper that made Zhao Xiula more and more disgusted. Hu Lilong can't do anything about it. The development of the new drug is very unsuccessful, and his wallet is getting more and more deflated day by day, seeing the hope of making a comeback more and more remote, so his temper is getting worse and worse. Zhao Xiula then became his punching bag, moving to berate Zhao Xiula and venting his own displeasure on Zhao Xiula. Now, he didn't even bother to shout Zhao Xiula's name, and directly addressed Zhao Xiula as lazy ghost. Chapter 90 The End of Patience. Just like this day, the weather is hot. Zhao Xiula collected the leftovers from the restaurant back. Our midnight has long been exhausted. Just want to quickly feed these small animals. Hurry to rest. Instead, Hu Lilong called himself a slacker again, and Zhao Xiula was too lazy to care, but shouting once and then again. This seemed to Zhao Xiula to be evoking his own anger. Bring 2 more critters. Hu Lilong ordered Zhao Xiula. It's so late to be using it. Ha! Zhao Xiula said with some reluctance. Lazy bastard. Bring it when I tell you to. Where's all this nonsense? Hu Lilong was still chiding Zhao Xiula as usual, but he didn't notice the expression on his face that he had already endured. 1 rat, 1 bat, okay? Zhao Xiula asked Hu Lilong. Anything? Hurry up. Hu Lilong said impatiently. Zhao Xiula opened a cage and reached out to grab a mouse that was eating all over the place from inside, as if the rat had a premonition that something bad was going to happen to it. It twisted its body vigorously in Zhao Xiula's hands, stomping its limbs, and a long tail fluttering around, but to no avail. The rat was firmly pinched by Zhao Xiula. Squeezing the rat in his right hand, he came to another cage and opened it, in which Zhao Xiula grabbed a bat that was hanging upside down on the cage, and with a strong tug, ripped it off the top of the cage. The bat's wings were grasped in Zhao Xiula's hands, and he couldn't even flutter his wings, only letting out a loud scream from his mouth. If you were an ordinary person, not to mention holding a mouse and a bat in each hand, even a glance at these 2 goods would be too diaphragmatic to bear, and thus hide far away. Zhao Xiula, on the other hand, didn't have any expression of discomfort, as if he was holding 2 items that were too ordinary to be common. Coming to Hu Lilong's workbench, Zhao Xiula helped fix these 2 animals on 2 small wooden boards respectively, using small thin ropes, tied firmly. These 2 animals no longer had any possibility of breaking free. This time it's going to work. It's going to work. Hu Lilong's mouth kept chanting. Zhao Xiula listened to these words. Long ago heard the ears calloused. Every time before taking small animals to do experiments, Hu Lilong will be so recited, but every time did not succeed. The small animals either died or couldn't achieve the desired effect that Hu Lilong wanted. After Hu Lilong finished his recitation, he took a syringe in his hand, drew some red liquid in a reagent cup, and injected it into the mouse and bat respectively. The mice and bats instantly perked up and fidgeted around on the small, stationary planks, but it wasn't long before both the rat and the bat were motionless, with only their staring eyes still proving they were alive. What's going on? It can't be. How could this happen? Hu Lilong muttered to himself, his face full of confusion. Zhao Xiula, who was standing on the side, had seen too many failed experiments like this and had long been used to them. Hu Lilong hurriedly used another syringe in another reagent cup, extracted some blue liquid and injected it into the mouse and bat. Slacker, cut them loose and put them in that cage for observation. Hu Lilong pointed at an empty cage next to the workbench and ordered Zhao Xiula. Hearing Hu Lilong address himself like this again, Zhao Xiula became a bit enraged. His breathing quickened, and his chest rose and fell violently up and down. Still, he pushed down his anger and loosened the small thin ropes binding the rat and bat and tossed them into the empty cage next to the workbench. The rats and bats were in their cages and could not be seen to be reacting in any way other than a slight twitch. Hu Lilong moved closer to the cage, almost pressing his face against it, and took a close look at the rats and bats. The red one is for strength enhancement and the blue one is for size enhancement. How come it looks unresponsive? Hu Lilong was talking to himself again. After so many days of development, it seems to have failed again. Frustration instantly surged up, and a nameless anger shot straight to Hu Lilong's head. Seeing Hu Lilong in this state, Zhao Xiula very knowingly flashed to the side, trying not to stand in front of him and act as his punching bag. You lazy ass, trying to be lazy again. Don't clean this place up. Zhao Xiula dodged tightly and slowly, but was still hitched by Hu Lilong with a glance, and attracted another scolding. Hearing Hu Lilong address himself like this again, Zhao Xiaola's anger couldn't be suppressed anymore, and it erupted like hot magma under the crater of a volcano. I'm telling you, don't ever call me a slacker again. Zhao Xiaola's eyes widened in anger, and he also stretched out a finger, pointing at Hu Lilong and yelling. Hu Lilong froze. He didn't expect Zhao Xiaola to dare to talk to himself like this. With that, Hu Lilong returned to his normal self. I told you you're lazy, but you don't like it, do you? Is your temper rising? Don't say you're a slacker. I'm the one who brought you back your life. If it wasn't for me, you'd really be a ghost if you weren't a slacker. Between Hu Lilong's words, he brought along the word lazy bastard that Zhao Xiaola was most unwilling to hear. This was like pouring oil on Zhao Xiaola's fire. Still yelling? Let's see you try shouting one more. Zhao Xiaola rushed to Hu Lilong, both eyes glaring red. What's the matter? How dare you hit me? I'll call you lazy. Lazy, lazy. Hu Lilong deliberately shouted 3 times in a row. Pop. Zhao Xiaola gave Hu Lilong a resounding slap in the face with a swift and powerful blow. You lazy bastard really dare to hit me? If I damn well don't get you killed today, my last name isn't Hu. Zhao Xiaola, who had never bowed down to himself and was submissive, actually dared to slap himself in the face? This caused Hu Lilong to become even more furious and pounced on Zhao Xiaola in a flash, and the two of them tore into each other. Zhao Xiaola, after all, was still young, only in his early 20s, and his body was relatively thin and weak, and in the two men's tearing and tangling, he gradually lost the wind. At this moment, Zhao Xiaola, not to mention the power to fight back, even the power to fight was gone. On his face and body, he received several punches and kicks from Hu Lilong one after another, and the more Hu Lilong fought, the more energized he became. Firstly because of the experiment's failure again, and secondly because Zhao Xiaola actually dared to resist attacking himself. Hu Lilong grabbed Zhao Xiaola and held him down with a hug, then stepped forward and mounted him. You lazy bastard. You owe me a beating. Hu Lilong muttered through gritted teeth as he opened his hands left and right and pounded Zhao Xiaola's head and face. After Zhao Xiaola received a few heavy blows, he lost his voice and didn't move a muscle. Hu Lilong still didn't stop and was still venting his anger. Only when he was tired of beating and his hands hurt did Hu Lilong stop. Standing up, Hu Lilong stretched out his fingers and probed at Zhao Xiaola's nostrils, finding that he still had a faint breath. Although Zhao Xiaola's breath was still present, a bold and evil thought was generated in Hu Lilong's mind. Chapter 91 Mutations. That is, dig a hole and bury Zhao Xiaola. Anyway, the kid had no family. No one knew he still existed in this world, and probably, they all thought he had been burned to ashes in that fire. Hu Lilong looked around, searching for a shovel. When he saw these bottles and jars on the workbench, Hu Lilong lamented that he had really failed and was a total flop, despite racking his brains and sleepless nights to develop a new drug. But in the end he was unsuccessful. Looks like it's going to have to be another way out. These experimental instruments that had accompanied him for several years, as well as these instruments and inside the bottles and jars, the developed potions, as well as the undeveloped semi-finished products and raw materials, all of them were useless, and all of them had no value whatsoever. Just like Zhao Xiaola, who was lying on the ground motionless, Hu Lilong picked up the reagent cup with the red liquid in it, and after extracting and injecting the rats and bats, there was still more than half of it left in the cup. Breaking open Zhao Xiaola's mouth, Hu Lilong poured all of the red liquid into his mouth, and similarly, picked up the reagent cup of the blue liquid and poured all of the remaining liquid into his mouth as well. After doing this, Hu Lilong was ready to go out and dig a pit, and just after taking 2 steps, he returned. The bottles and cans on the workbench that still contained something were all picked up, and regardless of what was inside, they were all poured into Zhao Xiaola's mouth, and after that, he also pinched his lips together and shook his head vigorously, so that all the things that were poured into his mouth could be swallowed by him. How deep the resentment towards Zhao Xiaola must be. If he hadn't been killed, he would have been poisoned by these drugs. Putting these empty cups, empty bottles and cans on the workbench, Hu Lilong went out of the door of the warehouse, came to the warehouse side of a dense place of weeds. Hu Lilong decided to dig a pit here, taking a shovel and even digging soil with shoveling grass. After digging for a while, he dug out a pit that could accommodate a person. Hu Lilong felt that it was still a little bit shallow, and put Zhao Xiaola in the pit, which could only be covered with a thin layer of soil, even if the digging is only very shallow. But in this hot summer night, Hu Lilong is still tired, panting and sweating. Throw the shovel to the side. Hu Lilong is ready to rest for a while before digging, taking out a box of cigarettes on his body, and pulling out one before he had a chance to light it. Hu Lilong heard a chaotic fluttering sound coming from the warehouse, as well as a piercing, strange cry, especially the strange cries, which sounded so weird and creepy, making one's scalp numb and goosebumps rise all over one's body. Definitely not the sounds from those little animals in the cages. What the hell is going on in the warehouse? Hu Lilong bravely and gently came to the warehouse door and poked his head inside. This look did not matter. almost scared Hu Lilong out of his wits. The few hairs on the top of his head were going to stand up. Only two tall monsters stood in the warehouse, saying that man was not man and beast was not beast. Both of these monsters were a full 2 meters tall, with strong bodies and toned muscles all over their bodies, just like bodybuilding champions. Although they are human bodies, their heads are not human heads. One of them was the head of a rat, with 2 blood-red eyes, like 2 red lanterns, emitting a chilling red light, a few incisors in the mouth, as sharp knives, and 2 front paws, which had taken on the shape of a human hand, but with long, sharp fingernails on each finger, which made people look at them in horror. This rat monster's feet, still in the mold of a rat's original hind paws, had a long, thick and powerful tail trailing behind it. The other monster, also similar to the rat monster, but a bat's head, the same blood-red eyes like red lanterns, a row of sharp teeth in the mouth, like neatly arranged sharp knives, and 2 furry ears, like 2 bushels, gently rotating on the bat monster's head. It also had 2 sturdy arms, both of which were also as ghastly as a rat monster, and its 2 legs were equally sturdy, but not long, and its feet could not be described as feet, but were sharp claws like those of an eagle. On the back of this bat monster, 2 bat wings flapped gently back and forth, and at the top of each of the 2 wings, there was also a claw, which was also frightening to look at. Hu Lilong hid outside the warehouse door, looking at these 2 monsters. His hands and feet shivered, and beads of sweat went straight out along his sweat pores. What made Hu Lilong feel even more terrified was that Zhao Xiaola had also stood up, and other than his eyes being a little red, he hadn't changed much. Could it be that those drugs he developed and injected into the rat bats caused them to mutate and turn into this frightening appearance? Hu Lilong guessed wildly, but then he thought, Zhao Xiaola had also been poured a lot of medicinal liquid by himself. How come he looked like nothing had changed? These 2 monsters and Zhao Xiaola just stared at each other, and no one moved. Hu Lilong looked at the scene in front of him, and had only one thought, and that was to hurry up and run. Run as fast as possible. Run as far away as possible. Far away from this place that was already out of his control and full of unknown dangers. Hu Lilong turned to run, but hiding in the warehouse door to see this for a while. Both legs have long been scared soft. Ran 2 steps. Flop fell to the ground. The commotion outside the warehouse startled the 2 monsters and Zhao Xiaola, who were staring at each other inside the warehouse. They stopped staring at each other and turned as one to run toward the warehouse door. The bat monster unfolded its flying wings and rose up into the air. In the end, it was still 1 step faster than the mouse monster and Zhao Xiaola, and took the lead in flying outside the warehouse door, and in one go, it pressed down on Hu Lilong, who had collapsed on the ground and was trembling. Then, mouse monster and Zhao Xiaola also rushed over. Zhao Xiaola didn't move, and the mouse monster walked up and surrounded Hu Lilong with the bat monster. At this time, Hu Lilong, pressed by the claws of the bat monster, cannot move, looking at the 2 closer and closer, open mouth with sharp teeth, but also non-stop saliva out of the monster, scared straight, shivering all over. You've been doing all sorts of experiments on us all day, taking our lives for granted, and today we're going to take you to fill our stomachs. Jesus, this rat monster could speak human language and had memories? Could it have been mutated into a human shape by drugs, and also know human language? Cut the crap with him and eat him first. The bat monster can actually speak human. Hu Lilong, under the claws of the bat monster's feet, did not move at all, just staring with wide eyes and open mouth. Presumably his soul had long since gone out of his body, leaving only a shell to be slaughtered. The rat monster raised one hand and plunged it down at Hu Lilong's chest. Ah! The rat monster's nails as sharp as knives were inserted into Hu Lilong's heart area at once. Blood splattered everywhere, while Hu Lilong screamed miserably. His body convulsed a few times, and then he didn't move. Chapter 92 Fighting. Seeing that Hu Lilong didn't move, the bat monster loosened its claws. The rat monster took the hand that was inserted in Hu Lilong's chest and violently lifted it upwards, surprisingly grabbing his heart out and holding it in his hand. The blood-drenched heart was still slightly beating. The rat monster laughed maniacally with a hideous face and picked up Hu Lilong's heart high in the air, then raised his head, tilted his neck, and slowly opened his gut-wrenching mouth, sending the heart towards his mouth. Slow down, I want some too, Bat Monster yelled from the side. But it was too late. The rat monster put the heart in his mouth and chewed on it, his eyes closed and his face full of relief. It seems to think that Hu Lilong's heart tastes pretty good when you eat it. Seeing that mouse monster had already put the heart in his mouth and chewed on it, Bat Monster was chagrined. Why are you annoyed? Isn't there another one there? The mouse monster said and rushed the Bat Monster and nudged at Zhao Xiaola, signaling it to go eat Zhao Xiaola's heart. Yeah, here's another one. The Bat Monster was alerted by his companion and came to a realization. This kid is no good. He's an accomplice of this dead ghost. Many of our companions were killed by this dead ghost through his hands. You go dig out his heart and eat it. Mouse Monster was flirting with Bat Monster. The Bat Monster let out a sardonic laugh. and the flying wings on both sides behind him bent and braced themselves on the ground, as if they were on crutches, and walked towards Zhao Xiaola step by step. Zhao Xiaola, who had once set fire to a rental house with his own hands and was bent on death but didn't make it, had long since put life and death aside, so he didn't show a hint of panic in the face of the terrifying bat monster. Isn't it just a death? What's there to be afraid of? The bat monster arrived in front of Zhao Xiaola and stretched out its sharp claws, then grabbed at his heart area. Although Zhao Xiaola wasn't afraid of death, the unpleasant odor from the bat monster was disgusting. When he was still a tiny bat, how come he didn't smell such a disgusting odor? Zhao Xiaola waved his hand at the bat monster's sharp claws reaching out. Zhao Xiaola made this seemingly careless flick, but the bat monster was staggered, and if it wasn't for the flying wings on both sides struggling to keep its balance, it would have to fall to the ground. The bat monster, who had been set aside, resized Zhao Xiaola, not expecting him to have so much strength at all. The mouse monster, who was standing on the side, still smacking his lips to recall the flavor of his heart, was also shocked to see that the bat monster was almost rattled to the ground by Zhao Xiaola. The mouse monster didn't expect that Zhao Xiaola would have so much strength. Zhao Xiaola himself rushed to be very strange. He was far from being as strong as these two monsters, yet how did he almost dry one of them with a flick of his hand? What Zhao Xiaola didn't know was that after he was knocked out by Hu Lilong, his mouth was filled with a lot of medicinal liquid by Hu Lilong, and perhaps it was these medicinal liquids that turned Zhao Xiaola into a person who looked unimpressive, but was actually incredibly powerful. Now, we will avenge the deaths of your companions at your hands, the mouse monster yelled, and the bat monster, one on each side, gathered towards Zhao Xiaola. Since he had supernatural power in him, Zhao Xiaola was still afraid of these two monsters? Just as the bat monster opened its flying wings and tried to fan Zhao Xiaola started early and punched at the bat monster's face. Seeing the situation, Bat Monster hurriedly stretched out his hands and crossed them in front of him, catching Zhao Xiaola's punch. Although he caught the punch, the Bat Monster was still impacted by Zhao Xiaola's tremendous strength and took several steps backward. And if it wasn't for the flying wings on both sides spreading out in an effort to huff and puff to keep his balance, he would have surely collapsed on the ground. Seeing this, the rat monster clenched its fists and lunged at Zhao Xiaola. Zhao Xiaola dodged and the rat monster pounced, but he didn't know that its thick tail swept across in a smooth manner. Zhao Xiaola was quick on his feet and jumped outward, dodging the rat monster's sweeping tail. Click! A bull-thick tree, swept by the rat monster's tail, hardened and broke off from the middle of its trunk. Good enough. Zhao Xiaola looked at the tree that was swept down by the rat monster's tail and muttered in a low voice, but he didn't panic inside. With his prediction of his current strength, Zhao Xiaola felt that if the rat monster's tail swept over again, he wouldn't be able to dodge anymore and would have to deal him a painful blow. As expected, after the rat monster's tail swept by, the guy turned around again in a smooth manner and once again swept at Zhao Xiaola with his tail at the waist. This time, Zhao Xiaola didn't dodge, but waited for the rat tail to sweep over. Pop! The rat's tail, which was so powerful that it could have swept through the trees, hit Zhao Xiaola's left rib heavily, making a not-so-small sound. The rat monster thought it would knock Zhao Xiaola to the ground, spitting blood from his mouth. However, when he looked back, Zhao Xiaola was still standing still, holding his tail under his armpit with his left arm. This fierce sweep of his own had surprisingly had no effect on Zhao Xiaola. Looking at Zhao Xiaola, who was motionless and calm, the mouse monster panicked and hurriedly tried to pull its tail out of Zhao Xiaola's armpit. The rat monster jerked harder, tugging at the root of his own tail, but not pulling it out. Zhao Xiaola's terrifying power made the rat monster feel scared. Zhao Xiaola didn't care if the rat monster was scared or not. He raised his right hand, straightened his 5 fingers, turned his palm into a knife, and slashed down hard at the rat's tail he was holding under his armpit. Ah! The rat monster let out a miserable scream. His hands clutched the half-severed tail that kept dripping blood behind himself, and he fell to the ground in agony, rolling back and forth in pain. Zhao Xiaola stretched out his right hand and took the half of the rat's tail, which was clamped under the armpit of his left arm and had been cut off by his own palm, and shook it in his hand before throwing it to the side. My tail! Seeing his body parts, just casually thrown away by Zhao Xiaola, the rat monster screamed in heartache. Zhao Xiaola didn't pay any attention to the mouse monster's screams and approached it step by step, ready to end its life. Who told it to flirt with the bat monster to eat its heart? It was almost in front of the rat monster, and the rat was still rolling on the ground in pain, not even caring that the danger was approaching. Just then, the bat monster on the side whooshed and leapt in front of Zhao Xiaola, swinging his fists to hit on the front and spreading his flying wings to fan on both sides. With these two moves, you still want to beat Zhao Xiaola? He only saw Zhao Xiaola's 2 hands reaching out to the sides, blocking the flying wings on both sides of the bat monster, while raising his leg and kicking it right at its fist. The kick, which hit the bat monster right in the fist that it had punched, hurt it so much that it took 2 steps back and shook its hand, which had been kicked with severe pain. as hard as it could. Just as it flung its hand, Zhao Xiaola struck the bat monster's stomach with a thunderous punch. The bat monster took a heavy blow. Blood was already coming out of his mouth, and he fell to the ground, covering his stomach. Now, just send you both to your former companions. Zhao Xiaola turned to the two monsters that had fallen to the ground with a murderous look on his face. It seemed like he was going to take out all the anger he had suffered from Hu Lilong on them. Chapter 93 Evil. You spare us! Spare us! The rat monster and bat monster repeatedly begged Zhao Xiaola for mercy. Spare you? Humph. Zhao Xiaola simply ignored the two monsters' pleas for mercy and came to the two of them, raising his palms high, again wanting to use his palms as swords to slash the two monsters. You spare us. As long as we can be spared, you will be our master, and we will be dead and loyal to you, and will absolutely listen to your words. The mouse monster and the bat monster hugged each other tightly, looking at the murderous Zhao Xiaola in horror as they kept begging for mercy. Listening to the words of these two monsters, Zhao Xiaola thought for a moment. In this desolate and dilapidated pharmaceutical factory, Hu Lilong is dead. Only he is left. If there are so two powerful and strong monsters following their orders, it would be not bad. These two goods in the northern part of Cangbei. It is estimated that there is no one who can stop them. Thinking about the grievances and insults that I have suffered over the years, the contempt and humiliation that those with a little bit of money and power have shown themselves, and the various ways that those women with a little bit of good looks have looked down on themselves, the more I think about it, the more angry I get. Now that he has a strong power in his body, he is going to return all the injustices that people have done to him in the past, doubling them all, and it would be nice to have the two helpers, Mouse Monster and Bat Monster, to do these acts of revenge themselves. So, you can't kill these two monsters. There's still a use for keeping them both. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiaola said to the two monsters who were hugging and shivering on the ground, if you want to live, you have to be loyal and obedient to me, as you just said. If you have the slightest dissent, this is your downfall. After Zhao Xiaola finished speaking to the two monsters, he came to a half-man tall boulder, raised his hand, and slashed down at the boulder. Click! The hard boulder was then split in half by Zhao Xiaola's palm. The two monsters sitting on the ground looked at the stone that was easily split in half by Zhao Xiaola, and each touched their own head, and hurriedly said to Zhao Xiaola, we will be loyal to you, never betray you, and always listen to you. The two monsters rushed to take a stand. Okay, you two, let's get rid of this dead ghost's body first, Zhao Xiaola said and pointed at Hu Lilong who was lying on the ground. Just in time, we're both still hungry. Listening to Zhao Xiaola's order, the two monsters beautifully pounced on Hu Lilong's corpse and feasted on it. Zhao Xiaola turned around and walked towards the warehouse. After a while, the two monsters walked into the warehouse while sucking the specks of blood from their hands. Finished with it? Zhao Xiaola opened his mouth to ask these two monsters, didn't this dead ghost dig a pit just now? The two of us ate him almost to death and threw some of the leftover scraps into that pit to bury it. The rat monster made a report to Zhao Xiaola. Yeah. Zhao Xiaola listened and felt that it was handled okay. What else do you want? The bat monster asked Zhao Xiaola respectfully. This line of questioning brought an inexplicable sense of satisfaction to Zhao Xiaola's heart. In the past, no matter when they went to school, or when they worked part-time after failing in the college entrance exams, very few people spoke to them in a kind way, and very often, the vast majority of people who came into contact with them, as long as they opened their mouths to speak with them, either berated, mocked, or variously belittled and struck down. Zhao Xiaola has extremely low self-esteem, not a little bit of self-confidence. Walking on the street, even if just a glance at the sight of the passing women, regardless of the woman's appearance and figure and age, basically will be Zhao Xiaola angrily scolded, as if they are walking on the road. Was Zhao Xiaola such a loser? Look, is a huge loss, is being taken advantage of. Even if he later found a job as a porter in a supermarket, Zhao Xiaola still had low self-esteem and rarely talked to people, keeping his head down all day long, his eyes dull, and in the few conversations he had with people, he didn't dare to look at the other person directly in the eyes. The more this happened, the more Zhao Xiaola was alienated and looked down upon. Every time he recalled these unforgivable past events, Zhao Xiaola had a nameless fire running straight through his head. But now it was different. Now that he had supernatural power in him, whoever dared to treat him like before, he would have to pay him back twice as much. Let's see what other self-righteous woman dares to move in anger. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiaola felt that it was just as well that these two monsters asked what else they wanted. So why not just let them both go out and catch a pretty woman back? Making up his mind, Zhao Xiaola said to the two monsters, listen you two, now go out and get me a woman. I want a woman alive. A woman unharmed, not harmed in any way. The mouse monster and the bat monster listened without speaking and looked at each other. What? Can't you do this little thing? Zhao Xiaola was a bit angry at the two monsters. It can be done. It can be done. It's not easy to catch someone and bring them back. We'll be right there. Mouse Monster and Bat Monster were busy agreeing. Remember, you must bring them back unharmed and without the slightest injury, or else your heads will be crushed. Is that clear? Zhao Shula snapped at the two monsters. Listen carefully. Bat Monkey agreed with trepidation. Go on then. When they heard Zhao Shula give the word, the Rat Monster and the Bat Monster, one running on the ground and the other rising up in the air, went out of the warehouse in unison. It's the middle of the night. The roads are long gone. Where are we going to get someone? A woman? And it has to be unharmed, not hurt her. Once outside the Golden U Pharmaceuticals factory, the Mouse Monster complained to the Bat Monster. Why? If you can't, just find a house and drill in and catch one. What do you care? The Bat Monster whirled its wings low in the air and spoke to the Rat Monster on the ground. The two monsters leapt into downtown Karakita, one in the sky and one on the ground, wandering aimlessly. Turning a corner, the Rat Monster noticed a sedan parked on the side of the road. The lights weren't on but the car was in a started state. The Rat Monster signaled to the Bat Monster flying in the sky to land on a nearby roof first and not make any noise, while he himself gingerly leaned towards the limo. The sedan, which was parked on the side of the road, was indeed idling, as the air conditioning was on inside. A young couple, after a night out at the movies, pulls over to a secluded side street and stops, overwhelmed with passion, and quickly embraces in a kiss. This couple in the back seat of the sedan, as if drywood meets fire, tightly embraced together, enjoying the sweetness of love, enjoying the soothing pleasure brought about by skin-to-skin contact, but did not even think that the danger has quietly come. Chapter 94 Setting the Rules. The Mouse Monster pressed his face against the glass of the limo's rear door and watched with interest the passionate moments inside. The young couple inside the car, only focusing on their own passionate devotion, are completely unaware that there are monsters peeping outside the car. The boy in the car inadvertently looked up and saw what appeared to be two red lanterns flickering out the window. The boys were surprised. Where did the red lanterns come from in the middle of the night? A sense of foreboding struck the boy's mind and he stopped moving, and the girl suddenly fell from the top to the bottom, pounding the boy's chest in a very disgruntled manner. What are you doing? The girl asked the boy in a whiny voice. You, look, what is that? The boy's voice had trembled a little as he spoke, and when he finished, he nudged toward the car window behind the girl. What are these two glowing red things? The girl looked back, also a little puzzled. It's a bit intimidating. The boys were a little timid. What the hell is it? Just lower the glass and see. This girl was bolder than the boys, and when she finished, she went to press the window lift button. The windows fell down and the young couple was presented with a scene they would never forget. A huge, furry rat's head was facing them, and what emitted a bright red light, like two small red lanterns, were the two rat eyes, and on both sides of the rat's nose, a couple of whiskers were like a couple of steel fibers, and the rat's mouth was open, revealing sharp incisors. Anyone who saw such a scene would be scared out of their wits. The young couple was no exception, wailing in terror, not bothering to straighten their clothes, and moving one by one to the door on the side of the order. But these two people have long been scared by the rat monster. Hands and feet do not listen to the command, while screaming chaotically, while chaotically waving arms and legs, but did not move back an inch. The rat monster didn't dawdle with them. Stretching out its chillingly sharp claws, it grabbed the car door in one go and yanked it down hard, throwing the car door to the side. Half of the rat monster's body poked into the car. Ah! The girl's shrill screams cut through the night sky, but to no avail. Wide-eyed, with extreme fear written all over her face, she shrank one by one towards the boys behind her. The boy's back was up against the door on the other side of the car, and there was no way back. And, long ago, he was so frightened that he forgot to open the door on his side of the car. The rat monster reached out its big furry hand and grabbed the girl's arm as soon as it could, pulling it towards the car. Get off me! Get off me! The girl cried out as she clutched the boy with her other hand. The boy also reacted, pulling the girl with one hand and whacking the rat monster's thick arm with the other. But the whacking was not as strong as tickling the rat monster. Mouse Monster C cannot pull out the girl, so it stretched out another hand. A hand clutched the boy, pulling the girl's wrist, pinched hard, only to hear click sound. The boy's wrist bone was crushed. Ah! The boy let out a scream as the sharp pain that drilled through his heart made it so that his hand could no longer grip the girl. The rat monster took the opportunity to pull the disheveled girl out of the car, lifted his head, curved his fingers into his mouth, and blew a loud whistle at the sky. The bat monster, hearing the whistle, flew above the rat monster in a flash. The girl took one look at another hideous-faced monster flying in the sky and fainted in terror. Flying squirrel. Next, when Mouse Monster finished speaking to Bat Monster, he grabbed the girls by the waist with both hands and threw them as hard as he could into the sky. Rat, didn't the boss say so? To be unharmed. How did you get this woman killed? Bat Monster flying suspended in mid-air, steadily catch the girl thrown up by the rat monster. See the girl tightly closed eyes, not moving, cannot help but ask the rat monster questions. Where did I kill her? She's just stunned. She'll wake up in a while. You take her back to the boss first. I'll be right there. The rat monster rushed the bat in the sky. Good. I'll go first then. With that, Bat Monster flapped his wings, hugged the unconscious girl tightly and flew away. The task entrusted by the boss had been completed, and the rat monster turned to leave. Ah! Groans of pain came from the boys inside the car. Their wrists were crushed alive. Their beloved girlfriends were taken away. The boys' heartache and body pain could be imagined. The rat monster heard the sound and turned back to the sedan with a grimace and a grin, followed by a flash of red in his eyes. The rat monster raised his clenched hand high into a fist and slammed it down on the roof of the car, smashing it just above where the boys were in the back seat. Bang! With a loud thud, the roof of the car was smashed so deeply that it almost stuck to the chassis, splattering broken glass in all directions. There were no more moans of pain from the boys in the car, and a stream of blood, running down the cracks of the now smashed car, dripped out onto the ground. The rat monster watched this with a satisfied sardonic smile and quickly left, running in the direction of the Golden U Pharmaceutical Factory. The bat monster that had long ago flown back to the warehouse of the Golden U Pharmaceutical Factory carefully placed the unconscious girl in front of Zhao Xiaola, looking at him with a winking smile on his face in anticipation of receiving a compliment. Pop! A resounding slap to Batmonkey's furry face. The bat monster, who received a slap from Zhao Xiaola, covered his face and took 2 steps back. His face full of winks turned into a face full of aggression. But he didn't dare to say anything for fear of incurring Zhao Xiaola's severe beating again. Damn it, didn't I tell you guys? I wanted alive and unharmed, but you guys got me a dead one. Thinking that if these 2 idiots didn't do what they said, then they weren't listening to themselves. Zhao Xiaola was also furious at the bat monster. If you don't listen to yourself and don't do what you want, then there has to be a punishment. Otherwise, where does your majesty come from? Therefore, Zhao Xiaola felt that it was necessary to set up rules for these 2 monsters, and this slap was all too light. After receiving a slap and hearing Zhao Xiaola speak, Bat Monster then dared to open his mouth to speak. Boss, this woman isn't dead, she just fainted. Really? Don't believe me when Rat comes back, ask him. Bat Monster was extremely defensive. While this was going on, the Mouse Monster came back from outside. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit off, Mouse Monster didn't dare to say anything. Didn't hurt the girl? Zhao Xiaola asked the Mouse Monster. No. Seeing his partner, Flying Mouse, covering his face on the sidelines, Mouse Monster also had a bad feeling. What is it? Zhao Xiaola asked, pointing at the arm of the girl lying on the ground, still unconscious. The rat monster followed Zhao Xiaola's finger and found some bruises on the girl's arm and a thin blood mark. Needless to say, the rat monster realized that it was caused when he grabbed the girl's arm and yanked her outward. In the next second, Zhao Xiaola's hand had choked the rat monster's neck. Chapter 95. The rat monster immediately felt his neck being pinched raw and had trouble breathing. Old boss, Don, pinch it. No, it's wrong. Mouse Monster's face was so pinched that he couldn't speak properly. From now on, whatever you're told to do, you're going to do what I tell you to do. Do you hear me? Zhao Xiaola spoke calmly, with a gentle tone, but the Mouse Monster was shivering as he listened, because the strength of the hand that was pinching his neck never relaxed. The rat monster nodded. Talk, Zhao Xiaola said as he increased the strength in his hands a little more. Listen, understand. The rat monster spoke with difficulty. Listening to the rat monster, Zhao Xiaola let go of it, then turned around and slowly walked next to this girl, carefully sizing her up. The girl lying on the ground, still in a coma, wasn't particularly pretty, but she was quite tolerable, with messy hair and disheveled clothes, the result of passion with her boyfriend, not the work of a rat monster. The girl was fair-skinned and had a nice figure, raised where it should be, flat where it should be, and round where it should be. Pulling a chair from the side and placing it beside the girl, Zhao Xiaola just sat down and looked at the girl, not waking her up. It was the first time that Zhao Xiaola had looked at a young woman for such a long time, except for the girl who used to be his favorite. Seeing Zhao Xiaola just quietly looking at the girl, the Mouse Monster and the Bat Monster didn't know what he was going to do next, so they had no choice but to stand quietly by the side and didn't dare to utter a single breath. After a few minutes of this, the girl gradually began to move her arms and legs, and her eyes slowly opened. Bracing her hands on the ground, the girl slowly got up. Upon looking up and seeing the dark surroundings, the girl no longer knew where she was, and upon turning her head again and seeing the 2 monsters that had taken her captive, standing just off to the side, the girl still screamed out in terror, and shrank into a ball on the ground, filled with fear, not knowing what she was going to face next. Zhao Xiaola stood up and came to the girl. When the girl saw these 2 vicious monsters, respectfully treating the thin young man in front of her, she felt that this young man must be in league with these 2 monsters, and was their leader. But the young man didn't look like a bad guy, and begging him might let him live. The girl hurriedly knelt down in front of Zhao Xiaola and said with a sobbing voice, "Little brother, please don't kill me. Let me go, please." Looking at such a girl whose looks and figure were still good, kneeling on the ground and begging herself so humbly, Zhao Xiaola's inferiority complex was greatly satisfied. There was a time when one could walk down the street and if one gave a female more than a passing glance, one would get a scornful blank stare or a scolding. One, on the other hand, could not yet have any explanation or rebuttal, but could only suffer with patience, or else be greeted with redoubled insults, because such a woman knows very well in her heart that scolding a loser like Zhao Xiaola won't cause any trouble for herself, and even if she scolds wrongly, she won't pay any price for herself. Similarly, this girl in front of her, if she was usually given more than a glance by Zhao Xiaola on the street, she would probably scold him, but now, this girl became Zhao Xiaola's plaything, a plaything that Zhao Xiaola could decide life and death at will. Release you? When Zhao Xiaola finished speaking, a wicked red light flashed in his eyes. With those eyes, even the two monsters standing aside were a bit scared, let alone a defenseless girl. Just don't kill me, make me do anything. The girl thought that even if she didn't let herself go, then don't kill herself and leave her alive. Do anything? Zhao Xiaola repeated the words and asked the girl again. Do whatever. The girl repeated her answer again. Well then, you're here to learn me a dog crawl. Zhao Xiaola spoke gently. The girl listened to the request with an imperceptible hard look on her face, but quickly dropped to the ground and crawled forward on all fours. One at a time. One's life is in the hands of others. What they say is what they say, and if you don't do it, there is a big chance that your life will be lost. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Xiaola laughed openly as he watched the girl's awkward crawling movements on the ground. For a young girl to be able to do what she said, honestly and without daring to say half a word, was still something that had never happened in Zhao Xiaola's life before. This greatly satisfied Zhao Xiaola's inferiority complex and conceited, and also extremely perverted mentality. Zhao Xiaola came to the girl, who stopped crawling and looked at him uneasily. Zhao Xiaola reached out and gently cupped the girl's chin, slowly picking it upwards, causing the girl to tilt her face up. After looking at the girl's face, Zhao Xiaola's gaze moved downward and rested on the girl's white and plump breasts. By the time she was yanked out of the car by the rat monster, the girl was clothed by her boyfriend, and at this point, the two snowballs were more than half exposed. Looking at Zhao Xiaola staring at her body somewhat obsessively, the girl didn't panic. Instead, a trace of hope swept through her heart. Men are all like this, they are all lower body animals. They give themselves up. If they make this young man in front of them comfortable, maybe he will let himself leave this hellish place alive. The girl who had made up her mind, whispered to Zhao Xiaola, if you want it, I can give it to you now. I want it? You give it now? Zhao Xiaola's expression was a bit incredulous. Aha. The girl nodded a little shyly. Zhao Xiaola laughed. Are you impressed? No. Since he met her in the supermarket as a porter, Zhao Xiaola has never moved for another woman, and she, too, loves Zhao Xiaola with all her heart. Forget it, don't want to think about this, long ago not in the same world, and then think about it, can only add to the sadness. At this time, the girl's hand slowly caressed Zhao Xiaola's arm and traveled up the arm. Asterisk 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 off. With a shout, Zhao Xiaola pivoted away from the girl's hand and stood up, and the girl was rattled to the ground again. Looking at Zhao Xiaola at a loss for words, Zhao Xiaola hated this kind of women the most. In order to achieve their own goals, they would not hesitate to use their own bodies as a quid pro quo, in exchange for benefits, in exchange for resources, in exchange for anything they wanted. This disgusted Zhao Xiaola to the core. Although his most beloved one, the one he wanted to meet again could only be in his dreams, Zhao Xiaola felt that his spirit and body only belonged to the one who had loved him and whom he had also loved deeply. For the rest of my life, no woman can touch my mind or body. This was an admonition that Zhao Xiaola often told himself. Chapter 96 Past Events. Therefore, the moment this girl showed ambiguity towards herself, Zhao Xiaola had a nameless fire running straight upwards. There was a flash of red in his eyes as he reached out and grabbed the girl, pulling her to him. The girl didn't know what Zhao Xiaola was going to do and was trembling in fear. Anger is born from the heart, and evil is born from the heart. Zhao Xiaola lifted the girl over his head with one hand, and amidst the girl's wailing, he slammed her hard to the ground. Put! The girl was thrown heavily to the ground and was motionless. The two monsters watched this in disbelief from the side, really unable to understand what Zhao Xiaola was up to. Asked to go out and grab a female and come back unharmed, he basically did it himself. It would be understandable if the person was brought back just to violate the girl, but when the girl took the initiative to show something, she suddenly burst into a rage and grabbed the girl and slammed her out hard. The two monsters really couldn't understand this wave of Zhao Xiaola's operation. The two animals, due to the effects of the drug, although they had become humanoid and could speak human language, they still retained some of their original animal characteristics and animal thinking. In the end, it was still a humanoid animal. Then, he simply couldn't understand. Zhao Xiaola's current twisted, perverted, and shady mentality. Zhao Xiaola once also wanted to be sunny and happy, but with a humble background. In this snobbish society, no one can afford to look down on him at all. From childhood to adulthood, there are always all kinds of changing methods of bullying fall on him. Over time, Zhao Xiaola had a mentality in his heart that there were no good people in the world. It can't be helped, that's just the way it is. When you're weak and of no value to others, then you're surrounded by bad people who want to bully and step on you every now and then. Having reached the age of longing for love, but being scolded for even taking one more look at a pretty girl, this makes Zhao Xiaola feel even more inferior. It wasn't until later that the one she met while working at a supermarket that Zhao Xiaola's psyche went in a good direction. That she, named Su Jingyi, a supermarket shopper, is lively and cheerful, and often talks to the porter Zhao Xiaola. Su Jingyi's sunshine and self-confidence has slowly infected Zhao Xiaola, who is an introvert with low self-esteem. Zhao Xiaola also began to like to talk and laugh with others, and logically, also liked Su Jingyi. Su Jingyi also felt that Zhao Xiaola is a good person, quite down-to-earth. Very naturally, the two began to socialize, developed into a boyfriend and girlfriend. Young people's love is sweet. They don't think too much about material conditions and only enjoy the beauty of love. Soon after the two rented a room and lived together. Su Jingyi became pregnant. The two were ecstatic and told Su Jingyi's parents, expressing their desire to get married. Su Jingyi is also a very ordinary family. Her parents dislike Zhao Xiaola's poverty, and resolutely do not agree to the two together, insisting that Su Jingyi abort the child and break up with Zhao Xiaola. Su Jingyi is kept at home by her parents and claims that they will take her to the hospital in a while. Su Jingyi's parents, at the same time, looking for relatives and friends to control Zhao Xiaola, only want to wait for Su Jingyi out of the hospital, and then release Zhao Xiaola. Su Jingyi finds a chance to sneak out of the house and return to the two's rental house, ready to find Zhao Xiaola and elope, but the rental house was empty, and he called Zhao Xiaola, but the person who was controlling Zhao Xiaola, took Zhao Xiaola's cell phone and replied, "Break up, I don't want you." All thoughts of Su Jingyi, a moment of thought, even slit his wrists to commit suicide. Then when Zhao Xiaola regained his freedom and learned of the news, several hours had already passed, and Su Jingyi and the child in her womb had long been separated from him in yin and yang. Su Jingyi's parents regretted it, but it was too late. Zhao Xiaola was in even more pain. Later, in the rented house where he once lived with Su Jingyi, Zhao Xiaola lit a fire by himself, wanting to self-immolate in this former love nest and follow Su Jingyi, but he didn't want to be rescued by Hu Lilong accidentally. Firefighters received the alarm and then go to put out the fire. The house has basically burned down. After extinguishing the fire looking for a long time, but did not find the remains of Zhao Xiaola, can only be declared missing. Words were passed around, so the residents in the neighborhood said that the tenant, named Zhao Xiaola, had been burned to ashes in the fire. Zhao Xiaola, on the other hand, has been following Hu Lilong until now. That's why this girl, who was taken captive by the rat monster and bat monster, provoked Zhao Xiaola's rage when she took the initiative to approach Zhao Xiaola, wanting to offer her body to save her life, because it reminded Zhao Xiaola of his most beloved woman again. His own body only belonged to Su Jingyi, and even though she was gone, Zhao Xiaola was going to guard his body for her, and would never allow another woman to touch it. And the girl's actions provoked Zhao Xiaola to kill her, dropping her to her death in one fell swoop. When the rat monster and bat monster saw Zhao Xiaola wrestle this girl to death, they also looked at each other and didn't dare to squeak. Zhao Xiaola saw that these two goods had been staying on the sidelines, so he opened his mouth and said, "What are you waiting for? Get this woman out of here." The mouse monster steps forward and cautiously asks, "Get it where?" "Wherever you get it, throw it away." Zhao Xiaola's words were cold and indifferent, speaking as if it was as easy as going to throw a garbage bag. The rat monster bent down, ready to pick up the girl's body, but Zhao Xiaola called out to stop. "Don't you go, let it go." Zhao Xiaola pointed towards the bat monster. As soon as he saw that he was going to be allowed to throw it, bat monster rushed forward, picked up the girl's body, unfurled his wings, and flew out of the warehouse. It wasn't long before the bat monster flew to where it and the rat monster had taken the girl. Looking down in the air, the roof of the sedan had collapsed. Several police cars were parked next to it. Police lights were flashing. A cordon had been drawn around the perimeter. A group of police officers were scattered and standing around, and 2 or 3 police officers were surveying the scene. The car must have been spotted and the police called. The bat monster pondered that he couldn't leave the girl's body here, and that it would be best not to alert these people. Flying to 100 meters away from those police officers, look at no one in all directions, slowly fall down, put the girl's body gently on the ground, rushed to fly away. The whole process did not alarm any one person. After the bat monster flew back, he told Zhao Xiaola about seeing the police come to investigate the incident just now. Ha! Zhao Xiaola listened to bat monster's report and lightly laughed twice in disbelief. The current Zhao Xiola was capitalized not to mention that he couldn't find out that he did it, even if he did, with the power that he had on him now, plus the fact that he had these two monster followers. He wasn't afraid of these ordinary mundanes at all. You two go rest now, we'll talk about anything at dawn, and I'm getting a little sleepy. Zhao Xiola finished, yawned, stretched, and prepared to sleep. The bat monster flew to the roof and hung upside down from a load-bearing beam, and the rat monster found a place to lie down next to the workbench. Chapter 97. How did this happen? When I woke up, it was long past dawn. Zhao Xiola yawned and stretched, still looking like he hadn't slept enough. After opening his eyes and rubbing them, there was still eye boogers. Zhao Xiola slowly sat up and prepared to go to the warehouse door there. There is a pressurized well in front of the warehouse, where you can fill it with water, press it a few times, and water will come out. And that's where all the water comes from. Zhao Xiola was ready to go wash his face, but it felt like there was something wrong somewhere in this warehouse. Where are the monsters? Zhao Xiola looked around and couldn't see the two of them. Could it be because he was so strongly displeased with himself that he sneaked away after he fell asleep, and never followed him again? It's possible. It was certainly good to have these two monsters following him. It didn't matter if they ran away and didn't follow them anymore. Now that they were themselves, with their godly powers, there was nothing that they could be afraid of or intimidated by in this heaven and earth. When he came to the side of the pressurized well, a basin with water was placed next to the well. Zhao Xiola picked up the basin with both hands, poured some water into the pressurized well, and then started to shake the pressurized well's handle up and down to pump the water. Now that he was in his own divine power, he could pick up that basin with only one hand. Reaching for that basin and you can't even hold it with one hand? What's going on? The water in the basin is at most a dozen pounds. How can this weight not be able to hold it? Tried again and still couldn't hold it in one hand. Zhao Xiola panicked. Couldn't it be that he no longer had any supernatural power in him? Rushing to the basin of water with two hands. It feels like the same portion as before. Zhao Xiola completely panicked, put down the water basin, and did not pump water. Looked around and saw the stone that had been split in half by himself during the night. Rushing over, he held out his palm high in the air, wanting to chop the stone as he had done yesterday, to see if he could still split it. On second thought, I can't try it like this. One hand can't even hold the water basin. This palm strike, it will not break the bones in my hand. Then try pushing this rock. Zhao Xiola held his hands on the stone, bowed his front legs, and stomped his back legs, pushing the stone as hard as he could, in order to deter the two monsters at night. The big stone that was split in half of it was also 400 or 500 pounds. Zhao Xiola pushed it and didn't move, as if he was overrating a tree. It was over. The divine power in his body had disappeared without a trace, and now he was completely restored to the state of an ordinary person. Zhao Xiola felt incomparably frustrated, and even a little broken. With the divine power he suddenly possessed during the night, his self-confidence that he had managed to build up with great difficulty, and a little bit of arrogance, was mercilessly crushed into powder by the reality of the moment. Back to the ordinary people state, can also be said to be the original waste again, is the original loser again? In just a few hours, Zhao Xiaola's mood had gone through 2 worlds of fire and ice. This damned Hu Lilong, no wonder he has developed for several years without success. With this drug, where to succeed? Zhao Xiola didn't bother pumping water to wash his face at the pressure well, and returned to the warehouse with a forlorn look and heavy footsteps. Just as he entered the warehouse, Zhao Xiola found a big, round, skittering rat, running towards him, at his feet, circling around him. Taking a closer look at the rat, Zhao Xiola was frozen. Isn't that the rat monster? The slice of tail that he had cut off was too obvious. Did this guy go back to his pre-medication state like he did? It's over. It's completely over. No wonder when I just woke up, I couldn't see these two monsters, and thought that these two guys ran away, and after half a day, they were in their original form and restored their real bodies. Looking up at the roof, needless to say, the bat monster had turned into a tiny bat, still hanging upside down from the beams of the room. Zhao Xiola's mood was so bad that he kicked the workbench beside him. The workbench didn't move, but his own foot hurt. Sitting disheveled like a puddle of mud on the chair, Zhao Xiola was at a loss for words, not knowing what to do next. The broken-tailed mouse ran to Zhao Xiola's feet, raised its 2 front paws, and squeaked, as if it was also confused about the fact that it had suddenly changed back into the form of a mouse, and came over to ask Zhao Xiola what was going on. The bat that was hanging upside down on the load-bearing beams in the house also flew down and kept flying around Zhao Xiola, squeaking as it flew, as if it was also inquiring why it had turned back into a tiny bat. When Zhao Xiola saw these two guys surrounding him, he was a little annoyed and a little elated. Annoyed, of course, by the fact that both himself and the two monsters had lost their superhuman powers, and that the two monsters had returned to factory mode. Happily, that is, after these two monsters recovered to their original appearance, they should still have memories. still remember that they are their masters, and still know to hurry and run over. But what's the point of these two guys just having memories? In their current state, not to mention working for themselves, even if they encountered a stray cat, it could kill them both and make them a meal in the cat's mouth. Then it would be better to put the two of them in a cage first, where they are still relatively safe, and at the very least, they can withstand the attacks of stray cats. Keeping these two guys, that is, looking at the two of them still have memories, can still understand their own words, and in the future, it is only the role of teasing. Zhao Shiola stood up and went to the doorway where the cages were placed, picked up an empty cage, and shouted at the broken-tailed rats and the bats flying around in the air. All hurry inside the cage. Not to mention, the broken-tailed rats and bats could really understand Zhao Shiola's words, and when they heard the shouting, they all obediently burrowed inside the cage. Zhao Shiola closed the mouth of the cage to prevent any stray cats from getting it open, and then hung the cage on the wall. Bored and out for a stroll in downtown Karakita? And listen to what people have to say about the girl who died yesterday. Forget it, it's better not to go out. One is that the weather is too hot, and the other is that he has become an ordinary person without supernormal power. It's meaningless to go out. I'm going to stay here in this crumbling factory, and when the sun goes down and it gets dark, and it's not as hot as it was during the day, I'll go out for a walk and get something to eat. Other people who were like Zhao Shiola, who had no cell phone, no entertainment of any kind, and who even used a light with a small solar panel to collect and convert the electricity, would definitely not be able to stand it, and wouldn't be able to stay for an hour. It was good that Zhao Shiola had gotten used to this kind of life and didn't feel any discomfort. This day during the day feels fast if you are busy, it feels slow if you have nothing to do. In any case, the day was coming to an end and it was getting dark. Zhao Shiola sat on a chair at the warehouse entrance and suddenly heard something coming from inside the house. Chapter 98. It's back up again. Zhao Shiola turned around and was immediately stunned. The sound was coming from a cage hanging on the wall. The rats and bats were swelling and expanding at a rate visible to the naked eye, and soon the entire cage was filled to capacity, with not an ounce of space left. But the bodies of these two guys were still expanding, like balloons that were blowing up. Click! The cage was propped up with a crack, and the rat monster's arm poked through it. The cage, which had cracked open a seam, still couldn't contain the two monsters that continued to expand, and the two monsters were expanding with so much force that the iron cage couldn't stop them at all. With a few clicks, the sturdy iron cage was broken into pieces, and the bigger and bigger rat and bat monsters, together with those broken pieces of the cage, fell to the ground. Mouse monster and bat monster stood up, their bodies still growing rapidly. Within 2 minutes, the two monsters had grown as big as they were last night. Their bodies were still as strong as last night, their looks were still as frightening as last night, and their red glowing eyes were still as creepy as last night. Zhao Shiola was stunned as he watched the changes in the two monsters and couldn't figure out why this was happening. This morning, not a bit of superhuman strength was left in himself, and he returned to his ordinary state. Both the rat monster and the bat monster also returned to their original appearance, no longer having their frightening appearance, strong bodies, and terrifying strength. And now, just as it was getting dark, the guys were back to being what they were last night, and the supernatural powers should be back in both of them. Since these two guys were able to return to the state of having supernormal strength, what about themselves? He should also be the same as the two of them. The medicinal liquid he was poured into by Hu Lilong was the same as these two monsters. So, the supernatural power must have been restored in himself as well, if in case he couldn't recover it. With the way he had treated these two monsters before, these two monsters wouldn't tear himself to pieces? Thinking of this, Zhao Shiola came outside and looked at the boulder that had been split in half by his single palm last night. Still raising one palm, without the slightest hesitation, he charged at half of one of the stones and slashed it. Click! This half of the stone, again, was split in half by Zhao Shiola. Ha ha! Superhuman strength, back on the body. Zhao Shiola had some small excitement in his heart, but why did the supernatural power in himself disappear from the first light of day and throughout the day? Moreover, those two monsters had completely changed into their initial appearance? Why did the supernatural powers return to themselves once it was dark? How come the two monsters are back to being strong and powerful? Zhao Shiola also really couldn't think of a more reasonable statement to explain this strange phenomenon. Probably, maybe, possibly, estimated. It was Hu Lilong who administered the drug to the rats and bats during the night, and poured the drug into his own mouth shortly thereafter, so that he, and the two monsters, would only have unrivaled and extraordinary power during the darkness of the night, while in the daytime, the power would vanish into thin air, and the rat monster and the bat monster would be transformed back into their original forms. Zhao Shiola felt that it would be most reasonable for him to think this way. If that was the case, Zhao Shiola was beyond regretful, should have saved those potions for the daybreak and taken them during the daytime, and by the way injected some more into the rats and bats. Then, 24 hours a day, all the time, they would have superhuman strength, and wouldn't they be invincible? Nothing is perfect, there will always be some flaws and deficiencies. It's nice to have superhuman strength at night. Zhao Shiola glanced back at the mouse monster and bat monster. These two guys were jumping up and down and shaking their fists. It seemed like they were suffocating after being locked up in the cage for a day. Since they want to be active, let's find them something to do. Zhao Shiola snapped his fingers at the mouse monster and bat monster, and these two guys came to Zhao Shiola by heart, bowing their heads and waiting to give the word. You too, go to the downtown area of Sangbei and get some food, and bring back some valuable things. Zhao Shiola said to the two monsters. It was too hot during the day, and with the sudden loss of his supernatural power, Zhao Shiola was depressed and didn't eat anything for a day. Now that it was dark, the temperature had dropped a bit and it wasn't as hot as it was during the day, as well as, the supernormal power had returned to him. Zhao Shiola was in a great mood, so he felt hungry and had an appetite for food. Now these two monsters have become strong and powerful again. The average ordinary people, that is, even more robust and able to fight. It is impossible to be the opponent of these two monsters. It is estimated that even if the armed men with guns in their hands, they may not be able to subdue these two monsters. Therefore, the current Zhao Shiola was extremely inflated inside, feeling as if all the wealth in Sangbei City was his private property, and he could take it whenever he wanted to, and it was at his fingertips. Such thoughts were also caused by the fact that poverty always accompanied Zhao Shiola in the previous years, and because of poverty, there was no shortage of suffering, no shortage of contempt, stares, and mockery. Now, while there are supernatural powers at hand, there is a rush to plunder what is of value, to loot wealth, and to accumulate it. Even if you return to being an ordinary person again during the day, as long as you have money in your hand, you can still hold your head up, strut around, and make everyone in awe. The more I think about living like this from now on, the better it really is. Food and valuables, can you be more specific? The mouse monster asked cautiously, interrupting Zhao Shiola's thoughts. Food, get me something tasty, something of value? It's best to get something physical besides bills. Zhao Shiola really did name some specific requirements. Now that it's all been explained, the rat monster and the bat monster have a rough idea of what's going on in their minds. Okay, we understand. Now, before mouse monster could finish, bat monster could not wait to unfurl his wings. It seems to be that after a day in the cage, his body is suffocating, and he just wants to get out and show off his boxing skills. Go on. As soon as Zhao Shiola's words fell, these two guys had already rushed out. Night has just fallen in Sangbei City, the lights are on, and the streets are getting crowded. Those who were too hot for the day, those who had worked all day, came out in droves after the sun had set and the temperature had dropped a few degrees. There are those who hang out on the roads and in the parks, those who eat and drink in restaurants and roadside stalls, and those who shop in malls. The entire city of Sangbei appears to be full of earthly flavor and bustling with activity. However, right on the roof of the Koromoku Hotel, the tallest building in Koromoku City, two dark shadows were watching the city intently. Chapter 99 Cafeteria. Rat, let's split up, Bat Monster said to Mouse Monster. How do you split it? Mouse Monster asked in disbelief. We are now staying in this building, is a big hotel. Later go down. You go to the restaurant of this big hotel to get some food. This hotel grade is not low. There should be delicious food. Bat Monster laid out the job for Mouse Monster. What about you, Flying Squirrel? Seeing that he had a job to do, Mouse Monster asked Bat Monster. Of course I'm going to get something worthwhile. Bat Monkey thinks Mouse Monkey's head is spinning a bit. There are only two things to do. One is to get food and the other is to get something valuable. Since he is asked to get food, then he will definitely get something valuable. Needless to ask, so where are you going to get it? Mouse Monster asked again. Those gold stores, of course, especially those gold counters in the mall. The mall is still open now. Bat Monkey had set his sights long ago. Alright then, let's split up and meet at the Golden U Pharmaceutical Factory later. By the way, how am I going to get down? Such a high building. The rat monster looked at the 200-meter tall building under his feet and made a mistake. How did you just get up here? Bat Monster asked Mouse Monster back with a face full of disdain. Just now. Let's see. Oh, just now I was on your back and you brought me up. How did you get to the roof of this building? The rat monster finally remembered. How did you get up here? Then how did you get down? Stupid rat, Bat Monster said, having unfurled his wings and waiting for Mouse Monster to plop onto his back. Mouse Monster got on Bat Monster's back, and Bat Monster whirled his wings and flew toward the ground. Flying to the edge of a secluded greenbelt below the hotel building, Bat Monster dropped Mouse Monster and flew away. There was a high-grade buffet restaurant in this grand hotel, with many high-grade mountain delicacies and seafood, and numerous diners. Some sitting on the seats were eating and chatting cozily, some were wandering in the area where the food was placed, choosing the food that they preferred and liked. There were quite a few people dining, but everything was organized, lively but not chaotic and noisy. Ah! A yell, screaming something alarming, as if someone was being tortured, came from the entrance to the cafeteria, and it was very frightening to hear. In an instant, the cafeteria fell silent, regardless of whether it was the people who were dining, or the people who were carrying their plates to choose food, as well as the restaurant staff. All of them stopped talking, stopped moving, and their gazes all looked towards the entrance of the restaurant in unison. A rather pretty restaurant greeter, flabbergasted, stumbled into the restaurant with a look of utter terror on her face. Everyone was looking at the beautiful greeter, wondering what had made her act so out of character. The beautiful welcoming girl, however, ignored the puzzled stares of the crowd and took it upon herself to find a place to hide. Just in the next moment, the entrance of the restaurant slowly walked into a monster. Rat-headed, strong body, 2 meters tall, dragging half a tail behind it, and the most frightening, or the 2 eyes that were bubbling red. This is none other than the mouse monster. Ah! Almost everyone in the restaurant let out a gasp of surprise, and then people were all running around the restaurant like headless flies in order to avoid the monster. For a while, the restaurant was full of people's shouts and screams, the sound of cups and plates falling to the floor, the sound of tables and chairs overturning and falling to the ground. The scene was chaotic. However, a middle-aged man who was closest to the rat monster was not the least bit flustered or scared, and with a wine glass in his hand, he walked up to the rat monster. "Hey man, your restaurant is suddenly doing this makeup program without informing us in advance. Look at how you're scaring everyone?" The middle-aged man complained loudly to the rat monster. The mouse monster was stunned to hear this. The mind also wondered why this man didn't hide when he saw himself. It was at this moment that this middle-aged man who didn't know how to die actually spoke again. "Look at your prop costume. It's too old. It hasn't been washed for a long time. It's dirty and smelly. The hairs are all sticking together. And this tail, it's broken and still in use. Since you want to do this kind of sudden show, you have to let the restaurant put down a little bit of money to buy you a new outfit." The middle-aged man was babbling on and on while he also went up to tug on the rat monster's beard. Many of the diners who were hiding in the corners and under the tables actually straightened up and stood out when they heard the middle-aged man say this. I really believed the middle-aged man and thought it was a small program run by the restaurant. But in the next second, the rat monster let this smug middle-aged man appreciate his own chilling ferocity. "Tug on my beard and I'll let you die." The rat monster grabbed the middle-aged man's neck. Before he could exert much force, the man's face rose to a pig's liver color, and the wine glass in his hand fell to the ground. His hands went to pick the rat monster's hand that was choking his neck, and his 2 legs stomped about, but his mouth could not say anything. With a slight lift of the rat monster's arm, the middle-aged man's feet left the ground and hung in the air. The middle-aged man's hands, which were still struggling to pick at the rat monster's hands, were to no avail. Instead, the rat monster's hands gripped tighter and tighter, and the man began to have trouble breathing. The rat monster jerked his arm up, as easily as if he didn't have a man in his hand, then slammed the man down hard on the floor. The man didn't move then, and after a few moments, blood slowly flowed from the man's head. Everyone present was stunned at this scene, and the few people who had originally listened to the man's words and stood out, retreated back under the table and shivered in the corners. To these people, the rat monster simply do not care. Straight to the display of a variety of food in front of the display table. Pick up a large lobster, put into the mouth and crunch chewed, while eating towards a table. The 2 pretty women hiding under the dining table, seeing the rat monster coming towards the table where they were hiding, hugged the table legs, shivering with fear, their bodies like sifting chaff. When the rat monster approached, he saw that the table kept shaking, so he lifted up the ornate tablecloth and bent down to look under the table. The 2 women hiding under the table, as soon as they saw the hideous face of the rat monster, one of the women, shouted, rolled her eyes and fainted. The other woman didn't faint from shock, but her body trembled even more, and a stream of Thai-hot liquid, uncontrollably, flowed out of her body down the root of her thighs, soaking her skirt. The rat monster laughed at the sight of the 2 women, and after laughing, stood up straight, swinging his arm up. He swept all the dishes on top of the table, and the food, to the ground, leaving only the tablecloth, and began to take the food from those displays and put it on the tablecloth. Chapter 100 Know-It-All. After a while, the tablecloth was filled with a variety of delicacies, including seafood such as lobster, abalone and tuna meat, as well as some fine and expensive meats. The rat monster tied the tablecloth against the corner, then picked up this bag full of goodies, slung it over his shoulder, and headed out the door. Just as he reached the entrance of the restaurant, 2 security guards armed with clubs ran in through the door. These 2 hotel security guards should have gotten a report from someone else that a monster had broken into the cafeteria, and that's why they rushed over. The 2 security guards were surprised to see the fierce-faced rat monster, but they did not have a hint of fear, and were still very professional. Phew, One of the guards raised the stick in his hand and came at the rat monster head-on. Where is the chance for an ordinary person to win against a mutated species? The rat monster didn't dodge at all, still striding forward, only to see the security guard's stick coming right up to his face, which was quick as lightning to reach out and block it. The guard's body lurched to the side at this block from the rat monster and almost fell, but the rat monster didn't wait for him to regain his footing before reaching out, grabbing him by the neck, and throwing him hard toward the other guard. The two security guards crashed together and fell heavily to the ground like a stack. The rat monster didn't pay any attention to the two security guards and walked straight out. The walk to the hotel lobby also elicited a chorus of screams from those present, followed by the chaos of people scattering and hiding in all directions. The mouse monster walked up to the glass doors of the hotel, which did not automatically slide open to either side. Boom! With one punch, Mouse Monster shattered the glass door of the hotel and walked out. When they came to the street, the people on the road also ran around in fear when they saw such a tall, scary monster. Without making any stops or waiting for the bat monster, the mouse monster ran north, carrying the tablecloth package. At this time, the bat monster acted similarly to the rat monster. After entering the largest commercial building in Songbei City, it immediately caused a commotion within the building. The tourists visiting the commercial buildings, as well as those commercial building salespersons, were all screaming and running in all directions. The bat monster hovered over the high-ceilinged hall on the first floor of the commercial building, and when it saw the counter selling gold, it hurriedly landed down in front of the already empty gold counter. Inside the glass counter, a neatly arranged array of gold jewelry dazzled Batmonkey. Dang it! The bat monster raised his hand and smashed open the glass counter. The alarm device connected to the glass counter then activated and an ear-piercing alarm sounded. The bat monster didn't pay any attention to the alarms and reached inside the counter, scratching at the gold necklaces, bracelets, and a few bars of gold, while the two small rings and earrings were left untouched. Shun hand on the side copied a plastic bag. The hands of this large group of gold jewelry put in. Carry in the hand just to go, but feel the weight is not light. Looking at the gold is not much. I did not think that the weight is quite heavy. In order to prevent the plastic bag from being crashed through by the heavy gold, the bat monster's big hands held the plastic bag with the gold in it, and then walked towards the glass wall of the commercial building. This is good. Not even going through the door. Ready to just smash through the glass wall and get out. Running on the two commercial building security personnel, each holding an electric baton. The top of the electric baton bared, ringing, flashing blue electric sparks. Stop! The two security guards bellowed and stabbed at the bat monster with their electric batons in hand. The bat monster raised its flying wings and flapped at the two guards. The two security guards were viciously slapped to the ground. Their faces were slapped with blood marks, and the electric batons in their hands fell to the ground. The bat monster put away his flying wings and came to the two security guards on them like two crutches. The two security guards were slapped so hard that they could no longer stand up, but just fell to the ground and squirmed back and forth. Batmonkey punched each of the two security guards in a swift and powerful manner, and both of them were knocked to the ground and immobilized. The bat monster just took a few steps towards the glass wall, then turned back, spread his wings and flew to the cashier's desk on the first floor of the commercial building, smashed the cash register with one punch, grabbed a bunch of bills of the largest denomination and put them into the bag with the gold in it. Spreading his wings, he flew outward, and when he reached the glass wall, he didn't even stop, as if the glass wall didn't exist. Wow! A wall of glass is shattered by the bat monster, spilling broken glass all over the place as the bat rushes out and flies away. With only a few minutes before and after, Batmonkey had grabbed a ton of gold jewelry, and a bunch of cash, plus knocked out two security guards. After making sure the bat monster had flown away, all these talents hiding behind various counters and nooks and crannies emerged. The commercial building salesman rushed to call the police with his cell phone, and several customers were also looking at the screen with their cell phones. The video that was secretly recorded when the bat monster looted the gold banknotes, and when he knocked out the security guards, and now he was watching it again. These few people who had the guts to steal the video of the bat monster would probably send the video to an online video site in a while, and then again, they would have to send it to a circle of friends, so that everyone in their cell phone address book could take a look at it. Chen Dali, who had just finished dinner at his old aunt's house tonight, finished cleaning up the dishes on the table and took them to the kitchen sink. Put it here. I'll brush it. Zhang Xiufang said to her son. These days lodging in the sister-in-law's home, like cooking, pots and pans, washing dishes, washing clothes, these basic chores, Zhang Xiufang are grabbed to do. This point of eyesight is still there, even though they are relatives. Staying at someone's house in this hot day has already caused them a lot of trouble. Mom, I'll paint it. Chen Dali wanted his mom to take a break and brush it himself. It's okay, go ahead and stop taking up your hands and get the broom to sweep the floor under the dining room table, Zhang Xiufang said, taking the bowl and already starting to brush it on. Chen Dali picked up the broom and went to sweep the floor. and when he finished, he saw that his mom had finished brushing the dishes as well. Back to the living room to sit down. The old aunt and Chen Jiqiang, two families chatting days. Chen Dali is not interested in their chat content. Took out his cell phone to read. This look didn't matter. It startled Chen Dali. On WeChat, several people sent out circles of friends, all of which were not long ago. The downtown area of Tsangbei was attacked by unknown monsters, and some people forwarded other people's circles of friends, as well as videos. The video shows a winged monster that is ransacking a commercial building for gold, and after knocking out 2 security guards, goes to the cash register and ransacks the cash before crashing through the glass and flying away. Really? Chen Dali muttered softly to himself, his voice so small that it wasn't even heard by the chatting elders. Scrolling down the circle of friends, Chen Dali saw that Kong Weijie also forwarded someone else's circle of friends, exactly the same as the one with the video. Could it be true? Chen Dali felt that it would be best to call and ask Kong Weijie. Chapter 101 Different Reactions. Dad, Mom, Old Aunt and Uncle, take your time to chat. I'll go back first. Chen Dali stood up to take his leave. The family house is built, but also basically renovated. During this period, Chen Dali has been in the family built a new room to sleep, just waiting to dry the smell of the renovation again. Parents and younger brother moved back to live. Vigor, sit down for a little while longer before you go back, Auntie said with a smile. No, Auntie, I'll go back first. Chen Dali returned his aunt's words. Go back if you want to. Go back and rest. These days Vigor is tired enough, the old aunt said to her aunt. Well, go back. Chen Jiqiang also opened his mouth and said, let the son go back. After all, back to their own home to rest, but also more casual some. Here, although it is the aunt's home, but still more or less a little bit of restraint. Power. Take care. My aunt no longer stayed, but had to get up to see her off. Auntie, you sit down. You sit down. I'm going back here in less than 3 minutes. Besides, it's not the first time I've been here, and you're still giving it away? Chen Dali supported his aunt and prevented him from getting up, then said goodbye to the elders and left. Just walked out of the courtyard door of his old aunt's house. Chen Dali couldn't wait to call Kong Weijie. VJ, I saw the circle of friends you posted. There's a monster in the downtown area of Koromoku. Is it true? After the call was connected, Chen Dali asked Kong Weijie without waiting for him to open his mouth. It's true. Just a few moments ago, less than an hour ago now, the monster went to the Tsangbei commercial building and robbed a lot of gold jewelry and an unknown amount of cash. Kong Weijie paused and then said, I heard that there was also a monster that went to the buffet restaurant of the Karambi Hotel, robbed a lot of food, and dropped a man to his death. What's going on here? Watching the video of my friend's circle, it feels as if I'm making a movie. Chen Dali was still a bit unconvinced. What movie making? It's all true. Now that Karakita City has organized a large number of armed men, all with loaded guns, patrolling the city in search of the monster's traces, and now the citizens are not allowed to leave their homes. Kong Weijie continued to tell Chen Dali about the situation in the city. Then you should be careful too, and try to stay home and not go out. Chen Dali instructed this Kong Weijie on the phone. It's almost time for school to start, and I don't know if we'll be able to do it. After such a major incident that seriously jeopardized public safety, Kong Weijie was even thinking about the start of the school year. It's best if we can open. And if we can't open because of safety issues by the time school starts, there's nothing we can do about it. Chen Dali also said helplessly, Dali, hang up first, I still have something to do. Okay, go ahead and get busy. Chen Dali had just finished replying when Kong Weijie's side hung up, holding a cell phone. The mood cannot be calmed for a long time. Chen Dali cannot understand. Comfortable and peaceful third-tier small city of Tsangbei, how can happen this kind of thing? The cell phone rang again. Who's calling? Chen Dali looked down and saw that it was his father, Chen Jiqiang, and hurriedly answered, vigorously, we were at your old aunt's house, and on our cell phones we saw all over the news about monsters appearing in the downtown area of Koromoku, and the officials have also made announcements on the internet, warning the public not to go out, and for things that have to go out of the house, like seeking medical treatment for illnesses and whatnot, they have to contact the nearest armed patrol officer and be escorted by them before they can do so. Dali, we all have to be more careful. That monster might show up somewhere, at some point. Chen Jiqiang said to Chen Dali worriedly, Dad, we all need to be careful when something like this happens, and listen to the official information. Chen Dali returned his father's words, vigorously, let's not talk about it for now. Let's hurry up and turn off the lights here, so that we don't keep them on and attract monsters again. Chan is careful to be discreet. Dad, I'd better go back again, to protect you and my old aunt's house, Chen Dali said easily. After all, it was nighttime, and he had supernatural power in his body, so he wasn't afraid of monsters coming to attack. No, you'd better stay home and look after our new house. After Chen finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Now, Chen Dali was convinced. It seemed that there really was a monster in the downtown area of Tsangbei. What the hell is going on here? Is it an invasive species? Or some kind of biological mutation? Chen Dali couldn't figure it out. I couldn't sleep first anyway, so I took my phone again and watched that friend video over and over again. Chen Dali carefully stared at the cell phone screen, looking at the monster's appearance. A round head, round beckoning ears, a small pointed beak, and most obviously the two hairless flying wings on the back, as well as the claws at the top of the wings. This looks like a bat no matter how you look at it. Chen Dali muttered to himself. Is it really like in the folk myths, that the animal has become a spirit, and this is a bat becoming a spirit? Also, bats were nocturnal animals that did not come out during the day. Chen Dali felt that after he returned to Tsangbei City, he must take advantage of the fact that he had divine power in the evening to meet this bat monster. Above the desolate, dilapidated, and eerie Jinyao pharmaceutical factory, the bat monster rapidly flapped its wings and flew towards the warehouse behind it. Inside the warehouse, in the dim light, a corner of the workbench had been filled with the delicacies the rat monster had brought back. The mouse monster, who had returned before the bat monster, was sitting with Zhao Xiaola. The bat monster flew into the warehouse and landed in front of Zhao Xiaola, saying with a charming smile on his face, "You see what I brought back?" After saying that, Bat monster respectfully placed that plastic bag in front of Zhao Xiaola and reached out to peel open the mouth of the bag. A large mass of gold jewelry glistening with yellowish light was presented in front of Zhao Xiaola's eyes. Zhao Xiaola's entire face was yellowed by the light of the gold, like a bloodless, terminally ill, sick patient. Next to the gold jewelry, there is a bunch of bills of the largest denomination. At first glance, how there must be tens of thousands of dollars. Zhao Xiaola had never seen so much money since he was a child. As for gold, the hard currency since ancient times, Zhao Xiaola had only ever seen so many of them at the gold counter in the mall. And now, this huge pile of entwined gold jewelry was all his own. There's no better feeling than right now. Eat first, eat first. Zhao Xiaola pressed down his excitement and greeted the two monsters as they sat down at the workbench and enjoyed their meal. While eating, Zhao Xiaola was thinking, now the downtown area of Tsangbei, I still don't know what kind of mess it has become. Think about those rich people and broad wives who dine in high-class restaurants. They are all scared less by the rat monster. And then think of all the people in the commercial building who were helpless to do anything about the bat monster's predatory behavior. Although Zhao Xiaola hadn't witnessed such a scene with his own eyes, just thinking about it made him happy. Those of you who are better than me in every way, better than me, didn't expect it. There are times when you are both afraid and helpless. Thinking about this, Zhao Xiaola was so beautiful that he was about to burst out laughing. Chapter 102 blocked. Zhao Xiaola had already thought about it. In a few hours, after dawn, the rat monster and bat monster would return to their original colors, and he would find a safe place for them to hide, and then nothing would happen. Even if an official brigade found its way here, it's nothing to be wondered at in such a desolate and dilapidated place, infested with rats, bats, longworms and the like. The most important thing was the gold that had been looted, and now it had to be hidden somewhere for a rainy day. Zhao Xiaola burped, feeling like he couldn't eat anymore. The meal was too sumptuous, and many of the things were things that Zhao Xiaola had only seen before and was now eating for the first time. Abalone, lobster, fish roe sauce, and a good steak. It's a feast tonight. The upscale restaurants that only rich people could enter and the high-grade ingredients that could only be enjoyed, which in the past, Zhao Xiaola couldn't even dare to think about, had all been savored now. The difference? That is, the difference in circumstances. But that's okay, now that we have the money, we can spend it in these upscale places during the day in a dignified manner. Thinking about it, this is the benefit that supernormal power brings to oneself, and there are two obedient followers. In the future, we have to do whatever we want, do whatever we want, do whatever we want, and make sure to make up for the shortcomings and deficiencies that we thought we had in these previous years. Glancing up, the rat monster and bat monster were still eating. Let it both eat. As soon as it's light, these two guys will be back to their original form and won't be able to eat even if they want to. As for myself, I can still take the money and spend it downtown, just without the divine power on my side. Zhao Xiaola got up and left his seat, sitting on one of the chairs to the side, glancing at the two monsters who were gulping down their food like wind, and then landing his eyes on the small pile of gold. It's just nice to have supernatural powers. Although it was only possessed in the darkness of the night, it was already enough. In the days to come, you can have whatever you want, and you still don't even need to show up and do it yourself. You can just have these two monsters. All he had to do in the future was to wait to sit back and enjoy his life. And thinking about such a life, he really wished that he could live like this for 50 years. 100 years. No, forever would be good. By this time, the two monsters had also stopped drying out their food, as the two of them had almost eaten all of this food laid out on the workbench. You too, make sure you find a good and absolutely safe place before resting. so that tomorrow, after dawn, you two, who have recovered your original bodies, a stray cat will be able to kill you. Seeing that the two of them weren't eating, Zhao Xiaola purposely reminded. I can only sleep hanging upside down, Bat Monster said helplessly. Then we'd have to find a place where other animals couldn't reach it, Zhao Xiaola said sternly. Seeing that the Bat Monster didn't say anything anymore, Zhao Xiaola said to the Mouse Monster again, and you, find a safe place to sleep again. Looking at Zhao Xiaola's serious and earnest expression, the two monsters couldn't help but nod their heads. Go on. After Zhao Xiaola finished speaking, the two well-fed monsters went to rest on their own. Bat Monster still flew to the roof and hung upside down from the roof load-bearing beams, while Mouse Monster lay down next to the workbench. Zhao Xiaola lay on his bunk with his hands under his head, calculating what to do with the gold. Find a private gold store to sell it? No, the officials will surely crack down on these private gold stores now, and we'll be exposed if we go there. Then either find a way to melt the gold and cast it into one big piece. It doesn't work either. It's inconvenient to carry around, so we might as well make it into bits and pieces now. This has become a hot potato. Forget it. First think about it. Tomorrow morning to find a place to hide. Now first sleep. It was dawn when I woke up. As expected, the two monsters disappeared again. Zhao Xiaola tilted his head up and took a close look at the place where the Bat Monster was hanging upside down last night, squinting his eyes and searching for a short while before he saw a small black spot hanging from the load-bearing beams, precisely the Bat Monster that had transformed back into its original form, almost blending in with the dark roof. And the Rat Monster is still by the workbench. This place wasn't safe. Zhao Xiaola picked it up and tried to find a safe place, but it wasn't really easy to find. In the end, a cage was found, and when it was put inside, the mouse squeaked as if to say, "Put me in here again. I'll have to crack the cage again by nightfall. I'll be sure to let you out before dark." Only after Zhao Xiaola said this did the rat stop squeaking. Taking the bag with the gold, Zhao Xiaola came to a place with dense weeds outside the warehouse. He waved his shovel and dug a pit, put the gold bag in the pit and filled it with soil, and straightened out the weeds. Walk out a few steps and look back, and you can barely make out anything. See no signs of movement, Zhao Xiaola assured back to the warehouse. From the pile of banknotes to take a small part of the pocket, take too much. By things seen easily cause suspicion. Toward downtown Karakita, the abandoned factory of the Jinyao pharmaceutical factory was still a bit far from the city, and Zhao Xiaola walked for half an hour or so before he reached the edge of the city. Zhao Xiaola, who was sweating profusely from walking and his clothes were soaked through, stood under a big tree by the side of the road to rest a little. Zhao Xiaola stood under the shade of a tree and looked toward the intersection not far away, only to see that there were a few armed men with loaded guns at the intersection, stopping and checking the few pedestrians. Zhao Xiaola, who had rested for a while, walked straight toward the armed men. Stop. What for? An armed man raised his hand to stop Zhao Xiaola, while his other hand never left the gun hanging on his chest. Go get something. Zhao Xiaola replied unhurriedly. Don't you know this is a special time? I'll try to stay at home and not come out for non-essential things. The armed men conveyed the current situation to Zhao Xiaola. From the tone of their speech, it made one feel nervous. What's the matter? Still not allowed to go out? I'm out to buy some necessities. Zhao Xiaola deliberately pretended to be very angry. I say lad, did you just come back from Mars? Didn't you see the city's official announcement on the news? The armed man reminded Zhao Xiaola. I went to bed early last night. I didn't look at anything. Zhao Xiaola was still pretending to know nothing. You didn't know about such a big event last night? The armed man looked at Zhao Xiaola like he was an alien. Zhao Xiaola didn't say anything and just shook his head at the armed man. It's so convincing. When the armed man finished helplessly, he pointed towards a large sign that stood on the ground a few meters behind him. Go over there and see for yourself, the armed man said towards Zhao Xiaola. Zhao Xiaola walked over to the large sign and took a look. It turned out to be a reward notice. There were two printed pictures on the large sign, one each occupied by the rat monster and the bat monster, and judging by the angle at which the picture was taken, it must have been captured by the restaurants and the commercial building's surveillance equipment. After looking at the two pictures, Zhao Xiaola's eyes moved down to the body of the reward notice. Chapter 103 Differentiation. The content of the main text is basically a reminder to the public that a monster has appeared recently, which is very dangerous, and the public is asked to stay away as much as possible. Zhao Xiaola wasn't interested in any of this at all, but the following text almost amused him. That is, a reward of $50,000 for being able to provide valid clues about the monster that decisively helped the official armed personnel in capturing the monster. But an even greater reward was yet to come. If the monster can be subdued and personally escorted to the official designated department, a reward of $100,000 will be given. Zhao Xiaola couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw the end. $50,000 for information, $100,000 for personal capture. Those two items together, that's $150,000. Then if you catch it yourself and send it to the officials, it's $100,000. It's a good thing. For you, it's a breeze. Taking care of monsters at night, one certainly had the ability to do so, and then one must hurry to deliver it to the officials while it's still dark, or else it won't work at dawn, and the officials will think they've caught rats and bats out of nowhere to fool around with. Ha 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 ha, so easy to get the bounty. I, Zhao Xiaola, would do that? Any fool who can do the math won't do it, and I, Zhao Xiaola, will do it even less. How nice to always have these two monsters to follow in the future. As much money as you want. You'll have as much money as you want. 100, 000, 200, 000. Maybe you can have it in one night, and you don't even have to do it yourself. How cool is that? And you'll still look at this little bounty of yours? That's why Zhao Xiaola saw this notice to the end before he couldn't help but let out a snorting cold laugh with a light hum. The armed man standing just a few meters away heard Zhao Xiaola's sneer and immediately walked over with a face full of unhappiness. What's going on? It's a lack of faith in our ability and determination to protect the peace of the party. Then we'll have to ask this scrawny young man. What are you laughing at? The armed man with a gun walked up to Zhao Xiaola and asked with a dark face. Didn't laugh at anything. Zhao Xiaola said calmly. Does it look down on us and think we can't catch two monsters? The armed man was full of displeasure. No, I definitely didn't think that way. I just laughed at these two monsters, making waves out of themselves, daring to challenge our powerful armed men. That's just asking for death. Zhao Xiaola hurriedly said what this armed man loved to hear, because he himself knew that it was daytime, and without divine power on his side, he was just an ordinary person. You can't get into trouble. You can't get yourself into trouble. Such armed men really encountered his own men of those two monsters. The probability is only failure to eat the defeat. Helpless, touching a powerful opponent. This is the result. However, when dealing with some honest and obedient citizens in normal times, this group of armed men can be much more capable. In the end, it's still basically a bunch of bullies, just like this armed man. After hearing Zhao Xiaola's words, the expression on his face soothed a bit. Seeing this, Zhao Xiaola wanted to hurriedly strike while the iron was hot. Now, can I go downtown and purchase some necessities? Zhao Xiaola said as he eagerly looked at the armed man. The armed man looked Zhao Xiaola up and down again, feeling that the young man in front of him could not have anything to do with great wealth, and looking at the clothes he wore, he was a bottom of the social ladder. Is a loser like that worth the trouble of guarding yourself? It's better to focus on those who need to be guarded. Anyway, just tell him the danger. He can go if he likes. Let God decide. If he doesn't meet a monster, he's lucky, but if he meets a monster and dies, it's his bad luck. What impact could one less loser like him have? With this in mind, the armed man told Zhao Xiaola about the potential dangers he might encounter, and also told that only designated superstores with a large number of armed guards would be open for a limited period of time. Zhao Xiaola pretended to listen attentively, and at the end, when the armed man finished releasing him, Zhao Xiaola said, "Don't worry, I'm sure I won't encounter any monsters, and with you guys protecting us in the city at all times, I'll be safe." After saying that, Zhao Xiaola walked in the direction of the city. Looking at Zhao Xiaola's back, it was the armed man's turn to snort a cold laugh. Self-righteous loser stuff, the armed man muttered under his breath. Zhao Xiaola, who was walking, also wondered, with such an armed man, would he wholeheartedly protect a bottom like himself? The more they do, then the better to tease them. Zhao Xiaola thought, well, a moment to the food and drink with the purchase of sufficient things. Go back, these days to honestly stay. There will be no action, until the official thinks that it is already safe. Some relaxation, and then unexpectedly to give them some color to see. After walking for a while, Zhao Xiaola saw a large supermarket on the side of the road, with a lot of heavily armed officials standing around the entrance, and one or two people pushing shopping carts piled high with the necessities of life from time to time coming out from inside. These people pushing shopping carts are quickly coming to their cars parked not far from the entrance of the supermarket, opening the doors, throwing things into the car at a speed too fast to be true, and then quickly driving away. Looking at the behavior of these people, Zhao Xiaola felt really funny and really wanted to shout at these people. You don't have to panic so much. Monsters only appear at night. There are no monsters during the day, so you can work and live without worry during the day, just as usual. If he really shouted out like that, Zhao Xiaola estimated that those armed men would definitely surround himself. It's not impossible to put a charge of destabilizing, disrupting and demagoguery on yourself for special times. Even if one is telling the truth, no one will believe it. Forget it, it's better to do more than less. And now I'm just going to buy some necessities, but I don't want to do anything else. From the time they approached the entrance of the supermarket to the time they entered inside, the few armed men at the entrance looked at Zhao Xiaola as if they were looking at an alien. Did they all see that they were a man of divine power, but deep in the world? It's impossible that they, mere mortals, can't see it. After Zhao Xiaola's careful observation of those other people entering and leaving the supermarket, he finally understood why those armed men were looking at him so strangely. The people who go in and out of the supermarket to purchase things are all well dressed and drive fancy cars, whereas I, myself, am dressed in ordinary and outdated clothes, not to mention having no car. It's still some rich and powerful people who are qualified to come out and purchase things, while the bottom of the barrel, like yourself, are stopped at home by martial law operations and not allowed to come out, no matter what your family lacks. This was the reason why their eyes were surprised when they saw Zhao Xiaola. Seeing this, Zhao Xiaola's resentment stacked up even more. Chapter 104 Conspiracy. Zhao Xiaola purchased a lot of food in the supermarket, all kinds of meat mostly. After all, he and the two monsters still ate meat mainly. Checking out at the cashier cost several $1,000s, but Zhao Xiaola didn't care. Having brought enough money with him, it was still a small portion of the money taken out of those robbed by the bat monster. It's just a great feeling to shop at your own pace, buying whatever you want without even thinking about the price, and having enough money in your pocket to pay for it anyway. After leaving the supermarket, Zhao Xiaola walked back, carrying a large plastic bag of things in one hand, which was quite heavy and hard to walk. Standing on the street and looking around, not to mention cabs, not even a single person is seen. There was no choice but to carry 2 big bags of stuff by myself. After walking for a while and stopping at the side of the road to rest, Zhao Xiaola tied the mouths of the 2 bags together and slung them over his shoulder. And then he felt much more relaxed when he walked again. It was time to walk to the intersection where he had come from, and Zhao Xiaola saw that the armed men were still holding their posts, even though it was already noon and there was no one left on the road. Zhao Xiaola walked in front of them, and these few armed men all looked over in unison, perhaps because they hadn't seen a pedestrian for a long time and were bored out of their minds. Zhao Xiaola didn't say anything, just nodded at them and smiled slightly. While looking at Zhao Xiaola nodding and smiling at himself, these armed men had zombie-like faces without any expression. There was no response on the expression. So be it, Zhao Xiaola didn't care. Wait for a few days, it would make your faces rich in expression, only it would be ugly. On Forward Street, which leads to Golden U Pharmaceuticals, the shade of the trees on both sides of the road is so thick that when you walk underneath them, you almost lose sight of the sun. Sunny day is still so, to the cloudy days, walking in this road, more feel eerie, afraid of the dense grass on both sides of the road, suddenly leaped out of something. Returning to the warehouse in the Jinyao pharmaceutical factory area, Zhao Xiaola hurriedly put down his things, took off his shirt that was already soaked with sweat, and sat down to rest with his bare bladder, taking a break and looking up towards the roof. The bat monster was still hanging silently upside down from the load-bearing beams, and a second glance at the cage showed that the rat monster was in there as well. With himself back, there was no need to keep the rat monster still in his cage. It was time to let him out, so that he wouldn't have to hold it up again by the end of the night. After releasing the mouse monster, the guy circled around Zhao Xiaola and didn't move an inch, probably smelled the food in the bag and couldn't wait. He had to wait even if he couldn't wait. Zhao Xiaola glared at it fiercely, and the guy immediately became much more honest. It also seems to know that evening is mealtime. Zhao Xiaola, on the other hand, didn't need to wait and found some food in the bag and ate it first. The broken-tailed mouse watched blearily, but didn't dare make any noise or movement. Well into the night, the broken-tailed rats and bats were once again transformed into the shape of powerful monsters. Zhao Xiaola didn't want to eat anymore, so he pouted at the 2 bags of food, signaling for the 2 monsters to eat. Seeing that Zhao Xiaola had allowed dry rice, the 2 monsters weren't polite and sat down to eat. After a while, the 2 bags of food were almost bottomed out by the 2 monsters, leaving only a few snacks that they didn't like. All finished? Zhao Xiaola opened his mouth to ask these 2 monsters. Aha! The 2 guys agreed almost simultaneously, the rat monster still sucking on his finger with intent. All full? Zhao Xiaola asked again. Pretty much, the 2 monsters replied vaguely, looking like they just weren't fully fed. Mouse monster and bat monster, however, had straightened up and were moving their arms and legs, and mouse monster was bobbing his head and moving his neck. It seems that this day and suffocated bad are rubbing their fists, eager to try, waiting for Zhao Xiaola to give orders, set up a new action task, so as to go to the Cangbei city center to exert some. Looking at these 2 guys, Zhao Xiaola couldn't help but want to laugh, but still held back and instead said in a serious manner, "Are you both ready?" "It's been ready for a long time." Mouse monster snaps to answer. "Okay, now that you're all set, here's what I want you to do today." Halfway through speaking, Zhao Xiaola deliberately paused. This could make the 2 monsters anxious. What exactly are we being asked to do? You tell us, even if it means stirring up the downtown area. The mouse monster spoke urgently, hating Zhao Xiaola for arranging such a task for it. What I want you to do today is... Zhao Xiaola paused again on purpose. The 2 monsters, however, were staring at Zhao Xiaola with unblinking eyes, wondering why they hadn't said anything yet. This looks like a super big mission. Definitely not as simple as grabbing some food and money. Eat and sleep. Zhao Xiaola finally said the latter words. Ha! When the two monsters heard Zhao Xiaola's words, they thought they had heard wrong. During the day this day, almost all the time is not moving at all. It is not easy to endure to the evening. Strong body and extraordinary strength is back again. Now just after dinner. It is just right that we should go to the city to move the muscles. Ah, but why don't you send a mission? Even a sabotage mission would have been fine. Nothing worked. Just told to go to bed. The two monsters couldn't understand, but can't understand it and have to behave. The two monsters turned back unhappily, looking for a place to sleep. Looking at the two monsters' despondent expressions, Zhao Xiaola was not impressed. Of course it had a mind of its own. It didn't matter if the two monsters could understand it or not. Zhao Xiaola's idea was to stay still all these days, as a way to paralyze and confuse the official armed personnel, so that they would slowly get careless, slowly let their guard down, and slowly slacken off. Besides, anyway, it's about to enter September, so let's just wait until it's in September, when schools and universities have started one after another, and there are students in the schools, and then, at that time, in the laxity of the officialdom, let's give a sudden attack to each school, and stir up the city of Karanbai into a frenzy. When that happens, it's just a matter of watching the downtown area, and these days, let the two monsters do nothing but eat and sleep all day long to recuperate. By the time he really had to assign tasks to the two monsters, Zhao Xiaola estimated that these two guys, all over their bodies, had long been suffocating without scratching. When the time comes for these two monsters to go and wreak havoc in the downtown area of Koromoku, these two guys will still be so hyper that they'll go into overdrive. It had to be said that Zhao Xiaola's idea, this plan, was really too bad, too sinister and vicious. It was to wait until the official armed personnel let their guard down, or even thought that it was completely safe and lifted the guard. And when the various schools opened, Zhao Xiaola would then give the city a surprise attack. It's to keep everyone in the city on edge all day long. Zhao Xiaola's psychology is too dark and perverted. Chapter 105 Volunteers. Time is flying by day and the school season is just around the corner. Chen Dali and his younger brother, Chen Dawei, are both facing the start of school and have been making preparations for the past few days. Pack up your clothes and a few household items. Of course there is the most important, is to adjust the mindset, especially Chen Dawei. After all, relaxing a summer vacation, will soon have to face the intense learning life, must be collected. The second year of junior high school this year is still quite critical. Chen Dali, on the other hand, is not as nervous as his younger brother. The last year, that is, the first half of the semester is still studying. The second half of the semester will be looking for internships to practice. In the recent days, occasionally chatting with Kong Weijie, I learned from him that the current Sangbei city was very stable. There were no more monster attacks on the city. The alert was basically cancelled, and people's daily lives were back to normal. Chen Dali felt that it was certainly a good thing that there were no monsters infesting the city, and that people would go about their work and life as they should, and everything would be in order. But some days ago, why were there monster attacks and now there were none? Chen Dali couldn't figure out what was going on either. Perhaps the monster was just passing through Koromoku City and that's why it staged such an attack. But there are no news reports of such attacks on other cities. What the hell is going on here? Chen Dali also did not understand. Could it be that the monster disappeared? Let's not think about this for now. It's better to get the family settled before the school year starts, so that when the school year starts you'll feel a lot more at ease. At the end of August, it was already out of the voltaic weather. The weather was still a little hot, but it was not that kind of humid and hot of the 3 voltaic days anymore. It was obviously much drier. Chen's family has moved back from his sister's and into a new house in their own home. Living in a new house and with no more frightening monster attacks to worry about every day. The family is still in a good mood every day. There was basically nothing left to do at home, so Chen Dali decided that he would return to school early. Once the school year begins, a large number of new students arrive at the school, and the workload of receiving, checking in, and leading the new students to familiarize themselves with the campus is so heavy that it is difficult to complete these things in a timely and accurate manner just by relying on the school staff. This requires many student volunteers who have been attending the school for 1 or 2 years. After all, they are very familiar with the school, leading the new students to report to the school and helping with their placement, which can relieve a lot of the workload of the school administration and enhance its efficiency. Chen Dali had already volunteered once during the freshman season last year and was already familiar with the job. Still ready to go back to school a few days early and volunteer again to try to go out and help these new underclassmen. As much as I can. After saying goodbye to his family, Chen Dali set off on his way back to school. After more than an hour's drive, Chen Dali finally returned to the campus that he had been away from for nearly 2 months. The school has already begun to set up the preparations for the arrival of new students. Chen Dali returned to the dormitory, placed his luggage, did not rest at all. and put into the school to meet the new students' work. While working with other volunteers to set up and build these facilities to welcome new students, Chen Dali saw a familiar and beautiful figure. It's Plum Pride Snow. I didn't realize that she came to volunteer as well. She really is as beautiful in heart as she is in looks. Chen Dali looked at Mei Aoshue with some daze, and wondered if her misunderstanding of herself had dissipated. At this time, Mei Aoshue also happened to raise her head, and inadvertently, their gazes met. Mei Aoshue's gaze towards Chen Dali only stayed at him for a second, and then quickly moved away, continuing to work on the task at hand, as if she didn't see Chen Dali at all, treating Chen Dali as if he was air. Seeing this, Chen Dali understood that Mei Aoshue still had a deep misunderstanding of herself. That can't be helped, and in this case, it's even worse to go up and talk about it, and the more you talk about it, the worse it gets. Then let time tell. Chen Dali also stopped looking towards Mei Aoshue, but was busy with the other volunteers. A few days later, the time came to September, and it happened to be a Monday, and the primary and secondary schools in Karanbi all started on time. The road was, at once, much more lively and congested than usual. High school students on bicycles and motorized scooters, weaving in and out of the early morning crowds, rushing to their first classes after school starts, many of them tanned, surely from attending preschool military training a few days before. More often than not, they are parents who send their lower elementary school students to school, and some are grandparents who are not too old to do so. Most of them ride electric bicycles, some drive electric tricycles, and of course there are also those who drive cars. These people and vehicles, in great numbers, traveled the roads early in the morning to take these elementary school children, who had been playing at home for 2 months, to the various elementary school where they were supposed to go. The sound of cars and motorized vehicles honking on the roads was a spectacular sight. Sangbei College is also one after another students to report. After all, there is still half a month of military training activities, early to come earlier to familiarize themselves with the school. Parents who send their students here cannot enter the campus. They can only put their children and their luggage, bedding, and daily necessities at the entrance of the school, and then Chen Dali and their volunteers help by dragging and pulling the luggage and leading the new students to report to the school. Successive days down, the workload is really not small. Chen vigorously these volunteers, almost too busy to stand on their feet, not to help the new students to check in, is to lead them to apply for some of the daily necessary meal card, water card, these things. Having just finished helping another new boy with these things and sending him back to the dormitory, Chen Dali sat under a tree by the roadside, intending to take a break before going to the school gates to greet the new students. At this time, Chen Dali realized that Mei Aoshue had come out from the girls' dormitory side and walked towards the school gate. It also looked like it had just finished helping a new girl with everything and sending her back to the girls' dormitory. Suddenly, Chen Dali saw that Mei Aoshue had turned back and was walking in his direction. Did she come to see herself? Did she have something she wanted to say to herself? It looked like her misunderstanding of herself was completely gone. Mei Aoshue rushed towards herself, getting closer and closer. Chen Dali looked at her with unblinking eyes. While she did not look squarely at her gaze, Chen Dali saw that Mei Aoshue was about to walk over to him, and hurriedly stood up, thinking in his head that he should say something to Mei Aoshue. After all, people have taken the initiative to walk over, then he must just open his mouth to speak first. However, Mei Aoshue did not stop, and in Chen Dali's uncomprehending eyes, as if Chen Dali did not exist, she walked past him. Chapter 106 Emergency Assembly. Mei. Chen Dali had just uttered a word from his mouth, and before Mei Aoshue's name could be said in full, the person had already passed by his body. Chen Dali looked along with the discovery of Mei Aoshue's forward movement. It turned out to be not far behind himself. There is a new girl, carrying a large duffel bag, a bag in one hand, and dragging a suitcase with the other hand. It turned out that it was Mei Aoshue who saw this new student behind her and came over, not rushing at her. She was overthinking it, and people still treated her like air. Mei Aoshue walked to this new girl and hurriedly took the handbag in the girl's hand, easing her burden. Chen Dali saw the two of them talking together. Due to the distance is a little far, cannot hear what they say. It is estimated that should be asked where the girls' dormitory. As expected, after the two had talked, Mei Aoshue led the girls towards the girls' dormitory, looking at the back of the two of them far away. Chen Dali cannot say what mood is now. Is the feeling that Mei Aoshue is also decisive enough? Not to say that do not know, but even a minimum of hello are not playing. The busy day had finally come to an end. No more new students came to check in. The teachers at the new student check-in center were off duty, and the volunteers' work for the day was over. Chen Dali went to the snack bar outside the school to eat something, returned to the school, took the toiletries, and prepared to take a shower. When he arrived at the washroom, Chen Dali went to relieve himself first, and happened to come to the same cubicle where he had once beaten Zhou Yuhao. The dividing wall where he had once strangled the back of Zhou Yuhao's neck and slammed into it still had that crater. Dali exclaimed that it was surprising that this partition wall had not yet been replaced in the school. After taking a shower and returning to his dormitory, it was empty. Only he had come back early and no one else was back yet. Since they are not back yet, Dali will not climb to his own bunk. Lying on Kong Weijia's bunk will have to do. A day down. Dali feel really a little tired. Leading one after another of the new students to report, help them take luggage, go to the dormitory. This day is estimated to have to walk a few tens of thousands of steps. 2 legs are a little sore. As the sky outside the window gradually darkened, Dali suddenly felt that the exhaustion of the whole body, all of a sudden disappeared. The body without any discomfort, just like a battery with a loss of power is full of electricity. Dali knew that this was the supernormal power returning to him, so the fatigue disappeared. Just like that rainy night once, when Zhou Yuhao and the few of them beat themselves up violently and beat themselves up, and after the small round stone that descended from the sky merged into his body, all the injuries on his body disappeared. Since then, no matter how tired one was during the day, as soon as it was dark, the fatigue would disappear, and at that point, Dali understood that the supernormal power had returned. The darkness of the day not only gives you the power to arrive, but also removes the pain and fatigue from your body and gives you the feeling that your system has been refreshed. These days, downtown Karakita was indeed peaceful enough, with no more monster attacks. Martial law has also been lifted in the city, and the citizens have resumed their normal and orderly working lives. Could it really be, as one suspects, that the 2 monsters just passed through Karakita, attacked the restaurant and the mall in the process, and then took off, leaving Karakita? Yet there were no reports on the news about monsters appearing in other cities, so it was hard to believe that the monsters were from an alien planet. It just attacked Karakita and then left the planet? Whichever is the case, as long as there are no more such horrific attacks in the future, that's all that matters. I don't want to think about it so much. Hurry up and go to bed. There will be tons of new students coming in tomorrow. The workload is super heavy. I have to get some rest. The dormitory is just Dali himself. There is no one else. It is very quiet, unlike during the school year, when the dormitory is full, and there is always some snoring and grinding of teeth in the night sleep. Dali quickly entered dreamland. I don't know how long I slept. Dali was suddenly woken up by the sound of the school's loudspeaker broadcasting. The tone of the broadcasting was very harsh and also very urgent. All students, get up, get dressed and get to the school auditorium as fast as you can. Fellow volunteers, try to lead freshmen who don't recognize the auditorium over there. What's going on here? It can't be a sudden military training for freshmen, can it? How can it be a sudden military training when the freshmen haven't even arrived yet? What training? What could that be? A sudden concentration in the auditorium? No matter what, the school announcement told to go, so hurry up. After putting on his clothes and just leaving the dormitory door, Dali saw that there were many new boys in the dormitory building in the past 2 days who were running downstairs in a panic. Don't panic everyone, make sure you go down the stairs in an orderly fashion. The more you panic, the more you'll be crammed together on the way down the stairs, the faster you can't go. Dali was calling out to these freshmen to speak order, but basically no one was listening. Luckily, there weren't too many new students, and although it was chaotic, they quickly ran out of the dormitory building. Dali stayed in the dormitory building for the time being, although he still did not know what exactly was going on in the school, but such an emergency broadcast must have made everyone have to go. Then leave a little later yourself to see if anyone else is stranded in the dormitory building. These dormitories, one by one, it is impossible to check. Dali also shouted a few times on each floor to hear if there are still students to answer. From top to bottom, Dali shouted several times on each floor, and each floor had only its own echo. It seems that all the students have evacuated to the auditorium and there is no one left in the dormitory. Dali also rushed to the auditorium, and after entering, he realized that there were a lot of people, with girls concentrated on one side and boys on the other. So many people, all talking together, chattering very loudly, and presumably all discussing why the school had gathered all the students in the auditorium in the middle of the night. Dali came to the side of a few boys who were chatting enthusiastically and found a chair to sit down, his mind also thinking about the topics that these freshmen were discussing. I saw 2 teachers from the admissions office in the distance, and I don't know what they were talking about together, and then I looked around, and there were no other teachers. Where's Mei Aoshue? Dali suddenly remembered her again, although she ignored herself, but he still hoped that, now this emergency assembly of the school, she should not be left behind either. Standing up from his chair, Dali stretched his neck towards the girls' area and looked carefully, but did not search for Mei Aoshue's figure. Dali's heart couldn't help but sink. What's she up to? Why isn't she in the auditorium yet? What's going on? The school gathered all the existing students in the auditorium in the middle of the night? Why doesn't a teacher come and explain what's going on? It was at this moment that the door to the auditorium, from the outside, was quickly pushed open. Chapter 107 Outlooking. A teacher from the political education office walked in with a grim expression, and the two teachers from the admissions office immediately stopped talking and greeted them. The three of them together did not know what they were talking about. The auditorium was very noisy. Chendali could not possibly hear what they were talking about, only to see that they all had grim expressions and frowns. After a short while of talking, the teacher from the political education department turned and left. With that, the two admissions office teachers made their way to the front center of the auditorium. Snap, pop, pop. The male of the two teachers in the admissions office clapped his hands a few times. Everyone, quiet, quiet. After clapping his hands, the male teacher shouted to everyone in the large auditorium. The auditorium quickly went silent as everyone looked at the two teachers, all waiting for them to give an explanation for the emergency midnight assembly. Students, just now, more than half an hour ago, two monsters of unknown origin suddenly attacked a middle school in our Karambi city, and the attack was on a student dormitory. These two monsters are tall and incredibly powerful, and according to the surveillance information already available at the scene, these two monsters are the same two monsters that attacked the restaurant and the mall the other day. The two monsters, who vandalized both the boys' and girls' dormitories of the high school, and the attack didn't last very long, have since disappeared. First aid, rescue and armed personnel have been rushed to the secondary school. It is not yet known whether there are any casualties among the students, since both monsters disappeared after attacking that middle school's dormitory. No one knows if they ran away or are hiding somewhere waiting for a chance to attack again. So that's why our school leaders have urgently summoned everyone to gather and stay away from the dormitory in case they are attacked. Listening to this teacher's speech, the stage was like an explosion, and all the people were talking. Chendali then understood. No wonder the school was urgently assembled in the middle of the night. It turned out to be the matter of another monster attack, and still attacked the student dormitory. These two monsters are also enough damage bad enough, in the middle of the night to pick the concentration of people to carry out the attack. It seems to want to cause casualties among the students. After the quick attack, the two monsters were nowhere to be found, probably hiding somewhere in the city, not knowing which place they would strike again. It was only then that the school leaders of Koromoku Academy urgently evacuated the students from the dormitory before they were attacked by the monsters again. Let's all stop talking for a moment and let me ask. All of us have come to the auditorium, right? The male teacher on stage shouted loudly, and the stage was instantly quiet again. We're all here from our dorm. Everyone from our dorm is here. All of us in the dorm are there too. The students on stage were reporting on their dormitories. We're one short in the dorm. A not so great voice, coming from the girls' side. What's going on? The male teacher on the stage frowned and grimaced when he heard this. The girl who had just spoken stood up in a pile of girls and said timidly, "At that time, when we heard the announcement and ran outside, this roommate said she was going to the restroom, and we didn't wait for her, thinking that she would come after a while, but it turned out that she didn't come until now." How come? The male teacher sighed softly, his brow locking tighter. Teacher, Mao Shuai isn't in this auditorium either. A volunteer girl also stood up and addressed the two teachers on stage. What? She's not here either? When the male teacher heard this, fine beads of sweat instantly oozed from his forehead and the tip of his nose. The teachers in the admissions office knew Mao Shuai, a pretty and sunny girl who exuded positive energy. The busy enrollment work in the past few days, as a student volunteer, Mao Shuai also contributed a lot. Teachers are also watching and remembering. By now, counting her, there were a total of 2 girls who had yet to arrive in the auditorium, and the male teacher felt the need to go out and look for them. We still have 2 students who haven't arrived. I'll go out to look for them now. You guys stay here, don't mess up if anything happens. Everything is under the teacher's command and arrangement. Listening to the words of this male teacher, Chendali felt that he was quite responsible and dared to go out and look for girls in this situation where the external security situation was unknown. This point is admirable enough. However, having commitment and courage alone was still far from enough. After all, after going out, one might encounter 2 mutated monsters. An ordinary person, if they were to encounter these 2 monsters of infinite strength, not to mention being able to run away in front of them, it would be a good thing if they were able to keep their bodies intact and not be torn to shreds. Therefore, Chendali felt that it was better not to let this male teacher, who only had one passion, go for such a dangerous matter, but to go himself. Teacher, don't go. It's better for me to go. You're here. If anything happens again, you can arrange and direct the students better and faster. If you go out, we feel like we don't have a backbone. Chendali stood up and said to the male teacher who was about to walk out, "Is this okay with you?" The male teacher stopped in his tracks and looked at Chendali who was walking towards him. His heart was still a bit uneasy. Although in the reception of new students in the past few days, Chendali and these teachers worked together quite well, get along very well, but in terms of the current situation, Go out to look for students, this kind of thing with a certain degree of risk. The male teachers still don't want to let Chendali to go. And then capable, after all, is only a young man in his early 20s. Chendali could see that the male teacher was a bit distrustful and unsure of himself, but he couldn't tell him about the fact that he possessed supernormal powers once he arrived at night. It's okay, teacher. I've been going to our school for 3 years now and I know the grounds very well. I'm going to find those 2 girls and bring them back to the auditorium safely. Chendali spoke seriously to the male teacher. While the male teacher was still hesitating, Chendali had already walked to the door of the auditorium, his hand on the door handle, about to open the door. Don't worry, teacher, I won't let you down, Chendali said, pulled open the door, and left the auditorium. This action was a shocking sight to everyone in the large auditorium. Chendali, who had come outdoors, looked up at the somewhat gloomy, starless and moonless night sky, and then accelerated his steps towards the girls' dormitory building. When I came to the girls' dormitory building, I looked through the front door into the building, which had long been empty. Would Mei Aoshuan and that new girl still be in this dormitory building now? The building was surprisingly quiet. Chendali walked slowly into the corridor on the first floor and softly called out, "Anyone? Is there anyone else in the building?" Chapter 108 found. There was no response from the building. Perhaps there was no one on the first floor. Chendali decided to move up and take a look at each floor. When he reached the second floor, Chendali similarly shouted loudly several times, and there was no response. Chendali felt that his voice was not low, shouting these few times on the second floor. Even if it was the fourth floor and fifth floor, it was almost able to be heard. After all, the dormitory building was very quiet now. Could it be that Mei Aoshuan and the new girl are no longer in this dormitory building now? Where would that go? You're heading to the auditorium already? I didn't meet anyone along the way when I was on my way here. In any case, it was necessary to thoroughly search the girls' dormitory building first to make sure there was no one there before looking elsewhere. Continuing to go up, Chendali came to the third floor, and no longer shouted, but looked at one house after another. Every room on the third floor had been looked at, even the bathroom, and still Mei Aoshuan and the 2 of them had not been found. Just about to prepare to go up to the fourth floor, Chendali suddenly heard a sound of moving something around, coming from a room not far away. Since the inside of the building was particularly quiet, except for Chendali's own footsteps, this sound was very clear now. Chendali was stunned and did not walk towards the place where the sound was made. He had already looked through all these dormitory rooms and hadn't seen anyone at all. So how could there be movement coming out now? Did a small animal get into the room, like a stray cat that saw no one in the house and came in looking for food? If that's the case, it's fine, but just in case, what if it was those 2 monsters that infiltrated the dormitory building? It's not like that's not a possibility. It would be just as well, then, to meet these 2 scourges myself. Thinking of this, Chendali tiptoed toward the place where the sound had just been made. Almost at the location, Chendali wasn't sure which room the sound came from, as the doors of each dormitory room were very close to each other. Chendali estimated the source of the sound, basically from the 3 rooms in front of him, then carefully scrutinized them one by one. Chendali first ruffled the roof of the building, confirming that there were no hidden monsters, before looking at the first room, because he had once seen the video of that monster attacking them all and looting the gold and banknotes in his circle of friends. Chendali knew that it was a bat monster, so he had to make sure that above his head, there was no such bat monster hiding. Entering into this room, Chendali slowly rotated his eyes and carefully examined everything in this room, truly keeping his eyes and ears open. There didn't seem to be any hiding places in this house, except for the bunk beds, some storage boxes, suitcases, and not much on the balcony. It doesn't look like the sound is coming from this room. Chendali exited this room, came to the door of the second room, looked inside, and felt that there was a problem. The sound of moving things just now, in all likelihood, it came from this room, because the space under 2 of the bunk beds in this dormitory room was piled high with suitcases and organizers, while the space under the other 2 bunk beds was clean and clear of everything. Apparently, someone had moved everything from under the other 2 bunk beds to under these 2. Why move? Chendali could guess without thinking that it was to cover up. There must be something hidden inside these 2 piles of stuff under the beds. Maybe, perhaps it was the 2 monsters that were hiding and had wanted to attack the dormitory building, and when they saw that it was empty, they hid and waited for the students to come back before making a surprise attack. Chen vigorously stared at the 2 beds, silently approached, reached the bedside, and at the same time stretched out his hands, violently yanked out 1 suitcase each under the beds. Ah! A piercing scream emanated from under both beds almost simultaneously. Standing out in the silent blackness of the night, Chendali heard it out. It wasn't a monster. It was a scream coming from 2 girls. One of them, no need to ask, it was Mei Aoshuan on first hearing. Screaming is still continuing. Chen vigorously bends down and lowers his head to the ground floor of the beds on both sides. only to see Mei Ao Shui and this new girl are almost all tightly closed eyes, clenched fists on their chests, open mouths screaming non-stop, all without a change of breath. Stop screaming, Chen Dali shouted at the bottom of the bed. The screaming stopped, and the two girls looked at Chen Dali and froze, looking at Mei Ao Shui staring at herself but not speaking. Chen Dali spoke first. Didn't think it was me, did you? Stop slumping under the bed and get out. Mei Ao Shui crawled out from under the bed, but still didn't say a word. Another girl also climbed out from under the opposite bed, limping, and seeing Chen Dali, said with some excitement, "Aren't you a volunteer at the admissions office? I saw you there when I came to check in." "Yes, I'm the student volunteer." After Chen Dali answered the girl, he then asked, "What are you two doing hiding under your beds if you're not going to assemble in the auditorium?" Hearing Chen Dali ask this question, the girl opened her words in a torrent. "This is not to hear, the radio is about to go." Suddenly anxious, "I want to relieve a hand and then go. And so I finished out. The whole dormitory building are gone. I was both anxious and afraid. Panic. Just walk a few steps on the broken foot. I was in the middle of this helplessness when Mei came and was ready to help me walk. But I was in too much pain to walk. I wanted to take a break from my aching feet before I left. But then I heard someone had entered the dormitory building, and we didn't know who it was, so we decided to hide before we did." Listening to the girl's words, Chen Dali was really a bit anxious. "You heard someone coming into the dormitory building. It was me. And I yelled a few times in the hallway. Didn't you hear me?" Chen Dali said with some slight anger. "We heard it, but were afraid to answer." The girl was embarrassed. "Why don't you say yes?" Chen Dali was very puzzled. "We were worried that it was a bad guy who hadn't noticed us and deliberately shouted a few times to lure us out, so we didn't answer." Listening to the words of this broken foot girl, Chen Dali was really exasperated to the point of crying and laughing a little, and turned to look at Mei Ao Shui. "She couldn't hear me when I just yelled if there was anyone there. Can't you still hear that it's my voice?" Chen Dali somewhat blamed Mei Ao Shui. "How was I to know it wouldn't be a bad guy purposely mimicking your voice?" Mei Ao Shui finally spoke to Chen Dali, but this time, she was able to choke Chen Dali. Chen Dali was speechless by Mei Ao Shui's anger, and as he watched her roll her eyes at himself, he repeatedly told himself in his heart that he couldn't be bothered with her right now. Now he only wanted to escort them both safely to the auditorium as quickly as possible. "Senpai, what is this school broadcast asking us all to go to the auditorium?" In the face of the curiosity of the girls with broken feet, Chen Dali told these two girls the original story of the sudden gathering.